COVID.
A piece of space junk is on a collision course with the moon.
It does matter. It is significant. Why?
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
New this morning, former Empire star Jussie Smollett is finally sentenced for that 2019 faked attack. He'll spend 150 days in prison and then 30 months on probation. And in response to this jail time, Smollett spoke out in court.
I did not do this, and I am not suicidal. And if anything happens to me when I go in there, I did not do it to myself. And you must all know that.
He was also ordered to pay more than $120,000 in restitution to Chicago, and he was fined $25,000. The actor falsely reported to police that he was the victim of a homophobic and racist attack in 2019. In December, a Chicago jury found him guilty on 5 counts of felony disorderly conduct.
After 99 days of uncertainty, the MLB will get to play ball. The MLB and its Players Association agreed to terms on a new collective bargaining agreement ending the lockout. The season will start a week later than planned on April 7th, but the league expects to play a full 162 games. Commissioner Rob Manfred apologized to the fans for the delay, but added that he believed the lockout helped move the negotiations along. Some of the changes in the new CBA include minimum player salaries being increased to $700,000 and a designated hitter added to the National League lineups.
Well, still to come this morning, it's a bleeping honor. Samuel L. Jackson reacts to his spot in the Profanity Hall of Fame.
And pot conviction to cultivating business. New York's bold plan for recreational marijuana.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
What do you see right now with Putin, and do you think he's a rational actor? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? The sanctions did not deter. Can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
There's a list of someone who said the most swear words in movie history. And I was like, oh, yeah.
Who won?
It's not you. It's Jonah Hill.
That's some bull. I mean, that's a... I mean, no.
Perfect reaction, right? Award-winning actor Samuel L. Jackson on The Tonight Show there. Reacting on his ranking on the most swear words in movie history list. The Buzz Bingo survey ranked Jackson third with just 301 curse words. Meanwhile, you got Leonardo DiCaprio, who's crowned second with 361 swear words. And Jonah Hill was crowned the profanity champion. His characters have cursed a total of 376 times. I agree, there's something wrong with that. You know Samuel L. Jackson's for all the F-bombs, especially, you know, from Pulp Fiction. You know Leo from I'm the King of the World, Titanic, right?
Yeah.
And then Jonah Hill?
The discrepancy there, interesting.
Super
what a fun
bad.
job to count those up, though.
I know, right?
Someone got to do that. Well, will a storm cast a cloud over your weekend? Bill's got your weekend weather forecast coming up next.
And ahead, the alarming rise in medical debt that's plaguing Americans.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
What do you see right now with Putin, and do you think he's a rational actor? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? The sanctions did not deter. Can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What do you see right now with Putin, and do you think he's a rational actor? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? The sanctions did not deter. Can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Early today. Already watching a line of pretty strong thunderstorms moving in off the Gulf. We're going to have to deal with the flash flooding potential in Florida today and the ideal of maybe some severe weather, possibly even tornadoes later on today. So here's the severe weather risk area. It goes all the way from New Orleans back over to Jacksonville, Florida, up into areas of South Carolina, the upstate area around Columbia, and even the Outer Banks is in this too. 14 million people. So this line of storms will sweep through the southeast. It'll continue during the overnight hours right through early Saturday morning. We could see very strong winds and isolated tornadoes in areas from Charleston to Wilmington, too. So about 24 hours of dangerous weather, guys.
All right. Thanks so much, Bill. Rewarding bad behavior or making amends. New Yorkers with marijuana convictions will get their first dibs at retail licenses. That's next.
choke point for this fire.
Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal.
And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Good morning, I'm Joe Pryor.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
In today's top stories, a Maryland man is facing over 300 weapons charges in what New York officials are calling the state's largest ghost gun bust in history. These weapons are designed to be untraceable and often don't have serial numbers. 57-year-old Wenley Bai allegedly communicated with and sold dozens of kits to an undercover investigator from the Queens District Attorney's Office. They recovered enough parts to build 74 illicit firearms. Bai is facing up to 7 years in jail.
Well, if you feel like you're drowning in medical debt, you are not alone. There's some new data from the Kaiser Family Foundation, which found that at least 23 million people, or nearly 1 in 10 adults, owe a significant amount of medical debt, which is defined as owing more than $250. It also found that the 60 million adults owe more than $1,000 in medical debt, and 3 million people have unpaid medical bills totaling more than $10,000. That report estimated the total medical debt in the U.S. is about $195 billion.
New Yorkers with past marijuana convictions will get first dibs on permits to sell weed, using the booming market as an opportunity to make amends for the past. NBC's Ron Allen has the story.
Amnon Felipe, convicted nearly a decade ago for growing marijuana in a warehouse, is looking to move from the legacy business to the legal one.
I feel vindicated. Even though I did go to jail for it, I may not be the one to get a license, but somebody else in my same situation will be the one to get a license.
State regulators approved new rules for licenses to open a marijuana business that give priority to people like Felipe with past marijuana convictions and who also have business experience. New York's governor called it building a fairer, more equitable New York. The latest state trying to ensure its new multi-billion-dollar legal marijuana industry creates opportunity in communities disproportionately impacted by the decades-long war on drugs. Studies show African Americans 4 times more likely to get arrested for possession of marijuana.
I think the equity programs are trying to figure it out, right? So a lot of them are not getting the outcomes that they hope for.
Cassandra Federic says high startup costs remain the biggest challenge, for example, to lease space in New York's pricey real estate market. The state plans to address that by budgeting some $200 million to support equity entrepreneurs.
I think we have legislative champions that are pushing for more innovation and asking for the money up front.
Regulators expect the first dispensaries selling recreational marijuana to open before the end of the year. Ron Allen, NBC News, New York.
Well, thanks for kicking off your Friday with Early Today. I'm Stephen Romo.
And I'm Frances Rivera. Have a great weekend. We'll see you right back here on Monday. Take care. 10 miles to Kyiv, Russian military forces are closing in on the capital, while other cities continue to be bombarded, now into the third week of the war.
Americans from coast to coast are asking how they can help the millions of Ukrainians in desperate need of assistance. We've got those answers just ahead.
Late last night, Congress passed a $1.5 trillion spending bill to avert a government shutdown and to provide billions for Ukraine. We're live on Capitol Hill with a breakdown.
In the first test of new Texas voting laws, the state flagged 27,000 mail-in ballots for rejection in the primary. Is it a sign of things ahead?
And how Americans dealing with record inflation across the board. It's Friday, March 11th. Early today starts right now. Thanks for ending your week with us. I'm Frances Rivera.
And I'm Stephen Romo. We start with developments on the Russian invasion of Ukraine now in its 16th day. Top diplomats from Ukraine and Russia met in Turkey for the highest level talks since the invasion started. The meeting was brief and did not seem to lead to any breakthroughs.
They seek a surrender from Ukraine, but this is not what they are going to get.
New satellite photos from Maxar, a company used by some U.S. government agencies, seem to show the Russian military convoy north of the capital, Kyiv, is now dispersing to surrounding areas. These images were captured Thursday, so the situation has likely changed since then.
Let's get a live update now from NBC's Molly Hunter, who's on the ground in Lviv. And Molly, what do we know about Russia's progress toward the capital?
Frances, that's right. This has been monitored, obviously, so closely over the last 2 weeks with big help from satellite images like we were just talking about. We've been focused on this convoy about 40 miles long. It has been sitting 15 miles outside the capital of Kyiv for the last 2 weeks. Well, it now appears that components of that convoy may be just 10 miles away from the center of that city, according to a senior U.S. defense official. According, though, to the same senior U.S. defense official, they estimate, the U.S. estimates, that Ukrainian forces can hold the capital city for several more weeks. Frances?
This morning, Russia claims that forces have taken control of a city in the southeastern part of the country. It's not far from when that maternity hospital was bombed.
That's right. The claim is that Russian forces have taken over Volnovakha, and we have been focused heavily on this southeastern city. It is right near Mariupol, as you mentioned. That is the city where the maternity ward was hit just 2 days ago. It is along that Black Sea belt of cities, Odessa on one end of that the Russian forces have been trying to consolidate. Now, Volnovakha has been on the humanitarian corridor evacuation list every single day this week, and every single day it has failed. Civilians have not been able to get out of that city. It has been completely encircled, bombarded constantly, and blockaded, so no humanitarian aid has gotten in. Reports from the ICRC and other humanitarian aid organizations that have been in contact with people in Volnovakha and Mariupol say the situation is dire. Most people are out of water. Most people are out of food. There's no medicine. Most people are out of electricity, and there's absolutely no heat. And Frances, as we talked about earlier, look, it's 23 degrees where I am. It is even colder in the southeast of this country. Frances?
Hope they get that aid and get the opportunity to leave. Molly, thank you.
Well, more than 2.3 million people have now fled from Ukraine since the Russian invasion started. That's according to the UN. And that stream of refugees continues this morning. NBC's Jay Gray is at a border crossing in Poland. And Jay, how have things progressed since we last spoke with you about 24 hours ago now?
Into this country, they desperately need supplies, clothes, jackets, and this is what we have here. I want you to take a look at how plentiful the donations continue to be. People pouring in and just doing what they can, donating what they can to help those who are leaving the violence in their home country.
The horrific sounds of war. Bombs. And bullets, evidence of the silence from negotiators, peace talks between Russia and Ukraine collapsing, with the battle escalating, along with the number of foreign fighters pushing toward the front line.
It's the obligation of anybody who's able to come put a stop to this, to at least help, so that's why I'm here.
This American doesn't want you to see his face, but he does want you to know his intentions, to defend Ukraine and democracy. How long will he fight?
Well, when they tell me we can go home because the conflict's resolved.
It's that conflict pushing so many Ukrainians from their homes.
That was Russian army in our village. They shooting, our army shooting. It's was a very bad place for living or just staying there.
And so they rushed to escape, almost 2.5 million so far.
Unfortunately, things are getting worse in Ukraine. More bombs are falling, and we're going to see much more people leaving, I guess. I think we will see many more millions to come.
The majority, women and children, searching for safety.
Yeah, and you can see these families now getting onto a bus here. They will head to a train station and move further into Poland at this point. You can also see that already this morning the line is stretching quite a way. So a lot of people starting their day coming across the border here. Stephen?
Just an unbelievable number of people out there. Our Jay Gray reporting for us. Thank you.
The invasion has tensions escalating yet again between the White House and the Kremlin. President Biden is gearing up to take more action against Russian President Vladimir Putin. NBC's Bree Jackson is in D.C. with the latest. Good morning, Bree. What do we know about the president's plan?
Good morning, Francis. Well, it's going to be a busy Friday at the White House. President Biden plans to announce new actions against Russia. According to Reuters, Mr. Biden will call for an end to normal trade relations with Russia, clearing the way for increased tariffs on Russian imports. Last night, the Senate passed the $1.5 trillion package that funds the federal government through September. The bill passed 68-31, just a day before a temporary funding measure was set to expire, avoiding a partial government shutdown. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell said it gets the job done for our armed forces, while Majority Leader Chuck Schumer praised the bipartisan win.
This is how we protect our country, but it's also how we show our responsibility to a country, in this case Ukraine, is being attacked by a war criminal, Vladimir Putin.
It's a very good night for this country, a good bipartisan night.
The omnibus delivers on priorities for both parties, including $730 billion locked in by the Democrats for non-defense agencies and $782 billion for Republicans for national defense. It also contains nearly $14 billion dedicated to humanitarian and military aid for Ukraine, which is almost triple Ukraine's annual defense budget of $5 billion. The bill now heads to President Biden's desk. Francis, back to you.
Bree, excuse me. Thank you.
Well, this will come as no surprise to anyone who's bought groceries or filled up their gas tank in the past few weeks. Inflation is at a 40-year high. Consumer prices rose nearly 8% over the last year. The new report sent stocks into a skid. All major markets ended the day in the red. Jolene Kent has more.
After months of struggling with soaring prices and busted budgets, Americans are now facing an even more grim reality. Inflation accelerated 7.9% in February compared to last year, a new 40-year high. Prices are up across the board. Groceries surged 8.6% over last year, rent rising 4.7%, and most of all, gas prices spiking 38%.
When I see these numbers, it's mind-blowing.
Some price jumps are the highest ever recorded, like furniture, lunch meat, baby food, and toys.
We don't want to raise prices, but you see it creeping up on you.
Brian Bao owns the Albany restaurant. It's an 80-year-old institution in Cheyenne, Wyoming, in the mountain region where inflation is the highest in the U.S. at nearly 10%. He says his suppliers are hiking prices.
There's times where they're going to have to add a fuel surcharge. They have to pay to get the product to their warehouse, and then we have to pay again to get it here, and somebody's paying that bill, and it ultimately becomes us or our guest.
In California, Jean Olson works in a grocery store.
You're living in a constant state of panic because I'm always worrying that I've worked enough hours to make the rent.
President Biden responding, saying he's fighting to bring down prices, blaming inflation in large part on what he calls Putin's price hike. But prices surged last month almost entirely before Russia invaded Ukraine, and inflation has been soaring above 5% since last May. Republicans blasting the president.
Gas is over $4 a gallon. And what does Joe Biden say? He said it's all blamed on Russia. Energy prices have been going up dramatically from the day he took office.
The next big question for people here in Wyoming and all across the country is how much will the Federal Reserve raise interest rates next week as it tries to get this inflation under control?
Lots of questions. Joe, thanks.
Could a potential bomb cyclone hit the eastern third of the country this weekend? NBC meteorologist Bill Cairns has the details. Hi, Bill.
Yeah, good morning. It's not just the eastern U.S. I mean, we had snow yesterday in Kansas City. It's snowing this morning from areas of New Mexico all the way through North Texas. So this storm is just going to affect a lot of people and cause people to have cancellation of plans or change their plans or maybe delays too. 56 million people in total, and it goes now from areas of New Mexico all the way through Texas, back into areas of the Tennessee Valley, the Appalachians, and now we're starting to get watches and warnings throughout areas of the Northeast. So here's how it all plays out today. A light wintry mix, not a lot of snow or ice, but Oklahoma City to Dallas during the middle of the day. By 6 p.m., there's snow from Little Rock to Memphis and a narrow band of snow through the Ohio Valley. And then tonight, the storm really begins to intensify. A heavier batch of snow is possible early Saturday morning, even for our nation's capital to Philadelphia, Harrisonburg, back up New York City northwards. We're expecting a couple inches of snow, mostly rain in areas like Providence and Boston. So as far as snow totals go, we will be watching only an inch or so. The areas of white, that even includes northern half of Mississippi and Alabama, where an inch of snow is still a problem with driving on the roads. And then the areas that'll be shoveling and plowing, areas of West Virginia, D.C. northwards, all the way up through the Northeast. You're going to have a snowy Saturday morning. That's a look at your national forecast. Now here's a look at the weather outside your window. Well, those temperatures are going to fall today. It's amazing that we're going to see highs today in the 60s in areas like Memphis, and it'll be snowing by later on tonight. So there's a really big batch of Arctic air that's going to set the stage for our snow event. The other thing we have to deal with is severe weather, guys, and maybe some severe storms with tornadoes. We'll give you those details coming up.
All right, Bill, thank you.
Well, 150 days behind bars and a six-figure restitution for actor Jussie Smollett. We'll explain.
And voting in Texas just got a whole lot more real after 27,000 ballots were flagged. Details in 60 seconds.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
What do you see right now with Putin, and do you think he's a rational actor? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? The sanctions did not deter. Can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
New this morning, former Empire star Jussie Smollett is finally sentenced for a 2019 faked attack. He'll spend 150 days in prison and then 30 months on probation. In response to the jail time, Smollett spoke out to the judge.
I did not do this, and I am not suicidal. And if anything happens to me when I go in there, I did not do it to myself. And you must all know that.
He was also ordered to pay more than $120,000 in restitution to Chicago, and he was fined $25,000. The actor falsely reported to police that he was the victim of a homophobic and racist attack in 2019. In December, a Chicago jury found him guilty on 5 counts of felony disorderly conduct.
Well, we're getting our first look at the effect of strict new voting laws in Texas. More than 27,000 mail-in ballots were flagged for rejection in the state's primary election earlier this month. That's according to a new analysis by the Associated Press. The initial rejection rate was about 17%. That's up from less than 1% in the 2020 general election.
Okay, if you're thinking about having a destination wedding and you haven't locked in a location yet, how about Italy? All right, how about Italy and some cash? The central region of Lazio is offering $2,200 for couples who tie the knot there. It's part of a campaign slugged "In Lazio with Love" to boost wedding tourism. So you could say your I do's in Rome, the capital of Lazio. Couples need to get hitched between now and the end of this year. And it is amazing. Normally it'd be like, why do they need to pay people? Why do you need an incentive to go to Italy? But remember, major lockdowns right during COVID. That was one of the main hot spots. So now they're doing everything they can.
Wow.
Maybe if you're not really into each other, go there, get hitched, get your $2,200, come back, break up, get
like
the divorce.
A bandit. Wow,
and you're all
you got
good.
a plan, Francis. I like that. Very cool.
Second weddings, do those count too?
Oh, we'll have to find out. Well, after a quick break, get ready for more scheming and plenty of showdowns as well. It's the final season of Better Call Saul.
Plus, take me out to the ball game. The MLB lockout ends. It's time to play ball.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Students from Southlake caught on camera using racial slurs.
It's been covered up for a very long time.
We are strongly against critical race theory.
Racism in reverse is racism. Shame!
This is Southlake. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Whatever happens next, it's not going to go down the way you think it is.
Speedy Justice is getting ready to take a bow as Saul Goodman's story wraps up in the 6th and final season of Better Call Saul. Despite suffering an onset heart attack while filming, Bob Odenkirk is calling this season the best one yet. All the drama unfolds April 18th on AMC.
After 99 days of uncertainty, the MLB will get to play ball. Major League Baseball and its Players Association agreed to terms on a new collective bargaining agreement with the season set to start in less than a month. Here's NBC's Sam Brock with the details.
After nearly 100 days, baseball's lockout has ended at the 11th hour. And despite some hardball from the league, fans will enjoy a full season after all.
We're going to be able to play 162 games. How are they doing that?
They're going to play on the off days that have been scheduled. They're going to play at the end of the year.
The second longest labor dispute in the sport's history was nearly snarled over the trigger point for a luxury tax meant to prevent so-called runaway spending, with teams like the Dodgers, Mets, and Yankees flexing major payrolls. MLB Network insider John Heyman says the players scored a major victory with a minimum salary bump, taking baseball from around $570,000 to $700,000 right away.
Very nice rise. The players made a point out of the younger players not being paid what they should be paid. Now they're in line with a couple of the other sports.
The owners also notched a few W's and expanded playoffs from 10 teams to 12 that'll bring in around $100 million a year or more and advertising logos on player jerseys. Another notable change, the adoption of a universal designated hitter, meaning pitchers will no longer bat in the National League.
This was a soap opera, up and down.
Despite the headaches, the boys of summer making it back for spring training this Sunday and a season opener in early April. Sam Brock, NBC News.
Quite the soap opera indeed, and a weather soap opera. Are we in for another storm? Up next, Bill's got your weekend weather forecast.
And how charity organizations are making an impact for the people of Ukraine. We'll tell you how you can help.
NBC News, streaming free now. To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
President Biden making news tonight on several fronts.
We're answering the questions you want answered.
There's a lot to talk about this evening.
Let's start breaking all this down.
We begin with breaking news. Now to an NBC News exclusive interview. We'll get right to that breaking news, the desperate search and rescue.
Our team is live all across the path of destruction tonight.
Nearly 200 firefighters responded to the scene.
What you see on the tablet here is what we see in real life on the street.
You know I got your back, right?
Keep going. 2022 midterms, the battle for Congress and the fight for control of State House.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds ahead of the midterms.
We are talking elections. I'm in a battleground state.
Meet the Press Election Night special. It is a big night.
Let's take a look at what else is making news around the world. Our NBC News crew heard explosions in the capital city of Kyiv.
People here are terrified.
Russia is picking off Ukraine's military facilities.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be? We begin with the pandemic today.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos? Raise your hand if you have had enough of COVID.
A piece of space junk is on a collision course with the moon.
It does matter. It is significant. Why?
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Early Today. A stormy next 24 to 36 hours for the southeast. More storms already heading into areas of North Florida where you're under a flood watch. We are concerned, though, with severe weather. We should get some storms with wind damage, possibility of even some isolated tornadoes. 14 million people at risk from New Orleans all the way over to Jacksonville, Florida, and up into the Carolinas. And then this line of storm will not weaken. It'll continue during the overnight hours. We'll wake up to these storms tomorrow morning right along the East Coast. So another 17 million people at risk, and they could go as far north as Ocean City, Maryland. So a dangerous storm, snow, ice, and severe storms.
Wow, what a mess. All right, Bill, thank you. As more companies pull out of Russia, many Americans are asking how they can help Ukrainians in need. We'll help you. That's next.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Students from Southlake caught on camera using racial slurs.
It's been covered up for a very long time.
We are strongly against critical race theory.
Racism in reverse is racism. Shame!
This is Southlake. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Disney is ramping up its sanctions on Russia as the invasion of Ukraine continues. A spokesperson for the Walt Disney Company says all business in Russia will be paused, including those Disney cruises and with National Geographic. Disney previously stopped theatrical releases in Russia. Two major investment banks are shuttering operations in that country as well. JP Morgan Chase and Goldman Sachs both said they're winding down business in Russia.
In a statement, Mars Incorporated announced it would suspend new business in Russia. The company also added a $10 million donation to humanitarian aid. And the Washington Commanders football team is sending care packages to troops in Eastern Europe. The team said they made 4,000 packages with over 24,000 hygiene products.
Well, Russia's war in Ukraine has struck a chord with millions of Americans watching this all unfold, seeing the devastation and the heartbreaking images of refugees forced from their homes. It has many of us wondering what we can do to help. Vicki Nguyen shows us how to make an impact.
Thousands of refugees pour across the border into places like Poland. There are volunteers there to meet the immediate needs on the ground. They're distributing food, toys, and other supplies to those just trying to figure out what's next. But they can't do it alone. It's donations that help them feel comfort in a time of so much uncertainty. Aid groups say one of the quickest ways to make an impact is through donating money to a trusted organization, like World Central Kitchen. That organization is taking donations to help feed people as Chef Jose Andres serves up meals for those arriving at the border.
Nothing sends a bigger message of hope than a humble plate of food.
A group called Global Empowerment Mission, based in Miami, is on the ground in Poland using donations to buy train and plane tickets for refugees to get them to friends and family for more stable housing. They're also setting up a warehouse to distribute mountains of donations. For those innocent children who spent 2 years in a global pandemic and are now displaced because of Russia's invasion, organizations like Save the Children's Ukraine Crisis Relief Fund or the Red Cross, who says its volunteers have been in Ukraine for 8 years, are putting themselves in danger as they work to help those affected by the invasion. Another group, Razom for Ukraine, says they're focused on the need for medical aid for Ukrainian hospitals. Some folks are donating in innovative ways. Airbnb is allowing users to book rentals in the war-torn country and waiving service fees. That way, the money used to rent the place goes directly to the Ukrainian owner, even though the people who booked the place don't plan to stay. The company itself is also offering free, short-term housing for those displaced by the invasion. For those that need a ride out of Ukraine, Uber is offering free rides between the Ukrainian and Polish border and 2 Polish cities. They're also working with the International Rescue Committee to help those displaced.
Vicki, thanks for breaking that down for us. You can find more info at NBC.com. Thanks for ending your work week with Early Today. I'm Stephen Romo.
I'm Francis Rivera. Have a great one.
Good Friday morning. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Let's get right to breaking news on the war in Ukraine. Right now, Russian forces intensifying their attacks on key cities as they close in on the capital, Kyiv. This new video showing the destruction from a bombing just this morning in the eastern city of Dnipro. Also this morning, a sobering look at the human cost of war. The UN saying more than 500 civilians have been killed and nearly 1,000 injured since the invasion began. And Ukraine's defense ministry confirming more Ukrainian civilians have died in the war than soldiers. U.S. defense officials say Russia could be just 10 miles from Kyiv city center, showing some progress after being stalled for days.
After Ukraine's border, the humanitarian crisis is growing. The UN now estimates 2.5 million people have fled to neighboring countries.
Russian army in our village. They shooting our army shooting. It's was a very bad place for living or just staying there.
Now Ukraine says it's working to open more evacuation routes out of the hardest hit cities, but yesterday's talks to end the violence ended with no resolution. And later today, NBC News has confirmed President Biden is set to end normal trade relations between the U.S. and Russia as Vice President Harris heads to Romania in a push to show support for NATO allies. We have team coverage this morning with national security analyst Clint Watts, who's tracking the latest moves by Russian troops, and NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman joining us from the Polish capital. But first, let's go to Ukraine and our own Ali Arouzi joining us from the western city of Lviv. So, Ali, it looks like Russia has expanded its military offensive, targeting two cities in the west, as well as the major city of Dnipro in the east. What can you tell us about these strikes, and are there fears that Lviv, where you are, could also be targeted?
That's right, Joe. In the early hours of this morning, the Russians widened their attacks and they targeted the central city of Dnipro. Officials there say that there were 3 airstrikes in Dnipro at around 5 a.m. local time. They hit a shoe factory, a kindergarten, and an apartment building, and there's reports of 1 civilian death there. And then, of course, much further northwest, they hit Lutsk and Ivano-Frankivsk. Those 2 cities had not been hit since the first day of the war, so that is the furthest west that they have hit so far in week 3 of this war. And there were 2 airports in that area as well, and that's possibly why they were targeted, that have military facilities. So they are widening their campaign. And of course, the city of Kharkiv is under relentless bombardment. The mayor of that city said that in just one day it had been bombed 89 times. Now, of course, there are fears that this will stretch out to Lviv, where we are, further out west. At about 5 a.m. this morning, air raid sirens went off in our hotel, so it is jittery here. Now, Lviv also has a major airport, and it's a big connection to the Western countries that are helping Ukraine. Lviv also has a military aspect to its civilian airport, and it's the only place that hasn't been hit with a military function in this war so far. So it could be a target, but we're watching for developments every day to see how the Russians are progressing and how it will affect the western side of the country.
Of course, we're all hoping you and all our colleagues there can stay safe. Ali, I want to ask you about the situation in and around Kyiv. What is the latest on that large Russian military convoy that's been slowly moving toward the capital? How close is it to the capital now?
That's right. They seem to be edging forward now. They've moved about 3 miles in the last 36 hours. They're probably about 10 miles out right now. But Kyiv is a fortress city. People have dug in there. It's a city of 4 million people. 2 million of them have left. But people talk about it having decent defenses, a lot of resilience. And so they're waiting for the fight. A lot of people say it's going to be very difficult for the Russians to encircle Kyiv because it's so big and people are so determined not to let the Russians in. But that's going to be one of the most strategic places that Moscow is looking at taking over. And if they do take Kyiv, then what happens to the government there? Does Zelensky stay and fight? Does he move out here west where we are and start a provisional government? So that's a very sensitive point that we're all watching very closely to see what happens in Kyiv over the next few days and how that Russian advance goes.
And Allie, those humanitarian corridors that we've been talking about the last few days, they're opening up again today. How have those evacuations been going, especially in Mariupol, which is one of the hardest hit cities right now?
That's right. They're talking about, the Ukrainian government is talking about opening up 12 humanitarian corridors today to get people out of some of the hardest hit war zones on the eastern front of the country. Now, as you well know, Joe, the Russians have not honored a lot of those corridors. They've targeted those areas where civilians have been trying to get out of. The Ukrainians have been very critical about that, saying that they've shown no humanitarian issues whatsoever, and the bombing has been relentless. Now, I spoke to some people today. I said, how easily are people getting out of, especially places like Mariupol that's been hit so hard? They said, look, their plans are in place, but we just won't know for several hours until those buses are able to make that perilous journey, and we'll know if the Russians have honored a temporary ceasefire to let civilians, women, children, and the elderly out of those very hard-hit areas.
Ali Arouzi in Lviv. Ali, thank you so much.
Let's get right to Clint Watts now for more on this. He's a distinguished research fellow at the Foreign Policy Research Institute and an NBC News national security analyst. Clint, good morning. So I'll ask you for some of the strategy behind a lot of what we just heard there from Ali. Let's start with those military airfields in the West being shelled for the first time. I mean, this is an area, as Ali just referenced, where he is in Lviv, that's been considered the safer part of the country. What do we know about these targets, and do you think that this is the beginning of a broader push to the west of the country?
Yeah, so it's really interesting that they're recognizing, the Russians are, that if they want to win this fight, they want to do siege warfare, they have to cut off the supplies. That's manpower, that's food, that's fuel, that's ammunition. That predominantly is happening out here in the West. When you look at Lviv, this is the border with Poland right here, Hungary right below. Those are the two main pathways for which most of the aid from the outside can come in. If they can sustain these corridors from Lviv into Kyiv and even into this southern part, that's very troublesome for the Russians. So I think at this point, when they see foreign fighters flowing in, they see weapons flowing in, what you're going to see is the Russians are going to push their airstrikes and particularly their aircraft out here to the west, which is going to be increasingly close to the NATO border.
Now, the major central eastern city of Dnipro was also hit for the first time. Tell us about the strategic importance of that city and what we saw there happen overnight.
So what we saw last week was, or excuse me, in week one was breakout towards Mariupol, which is this city under siege, terrible humanitarian crisis. Last week, making a bridgehead out here to Mykolaiv and past Kherson, which they still don't control, by the way. They have riot police there. But separately, we saw them go to the nuclear plant, Zaporizhia, and then try and move towards Dnipro. If they can get to Dnipro, and from the north, you were talking about Kharkiv, there's also battles going on here in Sumy, they can essentially cut off the entire eastern half of Ukraine. This is where the Dnieper River essentially runs about like this down through here. Dnipro is a strategic city that sits right on that river, and if they can take that, they'll have taken control of all of the eastern part of Ukraine to some degree. So that's why it's such a significant point. It bridges two of their axes of advance from the east, north, and south.
Absolutely, especially when it seems like we've been able to be saying their advance has been stalled. To take over pretty much half of the country would be quite a development. Let's, of course, talk about Kyiv while we have you, something that Joe was just talking to Ali about. So these new satellite images by the U.S., a company called Maxar, they seem to show that this large convoy we've been talking about for quite a while that was headed towards the capital stalled. It was about 40 miles long. Well, it's now dispersed, and it's been redeployed to surrounding towns, other positions. What do those movements tell you? I mean, does that mean it's closer to an attack? Does that mean that was because of those issues they were having? Is this better news, or is this concerning?
I think it's somewhat concerning, but we shouldn't get too worried yet because the Ukrainian military has done so well. I think that's what you saw yesterday. So the convoy, which was essentially in this area, they're repositioning. That's kind of what you can see from this red, trying to move to the west. If they can take this western area here, this would cut off a lot of the routes into Kyiv. Same concept, shut down the resupply. But this is heavily contested, and they're taking major losses at times. What we're also seeing, though, is that axis from Sumy, the other one from Chernihiv, coming down from the north. And when you look at this axis here, there's some remarkable video. Bravary is this area right here. a Ukrainian drone did a massive strike yesterday on this convoy. Incredible damage. Ukrainians also putting up a very stiff fight here on this corridor. What you're seeing the Russians do is they want to encircle all the way around this entire area and essentially cut Kyiv off from resupply. Siege warfare. But remember, Kyiv is a large area. You're talking about a population the size of Chicago. This is not going to be easy. And when you get to urban warfare, it's a super intense fight, and the Ukrainians have a significant advantage.
And Clint, if you don't mind, of course, Kyiv is what we've been really concerned about here. And as I said at the top of the show, defense officials are estimating that Russia could just be 10 miles from the city center. Show us that there, where that might be, and sort of how long we think that Ukraine can hold them off.
Yeah, so it's interesting. You're seeing forces very close in. You see Hostomel right here. You see them in this area. You see them advancing almost in single file through these corridors. Then out to the west, you see them taking up what these would be called strategic blocking positions, essentially, trying to take up those highway corridors so that they can stop any sort of logistics moving back and forth. Even with all of this, if there's anything I can emphasize, in urban combat, it's very slow moving. You might take a block a day.
Wow.
This could easily go on 1 to 2 months just in terms of them encircling and trying to advance on the city center. And as long as the Ukrainian military keeps putting up the same fight and they can keep being resupplied, this can go on for a very long time.
Wow, a block a day. Clint Watts, we so appreciate your analysis every morning on this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Vice President Kamala Harris is wrapping up her trip to NATO's eastern flank today. The White House is trying to ease concerns about Russian aggression in the area. This morning, Vice President Harris met with American troops in Poland as the war rages on right next door in Ukraine. NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman joins us now from the Polish capital, Warsaw. So, Josh, what did the Vice President say to the troops, and what's next on her agenda?
Well, Joe, Vice President Harris, just before leaving Poland on her way to Romania, had a chance to meet both with U.S. and Polish troops. Those American troops coming from California, Puerto Rico, as well as Fort Bragg in North Carolina. Some of them had just gotten to Poland a week ago, as President Biden has been pouring more troops into Europe to try to shore up NATO's defenses. And Harris had this message for the troops when she met with them just a little while ago. Take a listen.
For us as nations that are grounded and founded in certain principles, including the importance of sovereignty and territorial integrity. And that's what's at stake, as much as anything, in terms of Russia's reinvasion of Ukraine.
Harris now in Bucharest, Romania, where she is expected to meet with Romanian leadership to send a similar message of support to that nation, also experiencing an influx of refugees from Ukraine and having their own concerns about potential aggression from President Putin. That will be her last stop before the vice president heads back to Washington, where, of course, she's expected to brief President Biden about her meetings here in Europe.
Yeah, Josh, let's talk more about Romania, which, a little history here, like Poland, was a former satellite state of the Soviet Union. They're worried about Russian aggression, as you mentioned. So what is the vice president telling the leaders of these countries about that?
Well, she had a message that will be very familiar to NBC News chief NATO policy wonk Savannah Sellers, who has been all over this story for weeks now. She sent the message that the U.S. is going to do everything it can to defend its NATO allies. That Article 5 commitment we've spoken about so many times on this show before. Here's the way the vice president put it.
The United States' commitment to Article 5 is ironclad. The United States is prepared to defend every inch of NATO territory. The United States takes seriously that an attack against one is an attack against all.
And to that end, Joe, the vice president also announced that 2 Patriot anti-missile batteries from the U.S. have now arrived here in Poland as part of U.S. continuing efforts to try to make sure NATO has what it needs to defend itself.
Josh, I didn't know I was sitting next to a NATO policy wonk, so it's good to know. I'm going to ask a U.S. policy wonk question. We know the House passed a government funding bill that includes nearly $14 billion in aid for Ukraine. This morning, NBC News has confirmed the White House is preparing to take further steps to punish Russia real quickly. What can you tell us about that?
So this will put Russia in the company of countries like Cuba and North Korea, meaning the U.S. can impose higher levels of tariffs on it than it could on countries in the WTO. That would make it easier for the U.S. to really ramp up the economic pressure on Russia. But it's a step that President Biden will have to go to Congress to actually enact. They will have to pass legislation to do this. But given just how eager both Democrats and Republicans in Congress have been to ramp up the economic pressure on Russia, that probably won't be too big a lift. So we will hear more from President Biden about exactly how he plans to carry that out when he speaks at 10:15 Eastern.
All right, Josh Letterman, thank you so much, Josh.
Now, the UN estimates 2.5 million refugees, including 1 million children, have fled Ukraine since the war began. The Polish border guard says 87,000 people crossed into Poland yesterday alone. NBC News senior national correspondent Jay Gray joins us now from the Poland-Ukraine border. Jay, good morning. So you've been bringing us just these compelling, heartbreaking reports there of people's stories. Tell us how the situation has changed since you've been on the ground and what you see today.
Well, you just gave the numbers, Savannah. I would almost guarantee they're going to increase dramatically today. Look at the line here. People continuing to pour in across the border. This is the walking path from Ukraine into Poland, and you can look down the line and see exactly what's going on. They're grabbing onto buses here and heading to train stations. And take a look around. I mean, this is a place that is in constant motion. You can see behind me all that's going on here, volunteers and people bringing water and things like that. And so I want to walk you through this area as well. It's a place where people can just sit down, take a rest, perhaps, get their thoughts together, their blankets here, their warmers here. It's bitterly cold in the evening today, one of the warmest days we've seen. We talk about the people that are coming in. The UN now estimating that millions more are on the way, millions. And they understand that here. Medyka is the busiest border crossing in Poland. Look at what they're doing. This is a much more solid structure, wood floors, a foundation base here. They're in this for the long haul, and that's what officials say. Don't get me wrong, they're still very concerned that we could see more people than they have room to help, and they have supplies to help. But right now, they're trying to stay ahead of that game.
And Jay, so you've been on the border. You've been seeing all these people coming out, but we are also hearing these stories of volunteers to fight, going the other way, back into Ukraine. We've had them on our show, either to help fight or help others get out or bring supplies. Is this something you're seeing? Have you met anyone doing that?
Very much so, and that has increased over the last couple of days as well. Yesterday, a lot of people walking back that way, filled suitcases full of supplies, full of things that people just can't get in Ukraine right now, trying to take it, trying to help them with just food, water, toiletries, the necessities, the things that people are grabbing as they come out, they're trying to take back in. And then the fighters that you talk about. Just in the last hour, I've seen a group of American men in camouflage, soldiers who were heading that way. We've talked to so many from Britain, from Germany, that say they're just drawn here because they feel like this is not a fight just for Ukraine, it's a fight for democracy. We hear that from each and every one we talk to, that they feel like they have to make a stand, and this is where they're going to do it. That volunteer force has climbed to at least 20,000 by most counts, and it is continuing to grow as well.
Jay Gray, thank you so much. Your reporting from there has been incredible.
So many of those 2.5 million refugees are carrying their entire lives in bags. What they now own is confined to what they can now carry as they pour into neighboring countries. NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber reports from Poland, where many Ukrainians are being welcomed with kindness and compassion.
This is 68 years of my life in these bags. 1, 2, 3.
Over 2 million refugees have fled Ukraine since Russia invaded on February 24th.
But I can't go back because there is no place to go back anymore.
Do you have family with you?
I have a sister in Ukraine. She lives nearby. She lives near Kharkiv, where I am from. В Польше. And in Poland, I have no one.
The UN says nearly half of the people fleeing Ukraine are children.
I have my mother, have a little sister, dog, and father says that we must go to the Poland because it's too dangerous to stay in Ukraine.
With your little sisters, what did he say to you?
That I must protect them and protect all family and be strong. I'm very upset that my dad left and our family split up.
How old are you?
15.
People are fleeing from every corner of Ukraine and pouring into neighboring countries by the thousands.
What are your friends saying to you? I mean, what is it like right now to be a teenager in Ukraine?
Well, like they really hate Russians a lot. Like they came, Russians, they came to occupy another country. Like they are really angry with Russia, and of course they are also scared.
Using a directive established after the Balkan Wars, the European Union unanimously agreed to offer temporary protection to Ukrainian refugees and third country nationals with protected status or permanent residency in Ukraine. It gives Ukrainian refugees access to housing, education, other social welfare programs. They don't have to file individual asylum claims, and it can be extended up to 3 years. Ludmila believes Ukraine will win this fight. But at 83, she fears this is the last she'll see of her beloved Ukraine.
I just can't. Let me go, please. Thank you so much. But it's so painful in my heart.
We've been to 6 crossings on the Polish-Ukrainian border, and we have seen the best of humanity. Kindness, love without limits, bravery beyond words.
I brought my daughter to a safe place, to Czech Republic, and my parents, and now I'm returning back to help my husband and my friends.
This welcome center is organized by the Polish government. There are government officials here working, but at other welcome centers at different border crossings on the Polish-Ukrainian border, the aid is much more loosely organized.
Almost everyone volunteers. But in between all of the moments of compassion, some have experienced discrimination.
Okay, I will join you because I'm just coming from Lviv right now. I'm just getting into Poland.
But from train station to Lviv, it's like 14 hours on the train. We stood because they said their citizens will have to sit, while we are not their citizens, we will have to stand.
So because you were African, you were told you couldn't have an actual seat.
Yes.
Europe's warm embrace of Ukrainian refugees is dramatically different than the refugee crisis in 2015, when the same European countries turned away refugees fleeing conflicts in the Middle East and Africa. To many, it is a blatant double standard that must change. War itself does not discriminate. Eight-year-old Angelina is trying to stay warm as her mother figures out where they'll go next. They just made it to Poland. Her brother and father stayed in Ukraine to fight.
You're very brave. Did you know
Ти
you were
дуже
so
смілива.
brave?
Ти знаєш, що ти дуже смілива? Yes, I am.
What do you want other kids who are watching this to know?
I want them not to be afraid and not to worry. I want them to listen to their parents because their parents love them more than anyone else.
All right, thanks to Ellis and Barbara for bringing us so many of those stories there at the border. Coming up, more breaking news coverage on the war in Ukraine, plus other major stories that we are following this morning.
Yeah, after the break, Americans feeling the pinch from the gas pump to the grocery store. More on how the war overseas is impacting prices here at home.
Plus, game on. New developments as the MLB and its players' union strike a deal to end a months-long lockout. You're watching Morning News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. More of our coverage out of Ukraine coming up. We'll be joined by President Zelensky's former press secretary, who's warning her hometown is on the verge of a humanitarian disaster. That's ahead, but we want to get to some of the other stories making news this morning.
Inflation was through the roof in February, and economists say Russia's invasion of Ukraine is triggering even steeper price increases this month. Americans are feeling it, of course, as we've been talking about, at the gas pump, and those prices have soared to record highs, actually. Right now, the average cost of a regular gallon of gas is more than $4.30. And in some places, it's a lot higher than that. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky joins us now from Dallas with more on this. Hey, Morgan, good morning.
Yeah, Josephina, good morning. And you do not have to look far to find a product impacted in this latest inflation report. We're at the Original Market Diner in Dallas, and they tell me just about every item that they offer on their menu is costing them 20 to even 50% more to get to the customer. They say eggs, of course, a breakfast favorite, and bacon have seen some of the biggest price hikes over the last year. And unfortunately, right now, there is no clear end to when this surge will stop.
That's because
this morning, new inflation numbers confirming the struggle facing millions of Americans.
Every week is something new. It's beef prices, it's produce, it's avocados, it's takeout containers. Now it's fuel.
Fuel, food, and shelter, the biggest drivers behind inflation's highest increase in 4 decades. The Consumer Price Index report showing a 7.9% rise over the last year. And in Washington, the Biden administration acknowledging it may get even worse before it gets better, blaming Putin's war in Ukraine as a prime contributor.
The American people know how important this fight is. I think they know that as painful as the price is today, the costs are going to be higher if we do not act now to deal with this tyrant.
Many households already feeling the pinch, with rental costs soaring.
Our rent has gone up. Our rent was just changed from $650 to $800.
And when it comes to filling up, the national average for a gallon of gas hitting a staggering $4.33. A new AAA survey found for most Americans, $4 a gallon is the tipping point, where people start making changes to consumption habits, while others...
I don't even want to know right now. I don't even look. I just swipe the card.
Grocery staples nearly all on a steady rise. A gallon of milk up 50 cents, a dozen eggs up 40 cents, and bacon spiking more than $1.30 over the last year. At Dallas's Beyond the Butcher, every little bit extra adding up.
Beef and pork? It'll be a $3.50 charge for the pork.
Veteran cook Rafael Andrade turning out as many orders as he can, with a profit margin slipping.
So the price for this Philly cheesesteak staying the same, but what about the cost?
The cost has gone up.
In what?
From everything, man. From the mushrooms, from even the marinade, the onions, the peppers, the bread.
Pricier food, fuel, and shelter, combining in a frustrating recipe for the days ahead.
And there is some important context to this latest inflation report, guys. It only included those first few days of that gasoline price hike. And that means when next month's report comes out, experts say expect to see this inflation number go into the 8% mark, even higher than where we are right now. Listen it back to you.
Absolutely. I bet we will see that. Morgan Chesky, thank you so much.
This morning, the lockout is over, and soon they'll be playing ball. Major League Baseball and its Players Association struck a deal yesterday on a new collective bargaining agreement. This ends the second longest labor dispute in the sport's history. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock has been following all the developments and joins us now with the latest. Sam, good morning.
Joe, good morning. It is so nice to be the bearer of good news. And look, it definitely appeared to be a bit dicey for a while. Major League Baseball said the first two series of the season were gone for good, Joe. Well, that didn't end up actually being the case. Spring training now begins in a couple of days here in Florida. The new opening day is April the 7th, with the question now, is it no harm, no foul?
They're the magic words baseball fans had been waiting and hoping to hear. This morning, Major League Baseball's 99-day lockout is officially over. The league and players union reaching an agreement on a new labor deal, ending the sport's worst work stoppage in a quarter century. And now it's game on.
I'm a baseball fan, so I'm happy that's going to happen. I'm happy it's back.
Even fan bases that have been a little battered in recent years, now feeling optimistic with a full slate of games miraculously in store.
Are we about to have a full 162-game season?
Amazingly, we are going to have a full 162-game season. They got it done just in the nick of time.
MLB Network insider John Heyman says the players hit a home run with a minimum salary bump from around $570,000 to $700,000 right away. And a new pot of millions for guys in their first couple years in the bigs.
The players definitely made some concessions. There's no question about it. But to me, this is still a very, very good deal, particularly monetarily for the players.
Some of those concessions to the owners include expanding the playoffs from 10 teams to 12, expected to bring in tens of millions in revenue and even advertising logos on player jerseys. Another change, the universal designated hitter, meaning that pitchers will no longer have to swing a bat in the National League. Overnight, reactions pouring in. Astros ace Justin Verlander posting this GIF, the Cubs' Marcus Stroman tweeting, "Time to go to work," and Hall of Famer Rod Carew sharing this message.
Baseball is back, and I'm ready. Are you?
Now it's back to business as the crack of bats and pops of gloves are about to permeate ballparks all over the country.
And Joe, in Savannah, there's one date to really circle on your calendar. It is April 15th. That is the 75th anniversary that Jackie Robinson broke the color barrier. Not only is that one of the most important days in the history of Major League Baseball, it's one of the most important days in American history. Can you imagine if because of a lockout, fans and teams would not have been able to celebrate? Thankfully, there will be celebrations in ballparks across the country. Guys, back to you.
That'll be great to see. And any story that features Rod Carew, who's a Minnesota Twins fan, I appreciate that, Sam. So thank you so much.
Best part.
Let's now get a check on your morning news now weather.
Bill Cairns is with us. Hey, Bill.
I could appreciate Rod Crew. He had a nice little sweet swing there. I think he's like, 300 something average for a career. Beautiful. So let's get into this big winter storm. And this storm is going to leave its mark. I mean, it's already snowed pretty hard in Kansas City yesterday. The areas of Kansas, western Kansas, picked up almost a foot. And now we have about 67 million people under some sort of winter weather alert or warning or watch. Oh, it's all the way from New Mexico to Maine. And look at how much of the South. I mean, it's not often in the middle of March. Dallas, all the way through Arkansas, Little Rock, Memphis, even Birmingham, and not far from Atlanta is going to see some winter weather. As far as serious, though, on any time you have a chance of tornadoes, that takes the top headline. So the first thing of greatest concern today into tonight, line of very strong thunderstorms possible with tornadoes heading for the Florida Panhandle. They could form near New Orleans and Mobile. Then they'll slide through Georgia and Florida, and then towards the morning hours be moving through the Carolinas. As far as the rainfall, we could see some flooding problems in the Florida Panhandle. That's where we could get 2 to 3 inches. Otherwise, I do not expect a lot of flooding anywhere else. Just the Florida areas of greatest concern. And just what everyone wanted, some more snow to shovel and plow. Not going to be a lot of snow through Arkansas, but it's amazing. Memphis is going to be 60 today, and then tonight you're going to see snow. So temperatures are going to drop like a rock, and then it's going to snow. Nashville, you're going to have a little bit of snow coating. But it's when we get in those areas of the blue, that's the more significant snows. That's 3 inches. The darker blue is 6. And a couple spots in the Adirondacks, the Catskills, the White and the Green Mountains could get up to 9 to 12 inches of snow out of this. Notice that yesterday it looked like all rain for I-95. That has changed. Now we're going from rain to snow Saturday morning. So be prepared. D.C. could get a few inches, maybe 1 to 3. Same for Philadelphia. New York City, 1 to 2 inches out of this. So, and then the problem is behind it, it gets really windy and cold. So Saturday night, as the cold air rushes in, first it rains, then it snows, then it's windy and cold. So all of that slush will freeze. So just be very careful traveling Saturday afternoon and evening, especially after the sun sets in this region of the country. It's going to be treacherous. So here's the forecast for today. Enjoy that today in D.C. 62 and sunny, not bad in New York. All the cold air is plunging, though, down through the middle of the country. And this weekend, it has its eyes set. Saturday's the worst day by far of the weekend for the eastern seaboard. Severe weather early in the day, then the snow, ice, and wind through the northeast. Finally, we catch our breath. Still a little chilly on Sunday, but there's really nothing that's so treacherous that's going to be considered dangerous. Hopefully this is the last one. You guys feel it? Do you feel? I feel like this is the last winter storm.
Yes, I'm feeling it too.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm not convinced.
I'm a glass half full.
No, well, every day we're like, oh, there might be a little snow. I look outside, I'm like, geez, there's a lot of snow. So I don't know, Bill. I don't know.
All right. Now, April can always have a surprise or two.
Now, Bill's the optimist. Oh, my goodness.
I know.
All right.
What happened
Thank
to you in a good way?
What's going on? Is this opposite day?
Yeah.
All right. Thanks, Bill.
All right. Coming up on Morning News Now, 2.5 million refugees and counting.
When we return, a closer look at the humanitarian crisis unfolding along Ukraine's border, plus the rush to now offer help. That's next.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Students from Southlake caught on camera using racial slurs.
It's been covered up for a very long time.
We are strongly against critical race theory. Racism in reverse is racism. Shame!
This is Southlake. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Welcome back. A member of the British royal family is causing outrage over some comments he made while visiting a Ukrainian cultural center in England. For details on that and a look at how the rest of the world is continuing to react to the war in Ukraine, we want to turn to NBC foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga. Hey, Claudio, good morning.
Good morning. Hi. Well, yes, the attempt by Prince William to show his support for Ukraine seems to have backfired. Yesterday, he visited a Ukrainian cultural center in London, and he said that to his generation, it is alien to see war in Europe now. He was clearly trying to condemn Russia's invasion of Ukraine, but at the same time, his comments caused an outrage on social media, with some people saying that he implied that war is more common in other places like Africa and Asia, and other people reminding him of the royal family's own role in Britain's colonial past. Let's move on to China, where the premier there called the situation in Ukraine worrying and said that the utmost effort should be made to help Russia and Ukraine reach a ceasefire and a peaceful solution. China continues to refuse to call Russia's aggression a war or an invasion and did not back international sanctions, claiming they hurt the global economy. And more than 70 people who fled the war in Ukraine landed in Brazil. Most of them were Brazilians, but there were also Argentinians, Ukrainians, and a Colombian. They were welcomed at the airport by Brazil's President Jair Bolsonaro, who maintained a somewhat neutral, even contradictory position on the war in Ukraine by siding on the one hand with the European Union, the United Nations and the United States, but at the same time he failed to condemn openly Russia's invasion by Vladimir Putin, guys.
All right, Claudio, thank you so much for that wrap up. Now, as the Russian invasion stretches into its third week, many Ukrainians are facing the devastating reality that they may not see their loved ones again. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is pleading for more support from the West and slamming NATO for refusing to impose a no-fly zone over Ukraine. Joining us now is the former press secretary to President Zelensky, Yulia Mendel. She's currently in Lviv. Yulia, thank you so much for joining us and to talk about this. And I know you just wrote this extremely powerful op-ed in the Washington Post. It's about where you grew up in Kherson. I want to read a quote from that article. You write, "The Russians are now occupying my hometown and also, it seems, my memories." You go on to explain a park that you would walk by with your mom and feed the swans in and seeing corpses there. Explain to us what you mean when you say they're occupying my memories. Looks like we may have an issue with Yulia's connection. Hopefully we'll be able to get her back. We're not hearing Yulia, so hopefully we'll try to get back to her in just a little bit. But for now, the overwhelming majority of refugees fleeing Ukraine are women and children. More than 2 million have crossed the border into places like Poland and Hungary. When it comes to making that decision, humanitarian workers tell us that while every family is different, it's one of the hardest decisions they'll ever have to make. Here's what they say.
Two million women and children, mainly, crossing the border in just 2 weeks. The numbers could go up to somewhere between 7 and 10 million. We haven't seen such a displacement since the times of the Second World War.
Все бомблять. Там полно всяких игрушек, которые подсовывают бомби.
В погребі сиділи, багато бомбили, бахало.
All these children, they had a normal life 2 weeks ago. They were going to school, they had a house, they had a family, they have friends. All these women that are having deliveries in the basements of buildings, in makeshift shelters, in metro stations, under the bombs with the missiles flying over their heads. All these women are also casualties of war.
Where are you going? Where will you go?
We have a place to sleep.
Poland.
Your husband, where is he?
Ukraine.
Mit lehet, mikor az egész életünk munkája?
Igen, nem találtam.
Az életünk munkája, mindent ott kell hagyni, de csukod, és lejössz az udvarról. Bele lehet abba gondolni, hogy mit lehet érezni.
We don't have electricity. We don't have anything to eat. We don't have medicine. We've got nothing.
The humanitarian corridor is a safe passage. Without corridors, the delivery of any humanitarian relief is compromised. We've seen it over and over and over. In the case of Mariupol is a clear example of a corridor that was agreed upon and yet was not respected. I have the feeling, I have to confess, that we're falling short. We need to do more.
I didn't want to change my country, to leave my country, because we have a happy family, happy life. And now our family is separated, and also I hope that everything will be okay, but I don't know.
Coming up on Morning News Now, the making of an oligarch. Russian billionaires hit hard by sanctions over the war in Ukraine. More on who they are and how they got that extraordinary wealth. And a helping hand, how companies big and small are working together to help refugees. Stick with us.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
What do you see right now with Putin, and do you think he's a rational actor? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? The sanctions did not deter. Can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just
NBC News, streaming free now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just
Welcome back. More bad news for Russia's economy as both countries and private companies look to protect themselves from fallout created by the sanctions. Our friend Bertha Coombs joins us now with more. Hey, Bertha, good morning.
Yeah, it's not just companies, but also countries. You know, we're all interdependent in terms of trade, and China is seeking to protect its currency from big moves in the Russian ruble. Beijing will double the margin size or limit the ruble, the amount that the ruble can move against the yuan to 10%. This means that China won't have to subsidize Russian buyers of Chinese goods at a different rate than market prices. The ruble has fallen 40% against the dollar this year and more than 30% against the Chinese yuan. Meantime, JP Morgan is actively unwinding its business in Russia following a similar move by Goldman Sachs. They're the first major U.S. banks to exit the country. Operating in Russia has become harder to do due to Western sanctions. European banks have more exposure to Russia than their U.S. rivals, but JP Morgan ranked second last year in generating investment banking income in Moscow. And Russians are turning to virtual private networks or VPNs to get around the country's tightening controls on the internet. VPNs can mask a user's identity and location. Data from Sensor Tower shows downloads of the top 10 VPNs in Apple's App Store and the Google Play Store in Russia hit nearly 6 million between February 24th, the day of the Ukraine invasion beginning, and March 8th. That's up 1,500% versus the previous 2-week period. So folks in Russia are trying to find the news, not just what state-sponsored entities tell them. Back to you.
Yeah, and we hope that they can. That's such an issue here in this war. Bertha, thank you so much. Now, the British government is going after Russian oligarch Roman Abramovich with some serious sanctions. The billionaire's assets, including the Chelsea soccer team, are now frozen. His rise to extraordinary wealth tells the story of how oligarchs are made. NBC News Now anchor Erin Gilchrist explains.
Right, let's get more now on that breaking news. The government has sanctioned Roman Abramovich.
Perhaps the world's most famous Russian oligarch, Roman Abramovich, has just been sanctioned by the British government, and it may throw a wrench in his plans to sell the soccer team Chelsea Football Club. The billionaire bought the team back in 2003 in a $184 million deal and fueled the club financially to trophy after trophy, making it one of the world's most dominant soccer teams. But under mounting political pressure amid Russia's invasion of Ukraine,
surely Mr. Abramovich should no longer be able to own a football club in this country.
The British government froze Abramovich's assets. So how did Abramovich make his billions in the first place? His story is the making of an oligarch. Roman Abramovich was born in the Russian city of Saratov. Both of his parents died when he was young, leaving him an orphan. As a young man, he briefly served in the Soviet army and then studied at the Gubkin Institute of Oil and Gas in Moscow for college before trading commodities for a Swiss firm and eventually befriending oil magnate Boris Berezovsky.
The man shaking Yeltsin's hand, Boris Berezovsky, the Russian billionaire many believe is the true puppet master of the Kremlin. One Russian newspaper this week proclaimed Berezovsky as the man who is the real president of Russia.
Berezovsky was close to former Russian President Boris Yeltsin, and when the Soviet Union dissolved and embraced capitalism, Yeltsin sold previously state-owned companies to well-connected businessmen, often for a fraction of their actual worth. This created a super-wealthy ruling class, or oligarchs. Through Berezovsky, Abramovich was able to get in on a deal to buy a major stake of Siberian oil company Sibneft for only $100 million in the mid-1990s, according to Forbes. Sibneft recorded $3 billion in oil revenues in the year 2000. And when Berezovsky fell out with the newly elected president Vladimir Putin in the early 2000s, Abramovich stayed in Putin's good graces. Berezovsky was pressured into selling his shares of Sibneft to Abramovich, cementing his billionaire status. Today, not much is known definitively about the relationship between Roman Abramovich and Vladimir Putin. Abramovich became governor of Chukotka in 2001, an oil-rich region in northeastern Siberia. And while his foray into politics led him to spend more time with Putin, the extent of their relationship has been kept from the public. Imprisoned opposition leader Alexei Navalny described Putin and Abramovich's relationship in a recent Twitter thread, saying Abramovich, quote, privatized Sibneft for $100 million, and then writing, quote, in 2005, he and Putin made the deal of a century. The state, represented by Gazprom, bought Sibneft back from Abramovich, but this time for $13.1 billion. Genius, right? That is, they simply took out $13 billion from our pockets. We've reached out to Chelsea Football Club for a statement responding to Navalny's tweet and have yet to hear back. Abramovich's net worth is valued at $12.3 billion by Forbes, and his fleet of yachts is world famous.
Russian tycoon Roman Abramovich owns the world's biggest yacht, nearly 2 football fields in length, loaded with its own missile defense system and lasers to prevent the paparazzi from taking photos.
Before the British government froze his assets, Abramovich released a statement where he announced plans to sell his soccer team and promised that the proceeds of that sale would go toward a foundation to help victims of the war in Ukraine. But with his British assets now frozen, including the world-famous Chelsea Football Club and his multi-million-dollar London home, his net worth is expected to take a tumble.
All right, our thanks to Aaron Gilchrist for that deep dive there. Now, the heart-wrenching stories and images we've seen over the past few weeks coming out of Ukraine have many of us wondering, how can we help?
NBC News senior consumer investigative correspondent Vicki Nguyen looks at some of the organizations and companies that are lending a hand.
Thousands of refugees pour across the border into places like Poland. There are volunteers there to meet the immediate needs on the ground. They're distributing food, toys, and other supplies to those just trying to figure out what's next. But they can't do it alone. It's donations that help them feel comfort in a time of so much uncertainty. Aid groups say one of the quickest ways to make an impact is through donating money to a trusted organization, like World Central Kitchen. That organization is taking donations to help feed people as Chef Jose Andres serves up meals for those arriving at the border.
Nothing sends a bigger message of hope than a humble plate of food.
A group called Global Empowerment Mission, based in Miami, is on the ground in Poland using donations to buy train and plane tickets for refugees to get them to friends and family for more stable housing. They're also setting up a warehouse to distribute mountains of donations. For those innocent children who spent 2 years in a global pandemic and are now displaced because of Russia's invasion, organizations like Save the Children's Ukraine Crisis Relief Fund or the Red Cross, who says its volunteers have been in Ukraine for 8 years, are putting themselves in danger as they work to help those affected by the invasion. Another group, Razom for Ukraine, says they're focused on the need for medical aid for Ukrainian hospitals. Some folks are donating in innovative ways. Airbnb is allowing users to book rentals in the war-torn country and waiving service fees. That way, the money used to rent the place goes directly to the Ukrainian owner, even though the people who booked the place don't plan to stay. The company itself is also offering free, short-term housing for those displaced by the invasion. For those that need a ride out of Ukraine, Uber is offering free rides between the Ukrainian and Polish border and 2 Polish cities. They're also working with the International Rescue Committee to help those displaced.
Thanks to Vicki Nguyen for that report. Sadly, crises like this, we just always see it bring out scammers who want to take advantage of the fact that so many people want to find a way to help, give money, give resources, and then they don't give to reputable places. So it's so important to actually see what are the places I can give to where I know my money or my resources are going to go and actually help people in Ukraine.
Absolutely. And I think that's exactly what so many people are wondering right now. How can I help? As we just see, especially as Vicki mentioned, kids who have been through a pandemic and now this, it's just horrible to see. So great way to see that there are ways to help. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now. Good Friday morning. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
We begin with breaking news at this hour. Russian forces are closing in on the Ukrainian capital of Kyiv. U.S. defense officials say the Russians could be within 10 miles of the center of the city after being stalled for days. Russia is amping up the attacks across Ukraine. This is video from the western city of Dnipro, where a Russian airstrike destroyed several buildings earlier this morning. Also new this morning, Ukrainian officials say Russian forces have now killed more Ukrainian civilians than soldiers.
With no signs of peace in sight, the refugee crisis outside of Ukraine is growing. More than 2.5 million people have left the country, with more than 1 million Ukrainians in just Poland alone. Our Kelly Kobaya spoke with a teenager who escaped Kyiv.
There was not comfortable to stay there because every night we heard
it's okay.
Very horrible sounds every night.
The push to get out of the country is growing as Ukraine's president warns Russia is capable of chemical attacks. And this morning, the United States plans to take more action against Russia. President Biden is expected to end normal trade relations between the U.S. and Russia. We begin this hour in Ukraine's capital, Kyiv, where NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel reports, and a warning that some viewers may find the following images distressing.
Russian forces are closing in after Vladimir Putin signaled he has no intention of stopping, and Russia's foreign minister refused to acknowledge that Russia has even invaded Ukraine, saying that Russian troops are merely carrying out a limited operation to defend Russia from Ukraine.
Russia opened new fronts overnight, attacking two Ukrainian cities, Lutsk in the north and Dnipro in central Ukraine for the first time, while Russian troops are accelerating their advance on Kyiv. Satellite images show the 40-mile-long Russian convoy, stalled for days on the outskirts of Kyiv because of fuel shortages, is back on the move, dispersing and redeploying. U.S. officials warn Russia is now actively trying to encircle the capital, but Ukrainian forces are not going to make it easy. They're on the offensive, too, trying to push back Russian troops away from Kyiv, in tanks and on the ground. U.S. officials predict it could take 1 to 2 weeks for Russia to surround Kyiv and another month to occupy the city. Across the country, it seems the entire population is on the move or planning for it. As of this morning, 12 humanitarian corridors have been set up to evacuate people out of cities being attacked by Russian forces, often moving those internally and precariously displaced to cities that may soon be attacked. In addition to the nearly 2.5 million Ukrainians who have become Eastern Europe's latest generation of refugees, the most since World War II. One Ukrainian city remains largely cut off, Mariupol in the south, where Russia bombed a maternity hospital this week and then claimed Ukraine staged the whole thing. As residents have been forced to bury their dead in mass graves, the Red Cross warns vital medicines have run out. Russian President Vladimir Putin seems unfazed by it all, saying Russia will overcome sanctions and pointing to rising gas prices in the United States. Russia is accelerating its propaganda war and veering into dangerous territory. The Russian Defense Ministry spokesman accused the Pentagon of funding biological weapons laboratories in Ukraine in order to stealthily spread dangerous pathogens. The U.S. worries Russia may use chemical weapons and then try to blame Ukraine for it.
Russia said it has also approved the use of foreign volunteers to supplement its ranks here in Ukraine, and that it has already received 16,000 applicants from the Middle East ready to fight.
All right, Richard, thank you.
Let's get more on this with Jason Beardsley. He's the National Executive Director of the Association of the U.S. Navy. Jason, good to have you with us. So this morning we are seeing these new cities being targeted in Ukraine, including the western part of the country, which really has been considered the safer part. What's your assessment of these latest strikes? Is this a signal that Russia is saying, hey, nowhere in the country is safe right now?
Sure, I think that would be Russia's play, but it's not really, you can't back that up. Right now, there's still corridors going from Kyiv and 3 or 4 routes that all the way west towards Poland. There are air raids and sirens along those routes, so there is some random sort of bombing and munitions raids, but a lot of their efforts right now are bogged down in multiple places down in the south towards Odessa and further towards the east and north towards Kherson, where Kherson they hold, but they haven't got that completely locked down. They're also trying to make gains in the east, where nominally they've had control for 8 years, the Donbass region. They're putting up, the Ukrainians are, a tough fight in places like Kharkiv and outside Mykolaiv. Although Mariupol's under rough conditions, there's a lot of fighters down there that have long memories that have been rotating to the fronts in the Donbass. They have experience against the Russians, and you're seeing that come out with all these little strikes against the tanks. So Ukraine is going to make this a lot more difficult than just, I think, what the Russians think. There's a lot of propaganda, too, so we've got to be careful of that.
Oh, yes, absolutely. Now, in the last couple of days, we've talked a lot about those no-fly zones or the supply of weapons, even those jets that there was some back and forth on, given those to Ukraine. Now, the Pentagon has been firmly against a no-fly zone. All of NATO has been, despite Ukraine's president fiercely calling for one. But Russia's saying the West is acting dangerously, even at this point, by supplying weapons, that lethal aid to Ukraine. Do you see there being any point where NATO and therefore the U.S. does get pulled deeper into this conflict?
Well, I think we can give the president some credit here, because from the beginning they've said they will not get involved or not risk American lives, and we've just gotten 20 years of that in Afghanistan and Iraq. So I think he's got a pretty good sort of consistent line there. However, what Zelensky has asked for is less than the Americans or NATO defending his airspace. Give me the equipment, give me the lethal means. And from the outset of this invasion, Vladimir Putin said if that's the case, if NATO does involve itself by supporting with material lethal munitions, that was going to cause problems. Well, we've been doing that, aid and in certain small munitions, but as you suggested, the aircraft sort of deal from Poland that was a little weird, that stuff got scotched. So there's a little bit of a tenuous line there. And again, credit to the White House for holding that line. It's very difficult in the sort of the advance of all the images coming out. So it's a tough line to walk, but I'm going to just say one thing. The time to have done that was before the invasion. We had plenty of warning. The intelligence agency, to their credit, saw this invasion coming, and now we're on the heels of that. So it's a little late for us to be trying to affect the ground game other than just the support.
Let's talk more about the diplomacy end of things, Jason. We saw yesterday the first round of talks between the Russian and Ukrainian foreign ministers. They ended without much progress. This is a tough one, but how do you see this conflict unfolding from here? Is there anything that you think could possibly bring it toward an end?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll say it this way: more advances by the Ukrainians and more of what we've seen, which is the Russian army has underperformed here. They are getting bogged down in every region that we see. They have minor successes, and that has fueled the resistance of the Ukrainians. They fought tremendously. The more they have these javelins and TOWs and anti-tank missiles, the more you're going to see this kind of bogged down. And what Vladimir Putin needs at the diplomatic table is a stack of dead bodies coming back home, and that's happening now. The casualty rates for the Russians are too high for them to sustain this for very long, and you add to that the diplomatic sanctions and the economic sanctions. This is crushing Russia right now. It's humiliating. That's a dangerous place for Vladimir Putin. You're seeing the reactions of his humiliation, bombing maternity wards, so on and so forth, the war crimes. So we're not in a good place, but the Ukrainians have made this a fierce resistance, and I look for that to continue. That will get Putin at the table a little bit easier than anything else.
I mean, do you think, Jason, even a large number of casualties can impact Putin right now?
Eventually, absolutely. They're already dealing with dissension. You hear from the their KGB, the old KGB, the FSB. There's some folks under house arrest. We've got reports that people in the Kremlin are whispering. The point is, he's got to keep his political base secure. He's got to keep the oligarchs happy. You just ran a report on how that's not working out well. So people are getting squeezed around this. And if he doesn't show successes fast, then he's going to be in a tough position to hold on to power. That's why the State Department, that's why the United States is signaling that we may look for a chemical or a biological sort of attack. That's the kind of thing that would be a game changer if Putin were to do something there.
All right, Jason Beardsley, thank you so much.
As the war in Ukraine rages on, drivers in the U.S. are seeing a sharp rise in the cost of gas.
On Tuesday, the price of a regular gallon of gas broke a 14-year-old record when it hit $4.17. And this morning, it's even higher. NBC News reporter Gary Grumbach joins us now from Maryland. He's just outside Baltimore. Gary, good morning. So we're seeing these record prices there. How are people dealing with this? What are they saying when they pull into the gas station?
Hey there, Savannah. Yeah, filed is under can't catch a break.
just as COVID cases are decreasing nationwide and we're seeing all 50 states lifting their mask mandate, we are seeing a lot more people getting comfortable making those trips and vacations they've been talking about for more than 2 years. But it's going to be expensive to do that, a lot more expensive to do that. Here at a gas station in Aberdeen, Maryland, we're seeing $4.53 for a gallon of gas, and it's actually going to start changing the habits and the way people drive. According to a new survey out from AAA just this week, they say 60% of Americans are going to change their habits in terms of driving if gas reaches more than $4, which it has here and a lot of places around the country. They say 75% of Americans are going to start changing their habits if gas reaches $5, which experts say is very possible. In terms of how that may change, we could see a lot more carpooling and possibly even less people on the roads. Savannah?
So, Gary, politicians know high gas prices aren't a great thing to run on. Some states are starting to take matters into their own hands, including where you are in Maryland. How are they trying to ease the burden at the pump?
Yeah, this is something that we are actually seeing all over the country. And, you may not realize there's actually a federal gas tax on every single gallon of gas. It's 18 cents a gallon. And then there's state gas tax on top of that. So we're seeing a lot of governors taking matters into their own hands and trying to say, we could try to reduce a little bit of the pain that you're feeling at the pump. In Pennsylvania, it's a 57-cent gas tax. In Iowa, it's a 30-cent gas tax. And here in Maryland, it's a 36-cent gas tax. And Governor Larry Hogan here in Maryland said he's working with the state legislature to suspend that gas tax to make it a little cheaper when folks go to the pump.
Now, Gary, I mean, this has been this slow creeping increase, but it's certainly increasing. 50 cents up compared to a week ago, nearly $1 from a month ago. I mean, is this just going to keep on going? Is there any sign that it's going to taper off?
There's no sign that it's going to taper off, and experts say it's actually going to get a whole lot worse before it gets better. Savannah, I was up in Detroit talking to GM workers a few weeks ago for a story, and they were saying this is part of the reason why people want electric cars, because they can save money at the gas tank. They don't have to worry about the $4.50 a gallon gas these days. Guys?
All right, Gary Grumbach, thank you so much.
We are monitoring the latest in Ukraine. We're also watching several other major stories this morning.
Actor Jussie Smollett is heading to jail for falsely claiming he was the victim of a racist, homophobic attack. Coming up, the actor's outburst in the courtroom as the sentence was handed down.
Plus, get ready to lose some sleep this weekend. Most of us will spring forward this Sunday for daylight saving time. The renewed push to stop changing the clocks for good. Next.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Students from Southlake caught on camera using racial slurs.
It's been covered up for a very long time.
We are strongly against critical race theory. Racism in reverse is racism. Shame!
This is Southlake. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening.
now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Welcome back. More of our coverage out of Ukraine coming up, including the social media clips that show how the letter Z has become a pro-Russia symbol. That's ahead, but we want to get to some of the other news this morning. Midterm elections are just 8 months away, and Democrats are facing a stiff test as Republicans make a push to take back both the House and the Senate. House Democrats have gathered in Philadelphia for their annual retreat to chart a path forward. Today, they'll hear from President Biden. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale joins us now from Philadelphia. She's there. Ali, good morning. So Democrats have the majority in the House and then the smallest possible advantage in the Senate. So what are they focused on? Who are they focused on? Where are they focused on as they try to maintain these majorities?
Everywhere, Savannah, because that's really been the story of this Congress, right, is just how slim the majorities have been for Democrats in the House and in the Senate, of course. For the House Democrats here, though, their charge is now pretty set with how the maps look across the country. We know that this was a redistricting year based off of the new census numbers that came out. Now those maps are starting to come into focus, and it's really starting to look like a little bit more of a level playing field than what we thought it was going to look like. That doesn't mean, though, that Democrats aren't still in for an uphill climb. They all seem to be aware of that here as we've been having multiple conversations around that. At the same time, the point of this conference really is to figure out what their messaging strategy is going forward into the midterms and how they're going to use these next 8 months where they still have these majorities and what they're going to show voters they can do with them going forward, even as they message all of the things that they've already done over the course of the last year.
And Ali, last month, former President Obama met with House Democrats and basically said drum up support by focusing on wins. Well, they'll hear from President Biden today. Yeah. What kind of message do you think that's going to be?
Exactly that. They are going to be talking about the wins that they've had, the American Rescue Plan, COVID relief funding, all of the other things that they've done in the bipartisan infrastructure bill, the idea that there will soon be shovels in the ground. I can't help but think of the fact that we are actually overlooking a bridge in the building that I'm standing in right now that would benefit from being part of that infrastructure package and shoring it up, making it safer. There are hundreds of bridges like that across the country, so you got to imagine that's something that the president is going to bring up. But we've heard a lot from lawmakers and, of course, allies in the White House who say that he needs to focus on a message of empathy, that even though the economy has come back in terms of jobless claims after the pandemic, there are still severe crises on the economic front, including women being pushed out of the workforce, but also now including these inflation numbers as well as rising gas prices. All of that's going to be really important as Democrats trumpet the gains that they've won for Americans, at the same time, though, empathizing that they might not be feeling so good about things right now.
Now, a lot can, of course, happen between now and midterms. They're all the way in November, of course. But what do you think is going to come from this meeting, from this annual retreat? What's sort of the go-forth message from Democrats here?
Yeah, the go-forth message is going to be talking about the things that they've done. At the same time, right before they came here, they passed that omni-spending package with a little bit of a kerfuffle over what was actually going to be in it. They got Ukraine aid into it, as well as the reauthorization of the Violence Against Women Act and a whole litany of other budgetary priorities. But right at the 11th hour, they had to strip out billions of dollars in COVID relief funding that the White House said that they needed and that Democrats all agree they're going to need, not just for the global stage of vaccinations, but also for future variants that could still come. That's now going to be a a standalone bill, but it did sort of remind us of the fissures that still exist within this Democratic Party about how to legislate going forward. We saw it over Build Back Better and the bipartisan infrastructure bill. Now Build Back Better seems all but dead. One key progressive lawmaker here yesterday even called that bill Voldemort, the thing that we do not talk about. It is being talked about technically, although in smaller form than it initially was. But at the same time, that really does speak to the vibe that Democrats have on that signature spending package. I would also add, though, there's now sort of a wild card when you talk about the midterms. What's going on in Ukraine regarding Russia is going to be key to the next 8 months. Biden's approval rating has improved slightly since the State of the Union. He is, of course, being seen as a leader in unifying on the world stage. At the same time, as much as he's being praised for that, there's now going to be a hurdle going forward as Republicans continue to hit Democrats on rising gas prices and inflation. There's going to be a little bit of a juggling dance here, trying to convince Americans that the prices they're seeing in places like the gas pump are worth it for what we're doing in Ukraine. So that situation is going to be really key as we move forward here. And Biden, frankly, coming to Philadelphia on the heels of a new announcement that they're kicking Russia out of its favored nation trade status. That's going to mean big impacts on the economic stage as well.
Ooh, absolutely, especially as we're hearing about that pension, a lot more than just gas. Ali Vitale, thank you so much. Lots to watch for from you there later today.
Turning now to the sentencing of actor Jussie Smollett, a Chicago judge handed him 150 days in jail and 30 months of probation after he was convicted of falsely reporting a hate crime to police back in 2019.
Yeah, Smollett was also ordered to pay over $120,000 in restitution to the city of Chicago for the time that officers spent investigating those claims. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch joins us from Chicago with the latest on the sentencing. Hey, Jesse, good morning.
Good morning, guys. It was more than 3 years ago, with controversy swirling around him, that Jussie Smollett walked through that gate and out of the Cook County Jail. But this morning, he's waking up inside behind bars.
I am not suicidal, and I am innocent. I could have said that I was guilty a long time ago.
Even after a Cook County judge sentenced Jussie Smollett to 150 days in jail, the disgraced actor turned convicted felon sticking to his story.
If I did this, then it means that I stuck my fist in the fears of black Americans in this country for over 400 years.
The former Empire star's unwavering claim of innocence, ultimately his undoing.
You committed hour upon hour upon hour of pure perjury.
Judge James Lynn sentencing Smollett to 30 months felony probation, including that jail time, ordering he pay more than $120,000 in restitution to the city of Chicago and pay the maximum fine, $25,000.
You've turned your life upside down by your misconduct and shenanigans. You've destroyed your life as you knew it.
As a defiant, Smollett was taken into custody last night, his family blasting the judge's decision.
He's the reason why folks aren't going to report hate crimes. They're the reason why folks aren't going to report hate crimes.
The latest twist in a bizarre legal drama that goes back to 2019, when Smollett claimed he was the victim of a racist, homophobic attack. Police say it was a hoax, and late last year, a jury convicted Smollett of filing a false police report.
You put the noose around your own neck.
Smollett's attorney submitted over 80 letters pleading for leniency. The actor's older brother and 92-year-old grandmother speaking directly to the judge.
I ask you, the judge, not to send him to prison. If you do, send me along with him.
The judge weighing the statements and Smollett's good deeds, but still sentencing him to jail time.
You let that dark, narcissistic, selfish, and arrogant side come out, and you persisted with it for years on this case.
The Cook County State's attorney, whose office dropped earlier charges against Smollett, calls this mob justice. But the mayor of Chicago says the city feels vindicated, Joe.
Jesse, just how surprising was that outburst from Smollett?
Certainly caught us off guard as we watched this unfolding yesterday. Throughout much of this ordeal, during the trial, including when Smollett was found guilty and when he was sentenced and told he was going to jail, the actor did not show emotion, didn't even flinch. And so to see him have that emotional outburst was very out of character for how he has held himself throughout all of this ordeal. And it certainly caught us off guard as we were watching this, but you could see that emotion coming through for him and for his family in the aftermath.
All right, Jesse Kirsch reporting from Chicago. Jesse, thank you so much.
Now we're gearing up for the most sleep-deprived time of the year, daylight saving time. Most of us will spring forward this Sunday, losing a precious, as we certainly feel about it, hour of sleep, but gaining more sunlight in the evening.
At least we're not working that morning.
It's true.
Actually, I am. But anyway, more than 1 billion people across the globe will have to adjust their clocks and routines by an hour, but nearly 2/3 of Americans are saying enough. They want to stop changing their clocks for good.
With spring just days away, it's a sign of the times. Daylight saving time, that is. On Sunday morning, clocks in 48 states will spring forward as millions lose an hour of sleep and abandon standard time, which has been the standard the past 4 months. The polarizing adjustment has many sounding off, aptly on the app TikTok.
It's only 6:30. Look how dark it is outside.
How do we cancel daylight savings?
Among those who don't want to move clocks forward, some sleep scientists who say standard time keeps sunrise and sunset more in line with our circadian rhythm. Researchers have even found a rise in the number of heart attacks, strokes, and car accidents in the days after the switch to daylight savings.
It can be very disruptive and abrupt. We're creating this mismatch between what's going on in our environment and what our clocks say.
Still, pro-daylight savers, who will get their way starting next week, say more sunlight in the evening encourages physical activity in the afternoon and boosts the economy because more people are shopping after work.
I think it's time to change our clocks this weekend and never do it again.
Senator Patty Murray is a co-sponsor of the bipartisan Sunshine Protection Act, which would make daylight saving time permanent.
We would like the light in the evening, and we would like to say to everybody, don't make me change my clock again.
To dodge a drowsy start to the week, sleep specialists recommend slowly moving up your bedtime over the next couple days to avoid a shock to your system. And changing your clocks before bed on Saturday can also hack your brain for a smoother transition. Once the change is made on Sunday, expose yourself to daylight ASAP to quickly acclimate your body's internal clock. Because like it or not, times are changing.
The U.S. has actually tried permanent daylight saving time. Back in 1974, that was during the year's energy crisis. Most folks didn't like the change. They didn't enjoy waking up and going to work in the dark. So joining us now with his top tips to adjust to daylight saving is the sleep doctor, Dr. Michael J. Bruce. Good to have you with us, doctor. So daylight saving tends to throw our sleep off a bit, especially because we're losing that hour. What is your best advice to people who are worried about losing an hour this Sunday?
The biggest thing that people have to be concerned about is, are they already sleep deprived? Because losing another hour is going to have an even bigger impact. So I'm always talking to people about what can you do in the days before daylight savings. We're kind of bumping up against the end of that since it's going to be happening pretty soon. So the big thing to ask people to do is wake up at the same time every single morning, avoid alcohol this weekend because that's only going to make things worse. Also try to avoid any big discussions or emotional discussions over the course of the weekend, especially right after you lose that hour of sleep. We're all a little bit cranky after that. And you're also going to be hungrier that day as well. So especially if you're sleep deprived, you want to watch out for making bad food decisions. It's super easy to do, especially when you don't have enough sleep in your head.
All right, so I have an excuse for being grumpy and eating poorly on Sunday. That's good to know. I'll do my best to try and change all of that. So this Sunday, we are going to spring forward. That means the sun will start setting later. How does that impact our natural sleep cycles?
So light is the biggest factor in our circadian rhythms. Light influences them the most. So when we have more sunlight during certain periods of time, it gives us more energy and allows us to wake up earlier. When we have less sunlight, it's much more difficult. So when we don't have sunlight in the early morning hours, when it's really, really dark, I got to be honest with you, even the sleep doctor has a hard time getting out of bed sometimes because it's still dark out. Remember, darkness is what helps our melatonin continue to be produced. So when the sunlight comes, it naturally lowers our melatonin and allows us to wake up.
Good to know we are not alone there. So on top of all this, March is also the start of allergy season. Many people experience congestion, running noses, and other symptoms that disrupt their sleep. You got any tips to help alleviate that too?
I do, as a matter of fact. So other than March Madness, the rest of March is a lot of allergy season for me. So I definitely feel you and know what you're talking about here. A couple of things that people should think about. Number one, take a shower before bed or a bath before bed. If you've been outside and you've got allergens on you, it's a great way to keep allergens out of your bedroom. Another possibility, an air purifier or filter for your bedroom. Move some of those particulates out if you can. And I know it's really tempting. Keep your windows closed. That way you don't allow some of those pollen and all of that dust and things like that to come into your house. And the final tip is, if you've been outside, which I hope you have, getting some sunshine and some exercise, do yourself a favor. Right when you walk in the house, take your outer layer of clothing off and put it into your laundry area. That way all of the allergens stay over there and are not throughout your house.
All right, some great advice, Dr. Bruce. Thank you so much. We appreciate it, and good luck this weekend. I hope you get some rest.
I think I'm going to need it. Thanks, and wishing everybody sweet dreams.
All right, sounds good. Now let's get a check on your morning news now. Weather.
Bill Cairns is back with us. Hey, Bill.
Hey, good morning. You know what I do? I set my clocks ahead like Saturday morning because I just can't deal with that. I'd rather lose it during the day. Of course, if you have any events or plans, I'm usually late or early, depending on the time of year. But I don't know. That's just what I do. All right. So let me get into this complicated weekend forecast. Unfortunately, could be a dangerous weekend forecast, too. We're already seeing a lot of thunderstorms down along the Gulf of Mexico. The storm has a lot of juice to work with, a lot of energy. And we have a severe weather threat and flash flooding threat. And, flash flooding is the #1 killer in our country of any weather events, more than hurricanes, more than tornadoes. So Panama City to Tallahassee to Jacksonville, Florida, that's the area of concern. You're already getting drenched. And you're going to see additional thunderstorms later today, too. 14 million people are included in the slight risk. And you notice that orange area? That's an enhanced risk of severe weather. So from Albany, Georgia to Tallahassee, that's the area of greatest concern down the Apalachicola. But the storms will form near New Orleans and Mobile later today and then track through the southeast. Then tomorrow morning, these storms will still be going throughout the first half of Saturday. Orlando, Daytona Beach, Palm Bay, Jacksonville, up through Savannah, Charleston, Wilmington, all through the Outer Banks to Norfolk. Even southern portions of Maryland and Delaware could be warm enough to get some strong storms. Mostly wind damage will be the concern tomorrow. The cold side of this storm, the snowy side, I mean, we're still watching about almost 70 million people that'll be impacted by this storm. So that's roughly like 1 in 5, 1 in 6 Americans. Areas of that from Kentucky to Tennessee, that's a winter storm warning that has been issued for you. And as far as the snowfall forecast, not a lot of additional snow in Texas or Oklahoma, but from Little Rock to Memphis, we'll quote you with an inch. Same for Nashville, should get an inch or two. Cincinnati, Columbus, Cleveland, same for you. But the higher snow totals are definitely from West Virginia all the way up there through Pennsylvania, upstate New York, and the higher elevations of New England. So here's the forecast. Cold air invading from the north. That's going to be responsible for our snowstorm. The East Coast looks fine today, but then Saturday's the ugly day. Rain to snow, even for the D.C., Philly, New York, and Boston areas. It won't be a huge snowstorm for those areas, but enough to make it very slippery come Saturday evening. And then Sunday, as we're all trying to figure out, why the sun is going to set so late in the day. Bitter wind chills in the Northeast. So I don't know what side of that argument you guys are on. Do you like the later sunset, or do you like the sunrise earlier?
I'm still pro daylight saving. I like the later sunset because you have plans, you're social, you're doing dinner. Also, my circadian rhythm was destroyed years ago. It doesn't exist anymore, so that doesn't really matter. How about you, Bill?
Yeah, I'm with you on that. Yeah. I prefer the earlier sunrise, but that's just me.
You're a standard timer. You get it 4 months a year, so.
Standard timer. All right.
That's it.
Thanks, Bill.
November to March.
Yeah.
There you go. 4 months. Woohoo. All right. All right, our coverage from Ukraine continues in just a few minutes.
Yeah, this morning we're digging into a question a lot of you have actually been asking. What's with the letter Z? It's been seen on Russian tanks during the invasion. Coming up, what our social news gathering team is learning about this after the break.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Oh, pretty bad.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Welcome back. So we've been, of course, using the images coming out of Ukraine to understand the true scale of devastation here. And actually, a lot of what we're consuming is video from social media. Now, a lot of people have been talking about something they've seen in quite a few places. A lot of you have sent us questions about it. Watch this video. Check this out. You see this letter Z here right under this man's arm? Here it is right here, Z. That's been seen on a lot of Russian military vehicles. There it is on the fronts of these ones as well. Well, get this. That's a letter that actually doesn't exist in Russia's alphabet. Now, though, it's a pro-war symbol supporting President Putin's invasion of Ukraine. Now, we don't know when this video, again, there's that Z that you're looking at right here, was shot, but it was posted, we know, on March 1st. So now let's look at some videos verified, that's the key word here, by our NBC News social gathering team. What we're going to see here is the same symbol. It's on the backs of some of these tanks. You probably just saw it just a moment ago. These here are Russian vehicles on the street in Kharkiv, Ukraine. Coming up, you'll probably see it in just a moment here. These videos here show that same Z again. So now what we want to know is exactly how we know what this is. So you can see the Z here. Let me pull up this screenshot for you right here on the side of these vehicles. This here, these are men in Ukrainian military uniforms. So an important question to ask yourself as you're seeing these videos, how do we know then that this is in fact a Russian military vehicle in Ukraine? That's where our social news gathering team comes in. Sarah Mahaidli on that team. She started by verifying where this happened. Let me show you what she's looking at. This is just Google Maps, same tool you have. She's using coordinates to see the street view. This is what I want you to pay attention to right here is this. See this red roofing, orangish roofing there? Well, then when we go back to our video right here, you can see right there showing the same storefront, that same red-orange roof you see in the video. And we do already know from Ukrainian officials that the Russian military entered Kharkiv. So that's how we were sort of able to piece that together. Plus, we've seen, here we go, this Z again, other videos in other Ukrainian cities with these Russian military vehicles painted with that letter Z all over them. This one was verified by our teammate Bianca Britton. In Melitopol, it's showing Ukrainian people pushing against these vehicles. You'll even see them laying down in front of it. It's actually not clear what the Z stands for, how it came to mean what it does. We just know now that it's this pro-Russia symbol, not just seen on military vehicles. We're also seeing it painted in St. Petersburg, Russia, over in Russia, not just Ukraine, and used in this Russian propaganda video. You see this on all these T-shirts, of course, right here. This was broken down on Twitter by a researcher at the Wilson Center. That's a nonpartisan think tank in Washington, D.C. Now, as our social news gathering team verifies more videos, we're going to be on the lookout for this. And we really just want to break down behind the scenes how this works. When you're reading and seeing that video has been verified by our organization, that's how we're doing it. It takes a lot of really talented people who are making sure that we're getting you the right information.
Yeah, certainly does. Interesting to see how that works behind the scenes. Thank you, Savannah. Now, the exodus of refugees from Ukraine is straining even the most generous efforts to support and comfort them once they escape. NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiea reports from the Polish border, where she heard about their struggles and their hopes for the future.
Refugee families arriving at this reception center, sort of a waypoint before they move on to bigger cities and in sometimes other countries, as Poland and the other countries bordering Ukraine struggle to cope with the overwhelming need. Relief as child cancer patients reach the border with Poland, evacuated from the war-ravaged city of Kharkiv. Joining the exodus of more than 2 million, mostly women and children, fleeing Ukraine. 16-year-old Diana Prutska escaped Kyiv.
What was it like there?
There was not comfortable to stay there because every night we heard.
It's okay. It's okay.
Very horrible sounds every night.
Vice President Kamala Harris met with Ukrainian teens on the border Thursday. The Senate approving a spending bill overnight that includes $1.4 billion to support refugees. More than 100,000 arrive every day in Poland to open doors and hearts. Donations are flooding in, volunteers offering help. But countries bordering Ukraine are struggling to find enough beds as the numbers rise.
What was this before? Just a meeting room?
That was the office.
CEO Bartosz Skwarczek has turned his gaming company offices into a shelter for up to 50 refugees, with a kitchen and a playroom for kids.
So they are in terrible situation, and you know, a little smile from them is like a sunrise.
Down the hall, 72-year-old grandmother Alla Devulak told me she didn't want to leave Ukraine, but feared she'd be killed.
Where are you going next?
Chicago.
To Chicago?
Chicago.
You have family in Chicago?
Yes, she tells me. Her grandchildren in the U.S. terrified for her.
Grandmother, we have to save because she can't fight. She's too old.
Like so many Ukrainian refugees, now in limbo, far from home.
Alla's grandkids are now trying to get her a tourist visa so she can at least be with family in the short term in the United States. Long term, they say she wants to go back to Ukraine. And Poland's president now pressing the United States for more than just financial aid. He wants the U.S. to expedite visas for Ukrainians who have family in the U.S.
Kelly, thank you. Let's stay on the refugee crisis and bring in Zach Brooks Miller. He's the Senior Director of International Programs at Team Rubicon. Zach, good morning. Thank you for joining us. First of all, just tell us more about Team Rubicon and what it is your organization is doing right now on the ground in Poland.
Yeah, absolutely. Team Rubicon is a humanitarian aid non-governmental organization which helps communities around the world prepare, recover, and respond to disasters. We've had teams in Poland for about 12 days now. We've also extended needs assessment and coordination teams into Moldova, Hungary, and Slovakia. Currently working with the United Nations, the WHO, UN OCHA, and USAID on where our services best fit in Poland and possibly into Ukraine.
The numbers that we're seeing really tell the story of this crisis. The UN now says 549 Ukrainian civilians have been killed. That includes 41 children. From your perspective, do you see more Ukrainians fleeing? How much worse is this crisis getting right now?
Yeah, I mean, the crisis continues to escalate. You heard the figures earlier, 2.5 million have already fled the country. You've already seen, and you're also seeing 2 million internally displaced people. within the country as they flee the conflict in the east. Those individuals are starting to mass in the western part of the country, which is creating strain on the existing medical, food, water infrastructure in that part of the country. So we're currently working with the Ministry of Health in Ukraine and other partners to provide medical care in the western part of Ukraine.
How can people who are watching this unfold on their TVs, on their screens, and just wondering what they can do to help, what is it that people in Ukraine and Poland need most right now?
Right now, the best way to support is donating money. There's numerous organizations working in Ukraine and along the border. If you want to donate to Team Rubicon, it's www.teamrubiconusa.org. Click donate. But yeah, cash is pretty important right now.
Tell us about some of these volunteers who are leaving whatever it is they're doing to go and help out. I mean, talk about extraordinary.
Yeah, we have over 150,000 volunteers within the organization. They come from all walks of life. There are first responders, doctors, nurses, paramedics, firefighters, military veterans who put down their daily lives and step up to the call to action to support those who need it most.
I know we're grateful for that, and I know people in Europe are especially grateful for that. Zach, thanks so much for joining us again. And once again, to donate to help Ukrainian refugees, you can do so at teamrubiconusa.org.
Amazing to hear about. Now, there's a big issue impacting millions of teens in the U.S., vaping. But this morning, we're focusing on why teens are turning to vapes.
Coming up, the impact mental health is having on addiction and what experts are doing to try and control the use of vaping in teens.
Plus, it's been 2 years since the World Health Organization declared COVID-19 a pandemic. With cases now reaching new lows, what comes next? We bring that question to one of our doctors after the break.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We want to focus now on a big issue for teens and young adults, vaping, and how it ties in with the mental health crisis. More than a quarter of high school seniors used e-cigarettes in 2021. That's according to the latest Monitoring the Future survey.
Yeah, many are vaping as a way to control things like stress and anxiety, even though the CDC says it's unsafe for young people to use e-cigarettes. Well, some experts are saying vaping makes mental health problems much worse. I spoke to some teens about their experiences.
All right, so it is day number 2. I just woke up and the first thing I did was go to grab my vape, which usually sits right about there, but it wasn't there this morning.
That's Parker. He's a college student, a gamer, and has been nicotine-free for about 5 months.
Parker started vaping while he was a freshman in high school because a bunch of his friends were doing it. Back then, he would turn to vaping to relieve his anxiety, but now believes the habit was making his anxiety worse.
What made you start to realize that connection?
There were times where I would go out and I would need to have my vape with me at all times. And whenever I would get anxious, I would hit it. And when I didn't have it, it would exemplify the effects of my anxiety and my stress.
When you look back now at how you were feeling when you were vaping, how strong is the connection between your vape pen and anxiety?
Extremely strong. I think that most times where I had mass amounts of anxiety or panic, it was always correlated to the fact that I had it with me or I was using it.
The Truth Initiative, a nonprofit working to combat tobacco use and nicotine addiction, is helping Parker share his story as part of their ongoing effort to help young people quit. A survey by the organization found that 81% of people start vaping to decrease anxiety, depression, or stress. But some experts say it does the opposite.
People who have a tendency to have mental health problems, increased stress, anxiety, depression are more likely to vape. But vaping also worsens mental health symptoms, particularly of stress, anxiety, and sometimes depression as well.
And here's the science behind it.
Initially, you get this boost of dopamine into your brain. That really tricks people into thinking, oh yeah, this is something that's good. It definitely feels good. But over time, what happens is your body creates more nicotine receptors in the pleasure center of the brain, making it harder for you to reduce stress through any other means than to take another hit of this product.
That's why Dr. Winikoff says vaping is so dangerous. But there is a silver lining.
If you are able to quit, it actually creates a really positive mental health picture, which is why cessation programs are just so important, because there's nothing about this that traps you forever.
Alyssa Bottolato quit vaping about a year ago and hasn't looked back.
My anxiety is better. I'm able to have clearer thoughts. Just overall, I feel more myself and I feel better.
What would you say to someone who's there right now, who thinks that vaping is actually helping their mental health?
I would look them straight in the face and say, that's what I thought too, but it's not the truth. So if you have that even little bit of yourself that wants to quit, wants to get over it, you're already there. That's all that it takes. And you just have to put some drive behind that. And you'll see the positive outcomes that will come into your life.
Let's bring in Robin Koval. She's the CEO and president of Truth Initiative. That's America's largest nonprofit public health organization dedicating to making tobacco use and nicotine addiction a thing of the past. Robin, good morning. Thanks for being with us. So Alyssa and Parker, who we just heard from in that piece, they both used the Truth Campaign's anonymous texting program to help them quit, which I think is so important, that word anonymous, of course. So the really important question for somebody who's watching who wants to quit or wants to help a young person in their life quit, what do you tell them?
Well, thanks for having me here. First of all, I would tell them to do what these other young people did and to text to Ditch Vape at 88709, which is our This Is Quitting program. It is a text message program. You do it on your phone. It's anonymous. Your parents don't have to know. Your teachers don't have to know. Your friends don't even have to know. Over 425,000 young people have enrolled in this program.
Wow.
We know that it works. And, it's because it's developed obviously by experts who know how to help people quit, but also because we developed it with other young people. So it feels peer-to-peer, honest, friendly. And you heard from those young people, it really, really works.
Absolutely. Now, on Monday, Truth Initiative is launching a new campaign called Breath of Stress Air. First, we want to take a look at this new ad, this new campaign, and this is actually the first time it's airing anywhere. Here we go.
Yes.
Breathe in and wonder, is this helping?
Zero cloud.
Breathe out. Now you should feel much worse. Vaping nicotine can actually increase feelings of stress and anxiety. Let's call a vape what it is. It's a breath of stress air. See for yourself. breathofstressair.com.
Robin, tell us about the goal of this campaign and its importance in reaching young people. I know Parker found the Truth Initiative in that piece by seeing an ad like this. Walk us through what your goal is here.
Well, our goal here is we really want to do two things, right? We want to denormalize vaping, and we also want to normalize quitting. And what this effort, Breath of Stress Air, is trying to do, and it's really building on what we call It's Messing With Our Head platform, where we introduce the idea that, you know, a vape really should be called a depression stick, because that's what these products do, right? They amplify feelings of depression and anxiety. Every time you take a hit on a vape, you are literally taking a breath of stress air. And, you know, that's an important fact because most young people think, because the tobacco and the vaping industry has worked very hard to communicate this, that, you know, vaping reduces feelings of anxiety, that takes your stress away. And that's exactly the opposite. Instead of being a stress reliever, it's really a stress amplifier.
Robin Koval, thank you so much. Such important info there, especially as the FDA hasn't done all that much about this. Thank you for joining us, and congrats on the new campaign.
Thanks so much.
It has been 2 years, exactly 2 years, since the World Health Organization declared COVID-19 a global pandemic. Quickly, the world came to a halt as leaders raced to control the spread of the virus.
Over 6 million people across the world lost their lives, and another 453 million have been infected with the virus, many of them still suffering symptoms these years later. Advocates in the U.S. are now calling for a day of memorial to remember those who died because of COVID, and the families, of course, who will never be the same. The World Health Organization had this to say about our continued fight against the virus.
The virus continues to evolve, and we continue to face major obstacles in distributing vaccines, tests, and treatments everywhere they're needed. The pandemic is far from over, and it will not be over anywhere until it's over everywhere.
There is hope on the horizon. Cases and hospitalization rates are dropping in the U.S., prompting many states to reevaluate their COVID protocols, dropping mandates that have been in place since 2020. NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar joins us now to look back on these last 2 years. Good to have you with us. I mean, remind us how far we've come in the last 2 years, how much we've learned, and also how much we've lost.
You know, I think you can categorize it two ways, you guys. I think there are things that we did really well, and there are things that we clearly messed up on. You know, pandemic preparedness is composed of a lot of different components: epidemiology, therapeutics, prevention. You know, I think we did a great job mobilizing the scientific world community, right? The collaboration between government and industry, Operation Warp Speed, those were all great things. Things where we clearly had deficiencies, it exposed the deficiencies in our public health infrastructure. Messaging was an issue. Equity has been a huge issue. And I think something that is really, really important right now is funding, right? We had a $22 billion ask from Congress. We had $15 billion stripped from the next package. You know what they're anticipating? In 1 month's time, we're going to have inadequate money for testing. By May, for monoclonal antibodies. Further than that, for Paxlovid, the antivirals. The funding of this is so important. As Dr. Tedros said, it's not over anywhere until it's over everywhere. Only 14% of folks in low-income countries have had 1 dose of vaccine. So while we've made great strides here in the U.S., guys, globally, this is not behind us yet. It's not.
Absolutely. Let's talk about turning points. Of course, the vaccine. What stands out to you when you look back at this 2 years?
Oh my goodness. I would say the vaccine, right? I mean, and all the credit goes to the former administration for Operation Warp Speed, and the credit goes to this administration for being able to deploy vaccination across the country. But as I mentioned, and as we all know, there have been incredible hindrances to getting we have the majority of our population vaccinated, but still populations, a significant percentage who have not been vaccinated. You know, like I always say, we just can't look at this pandemic from just the United States eye, from the Western Hemisphere's eye. This is a global pandemic. And so, you know, we really have to keep our eyes wide open moving forward. Even though it looks good here, it looks great in New York City, we're sitting together, we're not wearing masks, and I hope that lasts. But, you know, the virus is tricky. It's tricked us before.
And Omicron taught us how quickly things can change. I mean, absolutely rapidly.
Literally from a week to the next.
And we weren't ready. So with that, I ask you, what do you think is next for COVID? And Are we prepared if something like this happens again? Did we learn a lesson in these last 2 years?
Well, that's the thing, which is why the funding issue is so frustrating, because you have to be looking forward with your eyes wide open. And it's shocking to me that anyone in this country would assume that we have it all behind us, given what's happened before. Look, I'm very encouraged that the vaccinations we have are still holding up and are still effective against the new variants that come. But, again, like we've said before, it's a sneaky virus. I hope it doesn't throw us a lot of new curveballs. I think the United States and certain areas, of course, of Europe are headed in absolutely the right direction. But we just can't strip everything away, including money, all at one time. I think we're really we're gonna surprise ourselves in an unfortunate way in a couple of weeks to months if that's the case.
Let's hope that is not the case.
Exactly.
And thank you so much. I mean, what a milestone for us all to look back on 2 years later.
I think a lot of us are reflecting on where we were 2 years ago today.
What you saw, what you remember being the changing point for you, the NBA.
Yes, I remember watching that game and going, uh-oh.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, a lot of people probably do. All right, Dr. Azar, thank you so much. Great to have you with us.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Good Friday morning. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Let's get right to breaking news on the war in Ukraine. Right now, Russian forces intensifying their attacks on key cities as they close in on the capital, Kyiv. This new video showing the destruction from a bombing just this morning in the eastern city of Dnipro. Also this morning, a sobering look at the human cost of war. The UN saying more than 500 civilians have been killed and nearly 1,000 injured since the invasion began. And Ukraine's defense ministry confirming more Ukrainian civilians have died in the war than soldiers. U.S. defense officials say Russia could be just 10 miles from Kyiv city center, showing some progress after being stalled for days.
After Ukraine's border, the humanitarian crisis is growing. The UN now estimates 2.5 million people have fled to neighboring countries.
Russian army in our village. They shooting, our army shooting. It was a very bad place for living or just staying there.
Now Ukraine says it's working to open more evacuation routes out of the hardest hit cities, but yesterday's talks to end the violence ended with no resolution. And later today, NBC News has confirmed President Biden is set to end normal trade relations between the U.S. and Russia as Vice President Harris heads to Romania in a push to show support for NATO allies. We have team coverage this morning with national security analyst Clint Watts, who's tracking the latest moves by Russian troops, and NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman joining us from the Polish capital. But first, let's go to Ukraine and our own Ali Arouzi joining us from the western city of Lviv. So, Ali, it looks like Russia has expanded its military offensive, targeting 2 cities in the west, as well as the major city of Dnipro in the east. What can you tell us about these strikes, and are there fears that Lviv, where you are, could also be targeted?
That's right, Joe. In the early hours of this morning, the Russians widened their attacks and they targeted the central city of Dnipro. Officials there say that there were 3 airstrikes in Dnipro at around 5 a.m. local time. They hit a shoe factory, a kindergarten, and an apartment building, and there's reports of 1 civilian death there. And then, of course, much further northwest, they hit Lutsk and Ivano-Frankivsk. Those 2 cities had not been hit since the first day of the war, so that is the furthest west that they have hit so far in week 3 of this war. And there were 2 airports in that area as well, and that's possibly why they were targeted, that have military facilities. So they are widening their campaign. And of course, the city of Kharkiv is under relentless bombardment. The mayor of that city said that in just 1 day, it had been bombed 89 times. Now, of course, there are fears that this will stretch out to Lviv, where we are, further out west. At about 5 a.m. this morning, air raid sirens went off in our hotel, so it is jittery here. Now, Lviv also has a major airport, and it's a big connection to the Western countries that are helping Ukraine. Lviv also has a military aspect to its civilian airport, and it's the only place that hasn't been hit with a military function in this war so far. So it could be a target, but we're watching for developments every day to see how the Russians are progressing and how it will affect the western side of the country.
Of course, we're all hoping you and all our colleagues there can stay safe. Ali, I want to ask you about the situation in and around Kyiv. What is the latest on that large Russian military convoy that's been slowly moving toward the capital? How close is it to the capital now?
That's right. They seem to be edging forward now. They've moved about 3 miles in the last 36 hours. They're probably about 10 miles out right now. But Kyiv is a fortress city. People have dug in there. It's a city of 4 million people. 2 million of them have left. But people talk about it having decent defenses, a lot of resilience. And so they're waiting for the fight. A lot of people say it's going to be very difficult for the Russians to encircle Kyiv because it's so big and people are so determined not to let the Russians in. But that's going to be one of the most strategic places that Moscow is looking at taking over. And if they do take Kyiv, then what happens to the government there? Does Zelensky stay and fight? Does he move out here west where we are and start a provisional government? So that's a very sensitive point that we're all watching very closely to see what happens in Kyiv over the next few days and how that Russian advance goes.
And Ali, those humanitarian corridors that we've been talking about the last few days, they're opening up again today. How have those evacuations been going, especially in Mariupol, which is one of the hardest hit cities right now?
That's right. They're talking about, the Ukrainian government is talking about opening up 12 humanitarian corridors today to get people out of some of the hardest hit war zones on the eastern front of the country. Now, as you well know, Joe, the Russians have not honored a lot of those corridors. They've targeted those areas where civilians have been trying to get out of. The Ukrainians have been very critical about that, saying that they've shown no humanitarian issues whatsoever, and the bombing has been relentless. Now, I spoke to some people today. I said, how easily are people getting out of, especially places like Mariupol that's been hit so hard? They said, look, their plans are in place, but we just won't know for several hours until those buses are able to make that perilous journey, and we'll know if the Russians have honored a temporary ceasefire to let civilians, women, children, and the elderly out of those very hard-hit areas.
Ali Arouzi in Lviv. Ali, thank you so much.
Let's get right to Clint Watts now for more on this. He's a distinguished research fellow at the Foreign Policy Research Institute and an NBC News national security analyst. Clint, good morning. So I'll ask you for some of the strategy behind a lot of what we just heard there from Ali. Let's start with those military airfields in the West being shelled for the first time. I mean, this is an area, as Ali just referenced, where he is in Lviv, that's been considered the safer part of the country. What do we know about these targets, and do you think that this is the beginning of a broader push to the west of the country?
Yeah, so it's really interesting that they're recognizing, the Russians are, that if they want to win this fight, they want to do siege warfare, they have to cut off the supplies. That's manpower, that's food, that's fuel, that's ammunition. That predominantly is happening out here in the West. When you look at Lviv, this is the border with Poland right here, Hungary right below. Those are the two main pathways for which most of the aid from the outside can come in. If they can sustain these corridors from Lviv into Kyiv and even into this southern part, that's very troublesome for the Russians. So I think at this point, when they see foreign fighters flowing in, they see weapons flowing in, what you're going to see is the Russians are going to push their airstrikes and particularly their aircraft out here to the west, which is going to be increasingly close to the NATO border.
Now, the major central eastern city of Dnipro was also hit for the first time. Tell us about the strategic importance of that city and what we saw there happen overnight.
So what we saw last week was, in week one, was breakout towards Mariupol, which is this city under siege, terrible humanitarian crisis. Last week, making a bridgehead out here to Mykolaiv and past Kherson, which they still don't control. By the way, they have riot police there. But separately, we saw them go to the nuclear plant, Zaporizhia, and then try and move towards Dnipro. If they can get to Dnipro, and from the north, you were talking about Kharkiv, there's also battles going on here in Sumy. They can essentially cut off the entire eastern half of Ukraine. This is where the Dnieper River essentially runs about like this down through here. Dnipro is a strategic city that sits right on that river, and if they can take that, they'll have taken control of all of the eastern part of Ukraine to some degree. So that's why it's such a significant point. It bridges two of their axes of advance from the east, north, and south.
Absolutely, especially when it seems like we've been able to be saying their advance has been stalled. To take over pretty much half of the country would be quite a development. Let's, of course, talk about Kyiv while we have you, something that Joe was just talking to Ali about. So these new satellite images by the U.S., a company called Maxar, they seem to show that this large convoy we've been talking about for quite a while that was headed towards the capital stalled. It was about 40 miles long. Well, it's now dispersed, and it's been redeployed to surrounding towns, other positions. What do those movements tell you? I mean, does that mean it's closer to an attack? Does that mean that was because of those issues they were having? Is this better news, or is this concerning?
I think it's somewhat concerning, but we shouldn't get too worried yet because the Ukrainian military has done so well. I think that's what you saw yesterday. So the convoy, which was essentially in this area, they're repositioning. That's kind of what you can see from this red, trying to move to the west. If they can take this western area here, this would cut off a lot of the routes into Kyiv. Same concept, shut down the resupply. But this is heavily contested, and they're taking major losses at times. What we're also seeing, though, is that axis from Sumy, the other one from Chernihiv, coming down from the north. And when you look at this axis here, there's some remarkable video. Bravary is this area right here. A Ukrainian drone did a massive strike yesterday on this convoy. Incredible damage. Ukrainians also putting up a very stiff fight here on this corridor. What you're seeing the Russians do is they want to encircle all the way around this entire area and essentially cut Kyiv off from resupply. Siege warfare. But remember, Kyiv is a large area. You're talking about a population the size of Chicago. This is not going to be easy. And when you get to urban warfare, it's a super intense fight, and the Ukrainians have a significant advantage.
And Clint, if you don't mind, of course, Kyiv is what we've been really concerned about here. And as I said at the top of the show, defense officials are estimating that Russia could just be 10 miles from the city center. Show us that there, where that might be, and sort of how long we think that Ukraine can hold them off.
Yeah, so it's interesting. You're seeing forces very close in. You see Hostomel right here. You see them in this area. You see them advancing almost in single file through these corridors. Then out to the west, you see them taking up what these would be called strategic blocking positions, essentially trying to take up those highway corridors so that they can stop any sort of logistics moving back and forth. Even with all of this, if there's anything I can emphasize, in urban combat, it's very slow moving. You might take a block a day. Wow. This could easily go on 1 to 2 months just in terms of them encircling and trying to advance on the city center. And as long as the Ukrainian military keeps putting up the same fight and they can keep being resupplied, this can go on for a very long time.
Wow, a block a day. Clint Watts, we so appreciate your analysis every morning on this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Vice President Kamala Harris is wrapping up her trip to NATO's eastern flank today. The White House is trying to ease concerns about Russian aggression in the area. This morning, Vice President Harris met with American troops in Poland as the war rages on right next door in Ukraine. NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman joins us now from the Polish capital, Warsaw. So, Josh, what did the Vice President say to the troops, and what's next on her agenda?
Well, Joe, Vice President Harris, just before leaving Poland on her way to Romania, had a chance to meet both with U.S. and Polish troops. Those American troops coming from California, Puerto Rico, as well as Fort Bragg in North Carolina. Some of them had just gotten to Poland a week ago, as President Biden has been pouring more troops into Europe to try to shore up NATO's defenses. And Harris had this message for the troops when she met with them just a little while ago. Take a listen.
For us as nations that are grounded and founded in certain principles, including the importance of sovereignty and territorial integrity. And that's what's at stake, as much as anything, in terms of Russia's reinvasion of Ukraine.
Harris now in Bucharest, Romania, where she is expected to meet with Romanian leadership to send a similar message of support to that nation, also experiencing an influx of refugees from Ukraine and having their own concerns about potential aggression from President Putin. That will be her last stop before the vice president heads back to Washington, where, of course, she's expected to brief President Biden about her meetings here in Europe.
Yeah, Josh, let's talk more about Romania, which, a little history here, like Poland, was a former satellite state of the Soviet Union. They're worried about Russian aggression, as you mentioned. So what is the vice president telling the leaders of these countries about that?
Well, she had a message that will be very familiar to NBC News chief NATO policy wonk Savannah Sellers, who has been all over this story for weeks now. She sent the message that the U.S. is going to do everything it can to defend its NATO allies. That Article 5 commitment we've spoken about so many times on this show before. Here's the way the vice president put it.
The United States' commitment to Article 5 is ironclad. The United States is prepared to defend every inch of NATO territory. The United States takes seriously that an attack against one is an attack against all.
And to that end, Joe, the vice president also announced that 2 Patriot anti-missile batteries from the U.S. have now arrived here in Poland as part of U.S. continuing efforts to try to make sure NATO has what it needs to defend itself.
Josh, I didn't know I was sitting next to a NATO policy wonk, so it's good to know. I'm going to ask a U.S. policy wonk question. We know the House passed a government funding bill that includes nearly $14 billion in aid for Ukraine. This morning, NBC News has confirmed the White House is preparing to take further steps to punish Russia real quickly. What can you tell us about that?
So this will put Russia in the company of countries like Cuba and North Korea, meaning the U.S. can impose higher levels of tariffs on it than it could on countries in the WTO. That would make it easier for the U.S. to really ramp up the economic pressure on Russia. But it's a step that President Biden will have to go to Congress to actually enact. They will have to pass legislation to do this. But given just how eager both Democrats and Republicans in Congress have been to ramp up the economic pressure on Russia, that probably won't be too big a lift. So we will hear more from President Biden about exactly how he plans to carry that out when he speaks at 10:15 Eastern.
All right, Josh Letterman. Thank you so much, Josh.
Now, the UN estimates 2.5 million refugees, including 1 million children, have fled Ukraine since the war began. The Polish border guard says 87,000 people crossed into Poland yesterday alone. NBC News senior national correspondent Jay Gray joins us now from the Poland-Ukraine border. Jay, good morning. So you've been bringing us just these compelling, heartbreaking reports there of people's stories. Tell us how the situation has changed since you've been on the ground and what you see today.
Well, you just gave a number, Savannah. I would almost guarantee they're going to increase dramatically today. Look at the line here. People continuing to pour in across the border. This is the walking path from Ukraine into Poland, and you can look down the line and see exactly what's going on. They're grabbing onto buses here and heading to train stations. And take a look around. I mean, this is a place that is in constant motion. You can see behind me all that's going on here, volunteers and people bringing water and things like that. And so I want to walk you through this area as well. It's a place where people can just sit down, take a rest, perhaps, get their thoughts together, their blankets here, their warmers here. It's bitterly cold in the evening today, one of the warmest days we've seen. We talk about the people that are coming in. The UN now estimating that millions more are on the way, millions. And they understand that here. Medica's the busiest border crossing in Poland. Look at what they're doing. This is a much more solid structure, wood floors, a foundation base here. They're in this for the long haul, and that's what officials say. Don't get me wrong, they're still very concerned that we could see more people than they have room to help, and they have supplies to help. But right now, they're trying to stay ahead of that game.
And Jay, so you've been on the border, you've been seeing all these people coming out, but we are also hearing these stories of volunteers to fight, going the other way, back into Ukraine. We've had them on our show, either to help fight or help others get out or bring supplies. Is this something you're seeing? Have you met anyone doing that?
Very much so, and that has increased over the last couple of days as well. Yesterday, a lot of people walking back that way, filled suitcases full of supplies, full of things that people just can't get in Ukraine right now, trying to take it, trying to help them with just food, water, toiletries, the necessities, the things that people are grabbing as they come out, they're trying to take back in. And then the fighters that you talk about. Just in the last hour, I've seen a group of American men in camouflage, soldiers who were heading that way. We've talked to so many from Britain, from Germany, that say they're just drawn here because they feel like this is not a fight just for Ukraine, it's a fight for democracy. We hear that from each and every one we talk to, that they feel like they have to make a stand, and this is where they're going to do it. That volunteer force has climbed to at least 20,000 by most counts, and it is continuing to grow as well.
Jay Gray, thank you so much. Your reporting from there has been incredible.
So many of those 2.5 million refugees are carrying their entire lives in bags. What they now own is confined to what they can now carry as they pour into neighboring countries. NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber reports from Poland, where many Ukrainians are being welcomed with kindness and compassion.
This is 68 years of my life in these bags. 1, 2, 3.
Over 2 million refugees have fled Ukraine since Russia invaded on February 24th.
But I can't go back because there is no place to go back anymore.
Do you have family with you?
I have a sister in Ukraine. She lives nearby. She lives near Kharkiv, where I am from. В Польше. And in Poland, I have no one.
The UN says nearly half of the people fleeing Ukraine are children.
I have my mother, I have a little sister, dog, and father says that we must go to the Poland because it's too dangerous to stay in Ukraine.
With your little sisters, what did he say to you?
That I must protect them and protect all family and be strong. I'm very upset that my dad left and our family split up.
How old are you?
15.
People are fleeing from every corner of Ukraine and pouring into neighboring countries by the thousands.
What are your friends saying to you? I mean, what is it like right now to be a teenager in Ukraine?
Well, like they really hate Russians a lot. Like they came, like Russians, they came to occupy another country. Like they are really angry with Russia, and of course they are also scared.
Using a directive established after the Balkan Wars, the European Union unanimously agreed to offer temporary protection to Ukrainian refugees and third country nationals with protected status or permanent residency in Ukraine. It gives Ukrainian refugees access to housing, education, other social welfare programs. They don't have to file individual asylum claims, and it can be extended up to 3 years. Ludmila believes Ukraine will win this fight. But at 83, she fears this is the last she'll see of her beloved Ukraine.
I just can't. Let me go, please. Thank you so much. But it's so painful in my heart.
We've been to 6 crossings on the Polish-Ukrainian border, and we have seen the best of humanity. Kindness, love without limits, bravery beyond words.
I brought my daughter to a safe place, to Czech Republic, and my parents, and now I'm returning back to help my husband and my friends.
This welcome center is organized by the Polish government. There are government officials here working, but at other welcome centers at different border crossings on the Polish-Ukrainian border, the aid is much more loosely organized.
Almost everyone volunteers. But in between all of the moments of compassion, some have experienced discrimination.
Okay, I will join you because I'm just coming from Lviv right now. I'm just getting into Poland.
But from train station to Lviv, it's like 14 hours on the train, and we stood because they said their citizens will have to sit, while we are not their citizens, we will have to stand.
So because you were African, you were told you couldn't have an actual seat.
Yes.
Europe's warm embrace of Ukrainian refugees is dramatically different than the refugee crisis in 2015, when the same European countries turned away refugees fleeing conflicts in the Middle East and Africa. To many, it is a blatant double standard that must change. War itself does not discriminate. Eight-year-old Angelina is trying to stay warm as her mother figures out where they'll go next. They just made it to Poland. Her brother and father stayed in Ukraine to fight.
You're very brave. Did you know
Ти
you were
дуже
so
смілива. Ти знаєш, що ти дуже смілива? Yes, I am.
What do you want other kids who are watching this to know?
Я хочу, щоб вони не переживали.
I want them not to be afraid and not to worry. I want them to listen to their parents because their parents love them more than anyone else.
All right, thanks to Ellis and Barbara for bringing us so many of those stories there at the border. Coming up, more breaking news coverage on the war in Ukraine, plus other major stories that we are following this morning.
Yeah, after the break, Americans feeling the pinch from the gas pump to the grocery store. More on how the war overseas is impacting prices here at home.
Plus, game on. New developments as the MLB and its players' union strike a deal to end a months-long lockout. You're watching Morning News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right,
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
What do you see right now with Putin, and do you think he's a rational actor? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? The sanctions did not deter. Can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Inflation was through the roof in February, and economists say Russia's invasion of Ukraine is triggering even steeper price increases this month. Americans are feeling it, of course, as we've been talking about, at the gas pump, and those prices have soared to record highs, actually. Right now, the average cost of a regular gallon of gas is more than $4.30. And in some places, it's a lot higher than that. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky joins us now from Dallas with more on this. Hey, Morgan, good morning.
Yeah, Josephina, good morning. And you do not have to look far to find a product impacted in this latest inflation report. We're at the Original Market Diner in Dallas, and they tell me just about every item that they offer on their menu is costing them 20 to even 50% more to get to the customer. They say eggs, of course, a breakfast favorite, and bacon have seen some of the biggest price hikes over the last year. And unfortunately, right now, there is no clear end to when this surge will stop.
That's because
this morning, new inflation numbers confirming the struggle facing millions of Americans.
Every week is something new. It's beef prices, it's produce, it's avocados, it's takeout containers. Now it's fuel.
Fuel, food, and shelter, the biggest drivers behind inflation's highest increase in 4 decades. The Consumer Price Index report showing a 7.9% rise over the last year. And in Washington, the Biden administration acknowledging it may get even worse before it gets better, blaming Putin's war in Ukraine as a prime contributor.
The American people know how important this fight is. I think they know that as painful as the price is today, the costs are going to be higher if we do not act now to deal with this tyrant.
Many households already feeling the pinch, with rental costs soaring.
Our rent has gone up. Our rent was just changed from $650 to $800.
And when it comes to filling up, the national average for a gallon of gas hitting a staggering $4.33. A new AAA survey found for most Americans, $4 a gallon is the tipping point, where people start making changes to consumption habits, while others...
I don't even want to know right now. I don't even look. I just swipe the card.
Grocery staples nearly all on a steady rise. A gallon of milk up 50 cents, a dozen eggs up 40 cents, and bacon spiking more than $1.30 over the last year. At Dallas's Beyond the Butcher, every little bit extra adding up.
Beef and pork? It'll be a $3.50 charge for the pork.
Veteran cook Rafael Andrade turning out as many orders as he can, with a profit margin slipping.
So the price for this Philly cheesesteak staying the same, but what about the cost?
The cost has gone up.
In what?
From everything, man. From the mushrooms, from even the marinade, the onions, the peppers, the bread.
Pricier food, fuel, and shelter, combining in a frustrating recipe for the days ahead.
And there is some important context to this latest inflation report, guys. It only included those first few days of that gasoline price hike. And that means when next month's report comes out, experts say expect to see this inflation number go into the 8% mark, even higher than where we are right now. We'll send it back to you.
Absolutely. I bet we will see that. Morgan Chesky, thank you so much.
This morning, the lockout is over, and soon they'll be playing ball. Major League Baseball and its Players Association struck a deal yesterday on a new collective bargaining agreement. This ends the second longest labor dispute in the sport's history. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock has been following all the developments and joins us now with the latest.
Joe, good morning. It is so nice to be the bearer of good news. And look, it definitely appeared to be a bit dicey for a while. Major League Baseball said the first 2 series of the season were gone for good, Joe. Well, that didn't end up actually being the case. Spring training now begins in a couple of days here in Florida. The new opening day is April the 7th, with the question now, is it no harm, no foul?
They're the magic words baseball fans had been waiting and hoping to hear. This morning, Major League Baseball's 99-day lockout is officially over. The league and players union reaching an agreement on a new labor deal, ending the sport's worst work stoppage in a quarter century. And now it's game on.
I'm a baseball fan, so I'm happy that it's going to happen. I'm happy it's back.
Even fan bases that have been a little battered in recent years now feeling optimistic with a full slate of games miraculously in store.
Are we about to have a full 162-game season?
Amazingly, we are going to have a full 162-game season. They got it done just in the nick of time.
MLB Network insider John Heyman says the players hit a home run with a minimum salary bump from around $570,000 to $700,000 right away. And a new pot of millions for guys in their first couple years in the bigs.
The players definitely made some concessions. There's no question about it. But to me, this is still a very, very good deal, particularly monetarily for the players.
Some of those concessions to the owners include expanding the playoffs from 10 teams to 12, expected to bring in tens of millions in revenue and even advertising logos on player jerseys. Another change, the universal designated hitter, meaning that pitchers will no longer have to swing a bat in the National League. Overnight, reactions pouring in. Astros ace Justin Verlander posting this GIF. The Cubs' Marcus Stroman tweeting, "Time to go to work." And Hall of Famer Rod Carew sharing this message.
Baseball is back, and I'm ready. Are you?
Now it's back to business as the crack of bats and pops of gloves are about to permeate ballparks all over the country.
And Joe, in Savannah, there's one date to really circle on your calendar. It is April 15th. That is the 75th anniversary that Jackie Robinson broke the color barrier. Not only is that one of the most important days in the history of Major League Baseball, it's one of the most important days in American history. Can you imagine if, because of a lockout, fans and teams would not have been able to celebrate? Thankfully, there will be celebrations in ballparks across the country. Guys, back to you.
That'll be great to see. And any story that features Rod Carew, who's a Minnesota Twins fan, I appreciate that, Sam. So thank you so much.
Best part.
Let's now get a check on your morning news now weather.
Bill Cairns is with us. Hey, Bill.
I could appreciate Rod Carew. He had a nice little sweet swing there. I think he's like, 300 something average for a career. Beautiful. So let's get into this big winter storm. And this storm is going to leave its mark. I mean, it's already snowed pretty hard in Kansas City yesterday. The areas of Kansas, western Kansas, picked up almost a foot. And now we have about 67 million people under some sort of winter weather alert or warning or watch. It was all the way from New Mexico to Maine. And look at how much of the South. I mean, it's not often in the middle of March. Dallas, all the way through Arkansas, Little Rock, Memphis, even Birmingham, and not far from Atlanta is going to see some winter weather. As far as serious, though, anytime you have a chance of tornadoes, that takes the top headline. So the first thing of greatest concern today into tonight, line of very strong thunderstorms possible with tornadoes heading for the Florida Panhandle. They could form near New Orleans and Mobile. Then they'll slide through Georgia and Florida, and then towards the morning hours be moving through the Carolinas. As far as the rainfall, we could see some flooding problems in the Florida Panhandle. That's where we could get 2 to 3 inches. Otherwise, I do not expect a lot of flooding anywhere else. Just the Florida areas of greatest concern. And just what everyone wanted, some more snow to shovel and plow. Not going to be a lot of snow through Arkansas, but it's amazing. Memphis is going to be 60 today, and then tonight you're going to see snow. So temperatures are going to drop like a rock, and then it's going to snow. Nashville, you're going to have a little bit of snow coating. But it's when we get in those areas of the blue, that's the more significant snows. That's 3 inches. The darker blue is 6. And a couple spots in the Adirondacks, the Catskills, the White and the Green Mountains could get up to 9 to 12 inches of snow out of this. Notice that yesterday it looked like all rain for I-95. That has changed. Now we're going from rain to snow Saturday morning. So be prepared. D.C. could get a few inches, maybe 1 to 3. Same for Philadelphia. New York City, 1 to 2 inches out of this. So, and then the problem is behind it, it gets really windy and cold. So Saturday night, as the cold air rushes in, first it rains, then it snows, then it's windy and cold. So all of that slush will freeze. So just be very careful traveling Saturday afternoon and evening, especially after the sun sets in this region of the country. It's going to be treacherous. So here's the forecast for today. Enjoy that today in D.C. 62 and sunny, not bad in New York. All the cold air is plunging, though, down through the middle of the country. And this weekend, it has its eyes set. Saturday is the worst day by far of the weekend for the eastern seaboard. Severe weather early in the day, then the snow, ice, and wind through the northeast. Finally, we catch our breath. Still a little chilly today. Nothing that's so treacherous that's going to be considered dangerous. Hopefully this is the last one. You guys feel it? Do you feel? I feel like this is the last winter storm.
Yes, I'm feeling it too.
I don't know. I'm not convinced.
I'm a glass half full.
No, well, every day we're like, oh, there might be a little snow. I look outside, I'm like, geez, there's a lot of snow. So I don't know, Bill. I don't know.
All right. April. So April can always have a surprise or two.
Now, Bill's the optimist. Oh, my goodness.
I know.
All right.
What happened
Thank
to
Bill.
you in a good way?
What's going on? Is this opposite day?
Yeah.
All right. Thanks, Bill.
All right. Coming up on Morning News Now, 2.5 million refugees and counting.
When we return, a closer look at the humanitarian crisis unfolding along Ukraine's border, plus the rush to now offer help. That's next.
What do you see right now with Putin, and do you think he's a rational actor? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? The sanctions did not deter. Can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
President Biden making news tonight on several fronts.
We're answering the questions you want answered.
There's a lot to talk about this evening.
Let's start breaking all this down.
We begin with breaking news. Now to an NBC News exclusive interview.
We'll get right to that breaking news, the desperate search and rescue.
Our team is live all across the path of destruction tonight.
Nearly 200 firefighters responded to the scene.
What you see on the tablet here is what we see in real life on the street.
You know I got your back, right?
Keep going. 2022 midterms, the battle for Congress and the fight for control of State House.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds ahead of the midterms. We are talking elections. I'm in a battleground state. Meet the Press Election Night special. It is a big night.
Let's take a look at what else is making news around the world.
Our NBC News crew heard explosions in the capital city of Kyiv.
People here are terrified.
Russia is picking off Ukraine's military facilities.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We begin with the pandemic today.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos? Raise your hand if you have had enough of COVID.
A piece of space junk is on a collision course with the moon.
It does matter. It is significant. Why?
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Welcome back. A member of the British royal family is causing outrage over some comments he made visiting a Ukrainian cultural center in England. For details on that and a look at how the rest of the world is continuing to react to the war in Ukraine, we want to turn to NBC foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga. Hey, Claudio, good morning.
Good morning. Hi. Well, yes, the attempt by Prince William to show his support for Ukraine seems to have backfired. Yesterday, he visited a Ukrainian cultural center in London, and he said that to his generation, it is alien to see war in Europe now. He was clearly trying to condemn Russia's invasion of Ukraine, but at the same time, his comments caused an outrage on social media, with some people saying that he implied that war is more common in other places like Africa and Asia, and other people reminding him of the royal family's own role in Britain's colonial past. Let's move on to China, where the premier there called the situation in Ukraine worrying and said that the utmost effort should be made to help Russia and Ukraine reach a ceasefire and a peaceful solution. China continues to refuse to call Russia's aggression a war or an invasion and did not back international sanctions, claiming they hurt the global economy. And more than 70 people who fled the war in Ukraine landed in Brazil. Most of them were Brazilians, but there were also Argentinians, Ukrainians, and a Colombian. They were welcomed at the airport by Brazil's President Jair Bolsonaro, who maintained a somewhat neutral, even contradictory position on the war in Ukraine by siding on the one hand with the European Union, the United Nations and the United States, but at the same time he failed to condemn openly Russia's invasion by Vladimir Putin, guys.
All right, Claudio, thank you so much for that wrap-up. The overwhelming majority of refugees fleeing Ukraine are women and children. More than 2 million have crossed the border into places like Poland and Hungary. When it comes to making that decision, humanitarian workers tell us that while every family is different, it's one of the hardest decisions they'll ever have to make. Here's what they say.
Two million women and children, mainly, crossing the border in just 2 weeks. The numbers could go up to somewhere between 7 and 10 million. We haven't seen such a displacement since the times of the Second World War.
Все бомблять. Там полно всяких игрушек, которые подсовывают бомби.
В погребі сиділи, багато бомбили, бахкало.
All these children, they had a normal life 2 weeks ago. They were going to school, they had a house, they had a family, they have friends. All these women that are having deliveries in the basements of buildings, in makeshift shelters, in metro stations, under the bombs with the missiles flying over their heads. All these women are also casualties of war.
Where are you going? Where will you go?
Do you have a place to sleep? Poland.
Your husband, where is he?
Ukraine.
Mit lehet, mikor az egész életünk munkája? Igen, nem találtam. Az életünk munkája, mindent ott kell hagyni, de csak oda és lejössz az udvarról. Bele lehet abba gondolni, hogy mit lehet érezni.
We don't have electricity. We don't have anything to eat. We don't have medicine. We've got nothing.
The humanitarian corridor is a safe passage. Without corridors, the delivery of any humanitarian relief is compromised. We've seen it over and over and over. In the case of Mariupol is a clear example of a corridor that was agreed upon and yet was not respected. I have the feeling, I have to confess, we need to do more.
I didn't want to change my country, to leave my country, because we have a happy family, happy life. And now our family is separated, and also I hope that everything will be okay, but I don't know.
Coming up on Morning News Now, the making of an oligarch. Russian billionaires hit hard by sanctions over the war in Ukraine. More on who they are and how they got that extraordinary wealth. And a helping hand, how companies big and small are working together to help refugees. Stick with us.
You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
President Biden making news tonight on several fronts.
We're answering the questions you want answered.
There's a lot to talk about this evening.
Let's start breaking all this down.
We begin with breaking news. Now to an NBC News exclusive interview.
We'll get right to that breaking news, the desperate search and rescue.
Our team is live all across the path of destruction tonight.
Nearly 200 firefighters responded to the scene.
What you see on the tablet here is what we see in real life on the street.
You know I got your back, right?
Keep going.
2022 midterms, the battle for Congress and the fight for control of State House.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds ahead of the midterms. We are talking elections. I'm in a battleground state. Meet the Press Election Night special. It is a big night.
Let's take a look at what else is making news around the world.
Our NBC News crew heard explosions in the capital city of Kyiv.
People here are terrified.
Russia is picking off Ukraine's military facilities. Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We begin with the pandemic today.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
Raise your hand if you have had enough of COVID.
A piece of space junk is on a collision course with the moon.
It does matter. It is significant. Why?
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hand.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your news feed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. More bad news for Russia's economy as both countries and companies look to protect themselves from fallout created by the sanctions. Our friend Bertha Coombs joins us now with more. Hey, Bertha, good morning.
Yeah, it's not just companies, but also countries. You know, we're all interdependent in terms of trade, and China is seeking to protect its currency from big moves in the Russian ruble. Beijing will double the margin size or limit the ruble, the amount that the ruble can move against the yuan to 10%. This means that China won't have to subsidize Russian buyers of Chinese goods at a different rate than market prices. The ruble has fallen 40% against the dollar this year and more than 30% against the Chinese yuan. Meantime, JP Morgan is actively unwinding its business in Russia following a similar move by Goldman Sachs. They're the first major U.S. banks to exit the country. Operating in Russia has become harder to do due to Western sanctions. European banks have more exposure to Russia than their U.S. rivals, but JP Morgan ranked second last year in generating investment banking income in Moscow. And Russians are turning to virtual private networks or VPNs to get around the country's tightening controls on the internet. VPNs can mask a user's identity and location. Data from Sensor Tower shows downloads of the top 10 VPNs in Apple's App Store and the Google Play Store in Russia hit nearly 6 million between February 24th, the day of the Ukraine invasion beginning, and March 8th. That's up 1,500% versus the previous 2-week period. So folks in Russia are trying to find the news, not just what state-sponsored entities tell them. Back to you.
Yeah, and we hope that they can. That's such an issue here in this war. Bertha, thank you so much. Now, the British government is going after Russian oligarch Roman Abramovich with some serious sanctions. The billionaire's assets, including the Chelsea soccer team, are now frozen. His rise to extraordinary wealth tells the story of how oligarchs are made. NBC News Now anchor Erin Gilchrist explains.
Right, let's get more now on that breaking news. The government has sanctioned Roman Abramovich.
Perhaps the world's most famous Russian oligarch, Roman Abramovich, has just been sanctioned by the British government, and it may throw a wrench in his plans to sell the soccer team Chelsea Football Club. The billionaire bought the team back in 2003 in a $184 million deal and fueled the club financially to trophy after trophy, making it one of the world's most dominant soccer teams. But under mounting political pressure amid Russia's invasion of Ukraine,
surely Mr. Abramovich should no longer be able to own a football club in this country.
The British government froze Abramovich's assets. So how did Abramovich make his billions in the first place? His story is the making of an oligarch. Roman Abramovich was born in the Russian city of Saratov. Both of his parents died when he was young, leaving him an orphan. As a young man, he briefly served in the Soviet army and then studied at the Gubkin Institute of Oil and Gas in Moscow for college before trading commodities for a Swiss firm and eventually befriending oil magnate Boris Berezovsky.
The man shaking Yeltsin's hand, Boris Berezovsky, the Russian billionaire many believe is the true puppet master of the Kremlin. One Russian newspaper this week proclaimed Berezovsky as the man who is the real president of Russia.
Berezovsky was close to former Russian President Boris Yeltsin, and when the Soviet Union dissolved and embraced capitalism, Yeltsin sold previously state-owned companies to well-connected businessmen, often for a fraction of their actual worth. This created a super-wealthy ruling class, or oligarchs. Through Berezovsky, Abramovich was able to get in on a deal to buy a major stake of Siberian oil company Sibneft for only $100 million in the mid-1990s, according to Forbes. Sibneft recorded $3 billion in oil revenues in the year 2000. And when Berezovsky fell out with the newly elected president, Vladimir Putin, in the early 2000s, Abramovich stayed in Putin's good graces. Berezovsky was pressured into selling his shares of Sibneft to Abramovich, cementing his billionaire status. Today, not much is known definitively about the relationship between Roman Abramovich and Vladimir Putin. Abramovich became governor of Chukotka in 2001, an oil-rich region in northeastern Siberia. And while his foray into politics led him to spend more time with Putin, the extent of their relationship has been kept from the public. Imprisoned opposition leader Alexei Navalny described Putin and Abramovich's relationship in a recent Twitter thread, saying Abramovich, quote, privatized Sibneft for $100 million, and then writing, quote, in 2005, he and Putin made the deal of a century. The state, represented by Gazprom, bought Sibneft back from Abramovich, but this time for $13.1 billion. Genius, right? That is, they simply took out $13 billion from our pockets. We've reached out to Chelsea Football Club for a statement responding to Navalny's tweet and have yet to hear back. Abramovich's net worth is valued at $12.3 billion by Forbes, and his fleet of yachts is world famous.
Russian tycoon Roman Abramovich owns the world's biggest yacht, nearly 2 football fields in length, loaded with its own missile defense system and lasers to prevent the paparazzi from taking photos.
Before the British government froze his assets, Abramovich released a statement where he announced plans to sell his soccer team and promised that the proceeds of that sale would go toward a foundation to help victims of the war in Ukraine. But with his British assets now frozen, including the world-famous Chelsea Football Club and his multi-million-dollar London home, his net worth is expected to take a tumble.
All right, our thanks to Erin Gilchrist for that deep dive there. Now, the heart-wrenching stories and images we've seen over the past few weeks coming out of Ukraine have many of us wondering, how can we help?
NBC News senior consumer investigative correspondent Mickey Wynn looks at some of the organizations and companies that are lending a hand.
Thousands of refugees pour across the border into places like Poland. There are volunteers there to meet the immediate needs on the ground. They're distributing food, toys, and other supplies to those just trying to figure out what's next. But they can't do it alone. It's donations that help them feel comfort in a time of so much uncertainty. Aid groups say one of the quickest ways to make an impact is through donating money to a trusted organization, like World Central Kitchen. That organization is taking donations to help feed people as Chef Jose Andres serves up meals for those arriving at the border.
Nothing sends a bigger message of hope than a humble plate of food.
A group called Global Empowerment Mission, based in Miami, is on the ground in Poland using donations to buy train and plane tickets for refugees to get them to friends and family for more stable housing. They're also setting up a warehouse to distribute mountains of donations. For those innocent children who spent 2 years in a global pandemic and are now displaced because of Russia's invasion, organizations like Save the Children's Ukraine Crisis Relief Fund or the Red Cross, who says its volunteers have been in Ukraine for 8 years, are putting themselves in danger as they work to help those affected by the invasion. Another group, Razom for Ukraine, says they're focused on the need for medical aid for Ukrainian hospitals. Some folks are donating in innovative ways. Airbnb is allowing users to book rentals in the war-torn country and waiving service fees. That way, the money used to rent the place goes directly to the Ukrainian owner, even though the people who booked the place don't plan to stay. The company itself is also offering free short-term housing for those displaced by the invasion. For those that need a ride out of Ukraine, Uber is offering free rides between the Ukrainian and Polish border and 2 Polish cities. They're also working with the International Rescue Committee to help those displaced.
Thanks to Vicki Wynn for that report. Sadly, crises like this, we just always see it bring out scammers who want to take advantage of the fact that so many people want to find a way to help, give money, give resources, and then they don't give to reputable places. So it's so important to actually see what are the places I can give to where I know my money or my resources are going to go and actually help people in Ukraine.
Absolutely. And I think that's exactly what so many people are wondering right now. How can I help? As we just see, especially as Vicki mentioned, kids who've been through a pandemic and now this, it's just horrible to see. So great way to see that there are ways to help. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now. Good Friday morning. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
We begin with breaking news at this hour. Russian forces are closing in on the Ukrainian capital of Kyiv. U.S. defense officials say the Russians could be within 10 miles of the center of the city after being stalled for days. Russia is amping up the attacks across Ukraine. This is video from the western city of Dnipro, where a Russian airstrike destroyed several buildings earlier this morning. Also new this morning, Ukrainian officials say Russian forces have now killed more Ukrainian civilians than soldiers.
With no signs of peace in sight, the refugee crisis outside of Ukraine is growing. More than 2.5 million people have left the country, with more than 1 million Ukrainians in just Poland alone. Our Kelly Kobaya spoke with a teenager who escaped Kyiv.
There was not comfortable to stay there because every night we heard
It's okay.
very horrible sounds every night.
The push to get out of the country is growing as Ukraine's president warns Russia is capable of chemical attacks. And this morning, the United States plans to take more action against Russia. President Biden is expected to end normal trade relations between the U.S. and Russia. We begin this hour in Ukraine's capital, Kyiv, where NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel reports, and a warning that some viewers may find the following images distressing.
Russian forces are closing in after Vladimir Putin signaled he has no intention of stopping, and Russia's foreign minister refused to acknowledge that Russia has even invaded Ukraine, saying that Russian troops are merely carrying out a limited operation to defend Russia from Ukraine.
Russia opened new fronts overnight, attacking 2 Ukrainian cities, Lutsk in the north and Dnipro in central Ukraine for the first time, while Russian troops are accelerating their advance on Kyiv. Satellite images show the 40-mile-long Russian convoy, stalled for days on the outskirts of Kyiv because of fuel shortages, is back on the move, dispersing and redeploying. U.S. officials warn Russia is now actively trying to encircle the capital, but Ukrainian forces are not going to make it easy. They're on the offensive, too, trying to push back Russian troops away from Kyiv, in tanks and on the ground. U.S. officials predict it could take 1 to 2 weeks for Russia to surround Kyiv and another month to occupy the city. Across the country, it seems the entire population is on the move or planning for it. As of this morning, 12 humanitarian corridors have been set up to evacuate people out of cities being attacked by Russian forces, often moving those internally and precariously displaced to cities that may soon be attacked. In addition to the nearly 2.5 million Ukrainians who have become Eastern Europe's latest generation of refugees, the most since World War II. One Ukrainian city remains largely cut off, Mariupol in the south, where Russia bombed a maternity hospital this week and then claimed Ukraine staged the whole thing. As residents have been forced to bury their dead in mass graves, the Red Cross warns vital medicines have run out. Russian President Vladimir Putin seems unfazed by it all, saying Russia will overcome sanctions and pointing to rising gas prices in the United States. Russia is accelerating its propaganda war and veering into dangerous territory. The Russian Defense Ministry spokesman accused the Pentagon of funding biological weapons laboratories in Ukraine in order to stealthily spread dangerous pathogens. The U.S. worries Russia may use chemical weapons and then try to blame Ukraine for it.
Russia said it has also approved the use of foreign volunteers to supplement its ranks here in Ukraine, and that it has already received 16,000 applicants from the Middle East ready to fight.
All right, Richard, thank you.
Let's get more on this with Jason Beardsley. He's the National Executive Director of the Association of the U.S. Navy. Jason, good to have you with us. So this morning we are seeing these new cities being targeted in Ukraine, including the western part of the country, which really has been considered the safer part. What's your assessment of these latest strikes? Is this a signal that Russia is saying, hey, nowhere in the country is safe right now?
Sure, I think that would be Russia's play, but it's not really. You can't back that up. Right now, there's still corridors going from Kyiv and 3 or 4 routes that all the way west towards Poland. There are air raids and sirens along those routes, so there is some random sort of bombing and munitions raids. But a lot of their efforts right now are bogged down in multiple places down in the south towards Odessa and further towards the east and north towards Kherson, where Kherson they hold, but they haven't got that completely locked down. They're also trying to make gains in the east, where nominally they've had control for 8 years, the Donbass region. They're putting up, the Ukrainians are, a tough fight in places like Kharkiv and outside Mykolaiv. Although Mariupol's under rough conditions, there's a lot of fighters down there that have long memories that have been rotating to the fronts in the Donbass. They have experience against the Russians, and you're seeing that come out with all these little strikes against the tanks. So Ukraine is going to make this a lot more difficult than just, I think, what the Russians think. There's a lot of propaganda, too, so we've got to be careful of that.
Oh, yes, absolutely. Now, in the last couple of days, we've talked a lot about those no-fly zones or the supply of weapons, even those jets that there was some back and forth on, giving those to Ukraine. Now, the Pentagon has been firmly against a no-fly zone. All of NATO has been, despite Ukraine's president fiercely calling for one. But Russia's saying the West is acting dangerously, even at this point, by supplying weapons, that lethal aid to Ukraine. Do you see there being any point where NATO and therefore the U.S. does get pulled deeper into this conflict?
Well, I think we can give the president some credit here, because from the beginning they've said they will not get involved or not risk American lives, and we've just gotten 20 years of that in Afghanistan and Iraq. So I think he's got a pretty good sort of consistent line there. However, what Zelensky has asked for is less than the Americans or NATO defending his airspace. Give me the equipment, give me the lethal means. And from the outset of this invasion, Vladimir Putin said if that's the case, if NATO does involve itself by supporting with material lethal munitions, that was going to cause problems. Well, we've been doing that, aid and in certain small munitions, but as you suggested, the aircraft sort of deal from Poland that was a little weird, that stuff got scotched. So there's a little bit of a tenuous line there. And again, credit to the White House for holding that line. It's very difficult in the sort of the advance of all this, all the images coming out. So it's a tough line to walk, but I'm going to just say one thing. The time to have done that was before the invasion. We had plenty of warning. The intelligence agency, to their credit, saw this invasion coming, and now we're on the heels of that. So it's a little late for us to be trying to affect the ground game other than just the support.
Let's talk more about the diplomacy end of things, Jason. We saw yesterday the first round of talks between the Russian and Ukrainian foreign ministers. They ended without much progress. This is a tough one, but how do you see this conflict unfolding from here? Is there anything that you think could possibly bring it toward an end?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll say it this way: more advances by the Ukrainians and more of what we've seen, which is the Russian army has underperformed here. They are getting bogged down in every region that we see. They have minor successes, and that has fueled the resistance of the Ukrainians. They fought tremendously. The more they have these javelins and TOWs and anti-tank missiles, the more you're going to see bogged. Vladimir Putin needs at the diplomatic table is a stack of dead bodies coming back home, and that's happening now. The casualty rates for the Russians are too high for them to sustain this for very long, and you add to that the diplomatic sanctions and the economic sanctions. This is crushing Russia right now. It's humiliating. That's a dangerous place for Vladimir Putin. You're seeing the reactions of his humiliation, bombing maternity wards, so on and so forth, the war crimes. So we're not in a good place, but the Ukrainians have made this a fierce resistance, and I look for that to continue. That will get Putin at the table a little bit easier than anything else.
I mean, do you think, Jason, even a large number of casualties can impact Putin right now?
Eventually, absolutely. They're already dealing with dissension. You hear it from the their KGB, the old KGB, the FSB. There's some folks under house arrest. We've got reports that people in the Kremlin are whispering. The point is, he's got to keep his political base secure. He's got to keep the oligarchs happy. You just ran a report on how that's not working out well. So people are getting squeezed around this. And if he doesn't show successes fast, then he's going to be in a tough position to hold on to power. That's why the State Department, that's why the United States is signaling that we may look for a chemical or a biological sort of attack. That's the kind of thing that would be a game changer if Putin were to do something there.
All right, Jason Beardsley, thank you so much.
As the war in Ukraine rages on, drivers in the U.S. are seeing a sharp rise in the cost of gas.
On Tuesday, the price of a regular gallon of gas broke a 14-year-old record when it hit $4.17. And this morning, it's even higher. NBC News reporter Gary Grumbach joins us now from Maryland. He's just outside Baltimore. Gary, good morning. So we're seeing these record prices there. How are people dealing with this? What are they saying when they pull into the gas station?
Hey there, Savannah. Yeah, file this under can't catch a break. Just as COVID cases are decreasing nationwide and we're seeing all 50 states lifting their mask mandate, we are seeing a lot more people getting comfortable making those trips and vacations they've been talking about for more than 2 years. But it's going to be expensive to do that, a lot more expensive to do that. Here at a gas station in Aberdeen, Maryland, we're seeing $4.53 for a gallon of gas, and it's actually going to start changing the habits and the way people drive. According to a new survey out from AAA just this week, they say 60% of Americans are going to change their habits in terms of driving if gas reaches more than $4, which it has here and a lot of places around the country. They say 75% of Americans are going to start changing their habits if gas reaches $5, which experts say is very possible. In terms of how that may change, we could see a lot more carpooling and possibly even less people on the roads. Savannah?
So, Gary, politicians know high gas prices aren't a great thing to run on. Some states are starting to take matters into their own hands, including where you are in Maryland. How are they trying to ease the burden at the pump?
Yeah, this is something that we are actually seeing all over the country. And, you may not realize there's actually a federal gas tax on every single gallon of gas. It's 18 cents a gallon. And then there's state gas tax on top of that. So we're seeing a lot of governors taking matters into their own hands and trying to say, we could try to reduce a little bit of the pain that you're feeling at the pump. In Pennsylvania, it's a 57-cent gas tax. In Iowa, it's a 30-cent gas tax. And here in Maryland, it's a 36-cent gas tax. And Governor Larry Hogan here in Maryland said he's working with the state legislature to suspend that gas tax to make it a little cheaper when folks go to the pump.
Now, Gary, I mean, this has been this slow creeping increase, but it's certainly increasing. 50 cents up compared to a week ago, nearly $1 from a month ago. I mean, is this just going to keep on going? Is there any sign that it's going to taper off?
There's no sign that it's going to taper off, and experts say it's actually going to get a whole lot worse before it gets better. Savannah, I was up in Detroit talking to GM workers a few weeks ago for a story, and they were saying this is part of the reason why people want electric cars, because they can save money at the gas tank. They don't have to worry about the $4.50 a gallon gas these days. Guys?
All right, Gary Grumbach, thank you so much.
We are monitoring the latest in Ukraine. We're also watching several other major stories this morning.
Actor Jussie Smollett is heading to jail for falsely claiming he was the victim of a racist, homophobic attack. Coming up, the actor's outburst in the courtroom as the sentence was handed down.
Plus, get ready to lose some sleep this weekend. Most of us will spring forward this Sunday for daylight saving time. The renewed push to stop changing the clocks for good. Next.
You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
President Biden making news tonight on several fronts.
We're answering the questions you want answered.
There's a lot to talk about this evening.
Let's start breaking all this down.
We begin with breaking news.
Now to an NBC News exclusive interview.
We'll get right to that breaking news, the desperate search and rescue.
Our team is live all across the path of destruction tonight.
Nearly 200 firefighters responded to the scene.
What you see on the tablet here is what we see in real life on the street.
You know I got your back, right?
Keep going. 2022 midterms, the battle for Congress and the fight for control of State House.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds ahead of the midterms.
We are talking elections. I'm in a battleground state.
Meet the Press Election Night special. It is a big night.
Let's take a look at what else is making news around the world.
Our NBC News crew heard explosions in the capital city of Kyiv.
People here are terrified.
Russia is picking off Ukraine's military facilities.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We begin with the pandemic today.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
Raise your hand if you have had enough of COVID.
A piece of space junk is on a collision course with the moon.
It does matter. It is significant. Why?
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. More of our coverage out of Ukraine coming up, including the social media clips that show how the letter Z has become a pro-Russia symbol. That's ahead, but we want to get to some of the other news this morning. Midterm elections are just 8 months away, and Democrats are facing a stiff test as Republicans make a push to take back both the House and the Senate. House Democrats have gathered in Philadelphia for their annual retreat to chart a path forward. Today, they'll hear from President Biden. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale joins us now from Philadelphia. She's there. Ali, good morning. So Democrats have the majority in the House and then the smallest possible advantage in the Senate. So what are they focused on? Who are they focused on? Where are they focused on as they try to maintain these majorities?
Everywhere, Savannah, because that's really been the story of this Congress, right, is just how slim the majorities have been for Democrats in the House and in the Senate, of course. For the House Democrats here, though, their charge is now pretty set with how the maps look across the country. We know that this was a redistricting year based off of the new census numbers that came out. Now those maps are starting to come into focus, and it's really starting to look like a little bit more of a level playing field than what we thought it was going to look like. That doesn't mean, though, that Democrats aren't still in for an uphill climb. And they all seem to be aware of that here, as we've been having multiple conversations around that. At the same time, the point of this conference really is to figure out what their messaging strategy is going forward into the midterms and how they're going to use these next 8 months where they still have these majorities and what they're going to show voters they can do with them going forward, even as they message all of the things that they've already done over the course of the last year.
And Ali, last month, former President Obama met with House Democrats and basically said drum up support by focusing on wins. Well, they'll hear from President Biden today. Yeah. What kind of message do you think that's going to be?
Exactly that. They are going to be talking about the wins that they've had, the American Rescue Plan, COVID relief funding, all of the other things that they've done in the bipartisan infrastructure bill, the idea that there will soon be shovels in the ground. I can't help but think of the fact that we are actually overlooking a bridge in the building that I'm standing in right now that would benefit from being part of that infrastructure package and shoring it up, making it safer. There are hundreds of bridges like that across the country, so you got to imagine that's something that the president is going to bring up. But we've heard a lot from lawmakers and, of course, allies in the White House who say that he needs to focus on a message of empathy, that even though the economy has come back in terms of jobless claims after the pandemic, there are still severe crises on the economic front, including women being pushed out of the workforce, but also now including these inflation numbers as well as rising gas prices. All of that's going to be really important as Democrats trumpet the gains that they've won for Americans, at the same time, though, empathizing that they might not be feeling so good about things right now.
Now, a lot can, of course, happen between now and midterms. They're all the way in November, of course. But what do you think is going to come from this meeting, from this annual retreat? What's sort of the go forth message from Democrats here?
Yeah, the go forth message is going to be talking about the things that they've done. At the same time, right before they came here, they passed that omni spending package with a little bit of a kerfuffle over what was actually going to be in it. They got Ukraine aid into it, as well as the reauthorization of the Violence Against Women Act and a whole litany of other budgetary priorities. But right at the 11th hour, they had to strip out billions of dollars in COVID relief funding that the White House said that they needed and that Democrats all agree they're going to need, not just for the global stage of vaccination, but also for future variants that could still come. That's now going to be a standalone bill, but it did sort of remind us of the fissures that still exist within this Democratic Party about how to legislate going forward. We saw it over Build Back Better and the bipartisan infrastructure bill. Now Build Back Better seems all but dead. One key progressive lawmaker here yesterday even called that bill Voldemort, the thing that we do not talk about. It is being talked about technically, although in smaller form than it initially was. But at the same time, that really does speak to the vibe that Democrats have on that signature spending package. I would also add, though, there's now sort of a wild card when you talk about the midterms. What's going on in Ukraine regarding Russia is going to be key to the next 8 months. Biden's approval rating has improved slightly since the State of the Union. He is, of course, being seen as a leader in unifying on the world stage. At the same time, as much as he's being praised for that, there's now going to be a hurdle going forward as Republicans continue to hit Democrats on rising gas prices and inflation. There's going to be a little bit of a juggling dance here, trying to convince Americans that the prices they're seeing in places like the gas pump are worth it for what we're doing in Ukraine. So that situation is going to be really key as we move forward here. And Biden, frankly, coming to Philadelphia on the heels of a new announcement that they're kicking Russia out of its favored nation trade status. That's going to mean big impacts on the economic stage as well.
Ooh, absolutely, especially as we're hearing about that pension, a lot more than just gas. Ali Vitale, thank you so much. Lots to watch for from you there later today.
Turning now to the sentencing of actor Jussie Smollett, a Chicago judge handed him 150 days in jail and 30 months of probation after he was convicted of falsely reporting a hate crime to police back in 2019.
Yeah, Smollett was also ordered to pay over $120,000 in restitution to the city of Chicago for the time that officers spent investigating those claims. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirst joins us from Chicago with the latest on the sentencing. Hey, Jesse, good morning.
Good morning, guys. It was more than 3 years ago, with controversy swirling around him, that Jussie Smollett walked through that gate and out of the Cook County Jail. But this morning, he's waking up inside behind bars.
I am not suicidal, and I am innocent. I could have said that I was guilty a long time ago.
Even after a Cook County judge sentenced Jussie Smollett to 150 days in jail, the disgraced actor turned convicted felon sticking to his story.
If I did this, then it means that I stuck my fist in the fears of black Americans in this country for over 400 years.
The former Empire star's unwavering claim of innocence, ultimately his undoing.
You committed hour upon hour upon hour of pure perjury.
Judge James Lynn sentencing Smollett to 30 months felony probation, including that jail time, ordering he pay more than $120,000 in restitution to the city of Chicago and pay the maximum fine, $25,000.
You've turned your life upside down by your misconduct and shenanigans. You've destroyed your life as you knew it.
As a defiance, Smollett was taken into custody last night, his family blasting the judge's decision.
He's the reason why folks aren't going to report hate crimes. They're the reason why folks aren't going to report hate crimes.
The latest twist in a bizarre legal drama that goes back to 2019, when Smollett claimed he was the victim of a racist, homophobic attack. Police say it was a hoax, and late last year, a jury convicted Smollett of filing a false police report.
You put the noose around your own neck.
Smollett's attorney submitted over 80 letters pleading for leniency. The actor's older brother and 92-year-old grandmother speaking directly to the judge.
I ask you, the judge, not to send him to prison. If you do, send me along with him.
The judge weighing the statements and Smollett's good deeds, but still sentencing him to jail time.
You let that dark, narcissistic, selfish, and arrogant side come out, and you persisted with it for years on this case.
The Cook County State's attorney, whose office dropped earlier charges against Smollett, calls this mob justice. But the mayor of Chicago says the city feels vindicated, Joe.
Jesse, just how surprising was that outburst from Smollett?
Certainly caught us off guard as we watched this unfolding yesterday. Throughout much of this ordeal during the trial, including when Smollett was found guilty and when he was sentenced and told he was going to jail, the actor did not show emotion, didn't even flinch. And so to see him have that emotional outburst was very out of character for how he has held himself throughout all of this ordeal. And it certainly caught us off guard as we were watching this, but you could see that emotion coming through for him and for his family in the aftermath.
All right, Jesse Kirsch reporting from Chicago. Jesse, thank you so much.
Now we're gearing up for the most sleep-deprived time of the year, daylight saving time. Most of us will spring forward this Sunday, losing a precious, as we certainly feel about it, hour of sleep, but gaining more sunlight in the evening.
At least we're not working that morning.
It's true.
Actually, I am. But anyway, more than 1 billion people across the globe will have to adjust their clocks and routines by an hour, but nearly 2/3 of Americans are saying enough. They want to stop changing their clocks for good.
With spring just days away, it's a sign of the times. Daylight saving time, that is. On Sunday morning, clocks in 48 states will spring forward as millions lose an hour of sleep and abandon standard time, which has been the standard the past 4 months. The polarizing adjustment has many sounding off, aptly on the app TikTok.
It's only 6:30. Look how dark it is outside.
How do we cancel daylight savings?
Among those who don't want to move clocks forward, some sleep scientists who say standard time keeps sunrise and sunset more in line with our circadian rhythm. Researchers have even found a rise in the number of heart attacks, strokes, and car accidents in the days after the switch to daylight savings.
It can be very disruptive and abrupt. We're creating this mismatch between what's going on in our environment and what our clocks say.
Still, pro-daylight savers, who will get their ways starting next week, say more sunlight in the evening encourages physical activity in the afternoon and boosts the economy because more people are shopping after work.
I think it's time to change our clocks this weekend and never do it again.
Senator Patty Murray is a co-sponsor of the bipartisan Sunshine Protection Act, which would make daylight saving time permanent.
We would like the light in the evening, and we would like to say to everybody, don't make me change my clock again.
To dodge a drowsy start to the week, sleep specialists recommend slowly moving up your bedtime over the next couple days to avoid a shock to your system. And changing your clocks before bed on Saturday can also hack your brain for a smoother transition. Once the change is made on Sunday, expose yourself to daylight ASAP to quickly acclimate your body's internal clock. Because like it or not, times are changing.
The U.S. has actually tried permanent daylight saving time back in 1974. That was during the year's energy crisis. Most folks didn't like the change. They didn't enjoy waking up and going to work in the dark. So joining us now with his top tips to adjust to daylight saving is the sleep doctor, Dr. Michael J. Bruce. Good to have you with us, doctor. So daylight saving tends to throw our sleep off a bit, especially because we're losing that hour. What is your best advice to people who are worried about losing an hour this Sunday?
The biggest thing that people have to be concerned about is, are they already sleep deprived? Because losing another hour is going to have an even bigger impact. So I'm always talking to people about what can you do in the days before daylight savings. We're kind of bumping up against the end of that since it's going to be happening pretty soon. So the big thing to ask people to do is wake up at the same time every single morning, avoid alcohol this weekend because that's only going to make things worse. Also try to avoid any big discussions or emotional discussions over the course of the weekend, especially right after you lose that hour of sleep. We're all a little bit cranky after that. And you're also going to be hungrier that day as well. So especially if you're sleep deprived, you want to watch out for making bad food decisions. It's super easy to do, especially when you don't have enough sleep in your head.
All right, so I have an excuse for being grumpy and eating poorly on Sunday. That's good to know. I'll do my best to try and change all of that. So this Sunday, we are going to spring forward. That means the sun will start setting later. How does that impact our natural sleep cycles?
So light is the biggest factor in our circadian rhythms. Light influences them the most. So when we have more sunlight during certain periods of time, it gives us more energy and allows us to wake up earlier. When we have less sunlight, it's much more difficult. So when we don't have sunlight in the early morning hours, when it's really, really dark, I got to be honest with you, even the sleep doctor has a hard time getting out of bed sometimes because it's still dark out. Remember, darkness is what helps our melatonin continue to be produced. So when the sunlight comes, it naturally lowers our melatonin and allows us to wake up.
Good to know we are not alone there. So on top of all this, March is also the start of allergy season. Many people experience congestion, running noses, and other symptoms that disrupt their sleep. Do you got any tips to help alleviate that too?
I do, as a matter of fact. So other than March Madness, the rest of March is a lot of allergy season for me. So I definitely feel you know what you're talking about here. A couple of things that people should think about. Number one, take a shower before bed or a bath before bed. If you've been outside and you've got allergens on you, it's a great way to keep allergens out of your bedroom. Another possibility, an air purifier or filter for your bedroom. Move some of those particulates out if you can. And I know it's really tempting. Keep your windows closed. That way you don't allow some of those pollen and all of that dust and things like that to come into your house. And the final tip is, if you've been outside, which I hope you have, getting some sunshine and some exercise, do yourself a favor. Right when you walk in the house, take your outer layer of clothing off and put it into your laundry area. That way all of the allergens stay over there and are not throughout your house.
All right, some great advice, Dr. Bruce. Thank you so much. We appreciate it, and good luck this weekend. I hope you get some rest.
I think I'm going to need it. Thanks, and wishing everybody sweet dreams.
All right, sounds good. Now let's get a check on your morning news now. Weather.
Bill Cairns is back with us. Hey, Bill.
Hey, good morning. You know what I do? I set my clocks ahead like Saturday morning because I just can't deal with that. You know, I'd rather lose it during the day. Of course, if you have any events or plans, I'm usually late or early, depending on the time of year. But I don't know. That's just what I do. All right. So let me get into this complicated weekend forecast. Unfortunately, could be a dangerous weekend forecast, too. We're already seeing a lot of thunderstorms down along the Gulf of Mexico. The storm has a lot of juice to work with, a lot of energy. And we have a severe weather threat and flash flooding threat. And, flash flooding is the #1 killer in our country of any weather events, more than hurricanes, more than tornadoes. So Panama City to Tallahassee to Jackson.
This is an NBC News special report. Here's Savannah Guthrie.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. We've got breaking news from the White House at this hour. The president is set to announce the newest step he wants to take against Russia over its invasion of Ukraine, the move to end normal trade relations with Russia. Let's bring in NBC's chief White House correspondent, Kristen Welker. Kristen, we were here earlier this week when the president announced a ban on Russian oil and gas, and now taking it a step further, but needs Congress's approval.
That's exactly right, Savannah. President Biden's latest move is aimed at intensifying the pressure campaign on Russia and comes after that step that you mentioned. The president expected to call for an end to Russia's most favored nation status, which essentially means ending normal trade relations with the country. Now, allies, including the EU, Canada, and Japan, are all expected to make similar announcements today. The bottom line here, Savannah, the U.S. will be able to raise tariffs on many Russian products, everything from caviar to vodka and even some building supplies. Savannah.
Let's listen to the president as he addresses the cameras.
I've just spoken for some time with President Zelensky of Ukraine. I told him, as I have each and every time we've spoken, the United States stands with the people of Ukraine and they bravely fight to defend their country, and they are doing that. And as Putin continues his merciless assault, the United States and our allies and partners continue to work in lockstep to ramp up the economic pressures on Putin and to further isolate Russia on the global stage. Later today, together with other NATO allies in the G7, Canada, France, Germany, Italy, Japan, the United Kingdom, as well as the European Union, we're going to jointly announce several new steps to squeeze Putin and hold him even more accountable for his aggression against Ukraine. And I want to speak to a few of those points today. First, each of our nations is going to take steps to deny most favored nation status to Russia. A most favored nation status designation means two countries have agreed to trade with each other under the best possible terms. Low tariffs, few barriers of trade, and the highest possible imports allowed. In the United States, we call this permanent normal trade relations, PNTR, but it's the same thing. Revoking PNTR for Russia is going to make it harder for Russia to do business with the United States, and doing it in unison with other nations that make up half of the global economy will be another crushing blow to the Russian economy. It's already suffering very badly from our sanctions. And I want to thank Speaker Pelosi, Leader McCarthy, Leaders Schumer and McConnell, and Senators Wyden and Crapo, Representatives Neal and Brady, for their bipartisan leadership on this in the Congress. I would like to offer a special thanks to Speaker Pelosi, who's been a strong advocate for revoking PNTR and who agreed to hold off on that in the House until I could line up all of our key allies to keep us in complete unison. Unity among our allies is critically important, as you all know, from my perspective at least. Many issues divide us in Washington, but standing for democracy in Ukraine, pushing Russia's aggression, should not be one of those issues. The free world is coming together to confront Putin. Our two parties here at home are leading the way. And with that bipartisan cooperation, I'm looking forward to signing into law the bill revoking PNTR, which is, again, most people think of it as most favored nation status. We're also taking a further step of banning imports of goods from several signature sectors of the Russian economy, including seafoods, vodka, and diamonds. And we're going to continue to squeeze Putin. The G7 will seek to deny Russia the ability to borrow from leading multinational institutions, such as the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank. Putin is an aggressor. He is the aggressor, and Putin must pay the price. He cannot pursue a war that threatens the very foundations, which he's doing, the very foundations of international peace and stability, and then ask for financial help from the international community. The G7 is also stepping up pressure on corrupt Russian billionaires. We're adding new names to the list of oligarchs and their families that we're targeting. And we're increasing coordination among the G7 countries to target and capture their ill-begotten gains. They support Putin. They steal from the Russian people, and they seek to hide their money in our countries. They're part of that kleptocracy that exists in Moscow, and they must share in the pain of these sanctions. And while we're going after these their super yachts and their vacation homes and worth hundreds of millions of dollars, we're also going to make it harder for them to buy high-end products manufactured in our country. We're banning the export of luxury goods to Russia. They're also the latest steps we're taking, but they're not the last steps we're going to take. And as I said, at the beginning of all these steps, we're going to hit Putin harder because the United States and our closest allies and partners are acting in unison. And the totality of our sanctions and export controls is crushing the Russian economy. The ruble has lost more than half its value. They tell me it takes about 200 rubles to equal $1 these days. Moscow Stock Exchange has been closed for 2 weeks because they know the moment it opens, it will probably collapse. Credit rating agencies has downgraded Russia's government to junk status, its economy to junk status. The list of businesses, international corporations leaving Russia is growing by the day. We're also continuing to close corporations with allies and partners to make sure that the close cooperation we continue to have, the Ukrainian people are able to defend their own nation. The United States has sent more than $1 billion in security assistance to Ukraine over the last year, including anti-armor and anti-air capabilities, taking out tanks and planes and helicopters, with new shipments arriving every day. We, the United States, are also facilitating significant shipments of security assistance from our allies and partners to Ukraine. And the humanitarian front, we're working closely with the UN and humanitarian organizations to support the people of Ukraine who have been displaced by the violence in Ukraine. We're providing tens of thousands of tons of humanitarian supplies, food, water, medicines, coming via truck and train every single day. Yesterday in Poland, Vice President Harris announced an additional $53 million in additional humanitarian support to Ukraine. That brings the total humanitarian assistance to $107 million in just 2 weeks. We've joined this effort with more than 30 other countries who are providing hundreds of millions more. And last night, to their great credit, the Congress passed a bipartisan spending bill that included an additional $13.6 billion in new assistance to the Ukrainian people. And I look forward to signing that immediately. And I also want to be clear, though. We will make sure Ukraine has weapons to defend against an invading Russian force. We will send money and food and aid to save the Ukrainian people. And I will welcome Ukrainian refugees. We should welcome them here with open arms if they need access. And we're going to provide more support for Ukraine. We're going to continue to stand together with our allies in Europe and send unmistakable message. We'll defend every single inch of NATO territory with the full might of the united and galvanized NATO. We will not fight a war against Russia in Ukraine. Direct confrontation between NATO and Russia is World War III, something we must strive to prevent. But we already know Putin's war against Ukraine will never be a victory. He hoped to dominate Ukraine without a fight. He failed. He hoped to fracture European resolve. He failed. He hoped to weaken the transatlantic alliance. He failed. He hoped to split apart American democracies in terms of our positions. He failed. The American people are united. The world is united. And we stand with the people of Ukraine. We will not let autocrats and would-be emperors dictate the direction of the world. Democracies are rising to meet this moment, rallying the world to the side of peace and the side of security. We're showing our strength, and we will not falter. God bless all of you. God bless Ukraine, and God bless our troops.
The White House has said that Russia may use chemical weapons or create a false flag operation to use them. What evidence have you seen showing that? And would the U.S. have a military response if Putin does launch a chemical weapons attack?
I'm not going to speak about the intelligence, but Russia would pay a severe price if they use chemical weapons.
President Biden addressing reporters and the nation from the Roosevelt Room of the White House, announcing that the G7 nations, as well as the United States, will take steps to remove favored trading status from the nation of Russia. That is already in the works. It requires congressional approval, but the president thanked the bipartisan leaders of Congress for ushering that through. He mentioned that the House Speaker had held off on a bill to do that while he could get the allies around the world organized so that they could work together. And the president said the free world is coming together. He also said again that Vladimir Putin is the aggressor and must pay a price. He expanded steps to list additional oligarchs who will now be sanctioned by the United States and its allies. And he said very bluntly that direct confrontation between NATO and Russia is, quote, World War III according to President Biden, and that must be avoided at all costs. I want to turn to Stephanie Ruhle. She's our chief business correspondent. Russia is not a top trading partner of the U.S., but it seems clear that the United States, in conjunction with its allies, is hoping that this will pack a punch.
That's exactly right. Slowly over the last 3 weeks, or gradually, one could say, you are seeing the United States and our West allies really tighten this vice around Putin to do whatever we can to bring him to the table. What stands out the most to me, Savannah, is that just over the last couple of weeks, you have seen all of the progress that was made over the last few decades to open things up between Russia and the West, right? Post-USSR, you are seeing all of that disappear right before our eyes and take us to a place that we have not been in decades.
All right, Stephanie, thank you. While we have this moment, turn to NBC's Richard Engel. He is live in Kiev. And you heard that statement from the president in response to a question that Putin should not use chemical weapons in Ukraine or will face the severest of consequences.
The reason that the United States and Ukrainian officials are so worried about chemical weapons is it has become part of Russian propaganda. For the last several days, Russia has been saying that the United States is helping the Ukrainians to develop biological weapons laboratories, chemical weapons. Putin had already said that Ukraine was developing nuclear weapons. Ukrainians have denied this. The Pentagon has denied this. But with all of this focus coming from the Pentagon, coming from the Kremlin, there is a concern that Vladimir Putin is trying to ready the public for some sort of chemical weapons use potentially by Russia and then blaming it on Ukraine. And we've seen propaganda being used from the very start of this conflict. Don't forget, it was Vladimir Putin who launched this invasion. He said in self-defense because this country is supposedly a threat to Russia because it is run by a Nazi cabal, which of course it is not.
Richard, in the minute or so we have seen an absolutely savage attack on Mariupol in the southeast of the country, and we're starting to see a closing in around the capital city where you stand, Kiev. Can you give us an update on what Russian forces are doing and what kind of resistance they're encountering?
So the Russian military offensive started out slow. It is now gaining momentum, and it is taking two basic shapes. One is siege, the other is attack. In Mariupol, we're seeing classic siege warfare, warfare that dates back decades, if not centuries, with Russian forces surrounding Mariupol, keeping the 400,000 people inside. The Red Cross says there's no medicine left in the city, that people have begun to fight over food. And then the other tactic, attacking cities, attacking population centers. And this city, Kiev, the capital, is clearly in Russia's sights, and a massive military convoy that has been stalled on the outskirts of this city is now once again on the move.
Yeah, and 2.5 million refugees and counting fleeing Ukraine. Richard, thank you as always. So once again, the president addressing the nation to announce that the U.S. will revoke favored trade nation status for Russia, will ban imports such as seafood, vodka, and diamonds, and expand the list of Russian oligarchs who will be feeling the pinch of sanctions in the coming days. We'll have more for you on MSNBC, NBC News Now, and later on Nightly News. Most of you will return now to the Today Show. I'm Savannah Guthrie in New York. This has been an NBC News special report.
Amazing to hear about. Now, there's a big issue impacting millions of teens in the U.S., vaping. But this morning, we're focusing on why teens are turning to vapes.
Coming up, the impact mental health is having on addiction and what experts are doing to try and control the use of vaping in teens.
Plus, it's been 2 years since the World Health Organization declared COVID-19 a pandemic. With cases now reaching new lows, what comes next? We bring that question to one of our doctors after the break.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Students from Southlake caught on camera using racial slurs.
It's been covered up for a very long time.
We are strongly against critical race theory.
Racism in reverse is racism. Shame.
This is Southlake. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Students from Southlake caught on camera using racial slurs.
It's been covered up for a very long time.
We are strongly against critical race theory.
Racism in reverse is racism. Shame.
This is Southlake. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
What do you see right now with Putin, and do you think he's a rational actor? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? The sanctions did not deter. Can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
We want to focus now on a big issue for teens and young adults, vaping, and how it ties in with the mental health crisis. More than a quarter of high school seniors used e-cigarettes in 2021. That's according to the latest Monitoring the Future survey.
Yeah, many are vaping as a way to control things like stress and anxiety, even though the CDC says it's unsafe for young people to use e-cigarettes. Well, some experts are saying vaping makes mental health problems much worse. I spoke to some teens about their experiences.
All right, so it is day number 2. I just woke up and the first thing I did was go to grab my vape, which usually sits right about there, but it wasn't there this morning.
That's Parker. He's a college student, a gamer, and has been nicotine-free for about 5 months. Parker started vaping while he was a freshman in high school because a bunch of his friends were doing it. Back then, he would turn to vaping to relieve his anxiety, but now believes the habit was making his anxiety worse.
What made you start to realize that connection?
There were times where I would go out and I would need to have my vape with me at all times. And whenever I would get anxious, I would hit it. And when I didn't have it, it would exemplify the effects of my anxiety and my stress.
When you look back now at how you were feeling when you were vaping, how strong is the connection between your vape pen and anxiety?
Extremely strong. I think that most times where I had mass amounts of anxiety or panic, it was always correlated to the fact that I had it with me or I was using it.
The Truth Initiative, a nonprofit working to combat tobacco use and nicotine addiction, is helping Parker share his story as part of their ongoing effort to help young people quit. A survey by the organization found that 81% of people start vaping to decrease anxiety, depression, or stress. But some experts say it does the opposite.
People who have a tendency to have mental health problems, increased stress, anxiety, depression are more likely to vape. But vaping also worsens mental health symptoms, particularly of stress, anxiety, and sometimes depression as well.
And here's the science behind it.
Initially, you get this boost of dopamine into your brain. That really tricks people into thinking, oh yeah, this is something that's good, it definitely feels good. But over time, what happens is your body creates more nicotine receptors in the pleasure center of the brain, making it harder for you to reduce stress through any other means than to take another hit of this product.
That's why Dr. Winikoff says vaping is so dangerous. But there is a silver lining.
If you are able to quit, it actually creates a really positive mental health picture, which is why cessation programs are just so important, because there's nothing about this that traps you forever.
Alyssa Bottolato quit vaping about a year ago and hasn't looked back.
My anxiety is better. I'm able to have clearer thoughts.
Just overall, I feel more myself and I feel better.
What would you say to someone who's there right now, who thinks that vaping is actually helping their mental health?
I would look them straight in the face and say, that's what I thought too, but it's not the truth. So if you have that even little bit of yourself that wants to quit, wants to get over it, you're already there. That's all that it takes. And you just have to put some drive behind that. And you'll see the positive outcomes that will come into your life.
Let's bring in Robin Koval. She's the CEO and president of Truth Initiative. That's America's largest nonprofit public health organization dedicating to making tobacco use and nicotine addiction a thing of the past. Robin, good morning. Thanks for being with us. So Alyssa and Parker, who we just heard from in that piece, they both used the Truth Campaign's anonymous texting program to help them quit, which I think is so important, that word anonymous, of course. So the really important question for somebody who's watching who wants to quit or wants to help a young person in their life quit, what do you tell them?
Well, thanks for having me here. First of all, I would tell them to do what these other young people did and to text to Ditch Vape at 88709, which is our This Is Quitting program. It is a text message program. You do it on your phone. It's anonymous. Your parents don't have to know. Your teachers don't have to know. Your friends don't even have to know. Over 425,000 young people have enrolled in this program.
Wow.
We know that it works. And, you know, it's because it's developed obviously by experts who know how to help people quit, but also because we developed it with other young people. So it feels peer-to-peer, honest, friendly. And you heard from those young people, it really, really works.
Absolutely. Now, on Monday, Truth Initiative is launching a new campaign called Breath of Stress Air. First, we want to take a look at this new ad, this new campaign, and this is actually the first time it's airing anywhere. Here we go.
Yes.
Breathe in and wonder, is this helping?
Zero cloud.
Breathe out. Now you should feel much worse. Vaping nicotine can actually increase feelings of stress and anxiety. Let's call a vape what it is. It's a breath of stress air. See for yourself. breathofstressair.com.
Robin, tell us about the goal of this campaign and its importance in reaching young people. I know Parker found the Truth Initiative in that piece by seeing an ad like this. Walk us through what your goal is here.
Well, our goal here is we really want to do two things, right? We want to denormalize vaping, and we also want to normalize quitting. And what this effort, Breath of Stress Air, is trying to do, and it's really building on what we call It's Messing With Our Head platform, where we introduce the idea that, you know, a vape really should be called a depression stick, because that's what these products do, right? They amplify feelings of depression and anxiety. Every time you take a hit on a vape, you are literally taking a breath of stress air. And, you know, that's an important fact because most young people think, because the tobacco and the vaping industry has worked very hard to communicate this, that, you know, vaping reduces feelings of anxiety, that takes your stress away. And that's exactly the opposite. Instead of being a stress reliever, it's really a stress amplifier.
Robin Koval, thank you so much. Such important info there, especially as the FDA hasn't done all that much about this. Thank you for joining us, and congrats on the new campaign.
Thanks so much.
It has been 2 years, exactly 2 years, since the World Health Organization declared COVID-19 a global pandemic. Quickly, the world came to a halt as leaders raced to control the spread of the virus.
Over 6 million people across the world lost their lives, and another 453 million have been infected with the virus, many of them still suffering symptoms these years later. Advocates in the U.S. are now calling for a day of memorial to remember those who died because of COVID, and the families, of course, who will never be the same. The World Health Organization had this to say about our continued fight against the virus.
The virus continues to evolve, and we continue to face major obstacles in distributing vaccines, tests, and treatments everywhere they are needed. The pandemic is far from over, and it will not be over anywhere until it's over everywhere.
There is hope on the horizon. Cases and hospitalization rates are dropping in the U.S., prompting many states to reevaluate their COVID protocols, dropping mandates that have been in place since 2020. NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar joins us now to look back on these last 2 years. Good to have you with us. I mean, remind us how far we've come in the last 2 years, how much we've learned, and also how much we've lost.
You know, I think you can categorize it two ways, you guys. I think there are things that we did really well, and there are things that we clearly messed up on. You know, pandemic preparedness is composed of a lot of different components: epidemiology, therapeutics, prevention. You know, I think we did a great job mobilizing the scientific world community, right? The collaboration between government and industry, Operation Warp Speed, those were all great things. Things where we clearly had deficiencies, it exposed the deficiencies in our public health infrastructure. Messaging was an issue. Equity has been a huge issue. And I think something that is really, really important right now is funding, right? We had a $22 billion ask from Congress. We had $15 billion stripped from the next package. You know what they're anticipating? In 1 month's time, we're going to have inadequate money for testing. By May, for monoclonal antibodies. Further than that, for Paxlovid, the antivirals. The funding of this is so important. As Dr. Tedros said, it's not over anywhere until it's over everywhere. Only 14% of folks in low-income countries have had one dose of vaccine. So while we've made great strides here in the U.S., guys, globally, this is not behind us yet. It's not.
Absolutely. Let's talk about turning points. Of course, the vaccine. What stands out to you when you look back at this 2 years?
Oh my goodness. I would say the vaccine, right? I mean, and all the credit goes to the former administration for Operation Warp Speed, and the credit goes to this administration for being able to deploy vaccination across the country. But as I mentioned, and as we all know, there have been incredible hindrances to getting we have the majority of our population vaccinated, but still populations, a significant percentage who have not been vaccinated. You know, like I always say, we just can't look at this pandemic from just the United States eye, from the Western Hemisphere's eye. This is a global pandemic. And so, you know, we really have to keep our eyes wide open moving forward. Even though it looks good here, it looks great in New York City. We're sitting together. We're not wearing masks. And I hope that lasts. But, you know, the virus is tricky. It's tricked us before.
And Omicron taught us how quickly things can change. I mean, absolutely rapidly.
Literally from a week to the next.
And we weren't ready. So with that, I ask you, what do you think is next for COVID? And are we prepared if something like this happens again? Did we learn a lesson in these last 2 years?
Well, that's the thing, which is why the funding issue is so frustrating, because you have to be looking forward with your eyes wide open. And it's shocking to me that anyone in this country would assume that we have it all behind us, given what's happened before. You know, look, I'm very encouraged that the vaccinations we have are still holding up and are still effective against the new variants that come. But, you know, again, like we've said before, it's a sneaky virus. I hope it doesn't throw us a lot of new curveballs. I think the United States and certain areas, of course, of Europe are headed in absolutely the right direction. But we just can't strip everything away, including money, all at one time. I think we're really we're gonna surprise ourselves in an unfortunate way in a couple of weeks to months if that's the case.
Let's hope that is not the case.
Exactly.
And thank you so much. I mean, what a milestone for us all to look back on 2 years later.
I think a lot of us are reflecting on where we were 2 years ago today.
What you saw, what you remember being the changing point for you, the NBA.
Yes, I remember watching that game and going, uh-oh.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, a lot of people probably do. All right, Dr. Azar, thank you so much. Great to have you with us.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Breaking news first on NBC News Now. Russia advances. Putin's forces now closer to Ukraine's capital than ever before. The new actions the White House is now taking to hold Moscow accountable.
Pay up. Inflation has surged to a 40-year high, driving up prices for just about everything. How much more you can expect to pay for the everyday items you need most.
Jail time. Actor Jesse Smollett sentenced to 5 months behind bars for his hate crime hoax. And the moments after the sentencing, this courtroom outburst.
I am not suicidal, and I am innocent. I could have said that I was guilty a long time ago.
How much he's also being forced to pay and what his lawyers say they're going to do next.
And it's not the New York Port Authority, but the New York Pot Authority. The agency now licensing the sale of marijuana in the Empire State, and who's getting first dibs? Hey there, everyone. Happy Friday, and thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And good Friday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist. We begin with breaking news. Russian strikes hitting new cities across Ukraine. An airstrike this morning destroying a factory in Dnipro. Farther west, Ukrainian officials say 2 airfields were bombed less than 100 miles from Lviv. Back east, near the border, Kharkiv is picking up the pieces after another bombardment there. The mayor of Ukraine's second largest city says 48 schools were destroyed.
Meanwhile, Vice President Kamala Harris has wrapped up her time in Poland. Today, she met with U.S. troops stationed there to support NATO. Harris later made her way to Romania to reassure U.S. allies regarding that conflict there in Ukraine. And breaking right now, President Biden laying out a new effort to damage Russia's economy.
As Putin continues his merciless assault, the United States and our allies and partners continue to work in lockstep to ramp up the economic pressures on Putin and to further isolate Russia on the global stage.
We are covering the big story from every angle at this hour. Let's begin with NBC News Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker. Kristen, obviously, we just heard from the president a short time ago announcing this new action against Russia. How does he plan to target Russia's economy now?
Well, essentially, Aaron, the president announced that he is going to revoke Russia's most favored nation status, which means ending trade relations with Russia. Now, of course, the U.S. and Russia are not major trading partners. However, the president importantly said that he is taking this step in concert with a number of allies in the EU and the G7 as well. So the aim is to really have a big bite. He also said he's going a step further. He's going to sanction a larger list of oligarchs, those who are close to Vladimir Putin. And he said that the Russian economy is being choked out. Here's a little bit more of what he had to say.
We're also taking a further step of banning imports of goods from several signature sectors of the Russian economy, including seafoods, vodka, and diamonds. And we're going to continue to squeeze Putin. The G7 will seek to deny Russia the ability to borrow from leading multinational institutions, such as the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank. Putin is an aggressor. He is the aggressor, and Putin must pay the price. He cannot pursue a war that threatens the very foundations, which he's doing, the very foundations of international peace and stability, and then ask for financial help from the international community.
Now, in order to end trade relations with Russia, the president needs Congress to sign off on that. And in this case, there is bipartisan support for that move. You also heard the president tout the fact that overnight the Senate passed a spending bill that would include $14 billion in aid to Ukraine. That largely passed along bipartisan lines. This is significant because it will get a range of different aid to Ukraine, including military aid. But the president is stopping short of providing military support in the form of the U.S. military helping Ukraine, despite the fact that you have the president of Ukraine calling for a no-fly zone. The White House has said that is simply a non-starter. President Biden mapped out his rationale for that in those remarks you heard. It's something that we've heard consistently from the president and other top officials, which is the concern is that if the military were to get engaged, that the conflict would escalate into World War III, Aaron.
All right, Kristen Welker for us at the White House today. Kristen, thank you.
Let's go overseas for a minute. I want to bring in NBC's Ali Arouzi now. He's in Lviv, Ukraine, as well as global security reporter Dan DeLuce, who's in Washington for us. Ali, starting with you, we saw some pretty destructive images today coming out of Dnipro. What more do we know about that attack?
That's right, Morgan. This is the first time that the Russians had hit Dnipro. It's right in the middle of Ukraine. And according to authorities there were 3 airstrikes on Dnipro that hit a school, a kindergarten, a shoe factory, and an apartment building. There are reports of at least 1 civilian casualty there. But the Russians have widened their attack. They hit 2 other cities towards the west of the country as well. So fresh cities are being targeted, as well as Kharkiv is still being pounded. We spoke to a young gentleman who'd made this perilous journey from Kharkiv to here in Lviv, where we are. Let's take a little listen to what he had to say.
I didn't recognize my city when I was driving out of there. it was kind of terrible feeling to see what happened to my hometown. I guess the situation is getting worse, and many historical places, I guess we've lost them forever.
And it was a really perilous journey for Eugene. What should have taken less than a day to drive from Kharkiv to here in Lviv took him more than 4 days because of all the checkpoints and all the other people trying to escape the east.
And Ali, can we go back for a minute, though? I want to talk about the situation in Mariupol. I know it's also very severe there. Do we know anything more about the efforts to get civilians out of that city?
Well, the Ukrainian authorities were talking today about opening humanitarian routes out of Mariupol. They talked about 12 humanitarian routes, one of the main ones out of Mariupol. We've been following that all day. And so far, we haven't heard of anybody getting out there. We've spoken to many people that are involved. They said that the plan is in place, but it simply hasn't moved yet. And if it has, nobody's heard about it. Even more troubling than that, Morgan, the city council in Mariupol just released a statement saying that in the last 12 days, over 1,500 civilians have been killed in that city, which has just been brutalized by the Russians. So the situation there is very bad. And just very quickly, President Zelensky tweeted out that he spoke to President Biden, gave him an update on the war efforts, on Russian crimes against civilians. They're going to step up aid to Ukraine and harsher sanctions on Russia.
Speaking of President Biden, Ali, I want to bring in Dan here. Dan, in terms of security, there are new assessments of Russian troop movements towards Kyiv. What can you tell us about that?
That's right. So even though we've heard so much about the problems the Russians have had moving forward quickly and their fuel and logistics problems, they are advancing step by step, and they have made some modest progress outside of Kyiv. There are 3 lines of attack at the capital right now, 1 in the north, 2 from the east. And on one of those lines, they're about 10 miles from the city center. So the pressure is building, and it's sort of a long slog there. But they are advancing, albeit at a pretty slow pace. So still a huge amount of risk for the Ukrainian government and for the capital.
All right, Ali Arouzi for us there in Ukraine. Dan DeLuz, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Now, the war's impact on the U.S. economy is being felt more and more every day. Between record inflation and soaring gas prices, Americans are paying higher prices for just about everything now. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky joining us now with that part of our story. Morgan?
Yeah, Aaron, good afternoon. And you really do not have to look far to see the impact from this latest inflation report. We're here at the Original Market Diner in Dallas, and pretty much everything you see looking down the cook line here in the kitchen has been impacted. And the restaurant owner tells me that almost every ingredient costing about 20 to 50% more. Eggs and bacon surging especially high over the last year. And unfortunately, there is no end in sight on when these prices will stop.
New inflation numbers confirming the struggle facing millions of Americans.
Every week is something new. It's beef prices, it's produce, it's avocados, it's takeout containers. Now it's fuel.
Fuel, food, and shelter, the biggest drivers behind inflation's highest increase in 4 decades. The Consumer Price Index report showing a 7.9% rise over the last year. And in Washington, the Biden administration acknowledging it may get even worse before it gets better, blaming Putin's war in Ukraine as a prime contributor.
The American people know how important this fight is. I think they know that as painful as the price is today, the costs are going to be higher if we do not act now to deal with this tyrant.
Many households already feeling the pinch, with rental costs soaring.
Our rent has gone up. Our rent was just changed from $650 to $800.
And when it comes to filling up, the national average for a gallon of gas hitting a staggering $4.33. A new AAA survey found for most Americans, $4 a gallon is the tipping point, where people start making changes to consumption habits, while others...
I don't even want to know right now. I don't even look. I just swipe the card.
Grocery staples nearly all on a steady rise. A gallon of milk up 50 cents, a dozen eggs up 40 cents, and bacon spiking more than $1.30 over the last year. At Dallas's Beyond the Butcher, every little bit extra adding up.
Beef and pork? Yes, please. It'll be a $3.50 charge for the pork.
Veteran cook Rafael Andrade turning out as many orders as he can, with a profit margin slipping.
So the price for this Philly cheesesteak staying the same, but what about the cost?
The cost has gone up.
In what?
From everything, man. From the mushrooms, from even the marinade, the onions, the peppers, the bread.
Pricier food, fuel, and shelter, combining in a frustrating recipe for the days ahead.
And some context regarding this latest inflation report, guys, because it only included the first few days of those really surging fuel prices. That only means that when next month's inflation report comes out, we're unfortunately going to see that 7.9% likely surpass that 8% threshold. And unfortunately, it could get worse before it gets better. We'll send it back to you.
Time to get braced up, for sure. Morgan Chesky in Dallas today. Morgan, thanks.
Congress has once again averted a government shutdown. Overnight, the Senate passed a $1.5 trillion bill to fund the government for another 6 months. Let's go in and bring in NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Leanne Caldwell for more. Leanne, just walk us through the spending package, if you can. What exactly is included and what was left out?
Good morning, Morgan. So it was not easy to get here, but Congress did it with time to spare before the government was set to shut down tonight. But it was a painful process, and they didn't get a lot of time to review this $1.5 trillion piece of legislation. But Republicans are actually really thrilled with this because they got a bigger increase in defense spending, something that Republicans always want. But in addition to that, there's also nearly $14 billion in aid for Ukraine. What was dropped from this spending package was money for COVID. That's something that the administration wanted, something that some Democrats wanted as well, but some Democrats had problems with how it was going to be paid for. Let's listen to Leader Schumer on the Senate floor yesterday and how he framed it.
Now, of course, nobody argues that this package is perfect. I am deeply disappointed that the administration's request for more COVID funding failed to make it into the House bill. But we're going to keep fighting to make sure we get that money approved as soon as possible.
So the government will not shut down. The government is funded for the remainder of the year, and that much-needed aid is headed to Ukraine and to the region. Morgan.
Speaking of that funding, though, now that the issue of funding the government is out of the way, Leanne, what is next on the agenda?
One thing that I'm going to be watching is what the president said today in revoking preferred trade status of Russia. That's something that Congress is extremely interested in, too. And there's a lot of talk that they want to go further than the administration. And so there could be legislation next week coming up. I'm also going to be watching if Congress continues to push the transfer of these Russian planes from Poland to Ukraine. The administration has said that it's not something that they are planning on doing, but there's still a lot of members of Congress who want that to move forward, Morgan.
We know you will keep us up to date and up to speed. Leanne Caldwell there in Washington. Leanne, thank you.
Yep.
One of former President Donald Trump's closest allies has testified before lawmakers investigating the Capitol riot. Former National Security Advisor Michael Flynn complied with a subpoena after months of defying the order. NBC News senior congressional correspondent Garrett Hake is joining us now from the Hill. So, Garrett, I understand this was a closed-door testimony that we got from General Flynn. What was the committee hoping to learn from him?
Well, Flynn was a proponent both publicly and in private meetings at the White House, or at least one that we know about on December 18th, of what I would call kind of all of the most outlandish ideas around unstealing the 2020 election, as Donald Trump saw it. He suggested that the military seize voting machines or that martial law be declared, and he made a lot of these pronouncements publicly. The committee very much wanted to get him to talk about that and how those ideas were received inside the White House, but his attorney put out a statement after the fact yesterday saying that basically everything he said in this deposition yesterday was some version of "I'm invoking my Fifth Amendment rights." He provided no real information, it doesn't appear, to the committee. I think it's possible you could look at this as a way for Flynn to avoid being held in contempt without actually saying anything.
So then, Garrett, where does the investigation go from here?
Well, the committee says they've interviewed more than 650 people across the course of their investigation. They've reviewed something like 75,000 pages of documents. They want to try to get the interview phase of their investigation, all the depositions they're going to get done this month so they can move to public hearings. But it seems like every time we talk to the committee's chairman, some of the other members, they push that timeline back a little bit. They know there's a ticking clock. They've got to get it done this year, and they'd like to do something like hearings in April, preliminary report in June. Gives them late into the fall to kind of finish up the rest of the work. But those days are slipping by faster and faster, Aaron.
Yeah, well, I'll be watching the calendar for sure on this. Garrett Hake on the Hill today. Thank you, Garrett.
Despite investigations into his businesses, former President Trump is still flush with cash. NBC News has learned that just last month, a bank in California approved a $100 million loan to the Trump organization. Let's go ahead and bring in NBC News legal analyst Danny Ceballos right now. Danny, look, there are a ton of investigations into former President Donald Trump. Just look at all of them. I'm going to put them up on the screen right here. When it comes to actual legal trouble, plain and simple, is the former president in any trouble here? And could this new $100 million loan play a role in any of the investigations that are up on the screen right now?
Yes and no. I mean, to one extent, if I'm the defense attorney and there ends up being a criminal prosecution, I'll certainly try to introduce the fact that how could Donald Trump possibly be deceiving potential lenders when lenders who are still doing their due diligence with full knowledge of all this bad press he's gotten, still loan him money. If I were the prosecutors on any eventual or possible prosecution of Trump for inflating his value, I would say, look, none of that has anything to do with this case. Just because there's a lender out there that's crazy enough to do their due diligence and still loan Trump money, that doesn't mean that he didn't artificially inflate his value and artificially deflate his value when it served his interest. Allegedly.
Danny Ceballos for us there. Danny, thank you.
Embattled actor Jussie Smollett is waking up in jail this morning. That's after a dramatic ending to his sentencing on Thursday. The actor shouting out in court after he was sentenced to 5 months behind bars for staging a hate crime attack on himself and then lying about it to police. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch joining us now from Chicago with more. Jesse?
Hey there, Aaron. It was 3 years ago, more than 3 years ago, when Jussie Smollett, with controversy swirling around him, walked through that gate and out of the Cook County jail. But this morning, he woke up inside behind bars.
I am not suicidal, and I am innocent. I could have said that I was guilty a long time ago.
Even after a Cook County judge sentenced Jussie Smollett to 150 days in jail, the disgraced actor turned convicted felon sticking to his story.
If I did this, then it means that I stuck my fist in the fears of black Americans in this country for over 400 years.
The former Empire star's unwavering claim of innocence, ultimately his undoing.
You committed hour upon hour upon hour of pure perjury.
Judge James Lynn sentencing Smollett to 30 months felony probation, including that jail time, ordering he pay more than $120,000 in restitution to the city of Chicago and pay the maximum fine, $25,000.
You've turned your life upside down by your misconduct and shenanigans. You've destroyed your life as you knew it.
As a defiance, Smollett was taken into custody last night, his family blasting the judge's decision.
He's the reason why folks aren't going to report hate crimes. They're the reason why folks aren't going to report hate crimes.
The latest twist in a bizarre legal drama that goes back to 2019, when Smollett claimed he was the victim of a racist, homophobic attack. Police say it was a hoax, and late last year, a jury convicted Smollett of filing a false police report.
You put the noose around your own neck.
Smollett's attorney submitted over 80 letters pleading for leniency. The actor's older brother and 92-year-old grandmother speaking directly to the judge.
I ask you, the judge, not to send him to prison. If you do, send me along with him.
The judge weighing the statements and Smollett's good deeds, but still sentencing him to jail time.
You let that dark, narcissistic, selfish, and arrogant side come out, and you persisted with it for years on this case.
Now, Jesse, this sentence also included having to pay the city of Chicago some restitution. I know we heard from the mayor, Lori Lightfoot, about that sentencing. What does she have to say?
Yeah, the mayor saying the city feels vindicated, but that's not the consensus around here among local officials. The Cook County State's Attorney, Kim Fox, whose office, you'll remember, dropped the original charges against Smollett, well, she came out with a statement shortly after the sentence from the judge calling this mob justice. So the debate continues here in Chicago, Aaron.
All right, Jesse Kirsch for us in Chicago. Thank you.
Meanwhile, millions of Americans along the East Coast are bracing for a potential bomb cyclone this weekend. The storm has already blanketed parts of Kansas with more than a foot of snow. NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns is tracking the storm. Bill, I am just waiting for the day when you tell me that spring has arrived. I have a feeling, however, that today is not my lucky day.
Morgan, I want to go with you. I want to go like run through the grass with you, have the butterflies and the birds chirping. Like I'm all for that. I'm ready.
I'll pay to see that.
I'll get the you get the dress. I'll wear the hat. You know, it'll be great. You know, we'll have a photo shoot. Not this weekend. You know, we have to bring all the snow gear for a photo shoot this weekend. So let's start with the most concerning aspects of this storm: flooding, and then the possibility of tornadoes, and then obviously the complications of travel in winter weather. So we're first concerned is all this heavy rain, just torrential rain right along the northern Gulf Coast coming into North Florida. We've already had a lot of soggy weather this week, so flooding is a big possibility in this area. And then later, a line of thunderstorms is going to roll through, the potential of tornadoes. So Tallahassee to Albany, Georgia, that's an enhanced risk, that area. And then that yellow, the slight risk, goes from New Orleans all the way to Columbia, South Carolina, and a little portion there of even North Carolina. 16 million people, chance of some severe weather this afternoon, this evening. And then that continues right through the overnight hours, even through 2, 3 a.m. And it'll finally exit the southeast coast tomorrow as we head throughout the early afternoon. So heads up Charleston, Myrtle Beach, Savannah, Wilmington. You also could see isolated tornadoes and some strong winds. Now let's talk about the stuff that no one wants to talk about this time of year, the snow and the ice. We showed you the pictures from Kansas yesterday. Now we're dealing with some light wintry precip from New Mexico to Oklahoma to North Texas. It hasn't been too bad, but this storm will get stronger tonight and tomorrow. That's why winter storm warnings are up for northern Alabama. The middle of March, northern Alabama is going to get a snowstorm, and then all of the Appalachians up through northern New England. So how much snow are we talking? Only an inch or two. Little Rock, Memphis, that can cause problems, though. Northern Mississippi, northern Alabama. But then once we get into areas of Tennessee and Kentucky through the higher terrain, that's when we start to get some of those higher totals. Much of West Virginia will be very difficult to travel tonight and early tomorrow morning. And then the snow will be heavy in areas of Pennsylvania, central New York, northern New England, right during the day tomorrow. One of the biggest questions is how much snow will we get D.C., Philly, and New York? It'll rain early Saturday. The storm will end as snow, possibility of an inch or two. But the biggest issue for those areas that get the rain and then the snow, it's going to be slushy. The roads won't be treated because the rain would have washed it all away. And these winds will whip up to 40 to 50 miles per hour. Wind chills will be 0 to 10 degrees Saturday night. And so that's going to be the recipe for a flash freeze and very slippery roads. So, yes, Morgan, Saturday is not our day. We will have our day eventually.
It is. It's not our day, Bill.
Yeah, Saturday's not it.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that forecast. Didn't love it, but I do appreciate it. Yeah, and I appreciate you, Bill. Bill Cairns for us. Bill, thank you.
So, insult to injury this weekend. How about this? Clocks in 48 states are going to spring forward, so that means millions of us are going to lose an hour of sleep. We do gain some daylight, though.
Do you know how much I love my sleep?
I'm with you on
that.
It's
literally
every
the thing. Every second of it. All right. Well, the adjustment has many people sounding off about whether it's worth the trouble, including sleep scientists. Here's NBC News Now anchor Joe Fryer.
Aaron and Morgan, daylight saving time is perhaps the most dreaded form of time travel. More than 1 billion people around the globe have to adjust their clocks and routines by an hour. With nearly 2/3 of Americans now saying they want to stop changing the clocks, many say maybe it's time to make the switch permanent.
With spring just days away, it's a sign of the times. Daylight saving time, that is. On Sunday morning, clocks in 48 states will spring forward as millions lose an hour of sleep and abandon standard time, which has been the standard the past 4 months. The polarizing adjustment has many sounding off, aptly on the app TikTok.
It's only 6:30. Look how dark it is outside.
How do we cancel daylight savings?
Among those who don't want to move clocks forward, some sleep scientists who say standard time keeps sunrise and sunset more in line with our circadian rhythm. Researchers have even found a rise in the number of heart attacks, strokes, and car accidents in the days after the switch to daylight savings.
It can be very disruptive and abrupt. We're creating this mismatch between what's going on in our environment and what our clocks say.
Still, pro-daylight savers, who will get their ways starting next week, say more sunlight in the evening encourages physical activity in the afternoon and boosts the economy because more people are shopping after work.
I think it's time to change our clocks this weekend and never do it again.
Senator Patty Murray is a co-sponsor of the bipartisan Sunshine Protection Act, which would make daylight saving time permanent.
We would like the light in the evening, and we would like to say to everybody, don't make me change my clock again.
To dodge a drowsy start to the week, sleep specialists recommend slowly moving up your bedtime over the next couple days to avoid a shock to your system. And changing your clocks before bed on Saturday can also hack your brain for a smoother transition. Once the change is made on Sunday, expose yourself to daylight ASAP to quickly acclimate your body's internal clock. Because like it or not, times are changing.
And the U.S. has actually tried permanent daylight saving time back in 1974. That was during the year's energy crisis. Most people didn't like the change back then. They didn't enjoy waking up and going to work in the dark. Aaron and Morgan.
Waging a war on misinformation during the war in Ukraine.
Coming up, how NBC News journalists are verifying information you need to know and video that you're seeing every day.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right,
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
NBC News, streaming free now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Making news right now, a 14-year-old Florida girl facing charges over a note on her phone that she labeled Kill List. Police say the teen listed the names of 8 other students from her high school. She was charged with 8 felony counts of written threats. Deputies also arrested her mother. She's accused of child neglect, among other charges. Teachers in Minneapolis are on strike after they failed to reach a deal with the city's school district. The teachers union is pushing for higher wages and starting salaries, as well as smaller class sizes. This week, more than 2,000 educators and supporters rallied outside the Minnesota state capitol. The school district says it can't afford the union's demands. And if you received a flu shot this year, it may not have been as effective as you think. A new report from the CDC says this season's flu vaccine offered poor protection against mild cases of flu. But the agency still recommends the shot to protect against severe illness and hospitalization.
Now we want to bring you up to date on the breaking developments out of Ukraine at this hour. Russia stepping up its offensive today, hitting targets farther to the west as it appears to accelerate its advance towards the capital of Kyiv.
Residents trapped by the fighting are growing desperate for basic necessities. Ukraine's defense minister says Russian forces have killed more Ukrainian civilians than soldiers. The UN also says the number of Ukrainians who have escaped to neighboring countries has now reached 2.5 million. Another 2 million people remain displaced inside Ukraine.
Our NBC News crews are covering every angle of this crisis there on the ground. We want to go ahead and begin with NBC's Jay Gray, who joins us now from Poland. Jay, these refugee numbers, they keep growing by the day. What are you seeing on the ground there today? I mean, how are Polish authorities even preparing for the Ukrainians who still have yet to arrive at that border?
Well, that's the big fear, Morgan, because the crowds have been growing. Over the last 48 hours, we've seen them really jump, and today has by far been the busiest. I want you to look down the line. This is the walking path in from Ukraine to Poland at the Medyka crossing, the most crowded crossing in Poland right now. And it just continues to be a stream of people walking in. The sun's going down, the temperature's dropping again, and we still see families making this trip across the border. Some of them, again, walking 2 and 3 days just to get here, carrying maybe a little backpack, a stuffed animal, anything that they can gather and bring with them as they make this trip. But here's where the crisis part of the humanitarian crisis comes in. As we make our way up, you can see the line here. The line, this may be the shortest, Morgan, to be real honest, that we've seen today. These are people who've made this trip and now are waiting in line to get on a bus to go to a train station. And they may get this bus, they may get the train, but they still aren't real sure where they're going to wind up and what they're going to do as they move forward. And you see the little babies and the young children. There are so many. Half of these refugees are children, according to the UN. And again, they have said overnight that they expect millions more to head this way. Along the way, you can see World Central Kitchen here supplying food. And so they're getting some nourishment here. They're getting some supplies. But overall, this is where we're going to have the problem. Where do all these people go? And so many more on the way.
NBC's Jay Gray for us there. Jay, as always, thank you for taking us to the front lines. Thank you for showing us what those people are facing every single day.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Now, as this crisis in Ukraine unfolds, video and images posted on social media are helping to tell the story. Here at NBC News, we have a team dedicated to verifying that material, parsing out fact from fiction. NBC News Now host anchor Savannah Sellers is joining us now. So, Savannah, let's pull the curtain back a little bit here. Help us understand how our teams are both sourcing and verifying some of these powerful images that we've seen coming out of Ukraine.
Yeah, Aaron, I'm so happy to get to show you this because it really is incredible work. So let's take an example. Let's take that Russian strike that hit a hospital in Mariupol. That's in the east of the country. It's an extremely violent part of the country right now. Our teams are not able to actually get to that part right now. So we're actually relying on social media, on social video that we are going to find in that part of the country. Video from TikTok, video from Twitter, Twitter. So that's where these teams come in, where they're going to actually start to verify what's on the ground. But we have to make sure it's correct. So let's start with this one. This is a tweet. It's from Ukrainian President Zelensky. It's him claiming that there was this atrocity. It shows what he says is this strike on this hospital. Now, again, this is one of the first glimpses we were getting of this bombing event. So therefore, we need to rely on this, but we need to verify it. Again, this is from his social. Now, right here, you can see this glass, this debris within the hospital. But we need to make sure that we actually know where this is. So this video and this tweet shows all this right now. We are going to then rely on our social news gathering team. That's where they come in, and they are going to help us verify the location of this. And I'll show you in just a second how they're going to do that. We're going to take a still from the video. We can get to that still control room. If I can take back control of this board. Here's a still from this video right here. Now, here's what our team does. They are going to compare this right here to this. This is a 2018 press release. It's actually saying that they had done renovations on this hospital. In that video, you could hear a man even saying that this is the artillery shelling of that maternity hospital in Mariupol. So our team wants to make sure it actually is. We dig back, we find something like this. This is how our teams work all the time. We find something from 2018. Look, you can see right here, that's the same structure that was then shelled. Now, we're going to go ahead and show you a video again that NBC's Bianca Britton was able to verify. Now, this is going to show a street nearby. And in just a moment, I'm going to show you a map. So this is a street nearby that was impacted by the bombing in that same area. But again, it's going to help us confirm that that video is what we thought it was. So here I'm going to show you first on a map, Google Maps. This right here, this is that hospital that we've all seen. Right over here is where that video you just saw a moment ago took place. Now I'm going to show you how we're able to confirm that. See this right here, this photo. You can see these overhangs right here in this front part of the building. Our team is then able to use that same tool you have at home, Google Maps, show right there. That's the street view from Google Maps that's showing that this video, when you look at them side by side, is actually from this location that we believe it was, which enables us to be able to confirm what President Zelensky was saying there. Now, it's so important as our teams are not able to get into those areas. That's where our social news gathering team is so important. They're going to make sure that what you're seeing on your social feeds before you share it, and most certainly before we air it, that it actually is what we're looking for, Aaron.
All right, Savannah Sellers for us today. Some really valuable context, I think, for folks who are watching us, needing to know how we do what we do to make sure they're getting factual information all the time. Savannah, thank you. Appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Now, the numbers vary depending on who you ask, but we do know that hundreds of troops have been wounded during the fighting in Ukraine.
Doctors and nurses near the capital are now running a frontline medical facility. It's dedicated to treating wounded Ukrainian soldiers. Sky News correspondent Alex Crawford is near the capital city.
They arrive stuffed into car boots. And on the back seats, they're taking some terrible hits trying to stop the Russian troops entering the Ukrainian capital, laid out on already blood-soaked stretchers. The soldiers have just been shelled on a front line which is creeping ever closer to Kyiv. And it's the nearest hospital, now entirely turned over to dealing with the war wounded. These aren't army medics. They're the town's doctors and nurses who 2 weeks ago were dealing with births and bone breaks. Now they're plunged into a new world, spent trying to save the lives of soldiers and civilians torn apart by bombs and bullets.
It's World War III.
It's World War III.
It's World War III, and it could be stopped here, or it could move through all the world. Please help us to stop this war.
They are shell-shocked and shaking, and so far the politicians' peace talks have got nowhere. Hospitals are protected locations under international law, but no one here trusts that to be observed. Yet there's an astonishing resilience and perhaps a realization they have no option. It's not difficult for us to fight, he tells us. We're defending our land and will continue to protect it. But then he delivers a rousing call, not just to his fellow Ukrainian men and women, but also the rest of the world. Everyone has to stand together, he says. Glory to Ukraine. Our army will win. This is on the northwest edge of the capital. And we found multiple vehicles and homes which had been hit, apparently indiscriminately. There seems to be no shortage of lucky escapes. He was on duty as an emergency worker.
So you just live close by?
His house 5 houses from here.
There are thousands of lives abruptly halted by this war. Pets abandoned in the rush to keep out of the way of the rockets and bombs. Families who've upped and left everything just to try to survive.
There's a constant sound of artillery and shelling going on, and you can see the devastation that some of the attacks have already had. We know, according to the locals here, that the Russians are only a few kilometers down the road, and this is the constant backdrop.
So those who can't or won't leave live in a shadowy underground world below the booming war sounds. About half of the capital's population has fled the city, according to the mayor.
It smells good. Smells good.
We're just waiting for victory, for everything to be good again, she says, and trying not to cry. These are the bravest of women, tending to some of the community's most vulnerable and most frightened. We've already learnt how to tell the difference between our side's shooting and the enemy's, Natalia tells us. We can identify everything, and we're just trying to keep everyone calm. They're already living under siege here, with sons and partners fighting and their homes bombed. For sure, this is a crime, and Putin has to be punished, she tells us. They're engaged in the fight of their lives to stop the Russian troops advancing any further. But their president's warning, much more of their blood will be spilt unless his nation gets international military support. Alex Crawford, Sky News, on the edge of the capital, Kyiv.
Russia says its forces are making progress towards Kyiv, but Ukrainian President Zelensky spoke today from the capital, claiming that Ukraine has reached a strategic turning point in the war. U.S.-based satellite company Maxar says the Russian military convoy that had been stationed outside of Kyiv has been dispersed and redeployed. Joining us now is Inna Sovsun, a member of the Ukrainian parliament. Inna, I want to thank you first off for making time for us today. We really appreciate you just sharing your experience with us. Can you describe first and foremost the current situation in and around Kyiv right now?
Well, it is extremely tense. We are all extremely terrified that the Russians are indeed planning to get into the very city of Kyiv. And we did see what they did to the other cities around the capital. They are just devastating the land, and it's just terrifying that they can actually try to do the same to the city of Kyiv. Despite all the fortifications that have been made, and those are huge here in Kyiv, well, we see the tactics that they're using. They're throwing bombs from the air, they are shooting civilians, and that is, of course, something that we, well, seeing that in the city of at least 2 million people still are in the city, that would be just terrifying. We do have trust in our military. What you're seeing on the video right now is actually the Ukrainian army pushing Russians further from the northeast. They were trying to get to the city from the northeast, but that was the successful attack by the Ukrainian army, where they managed to push the Russians further from the capital. But they still can come in, and that is, of course, a terrifying prospect. And just about an hour ago, we did learn that the Russian plane, which took off from the territory of Belarus, it later flew to the Ukrainian territory and then got back to the Belarusian territory and did some airstrikes there on the Belarusian territory, claiming that this was the Ukraine attack in Belarus, which clearly would be just used as a pretext why Belarus would engage into this war as well, which adds about 60,000 more military from Belarus, which can come to the Ukrainian territory. This is the evil that we are dealing with, and this is for the whole world to understand that if they are not seen, if they don't have the real pretext, the real reason for attacking, they will make one up.
I'm glad to hear you talk about those pretexts, because we know that those pretexts and misinformation is making this even more difficult for you all there on the ground. Inna Sovsun, thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Critics call it a child prison.
Still ahead, what a 4-month NBC News investigation uncovered at a Louisiana juvenile detention center that has state lawmakers calling for a change. Stay with us.
hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right, and
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What do you see right now with Putin, and do you think he's a rational actor? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? The sanctions did not deter. Can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
all right, and
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
A 4-month NBC News investigation uncovers troubling allegations at a Louisiana juvenile detention facility. According to first-hand accounts and incident reports from that facility, the young offenders are sometimes shackled, put in solitary confinement for 24 hours, and denied their right to an education. NBC News Now correspondent Zinklea Semloa shows us the never-before-seen video from inside the lockup.
4-month investigation by NBC News, ProPublica, and the Marshall Project found that a juvenile facility allegedly violated the rights of minors. A juvenile facility in Louisiana is accused of violating the civil rights of minors. Now, advocates and families are speaking out.
He's basically being housed like a death row inmate.
Right now, he's been in 24-hour solitary.
NBC News, ProPublica, and the Marshall Project conducted a 4-month-long investigation into the Acadiana Center for Youth in St. Martinville. What critics call a child prison run by Louisiana's Office of Juvenile Justice, or OJJ.
We're told not many people have seen it, so we will see how this goes.
So we're not able to see or...
No, ma'am. I'm sorry.
We've never been inside, but obtained exclusive video from a former St. Martinville staff member. And what we've heard is disturbing.
His nose is bleeding. There's blood all over the floor. Being beat up right now.
According to OJJ incident reports and firsthand accounts, the 24-cell juvenile facility held minors in cells for 23 or at times 24 hours a day, subdued teens with police-style maneuvers, and at times held minors in shackles, or what the facility calls leg irons, outside their cells. According to the OJJ, most of the juveniles are black. St. Martinville also failed to provide education to minors for at least 3 months.
We were working to get that established the entire time. That was not something that we were just being negligent on. All of the things that we are providing them by law are on board now.
But those who've been inside say conditions are unacceptable. Rashad, a black 16-year-old, is one of them. This is his lawyer.
I believe that the conditions under which he was being confined violated his rights.
We're using Rashad's middle name to protect his identity. He was moved to St. Martinville last summer.
He was not receiving the substance abuse counseling that had been ordered by the court.
The judge immediately ordered he be removed from the facility. But today, there are still youth at St. Martinville, like 16-year-old Ben. This is his bedroom. He hasn't been in it for 2 years.
Do you have access to school right now?
No, ma'am.
Ben was sentenced to state custody in 2020 and moved to St. Martinville in December.
Even worksheets, nothing to do at all, no school at all.
Sometimes, like, I only got them once.
There are no teachers? You haven't seen any teachers there?
No.
The treatment of these youth violates widely accepted standards for juvenile detention. Ben's mother, Rebecca McDonald, says she wasn't informed her son had been moved to St. Martinville for 3 weeks. When she finally heard his voice,
and he would be crying. And my son is not that type of person, so I knew something was up. They treat them like dogs.
Louisiana's Juvenile Justice Reform Act Implementation Commission also says they were not formally notified about the facility.
It was opened in a shroud of secrecy
until advocates raised the issue. The OJJ declined multiple requests to tour the facility and denied a count of extended solitary confinement and use of shackles outside cells. The OJJ called the facility a, quote, temporary fix used for youth who are, quote, not therapy ready.
We don't have the facilities nor the manpower to hold them in those dormitory settings.
But a former St. Martinville staff member whose identity has been concealed disagrees and called out staff treatment of minors.
A lot of them lack basic respect. They treat those kids like crap. One guy got in trouble for pepper spraying one of those kids. I really think that this facility is the worst possible thing as it runs now.
There are at least 31 youth who have been through the facility. On at least 2 occasions, youth harmed themselves, with multiple instances of minors escaping. In the case of Rashad, his guardian remains concerned about his mental well-being since release. Ben remains in the facility, now facing new charges. His mother hoping for his release or transfer.
But does he have aspirations, beyond what he's got himself into?
I don't know if he still does.
And a lawyer for one of the minors says a lawsuit is not off the table. Rashad's lawyer says if he was to sue, it would be for a violation of Rashad's civil rights under state and federal law, and he would be suing the OJJ. So that's something for us to look out for. And in terms of legislation, we have heard from a Democratic representative in Louisiana. He has put forth legislation that would limit the amount of time minors can be in solitary confinement to 4 hours and would streamline the process for notifying the parents or guardians of minors when their children are moved to another facility. And beyond the legislation, beyond the lawsuits, ultimately, this is about life. And advocates say that juvenile justice is meant to prepare youth for life outside of these juvenile facilities. And they say these current circumstances are doing the opposite. Back to you.
Well, starting on Tuesday, applications open for New York's first recreational marijuana dispensaries. The first 100 permits are already earmarked in a move to right the wrongs of the past. NBC News correspondent Ron Allen joining us now with a closer look at this. Ron, who's getting those first permits?
Hey there, Aaron. The first licenses to run a business in this new industry will go to applicants with past marijuana convictions. New York is the first state trying to target and help a group so directly who advocates refer to as social equity entrepreneurs. Amnon Felipe, convicted nearly a decade ago for growing marijuana in a warehouse, is looking to move from the legacy business to the legal one.
I feel vindicated. Even though I did go to jail for it, I may not be the one to get a license, but somebody else in my same situation will be the one to get a license.
Today, state regulators approved new rules for licenses to open a marijuana business that give priority to people like Felipe with past marijuana convictions and who also have business experience. New York's governor called it building a fairer, more equitable New York. The latest state trying to ensure its new multi-billion-dollar legal marijuana industry creates opportunity in communities disproportionately impacted by the decades-long war on drugs. Studies show African Americans 4 times more likely to get arrested for possession of marijuana.
I think the equity programs are trying to figure it out, right? So a lot of them are not getting the outcomes that they hope for.
Cassandra Frederic says high startup costs remain the biggest challenge, for example, to lease space in New York's pricey real estate market. The state plans to address that by budgeting some $200 million to support equity entrepreneurs.
I think we have legislative champions that are pushing for more innovation and asking for the money up front.
Regulators expect the first dispensaries selling recreational marijuana to open before the end of the year. Ron Allen, NBC News, New York.
So, Ron, I understand the first 100 licenses are going to go to applicants with these prior convictions, but the state also has some additional social equity provisions built into this process, right? How is that going to work?
Well, the law says that half of the industry should provide opportunities to women, minorities, veterans, distressed farmers, people from communities negatively impacted by the war on drugs. We're talking about an industry that's expected to produce some 60,000 jobs up and down the supply chain. There's still a lot of details to be worked out, of course, about how that will all happen. And putting families and people first who have criminal justice histories was the first step, just the first step. And we're talking about, of course, a huge new multi-billion-dollar industry that's going to develop over the years. So a lot of details to come.
Yeah. All right, Ron Allen for us today. Ron, thank you. Well, it is a grand slam for baseball fans.
Coming up just after the break, the fine print of the new deal that saved the Major League Baseball season. Don't go anywhere.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it is
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
All right, so baseball fans rejoice because after a 99-day lockout, Major League Baseball players and team owners, they finally struck a deal.
Yeah, the new deal couldn't come at a better time as more games were in danger of being canceled, of course. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock joining us from Miami to break down this new deal for us. Sam, what do you know?
All right, Aaron Morgan, we know that Major League Baseball had officially canceled 90 games. Then all of a sudden it was a 5-alarm fire, worries they would cancel a whole second week. And here we are with a deal with a full season in Florida, where I am right now. Spring training officially starts in a couple of days with the new home opener on April 7th.
They're the magic words baseball fans had been waiting and hoping to hear. This morning, Major League Baseball's 99-day lockout is officially over. The League and Players Union reaching an agreement on a new labor deal, ending the sport's worst work stoppage in a quarter century. And now it's game on.
I'm a baseball fan, so I'm happy that it's going to happen. I'm happy it's back.
Even fan bases that have been a little battered in recent years, now feeling optimistic with a full slate of games miraculously in store.
Are we about to have a full 162-game season?
Amazingly, we are going to have a full 162-game season. They got it done just in the nick of time.
MLB Network insider John Heyman says the players hit a home run with a minimum salary bump from around $570,000 to $700,000 right away. And a new pot of millions for guys in their first couple years in the bigs.
The players definitely made some concessions. There's no question about it. But to me, this is still a very, very good deal, particularly monetarily for the players.
Some of those concessions to the owners include expanding the playoffs from 10 teams to 12, expected to bring in tens of millions in revenue, and even advertising logos on player jerseys. Another change, the universal designated hitter, meaning that pitchers will no longer have to swing a bat in the National League. Overnight, reactions pouring in. Astros ace Justin Verlander posting this gif, the Cubs' Marcus Stroman tweeting, "Time to go to work," and Hall of Famer Rod Carew sharing this message.
Baseball is back, and I'm ready. Are you?
Now it's back to business as the crack of bats and pops of gloves are about to permeate ballparks all over the country.
And one date to circle on your calendar is going to be April 15th. That is the 75th anniversary that Jackie Robinson broke the color barrier. One of the most important dates, not just in Major League Baseball history, but American history. Aaron and Morgan, back to you.
Indeed it is. Sam Brock for us in Miami today. Sam, thanks.
Breaking Breaking news first on NBC News Now, punishing Moscow. The White House announcing a new sanctions against Russia as military forces inch closer and closer to the capital city of Kyiv.
Driving change. Gas prices surged to a new high nationwide. Now more Americans are saying they're now being forced to shift the way and how often they drive.
And talk about a reboot. America's tech giants are bringing their employees back to work as America tries to live with COVID. What their plan could mean for companies coast to coast.
And a real-life super trooper. How a Florida law enforcement officer saved people's lives with a single heroic act, and the dashcam video that captured it all. And good Friday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Morgan Radford. Thank you so much for joining us this hour. We begin with breaking news. Russia is taking aim at new targets across Ukraine. An air attack this morning destroyed a factory just before sunrise. Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky wrote in a tweet that he spoke to President Biden today about, quote, crimes against civilians. Now, Russian forces are closer than ever to the capital city of Kyiv. A senior U.S. defense official says the troops could be around 10 miles just outside the city center as we speak right now.
We also have some new video to show you right now. This of Ukrainian troops at the ready. The same U.S. official also says Russian forces could encircle Kyiv within a week or two. And a short time ago, President Biden announcing new steps to cut off Russia's economy from the outside world.
Putin is an aggressor. He is the aggressor. And Putin must pay the price.
We have a lot of new developments for you to break down this hour. Let's go and begin with NBC News senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell and that new plan we just heard from the president. Kelly, for people who are just tuning in, can you break down what President Biden just laid out for us?
Good afternoon, Morgan. So the president is putting together the latest in a series of steps to financially punish Vladimir Putin and Russia. And this is removing from Russia its favored nation status. If you were to think about it as an individual consumer, think about having good credit and all of the benefits that come with that. If you take it away from a country, there are penalties for them in international commerce, in their ability to borrow money, in the way that they would participate in international financial transactions and to be part of the global economic community. That's what it means. And it is an expensive proposition for Russia, further isolating Russia for its war in Ukraine. And this is something that the White House is doing along with European partners. So the U.S. would then be able to levy fines, tariffs, if you will, taxes on goods that would come in from Russia, imports. So because oil and gas are big parts of the Russian economy, that has already been banned. So we don't expect to see new imports of Russian oil and gas. But other products like vodka or caviar or diamonds could come into the U.S. and they would now face an additional penalty, a tariff that would make them more expensive, more costly for the Russian economy. And the president wanted to do this with allies, and he talked about that partnership a short time ago.
Each of our nations is going to take steps to deny most favored nation status to Russia. Going to make it harder for Russia to do business with the United States, and doing it in unison with other nations to make up half of the global economy will be another crushing blow. We're also taking a further step of banning imports of goods from several signature sectors of the Russian economy, including seafoods, vodka, and diamonds. The G7 will seek to deny Russia the ability to borrow from leading multinational institutions, such as the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank.
These are more ways that the White House and international partners in Europe and so forth are trying to make it harder for Russia, Vladimir Putin, to get access to his own country's wealth. And that wealth is what he's been able to use to wage the war against the people of Ukraine. Morgan?
I want to bring in Josh Letterman here, Kelly. Josh is joining us from Poland. Josh, Vice President Harris just left Poland and actually took off from Romania today. What did she have to say?
Well, Morgan, the vice president's mission on this trip was extremely straightforward. It was to reassure all of the NATO allies that the U.S. stands firmly in defense of all 30 countries that are in NATO. And to that end, the Vice President Harris succeeded by repeating over and over again, both in Poland and in Romania, that an attack on one is an attack on all, that the U.S. intends fully to stand behind its Article 5 commitments to defend not Ukraine, but any of the NATO countries were President Putin to move past Ukraine and start to threaten NATO allies. But we also heard from the vice president as she was holding a joint news conference with Romanian President Iohannis about the fact that the U.S. from the very beginning wanted to look for a diplomatic resolution to this, was hoping that diplomacy could be the answer with President Putin. Here's what she said is the reason that hasn't happened.
Putin shows no sign of engaging in serious diplomacy. As many of you know, I gave a speech in Munich 3 weeks ago before the re-invasion of Ukraine started. And I said then what we have maintained all along. We're witnessing a playbook, the Russian playbook. And it includes lies, misinformation, and the acts of aggression that we are now witnessing.
The vice president also showing support for U.S. and Polish troops who are training here in Poland, meeting with U.S. troops who are from California, Puerto Rico, as well as Fort Bragg in North Carolina, including some that arrived here in Poland just a week ago, Morgan, as the U.S. has been putting more troops into Europe to try to shore up the NATO alliance.
Speaking of that alliance, I want to turn now to NBC's Matt Bradley, who's in Lviv, Ukraine right now. Matt, you're where all of this is happening, everything we're talking about as Russia attempts to control even more of Ukraine. You have a closer look at this, of what's happening in one city. What can you tell us?
Yeah, I mean, we were talking earlier about these new bombardments that are happening far beyond the front lines, which is very threatening to a lot of Ukrainian civilians. It looks as though Russia is kind of softening the ground in places that had avoided the worst of the bombardments before this. That's kind of another phase of this fight as they move further into the country. But I wanted to look at a place where we're actually starting to see the invasion turning into an occupation. So I did a little close look at Kherson, a city in the south. And here's our report. Kherson, Ukraine offers the first glimpses of Russia's occupation. After 2 weeks, Kherson is the first and only major city to fall to Russian forces. Last week, its residents were proudly protesting against Russian troops. But that's all changed.
Not only they blockade us from food and medicine and basic necessities, but also they are preparing to imprison those who disagree, those who protest.
400 people were arrested, according to the Ukrainian military. One big difference, local residents tell us, the appearance of the Rosvagardya, Russia's National Guard. This paramilitary force was created in 2016 and answers directly to President Putin. They're mostly deployed in Russia as riot police. Now they're in Kherson, suppressing dissent the same way they do in Russia. In this video of a protest, Russia's version of a police wagon. The National Guard are checking social media, looking around for their apartments, Kherson's mayor said. They're even looking for the people who were fighting against the Russians in 2014. This city is being strangled. The mayor says they have only about a week of food left, and locals accuse the Russians of looting. In this video, soldiers appear to be pushing a shopping cart full of goods from a store. In another video, a person in a military uniform appears to shoot at the door of an electronics store. When it doesn't open, he busts a hole in the glass. The mayor warned that while Kherson is the first city to face occupation, it won't be the last. This war isn't between Russia and Ukraine, he said. That's just one of the steps for Russia. Russia's fighting right now with Europe and the U.S. An occupation that many here say is on the march. So, guys, it's worth noting that as grim as those pictures look like from Kherson, Russia's gains so far have been relatively modest compared to clearly what they thought they'd be doing. The fact that more than 2 weeks into this fight, Kherson is really the only major city in Ukraine, and it's pretty small as far as Ukrainian cities go, the only major city to have actually fallen and to be occupied by Russian forces. That must be very, very frustrating for Vladimir Putin and the Kremlin. Guys.
Matt Bradley there on the ground for us in Lviv. Matt Bradley, thank you.
Now, some Americans say they are preparing to change their driving habits because of the war's impact on their wallets. AAA saying gas prices hit another record, $4.33 a gallon. That's a small increase from yesterday, but we're up 50 cents from last Friday. NBC News reporter Gary Grumbach is on I-95 in Maryland for us today. So, Gary, what are the drivers you're talking to saying about dealing with more sticker shock at the pump?
Yeah, Aaron, I'll tell you, I've never had such an easy time getting people to talk to me out here today. Everybody is fired up, and they really have thoughts about these high gas prices because coronavirus cases across the country are now decreasing. Mask mandates across the country have gone away, and people are finally getting ready to take those trips and vacations they've been talking about for more than 2 years. But it's going to be more expensive than ever to do that. As you mentioned, we are at a rest stop here in Aberdeen, Maryland, right off I-95, and it is $4.53 a gallon for regular, more than $5 for a tank for a gallon of diesel. And this is not even the most expensive in the nation. If we go out west and look at California, we're looking at prices that are $5.72 a gallon, but the cheapest stuff is actually in Missouri. You're going to find $3.85 a gallon as the cheapest average gas price in the country there in the St. Louis area. Now, this is all adding up, and it's leading to a lot of frustration. Take a listen. Is this changing the way you're driving or planning to drive?
Yeah, I think I'm going to go to a bicycle pretty quick.
Well, you know what? I'm just trying to fill up as I see cheaper prices along the way. So if I see a cheaper price, I stop and fill up. So even if I have a quarter tank, I just still fill it up.
Can I ask how much you just spent for gas here today?
It was over $50.
What do you make of that?
Not happy. Yeah, it's tough. It's tough.
Now, of course, it's really important to put this all into perspective. Many of the folks we talked to today said, of course, they're aware of what's happening overseas. Others said President Biden should be doing more about the gas prices.
All right, Gary Grumbach for us in Maryland today. Gary, thank you.
President Biden will address the Democratic retreat in Philadelphia this afternoon, and his remarks come at a perilous time in his presidency with a war raging in Ukraine, inflation soaring, and Americans still bitterly politically divided. And with his legislative agenda stalled, congressional Democrats are hoping for some big wins to point to in the coming midterm elections. They're looking to the president for a messaging reset, hoping he'll offer a winning strategy with those midterms rapidly approaching. So our reporters are covering every angle of the story for us. NBC's Leanne Caldwell is live on Capitol Hill. NBC's Ali Vitale is with the Democratic lawmakers at their retreat in Philadelphia. Leanne, I want to start with you. The first midterm elections for a president's term typically, historically, have been pretty difficult for incumbents. So what is the Democrat strategy now going into November?
Morgan, it's especially difficult because Democrats have been unable to pass all of their big priorities and goals that they had set out at the beginning of this Congress. And despite that, they have come to an agreement. I reported a few weeks ago that they are going to empathize with voters, acknowledge that people are suffering, that it's been a tough couple years and inflation is hurting. But now our colleagues Sahil Kapoor and Scott Wong report that Democrats are divided on how exactly to move forward from that empathy message. Some Democrats say that they have a lot of accomplishments that they can run on, like the infrastructure bill, like the COVID relief legislation that they passed last year, while other Democrats think that the Democrats can't give up, that they do need to pass some of these big ticket agenda items. And so this debate does not seem to be going away anytime soon, Morgan.
Leanne Caldwell, as always, for us live from Capitol Hill. We appreciate it, Leanne.
Yep.
So let's bring in NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale. She's at the Democratic retreat in Philadelphia again for us today. Ali, what are Democrats looking to hear from President Biden when he speaks this afternoon?
Yeah, Aaron, it was on display here today, the story of Washington here in Philadelphia, of a split-screen moment, really, where lawmakers are looking to the international stage on what's going on in Ukraine and Russia, and then also looking at their own domestic agenda as they try to chart a path forward over the next 8 months before the midterms. The president coming here against that backdrop. And here's what Speaker Pelosi said she was hoping to hear from him just a few hours from now.
We need to meet the needs of the American people. We have to save our own democracy, which is under assault in our country. And at the same time, we can honor our responsibilities to peace on the world and helping all we can.
And of course, House Democrats making their own moves over the course of the last week or so to hold Russia accountable. They passed a bill banning Russian energy imports, as well as making sort of a half step on what President Biden did today in revoking the World Trade Organization status of Russia. The House made a move to say that that status should be reviewed. But of course, they'll now have to take that up now that the president has made that full step, saying that he wants to see their favored nation status changed.
And then, Allie, we still have these issues here at home as well. People are looking at inflation, these surging prices that Americans are paying on just about everything right now. How are Democrats sort of viewing that in terms of what they're going to do going forward?
And look, Aaron, that was already always the case. We know Republicans were already trying to make hay of the economic issues. Unemployment rates are lower, but we're still seeing women pushed out of the workforce. That was a trend from the pandemic that has certainly carried over. We've also seen inflation rising. That's something that Democrats here are keenly aware of. And I asked them, as Ukraine continues, as we continue to put an economic squeeze on Russia on the international stage, what they're doing from a strategy perspective to ensure that voters know heading into the midterms that the actions on the international stage aren't going to reflect on Democrats. They said that's a key priority for them. Listen to how they put it.
This starts with Putin because global inflation, for reasons beyond the gas price, global inflation is something that we have to deal with globally, but we have our responsibility to deal with it at home, and we have legislation that does just that.
So look, you had Gary on just a few minutes ago at the gas pumps around the country talking to voters, or would-be voters rather. That's something that they are keenly aware of here. Speaker Nancy Pelosi echoing what the White House has said and making sure that voters know it's Putin's gas tax, in her words. Guys.
All right, Allie Vitale for us in Philadelphia today. Allie, thanks.
U.S. intelligence agencies are calling it a serious escalation. North Korea just test launched 2 short-range missiles, and officials believe it may be testing a new system that could send missiles between continents. NBC News national security correspondent Ken Delaney has been following this for us. Ken, North Korea has test-fired missiles before, so why are U.S. intelligence officials so concerned now?
Morgan, North Korea has test-fired 11 short-range missiles since President Biden took office, in fact, but they haven't tested an intercontinental ballistic missile since 2017. Those are the more worrying kind because those are the kind that can reach the United States. And U.S. officials told us yesterday that what looked like 2 tests of short-range missiles recently were actually designed to secretly test parts of a new ICBM system. And the U.S. government, as you said, views that as a serious escalation, and they say they will impose new sanctions on North Korea today, Morgan. U.S. officials say the new ICBM is an 85-foot-long rocket that North Korea first showed off at a military parade in 2020, but has not yet launched. They say they expect the regime to test it soon and call it a satellite launch. Now, this disclosure came after we first reported this week that commercial satellite photos appear to show new construction at the facility where North Korea once tested nuclear bombs. So this is all very troubling to the Biden administration, Morgan, which has tried to engage the North in talks, but has gotten no response.
Ken Delaney for us there in D.C. Ken, thank you.
You bet.
Well, today marks 2 years since this moment from the World Health Organization.
We have therefore made the assessment that COVID-19 can be characterized as a pandemic. Pandemic is not a word to use lightly or carelessly.
2 years and multiple surges later, the COVID picture has changed dramatically now. Mask rules are being lifted in all 50 states, and little more than 60% of the U.S. population is fully vaccinated. But the toll of this virus, the toll it's taken has been staggering. Global deaths from COVID are now greater than 6 million. More than 970,000 people have died in the U.S. alone. We have a lot of COVID news to get to this hour. Let's begin with NBC News Justice correspondent Pete Williams. He is following the government's push to prosecute fraudsters who stole COVID relief money. Pete, just last week, the president told us the Justice Department would have a prosecutor who would be dedicated to pandemic-related fraud. So who is that prosecutor and how's he going to operate?
His name is Kevin Chambers. He's in the Deputy Attorney General's office. He's an experienced federal prosecutor, has a background, by the way, as a private lawyer and also a certified public accountant. He says he will build on the work the Justice Department has already done. More than 2,000 criminal and civil cases related to something like $7 billion worth of COVID fraud, stealing money from the Paycheck Protection Program and from state unemployment insurance. Here's how he described himself the work he'll be doing.
We're going to target large-scale criminal organizations who are committing some of the largest and far-ranging fraud. Many of them using identity theft to victimize Americans who so needed this relief.
He's already setting up strike forces to analyze this massive amount of data that the states have provided on potential COVID fraud. Those task forces will consist of agents, analysts, and prosecutors to build more cases, Aaron.
And Pete, you touched on it a little bit there, but the government spent $5 trillion on COVID relief. Can you go a little further with sort of how pervasive the fraud may be and how it got so bad so fast?
Well, the easy answer is nobody knows how pervasive it is. The Secret Service last week estimated that the total amount of fraud could be $100 billion, but we've seen estimates from industry groups saying it may be as high as $400 billion. So that's part of the challenge here. It was such a huge federal program that therefore was a lot of fraud. Now, I asked Mr. Chambers this week whether, in fact, this was some sort of different kind of fraud that made it more pervasive. He doesn't think so. He thinks it's just the mere fact that there was a lot of money for the taking.
All right, Pete Williams for us in Washington today. Pete, thank you.
So being in the office 5 days a week may soon be a thing of the past. Google and Twitter have announced their return to office plans for their employees in the Bay Area, and Google is offering a hybrid schedule where employees go into the office 3 days a week. Twitter, however, is giving their staff the option to go into the office whenever they want or to even work from home indefinitely. CNBC reporter Yasmin Quorum joins us now. Yasmin, I know a lot of people are going to watch this at home and wonder if they've got next. So some of the biggest companies there in the world are based, of course, in Silicon Valley, and there's a new survey out looking at how these businesses sort of feel about returning to the office. So what do they have to say, and what could this mean for all of us? I mean, companies across the U.S. or even around the world.
Right, Morgan. What's the new normal? In the early stages of the pandemic, Silicon Valley and some of the largest tech companies in the country were among the first to move to a fully work-from-home model. Now, as cities and states begin to fully reopen and ease mandates, big tech is once again taking the lead. A survey by the Bay Area Council out here in San Francisco says more than 70% of the businesses plan to start bringing workers back to the office by the middle of March. However, only 15% will ask workers to return for a full week, with most companies expecting their employees to commute in for just a few days. Both Google and Apple will embrace that hybrid approach, enforcing a 3 days in the office rule beginning in April. Microsoft, which reopened its offices about a week ago, anticipates that most workers will be able to split their time equally between the home and office, while Twitter is completely leaving it up to the employee to decide. On that note, Facebook parent company Meta is the next shoe to drop, set to reopen on March 28th, and asking its nearly 72,000 employees to submit where they want to work by the middle of next week. Although, Morgan, sources tell me that dorm rooms at Harvard, of course Mark Zuckerberg's alma mater, are still not an option.
Not an option. All right, CNBC's Yasmin Quorum, thanks so much for being with us. We appreciate it.
Now, while COVID restrictions are almost completely gone here in the U.S., China is dealing with its worst outbreak since the pandemic started. The Chinese government's strict zero COVID policy has forced citizens indoors. Changchun, a city of 9 million people, is on lockdown right now. Here's NBC News foreign correspondent Janice Mackey-Frere.
The numbers being reported here are still relatively low compared to other countries, but in a world of zero COVID, numbers matter. And by that standard, in this refusal here in China to allow the virus to get a foothold, the numbers are concerning. Topping 1,000 for the first time in 2 years. 1,100 domestic cases today, most of them asymptomatic. There's already a city up in the north near the Russia border that's in lockdown, 9 million people. And the worry is that those lockdowns will extend to other cities like Shanghai, where schools are already closed, people are being told to work from home, and there are travel restrictions. The bigger problem for China, though, right now is Hong Kong. Tens of thousands of cases being reported there every day, and the population is only 7.5 million people. They're building a bridge from Shenzhen to Hong Kong to rush in COVID workers and also building isolation units to give some relief to the healthcare system. How did it get so bad? Because the virus targeted seniors. The infection rate at nursing homes is around 80%. There is also vaccine hesitancy among seniors. A lot of them are unvaccinated. Public health experts say it's because there was mixed messaging from the government and also media hype about the side effects of vaccines. So these will be crucial weeks for Chinese officials to get these outbreaks under control, because as the rest of the world is finding ways to live with COVID, patience here is wearing thin with the zero COVID policy and no sign of any change to it.
Here at home, the TSA is extending its mask mandate on travel through April 18th, just ahead of the spring break travel rush.
Now, this all comes as travelers navigate rising costs on everything from tickets to gas to food. NBC News correspondent Vicki Nguyen has a closer look at how you can make the most of your next trip.
Hey there, spring break travelers are facing some unexpected challenges this year, but with some extra planning and precautions, your family should have no problem enjoying your time off.
This year, it's a new normal for spring break travel. Nearly 2 million people are passing through TSA checkpoints every day, with crowded airports and packed flights back to their pre-pandemic look. But now, everyone will still be wearing a mask.
In an airport, you never know where people are coming from. They may be from areas with higher case rates. It's really historically been an area where infectious diseases that pass through the air can be an issue.
TSA extending its mask mandate on planes and public transportation through Easter weekend. Despite the low COVID infection rates here in the U.S., disease experts say airports and other transport hubs still carry risks.
I encourage travelers to really think about their personal risk factors, their personal risk tolerance they will be visiting or coming home to, and then taking the appropriate levels of precautions to protect everyone.
Record gas prices, another hurdle facing spring travelers. Many road trippers now taking another look at their budget before heading out.
As much as I would love to go in the truck.
Cassandra and her family plan to drive their truck from Wisconsin to Florida this month, but now they're reconsidering which car they'll bring.
It's like, is it really worth it though? Because that's an additional, from what we're looking at so far, $300–400. That's a lot of money.
Luckily for flyers, the rise in fuel prices won't affect your ticket price for at least another few weeks.
In general, we see a lag of a few weeks to a few months generally when fuel prices go up before flight prices go up. That's because airlines buy fuel in advance, so they can afford to keep prices relatively low.
Still, domestic airfares are up 21% compared to last year. The average flight, $290 round trip. So what's the best way to score a last-minute spring break deal? Consider off-peak travel dates. Be aware, hotspots like Miami and Las Vegas will cost more.
Big cities are not quite back to where they were pre-pandemic. So if you want to do a city break in New York City and San Francisco and Chicago, you're going to find better hotel prices and you're going to find fantastic flight prices as well.
Now, if you're traveling with kids, Dr. Wu says choose your activities carefully. Stay outdoors when you can and avoid high-risk areas, especially if your kids are unvaccinated. And if you haven't booked your flight yet, consider an international destination. Those overseas flight prices still haven't come back to their pre-pandemic levels yet. Back to you.
Hundreds of thousands of people pouring over the border every single day from Ukraine to Poland.
Coming up, how people there are opening up their homes and businesses to welcome those in need.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now. look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
NBC News, streaming free now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it is. Making news right now, a man is under arrest in connection with the deaths of a Florida couple. Police say they were returning home from a motorcycle event in Daytona Beach when they were stabbed to death. The suspect is identified as Jean Robert Massan, and he was taken into custody Thursday. The Daytona Beach police chief describes the killings as random. State lawmakers in Georgia have introduced a bill that's drawing comparisons to Florida's new Don't Say Gay law. Now, the bill, co-sponsored by 10 Republican state senators, would make it illegal for some private schools to hold discussions about gender identity or even sexual orientation. Meanwhile, investigators in North Carolina are trying to determine what exactly sparked a fire that destroyed historic railroad cars. The abandoned cars once belonged to the Ringling Brothers Barnum and Bailey Circus, but now they belong to the state. Authorities say that they are looking into whether or not that fire was intentionally set.
Let's bring you up to speed now on the breaking developments out of Ukraine. Russia appears to be ramping up its offensive, launching new airstrikes today. In the embattled city of Kharkiv, the regional governor says Russian forces hit a care center for people with special needs. However, the state emergency service says there were no casualties.
Hundreds of residents of Kharkiv remain sheltered in the city's metro station. The destruction has left many in the country just struggling in some pretty dire conditions. Some 2 million Ukrainians are now displaced inside the country, according to the UN. Today, Ukraine's government says 12 evacuation routes would be open to help those trying to escape.
NBC News crews are covering every angle of this breaking story. I want to begin with NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiea. She is at the Ukrainian-Polish border, where the refugee crisis is growing by the hour. Kelly?
That's right, Aaron. And many of these refugees, if not most of these refugees, are now looking for shelter far from the border. In some cases, in other countries, nearly 300,000 have now gone to countries beyond Moldova, Romania, Hungary, and here in Poland, as these countries, these close neighbors to Ukraine, struggle to cope.
Relief as child cancer patients reach the border with Poland, evacuated from the war-ravaged city of Kharkiv, joining the exodus of more than 2 million, mostly women and children, fleeing Ukraine. 16-year-old Diana Prutska escaped Kyiv.
What was it like there?
There was not comfortable to stay there because every night we heard.
It's okay. It's okay.
Very horrible sounds every night.
Vice President Kamala Harris met with Ukrainian teens on the border Thursday. The Senate approving a spending bill overnight that includes $1.4 billion to support refugees. More than 100,000 arrive every day in Poland to open doors and hearts. Donations are flooding in, volunteers offering help. But countries bordering Ukraine are struggling to find enough beds as the numbers rise.
What was this before? Just a meeting room?
That was the office.
CEO Bartosz Skwarczek has turned his gaming company offices into a shelter for up to 50 refugees, with a kitchen and a playroom for kids.
So they are in terrible situation, and a little smile from them is like a sunrise.
Down the hall, 72-year-old grandmother Alla Devulak told me she didn't want to leave Ukraine, but feared she'd be killed.
Where are you going next?
Chicago.
To Chicago.
Chicago.
You have family in Chicago?
Yes, she tells me. Her grandchildren in the U.S. terrified for her.
Grandmother, we have to save because she can't fight. She's too old.
Like so many Ukrainian refugees, now in limbo, far from home.
Alla's grandkids obviously very relieved to find out that she is safe, and they're trying to get her a tourist visa so that she can go to the United States and spend some time with them for now. She would like to come back home. By the way, Aaron, the Polish president, talking to Kamala Harris, vice president, yesterday, pressed her and the U.S. to do more about visas, saying that the U.S. should expedite visas for Ukrainian refugees who have family in the United States. Aaron?
We're watching to see if that happens. Kelly Kobieja for us in Poland today. Kelly, thanks.
The crisis in Ukraine is clearly hitting home, with so many Americans watching this unfold hour by hour. NBC News national political correspondent Steve Kornacki joins us now with a closer look at some of this new polling. Steve, how exactly are Americans feeling about this conflict?
Yeah, we've gotten a bunch of numbers coming out in the last week. Let's take you through them. I mean, first of all, just in terms of the overall posture of the U.S. here, there's certainly a sense here that the U.S. is doing either enough, or I think there's a pretty significant appetite here for the U.S. to be doing even more, to be tougher in its posture towards Russia in defense of Ukraine. So when you break that down and say, OK, what steps would people potentially be comfortable for? Well, here's a range of options. This was an Economist YouGov poll this week, a range of options. It was presented to Americans here, and you can see what garnered the strongest support, things like economic sanctions on Russia, supplying weapons to Ukraine, allowing Ukraine to join NATO, potentially sending troops to NATO allies in Eastern Europe. You see majority support, strong support from the public for ideas like that. Where it starts to get dicier is when you add in, and we can show you here, cyber attacks, a no-fly zone. There's a 40% support. It's plurality, but a lot of, I think, either folks who don't have an opinion there or some more opposition to that. And then when you get into the idea of actually sending soldiers over there directly to fight Russia, you see that's where you see majority opposition. That's the only one where you get more than 50% opposition. So there's sort of a range of where that public support's willing to go. The other thing that's interesting is we've been watching, obviously, the gas prices rise. Look, the average cost was $4.10 a gallon at the start of this week. I think I saw today it's up to $4.33 by the end of the week. Interestingly, though, Americans do show in polling that they some level of understanding and acceptance of this when it's related to Russia here, in terms of like banning the purchase of Russian oil or gas, something that would certainly increase the cost. Overwhelming support for that you can see in the polling. Here's an interesting one. This is a Reuters poll this week. They basically asked folks, like, in defense of Ukraine, how much more would you be willing to shell out for gas here? And you can see basically this adds up to all these that I just kind of highlighted here, add up to 63% say they would be willing to pay more, some amount more. The ranges kind of vary here, but 63% do say they'd be willing to pay more at the pump to defend Ukraine from Russia. 37% say they don't want to pay more at all. So there does seem to be understanding among voters when it comes to some degree here of these increasing gas prices, at least as it's tied to Ukraine and Russia. But the other piece of this, too, we're seeing is it's not just gas that's getting more expensive these days. Inflation, obviously, has been taking center stage. Look at this almost universal agreement that inflation has become a serious problem here. And, folks, I think this is the interesting one. Folks expect the inflation situation to get worse over the next 6 months. So while people may understand some of the increase in the cost at the pump, there may be broader concerns here about how much everything else is going up in price, too.
All right. NBC's Steve Kornacki for us there. Steve, thank you so much.
You got it.
The U.S. and the U.K. are growing increasingly concerned that Russia may deploy chemical weapons in Ukraine.
British Prime Minister Boris Johnson spoke with Sky News political editor Beth Rigby about what Putin may be planning.
How are you doing? A prime minister in war times trying to meet the moment and putting his navy on alert.
And we're going to need you out there doing a lot of stuff as fast as possible.
Camel Laird shipyard in Merseyside, a base that's been building military ships for hundreds of years.
If I just push this forward, nothing will happen.
Nothing will happen. Nothing will happen on board here, perhaps, but grave warnings from this Prime Minister about what could happen next in Ukraine. as Russian officials today continue to dismiss military attacks on civilians. Lavrov said concerns over civilian casualties were, to quote him, pathetic shrieks.
You know, but I'm afraid that is just where they are, and that is what we're dealing with. And I'll make you one other prediction, by the way, which is that the stuff that you're hearing about chemical weapons, this is straight out of their playbook. They start saying that there are chemical weapons that have been stored by their opponents or by the Americans, and so when they themselves deploy chemical weapons, as I fear they may, they have a sort of a maskirovka, a fake story ready to go.
The use of chemical weapons by the Syrian government, backed at the time by the Kremlin, devastated so many. But sadly, too, it became a powerful tool in the armoury of an aggressor.
I do share the Prime Minister's concerns in this area. It is very similar to what we've seen in Syria, and that is why I think we're all concerned of these irregular weapons. We've seen the vacuum bombs, the thermobaric bombs being used to devastating effect. And now we're hoping that we won't see chemical weapons, but they've been so successful in Syria. It's hard to see that Putin wouldn't do it.
2 weeks into the invasion of Ukraine, and this Prime Minister's not convinced there's much chance of de-escalation when it comes to President Putin. You can't see a way out at the moment.
I can't see a way out that doesn't begin with the realization by the Kremlin that they made a catastrophic mistake. I think that Vladimir Putin has himself made it very difficult to find an off-ramp, and he has, I think, driven his tanks, so to speak, down a cul-de-sac from which it will be very hard to extricate himself.
Frank conversations only likely to get more difficult. These moments now are without precedence and with no end in sight. Beth Rigby, Sky News.
Now, since the war began, we've been closely monitoring the progress of Russian forces approaching Kyiv. NBC News military analyst and Medal of Honor recipient retired Colonel Jack Jacobs joining us now. Colonel, we see Russian troops moving again toward Kyiv, obviously. Ukraine's president, though, is claiming that Ukraine is now at a turning point in this war. What do you make of that assessment at this point?
Well, I think the turning point is a realization on the part of the Russians that they couldn't just walk in, that there is a defense among the Ukrainians along the main supply routes, in and around the cities and in the countryside, which is making it extremely difficult for the Russians to achieve their initial and intermediate objectives. But the Russians have an enormous force. They're single-minded in achieving their principal objective, which is to take over all of Ukraine. And they're willing to do just about anything, indeed anything, in order to achieve it. And so you see it now with the bombardment of cities, indirect fire, rockets, artillery, airstrikes, and that will continue, firing on civilians who are trying to escape, destroying buildings that the Russians initially would have preferred to keep, but they're destroying them anyway because that's the only way that they can achieve their objectives, because they've been stymied in just walking in. So the estimation that the Russians are willing to do anything, including using chemical weapons to achieve dominance over Ukraine, I think is probably well thought out, Aaron.
You know, there are reports now that Russia is planning to enlist recruits and soldiers from the Middle East, primarily from Syria. Does that say anything to you about the Russian war effort at this point?
Well, all of their people who are fighting, or almost all of them, are conscripts. Only the people at the higher echelons, senior non-commissioned officers and officers, are professionals. And so if you couple that with the fact that they've lost significant forces already, some estimates are as high as 5,000 killed in, 3 weeks of war, when they lost only 3 times that much in a decade of war in Afghanistan. All that points to a requirement to get fighters from elsewhere, and where else to get them but Syria. They need Syria desperately so they can have naval bases in the Mediterranean. They're very close to Syria. They supported them and prevented Assad from going under, so there's no reason to expect that they would not get a pledge of significant numbers of forces from Syria. Yeah, they're going to come from elsewhere because they can't do it with the forces they have already, Aaron.
All right, Medal of Honor recipient Jack Jacobs, we appreciate your time today. Thank you.
You're welcome.
We're following breaking news at the border of India and Pakistan right now, where Indian military officials say a technical malfunction caused a missile to launch into Pakistan. No one was killed, but it is unclear whether there were any injuries. India and Pakistan have been at odds over their border for decades, and both countries are armed with nuclear weapons. India's defense ministry says it is conducting an internal review into this incident. And coming up, the director of one of the most popular movies of the last decade detained in handcuffs.
Still ahead, the outrage after Black Panther's Ryan Coogler was wrongly accused of robbing a bank.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
New video shows Atlanta police detaining one of the biggest names in the film industry after he was mistaken for a bank robber. But Black Panther director Ryan Coogler was just trying to withdraw money from his own account. NBC News correspondent Emily Ikeda joins us now with the latest. Emily, I got to ask, how does something like this happen?
Yeah, a lot of questions around how this would happen. As you'll see in just a moment when it comes to this body camera video, Ryan Coogler explains that he was trying to take out money to pay a medical assistant, and it was a large chunk of money. So he passed a note to the bank teller asking her to be discreet. Well, that teller interpreted be discreet as something else and ultimately called 911.
But I just had guns drawn to take money off my own account.
Tonight, growing outrage as newly released video shows famed director Ryan Coogler being handcuffed in January after he was wrongly assumed to be a bank robber.
Hey, sir. Do me a favor, man. Come this way. Put your hand behind your back.
The standout filmmaker in town for production of Black Panther's sequel, visibly shocked and confused when Atlanta police suddenly approached him and drew their guns.
What's going on, my man? I'm trying to put money on my own.
Coogler had been trying to take out over $10,000, according to the police report, passing a withdrawal slip to a teller with a note written on the back to be discreet when handing him the cash. The Bank of America staffer, who police label a pregnant black female, told officers her computer flagged it as a high-risk transaction and that she was alarmed by the note provided here by TMZ.
And every time I ask him like a question, he's like, look at the note.
She called 911 despite Coogler presenting his debit card and ID.
So I said, do you have your ID? He did give me his ID. It was a California ID. But my stomach started turning. I'm like, okay, it just seems odd because you're making a withdrawal, but you hand me a note on the back of a deposit slip. And you keep telling me, look at the note, but you don't want to talk to me. So I'm like already like, okay, like He's just acting really kind of, it's just weird.
Kugler, along with 2 people waiting for him in the parking lot, briefly detained. He explained to police he was trying to avoid drawing attention when requesting such a large sum of money for his safety.
I don't write down on the note how much I went out, and then I went and ran through the money counter right there at the desk. The whole bank ends up looking at me.
Tonight, social media erupting in frustration. A tweet from Bernice King reading, "I just don't think so many understand or are even trying to understand the trauma he was subjected to." Others pointing out how his directorial debut, Fruitvale Station, depicts a law enforcement incident that left a man dead.
Oh, wow. Come on, man. Like that even real police, man.
Bank of America says it deeply regrets that this incident occurred. It never should have happened, and we have apologized to Mr. Kugler. Police, too, calling the incident a mistake by Bank of America, acknowledging Mr. Kugler was never in the wrong. Officers uncuffing the Wakanda legend roughly 15 minutes after talking with him.
Because of the seriousness of the call-out, we don't just come out, and unfortunately in a situation like that, you don't get the benefit of the doubt. We detain and then we ask questions later.
A lot to unpack there, Emily. I mean, have we heard from Kugler since that incident? What is he saying?
Well, we have, and in that body camera video, you could see Ryan Kugler was visibly shaken, but in a statement, he says that this never should have happened, though he acknowledges that the Bank of America addressed it to his satisfaction, adding, quote, "We have moved on." Morgan?
All right, Emily Akeda for us there, an important story. Emily, thank you.
2-time Olympic gold medalist and WNBA star Brittany Griner is still being held in Russia. Griner was detained at a Russian airport after customs agents say they found marijuana vape cartridges in her bag. Here's NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson.
Tonight, fans and friends of Brittany Griner calling for action as the 2-time Olympic gold medalist remains detained in Russia.
We've got to do everything we can to make sure she gets back home safely.
I want my girl out.
She does not need to be over there in these times.
This as a new image of Brittany Griner released by Russian state media reportedly shows the WNBA star at a police station holding a sign with her last name on it. A petition calling for Griner's swift and safe return has garnered around 50,000 signatures. And fellow WNBA players have expressed their support, but some say that's not enough. Do you feel like her case has gotten enough attention?
No, I think the MLB lockout has gotten more attention than Brittany Griner.
Noah Torre is a senior at Baylor University, where Griner played basketball and led the team to a 2012 NCAA championship.
She's arguably the biggest name in WNBA.
And then there is Brittany Griner with the stuff. News of Griner's arrest broke Saturday when Russian customs officials released video that they say shows Griner going through customs at an airport near Moscow in February, then having her luggage checked. The Customs Service says they found vape cartridges with hash oil, a crime punishable by up to 10 years in prison. The Phoenix Mercury Center has played in Russia during the off-season since 2014, common practice among many in the WNBA who get paid more playing overseas.
A whole nother conversation is why she has to go overseas to make enough money so that way she can come back and keep playing.
Now, with the war in Ukraine escalating and the U.S. banning Russian oil imports, something a Kremlin spokesperson has called, quote, economic war against Russia, fans of Griner say more should be done to get her out.
Russia is not the place for this young lady to be right now. Let's bring Brittany back home.
The White House and State Department haven't said much, citing privacy concerns, but confirm they are aware and working on Griner's case.
We obviously do everything we can when there are any reports of Americans who are detained.
Some black congressional leaders taking their concerns to the White House this week.
I will be demanding her release.
A Florida trooper is being credited with saving a crowd of people from a speeding car.
After the break, we'll introduce you to the woman who went above and beyond the call of duty.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
Students from Southlake caught on camera using racial slurs.
It's been covered up for a very long time.
We are strongly against critical race theory.
Racism in reverse is racism. Shame!
This is Southlake. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Now to Florida's newest superhero, or you could say super trooper.
Right, dashcam video capturing an officer's selfless act, putting her own life at risk to save others. Senior national correspondent Carrie Sanders has the story.
This is absolutely a miracle that Trooper Tony Shuck is alive. She used her Tahoe there. You can see the service vehicle that she has all smashed up. She used it to block a suspected drunk driver who is headed towards a group of runners.
A heroic split-second decision caught on camera. Florida Highway Patrol Trooper Tony Shuck took a risk Sunday that could have cost her life. She crashed her patrol SUV into a suspected drunk driver who authorities believe was flying down a closed highway at more than 70 miles per hour. That road leading to the iconic Sunshine Skyway Bridge spanning Tampa Bay. The road and bridge had been shut down to make way for nearly 7,000 runners racing in the 5th annual Skyway 10K. A head-on collision, potentially saving hundreds of runners' lives. Was there any training for this, or did you just operate on instinct?
We don't have any type of training to go head-on with a vehicle like that. It was ultimately instinct because I knew that I was the last line of defense for those runners on that bridge.
The 26-year law enforcement veteran and mother of 2, who's now recovering from her injuries, spoke out for the first time Thursday.
I've never been in this position where I've had to put myself for somebody else.
Behind the wheel of the incoming BMW, 52-year-old Kristen K. Watts, now accused of driving under the influence. Authorities say her blood alcohol level, 6 hours after the crash, registered at .09. If not stopped, Watts' speeding car would likely have hit the runners, including James Judge.
I just can't thank you enough for what you did, because it's heroic in every aspect of the word.
Trooper Tony Shuck had a guardian angel with her, she says. It was her grandmother and the Bible her grandmother gave her. She's been carrying it with her for 26 years on patrol. She says that she needed to find that, so she came back here to the evidence impound area and searched through the wreckage, and she did find her Bible. Clearly, this is living up to that motto of to protect and serve.
Finally this hour, the new space race isn't all about rockets.
Yeah, the next generation of lunar rovers are here, and they're smarter, they're more useful, and cooler than ever. Here's NBC's Gotti Schwartz.
50 years after Apollo's moon bouncing buggies, NASA's kicking off a new lunar rover space race. And a startup in California is headed in a very different direction.
Wow.
This is Flex, a prototype from the company Astrolab, tested out by a former commander of the International Space Station, Chris Hadfield.
It's not only a little automated forklift, but it becomes a transport vehicle for astronauts on the surface of the moon.
And it can be operated from Earth, allowing lunar base building before humans even get there, prepping vital life support systems, and picking up and deploying cargo in Lego-like containers.
So you're not just designing a rover, you're designing an entire ecosystem.
We want to set the standard for lunar logistics. We want to be the UPS and the Uber of the moon, right?
But that'll mean making solar-powered rovers able to last 10 years through extreme temperatures, and along the way, maybe even breaking a lunar speed record.
You think you could beat 11 miles an hour on the moon with this?
I think so, yeah.
All right, so we're on max speed right here on Earth. Let's give it a go.
Yep.
Not exactly light speed, but Astrolab is convinced they've got a head start against aerospace giants like Northrop Grumman and Lockheed Martin, who have also released concepts. All of them hoping to be picked for NASA's planned Artemis missions to put humans back on the moon and one day maybe even Mars, where they will definitely need some very experienced drivers.
You're a natural.
Building my resume already.
Thank you so much for being with us this hour. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. The news continues right now. Breaking news first on NBC News Now. Russia advances. Putin's forces now closer to Ukraine's capital than ever before. The new actions the White House is now taking to hold Moscow accountable.
Pay up. Inflation has surged to a 40-year high, driving up prices for just about everything. How much more you can expect to pay for the everyday items you need most.
Jail time. Actor Jesse Smollett sentenced to 5 months behind bars for his hate crime hoax. And the moments after the sentencing, this courtroom outburst.
I am not suicidal, and I am innocent. I could have said that I was guilty a long time ago.
How much he's also being forced to pay and what his lawyers say they're going to do next.
And it's not the New York Port Authority, but the New York Pot Authority. The agency now licensing the sale of marijuana in the Empire State, and who's getting first dibs. Hey there, everyone. Happy Friday, and thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And good Friday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist. We begin with breaking news. Russian strikes hitting new cities across Ukraine. An airstrike this morning destroying a factory in Dnipro. Farther west, Ukrainian officials say 2 airfields were bombed less than 100 miles from Lviv. Back east, near the border, Kharkiv is picking up the pieces after another bombardment there. The mayor of Ukraine's second largest city says 48 schools were destroyed.
Meanwhile, Vice President Kamala Harris has wrapped up her time in Poland. Today, she met with U.S. troops stationed there to support NATO. Harris later made her way to Romania to reassure U.S. allies regarding that conflict there in Ukraine. And breaking right now, President Biden laying out a new effort to damage Russia's economy.
As Putin continues his merciless assault, the United States and our allies and partners continue to work in lockstep to ramp up the economic pressures on Putin and to further isolate Russia on the global stage.
We are covering the big story from every angle at this hour. Let's begin with NBC News Chief White House Correspondent Kristen Welker. Kristen, obviously, we just heard from the president a short time ago announcing this new action against Russia. How does he plan to target Russia's economy now?
Well, essentially, Aaron, the president announced that he is going to revoke Russia's most favored nation status, which means ending trade relations with Russia. Now, of course, the U.S. and Russia are not major trading partners. However, the president importantly said that he is taking this step in concert with a number of allies in the EU and the G7 as well. So the aim is to really have a big bite. He also said he's going a step further. He's going to sanction a larger list of oligarchs, those who are close to Vladimir Putin. And he said that the Russian economy is being choked out. Here's a little bit more of what he had to say.
We're also taking a further step of banning imports of goods from several signature sectors of the Russian economy, including seafoods, vodka, and diamonds. And we're going to continue to squeeze Putin. The G7 will seek to deny Russia the ability to borrow from leading multinational institutions, such as the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank. Putin is an aggressor. He is the aggressor, and Putin must pay the price. He cannot pursue a war that threatens the very foundations, which he's doing, the very foundations of international peace and stability, and then ask for financial help from the international community.
Now, in order to end trade relations with Russia, the president needs Congress to sign off on that. And in this case, there is bipartisan support for that move. You also heard the president tout the fact that overnight the Senate passed a spending bill that would include $14 billion in aid to Ukraine. That largely passed along bipartisan lines. This is significant because it will get a range of different aid to Ukraine, including military aid. But the president is stopping short of providing military support in the form of the U.S. military help in Ukraine, despite the fact that you have the president of Ukraine calling for a no-fly zone. The White House has said that is simply a non-starter. President Biden mapped out his rationale for that in those remarks you heard. It's something that we've heard consistently from the president and other top officials, which is the concern is that if the military were to get engaged, that the conflict would escalate into World War III, Aaron.
All right, Kristen Welker for us at the White House today. Kristen, thank you.
Let's go overseas for a minute. I want to bring in NBC's Ali Arouzi now. He's in Lviv, Ukraine, as well as global security reporter Dan DeLuce, who's in Washington for us. Ali, starting with you, we saw some pretty destructive images today coming out of Dnipro. What more do we know about that attack?
That's right, Morgan. This is the first time that the Russians had hit Dnipro. It's right in the middle of Ukraine. And according to authorities there were 3 airstrikes on Dnipro that hit a school, a kindergarten, a shoe factory, and an apartment building. There are reports of at least 1 civilian casualty there. But the Russians have widened their attack. They hit 2 other cities towards the west of the country as well. So fresh cities are being targeted, as well as Kharkiv is still being pounded. We spoke to a young gentleman who'd made this perilous journey from Kharkiv to here in Lviv, where we are. Let's take a little listen to what he had to say.
I didn't recognize my city when I was driving out of there. It was kind of terrible feeling to see what happened to my hometown. I guess the situation is getting worse, and many historical places, I guess we've lost them forever.
And it was a really perilous journey for Eugene. What should have taken less than a day to drive from Kharkiv to here in Lviv took him more than 4 days because of all the checkpoints and all the other people trying to escape the east.
And Ali, can we go back for a minute, though? I want to talk about the situation in Mariupol. I know it's also very severe there. Do we know anything more about the efforts to get civilians out of that city?
Well, the Ukrainian authorities were talking today about opening humanitarian routes out of Mariupol. They talked about 12 humanitarian routes, one of the main ones out of Mariupol. We've been following that all day, and so far we haven't heard of anybody getting out there. We've spoken to many people that are involved. They said that the plan is in place, but it simply hasn't moved yet, and if it has, nobody's heard about it. Even more troubling than that, Morgan, the city council in Mariupol just released a statement saying that in the last 12 days, over 1,500 civilians have been killed in that city, which has just been brutalized by the Russians. So the situation there is very bad. And just very quickly, President Zelensky tweeted out that he spoke to President Biden, gave him an update on the war efforts, on Russian crimes against civilians. They're going to step up aid to Ukraine and harsher sanctions on Russia.
Speaking of President Biden, Ali, I want to bring in Dan here. Dan, in terms of security, there are new assessments of Russian troop movements towards Kyiv. What can you tell us about that?
That's right. So even though we've heard so much about the problems the Russians have had moving forward quickly and their fuel and logistics problems, they are advancing step by step, and they have made some modest progress outside of Kyiv. There are 3 lines of attack at the capital right now, 1 in the north, 2 from the east. And on one of those lines, they're about 10 miles from the city center. So the pressure is building, and it's sort of a long slog there. But they are advancing, albeit at a pretty slow pace. So still a huge amount of risk for the Ukrainian government and for the capital.
All right, Ali Aruzzi for us there in Ukraine. Dan DeLuz, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Now, the war's impact on the U.S. economy is being felt more and more every day. Between record inflation and soaring gas prices, Americans are paying higher prices for just about everything now. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky joining us now with that part of our story. Morgan?
Yeah, Aaron, good afternoon. And you really do not have to look far to see the impact from this latest inflation report. We're here at the Original Market Diner in Dallas, and pretty much everything you see looking down the cook line here in the kitchen has been impacted. And the restaurant owner tells me that almost every ingredient costing about 20 to 50% more, eggs and bacon surging especially high over the last year. And unfortunately, there is no end in sight on when these prices will stop.
New inflation numbers confirming the struggle facing millions of Americans.
Every week is something new. It's beef prices, it's produce, it's avocados, it's takeout containers. Now it's fuel.
Fuel, food, and shelter, the biggest drivers behind inflation's highest increase in 4 decades. The Consumer Price Index report showing a 7.9% rise over the last year. And in Washington, the Biden administration acknowledging it may get even worse before it gets better, blaming Putin's war in Ukraine as a prime contributor.
The American people know how important this fight is. I think they know that as painful as the price is today, the costs are going to be higher if we do not act now to deal with this tyrant.
Many households already feeling the pinch, with rental costs soaring.
Our rent has gone up. Our rent was just changed from $650 to $800.
And when it comes to filling up, the national average for a gallon of gas hitting a staggering $4.33. A new AAA survey found for most Americans, $4 a gallon is the tipping point, where people start making changes to consumption habits, while others...
I don't even want to know right now. I don't even look. I just swipe the card.
Grocery staples nearly all on a steady rise. A gallon of milk up 50 cents, a dozen eggs up 40 cents, and bacon spiking more than $1.30 over the last year. At Dallas's Beyond the Butcher, every little bit extra adding up.
Beef and pork? It'll be a $3.50 charge for the pork.
Veteran cook Rafael Andrade turning out as many orders as he can, with a profit margin slipping.
So the price for this Philly cheesesteak staying the same, but what about the cost?
The cost has gone up.
In what?
From everything, man. From the mushrooms, from even the marinade, the onions, the peppers, the bread.
Pricier food, fuel, and shelter, combining in a frustrating recipe for the days ahead.
And some context regarding this latest inflation report, guys, because it only included the first few days of those really surging fuel prices. That only means that when next month's inflation report comes out, we're unfortunately going to see that 7.9% likely surpass that 8% threshold. And unfortunately, it could get worse before it gets better. We'll send it back to you.
Time to get braced up, for sure. Morgan Chesky in Dallas today. Morgan, thanks.
Congress has once again averted a government shutdown. Overnight, the Senate passed a $1.5 trillion bill to fund the government for another 6 months. Let's go in and bring in NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Leanne Caldwell for more. Leanne, just walk us through the spending package, if you can. What exactly is included and what was left out?
Good morning, Morgan. So it was not easy to get here, but Congress did it with time to spare before the government was set to shut down tonight. But it was a painful process, and they didn't get a lot of time to review this $1.5 trillion piece of legislation. But Republicans are actually really thrilled with this because they got a bigger increase in defense spending, something that Republicans always want. But in addition to that, there's also nearly $14 billion in aid for Ukraine. What was dropped from this spending package was money for COVID. That's something that the administration wanted, something that some Democrats wanted as well, but some Democrats had problems with how it was going to be paid for. Let's listen to Leader Schumer on the Senate floor yesterday and how he framed it.
Now, of course, nobody argues that this package is perfect. I am deeply disappointed that the administration's request for more COVID funding failed to make it into the House bill. But we're going to keep fighting to make sure we get that money approved as soon as possible.
So the government will not shut down. The government is funded for the remainder of the year, and that much-needed aid is headed to Ukraine and to the region. Morgan.
Speaking of that funding, though, now that the issue of funding the government is out of the way, Leanne, what is next on the agenda?
One thing that I'm going to be watching is what the president said today in revoking preferred trade status of Russia. That's something that Congress is extremely interested in, too. And there's a lot of talk that they want to go further than the administration. And so there could be legislation next week coming up. I'm also going to be watching if Congress continues to push the transfer of these Russian planes from Poland to Ukraine. The administration has said that it's not something that they are planning on doing, but there's still a lot of members of Congress who want that to move forward, Morgan.
We know you will keep us up to date and up to speed. Leanne Caldwell there in Washington. Leanne, thank you.
Yep.
One of former President Donald Trump's closest allies has testified before lawmakers investigating the Capitol riot. Former National Security Advisor Michael Flynn complied with a subpoena after months of defying the order. NBC News senior congressional correspondent Garrett Haake is joining us now from the Hill. So, Garrett, I understand this was a closed-door testimony that we got from General Flynn. What was the committee hoping to learn from him?
Well, Flynn was a proponent both publicly and in private meetings at the White House, or at least one that we know about on December 18th, of what I would call kind of all of the most outlandish ideas around unstealing the 2020 election, as Donald Trump saw it. He suggested that the military seize voting machines or that martial law be declared, and he made a lot of these pronouncements publicly. The committee very much wanted to get him to talk about that and how those ideas were received inside the White House, but his attorney put out a statement after the fact yesterday saying that basically everything he said in this deposition yesterday was some version of "I'm invoking my Fifth Amendment rights." He provided no real information, it doesn't appear, to the committee. I think it's possible you could look at this as a way for Flynn to avoid being held in contempt without actually saying anything.
So then, Garrett, where does the investigation go from here?
Well, the committee says they've interviewed more than 650 people across the course of their investigation. They've reviewed something like 75,000 pages of documents. They want to try to get the interview phase of their investigation, all the depositions they're going to get done this month so they can move to public hearings. But it seems like every time we talk to the committee's chairman, some of the other members, they push that timeline back a little bit. They know there's a ticking clock. They've got to get it done this year, and they'd like to do something like hearings in April, preliminary report in June. Gives them late into the fall to kind of finish up the rest of the work. But those days are slipping by faster and faster, Aaron.
Yeah, well, I'll be watching the calendar for sure on this. Garrett Haake on the Hill today. Thank you, Garrett.
Despite investigations into his businesses, former President Trump is still flush with cash. NBC News has learned that just last month, a bank in California approved a $100 million loan to the Trump Organization. Let's go ahead and bring in NBC News legal analyst Danny Ceballos right now. Danny, look, there are a ton of investigations into former President Donald Trump. Just look at all of them. I'm going to put them up on the screen right here. When it comes to actual legal trouble, plain and simple, is the former president in any trouble here? And could this new $100 million loan play a role in any of the investigations that are up on the screen right now?
Yes and no. I mean, to one extent, if I'm the defense attorney and there ends up being a criminal prosecution, I'll certainly try to introduce the fact that how could Donald Trump possibly be deceiving potential lenders when lenders who are still doing their due diligence with full knowledge of all this bad press he's gotten, still loan him money. If I were the prosecutors on any eventual or possible prosecution of Trump for inflating his value, I would say, look, none of that has anything to do with this case. Just because there's a lender out there that's crazy enough to do their due diligence and still loan Trump money, that doesn't mean that he didn't artificially inflate his value and artificially deflate his value when it served his interest. Allegedly.
Danny Ceballos for us there. Danny, thank you.
Embattled actor Jussie Smollett is waking up in jail this morning. That's after a dramatic ending to his sentencing on Thursday. The actor shouting out in court after he was sentenced to 5 months behind bars for staging a hate crime attack on himself and then lying about it to police. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch joining us now from Chicago with more. Jesse?
Hey there, Aaron. It was 3 years ago, more than 3 years ago, when Jussie Smollett, with controversy swirling around him, walked through that gate and out of the Cook County jail. But this morning, he woke up inside behind bars.
I am not suicidal, and I am innocent. I could have said that I was guilty a long time ago.
Even after a Cook County judge sentenced Jussie Smollett to 150 days in jail, the disgraced actor turned convicted felon sticking to his story.
If I did this, then it means that I stuck my fist in the fears of black Americans in this country for over 400 years.
The former Empire star's unwavering claim of innocence, ultimately his undoing.
You committed hour upon hour upon hour of pure perjury.
Judge James Lynn sentencing Smollett to 30 months felony probation, including that jail time, ordering he pay more than $120,000 in restitution to the city of Chicago and pay the maximum fine, $25,000.
You've turned your life upside down by your misconduct and shenanigans. You've destroyed your life as you knew it.
As a defiant, Smollett was taken into custody last night, his family blasting the judge's decision.
He's the reason why folks aren't going to report hate crimes. They're the reason why folks aren't going to report hate crimes.
The latest twist in a bizarre legal drama that goes back to 2019, when Smollett claimed he was the victim of a racist, homophobic attack. Police say it was a hoax, and late last year, a jury convicted Smollett of filing a false police report.
You put the noose around your own neck.
Smollett's attorney submitted over 80 letters pleading for leniency. The actor's older brother and 92-year-old grandmother speaking directly to the judge.
I ask you, the judge, not to send him to prison. If you do, send me along with him.
The judge weighing the statements and Smollett's good deeds, but still sentencing him to jail time.
You let that dark, narcissistic, selfish, and arrogant side come out, and you persisted with it for years on this case.
Now, Jesse, this sentence also included having to pay the city of Chicago some restitution. I know we heard from the mayor, Lori Lightfoot, about that sentencing. What does she have to say?
Yeah, the mayor saying the city feels vindicated, but that's not the consensus around here among local officials. The Cook County State's Attorney, Kim Fox, whose office, you'll remember, dropped the original charges against Smollett, well, she came out with a statement shortly after the sentence from the judge calling this mob justice. So the debate continues here in Chicago, Aaron.
All right, Jesse Kirsch for us in Chicago. Thank you.
Meanwhile, millions of Americans along the East Coast are bracing for a potential bomb cyclone this weekend. The storm has already blanketed parts of Kansas with more than a foot of snow. NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns is tracking the storm. Bill, I am just waiting for the day when you tell me that spring has arrived. I have a feeling, however, that today is not my lucky day.
Morgan, I want to go with you. I want to go run through the grass with you, have the butterflies and the birds chirping. I'm all for that. I'm ready.
I'll pay to see that.
I'll get the, you get the dress, I'll wear the hat, it'll be great. We'll have a photo shoot. Not this weekend. We have to bring all the snow gear for a photo shoot this weekend. So let's start with the most concerning aspects of this storm. Flooding, and then the possibility of tornadoes, and then obviously the complications of travel in winter weather. So our first concern is all this heavy rain, just torrential rain right along the northern Gulf Coast coming into North Florida. We've already had a lot of soggy weather this week, so flooding is a big possibility in this area. And then later, a line of thunderstorms is going to roll through, the potential of tornadoes. So Tallahassee to Albany, Georgia, that's an enhanced risk, that area. And then that yellow, the slight risk, goes from New Orleans all the way to Columbia, South Carolina, and a little portion there of even North Carolina. 16 million people, chance of some severe weather this afternoon, this evening. And then that continues right through the overnight hours, even through 2, 3 a.m. And it'll finally exit the southeast coast tomorrow as we head throughout the early afternoon. So heads up Charleston, Myrtle Beach, Savannah, Wilmington. You also could see isolated tornadoes and some strong winds. Now let's talk about the stuff that no one wants to talk about this time of year, the snow and the ice. We showed you the pictures from Kansas yesterday. Now we're dealing with some light wintry precip from New Mexico to Oklahoma to North Texas. It hasn't been too bad, but this storm will get stronger tonight and tomorrow. That's why winter storm warnings are up for northern Alabama. The middle of March, northern Alabama is going to get a snowstorm, and then all of the Appalachians up through northern New England. So how much snow are we talking? Only an inch or two. Little Rock, Memphis, that can cause problems, though. Northern Mississippi, northern Alabama. But then once we get into areas of Tennessee and Kentucky through the higher terrain, that's when we start to get some of those higher totals. Much of West Virginia will be very difficult to travel tonight and early tomorrow morning. And then the snow will be heavy in areas of Pennsylvania, central New York, northern New England, right during the day tomorrow. One of the biggest questions is how much snow will we get D.C., Philly, and New York? It'll rain early Saturday. The storm will end as snow, possibility of an inch or two. But the biggest issue for those areas that get the rain and then the snow, it's going to be slushy. The roads won't be treated because the rain would have washed it all away. And these winds will whip up to 40 to 50 miles per hour. Wind chills will be 0 to 10 degrees Saturday night. And so that's going to be the recipe for a flash freeze and very slippery roads. So, yes, Morgan. Saturday is not our day. We will have our day eventually.
It's not our day, Bill.
Saturday's not it.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that forecast. Didn't love it, but I do appreciate it. Yeah, and I appreciate you, Bill. Bill cares for us. Bill, thank you.
So, insult to injury this weekend. How about this? Clocks in 48 states are going to spring forward, so that means millions of us are going to lose an hour of sleep. We do gain some daylight, though.
Do you know how much I love my sleep?
I'm with you on that.
It's literally
every
the thing. Every second of it. All right. Well, the adjustment has many people sounding off about whether it's worth the trouble, including sleep scientists. Here's NBC News Now anchor Joe Fryer.
Aaron and Morgan, daylight saving time is perhaps the most dreaded form of time travel. More than 1 billion people around the globe have to adjust their clocks and routines by an hour. With nearly 2/3 of Americans now saying they want to stop changing the clocks, many say maybe it's time to make the switch permanent.
With spring just days away, it's a sign of the times. Daylight saving time, that is. On Sunday morning, clocks in 48 states will spring forward as millions lose an hour of sleep and abandon standard time, which has been the standard the past 4 months. The polarizing adjustment has many sounding off, aptly on the app TikTok.
It's only 6:30. Look how dark it is outside.
How do we cancel daylight savings?
Among those who don't want to move clocks forward, some sleep scientists who say standard time keeps sunrise and sunset more in line with our circadian rhythm. Researchers have even found a rise in the number of heart attacks, strokes, and car accidents in the days after the switch to daylight savings.
It can be very disruptive and abrupt. We're creating this mismatch between what's going on in our environment and what our clocks say.
Still, pro-daylight savers, who will get their way starting next week, say more sunlight in the evening encourages physical activity in the afternoon and boosts the economy because more people are shopping after work.
I think it's time to change our clocks this weekend and never do it again.
Senator Patty Murray is a co-sponsor of the bipartisan Sunshine Protection Act, which would make daylight saving time permanent.
We would like the light in the evening, and we would like to say to everybody, don't make me change my clock again.
To dodge a drowsy start to the week, sleep specialists recommend slowly moving up your bedtime over the next couple days to avoid a shock to your system. And changing your clocks before bed on Saturday can also hack your brain for a smoother transition. Once the change is made on Sunday, expose yourself to daylight ASAP to quickly acclimate your body's internal clock. Because like it or not, times are changing.
And the U.S. has actually tried permanent daylight saving time back in 1974. That was during the year's energy crisis. Most people didn't like the change back then. They didn't enjoy waking up and going to work in the dark. Aaron and Morgan.
Waging a war on misinformation during the war in Ukraine.
Coming up, how NBC News journalists are verifying information you need to know and video that you're seeing every day.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right,
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
President Biden making news tonight on several fronts.
We're answering the questions you want answered.
There's a lot to talk about this evening.
Let's start breaking all this down.
We begin with breaking news.
Now to an NBC News exclusive interview. We'll get right to that breaking news, the desperate search and rescue.
Our team is live all across the path of destruction tonight.
Nearly 200 firefighters responded to the scene.
What you see on the tablet here is what we see in real life on the street.
You know I got your back, right?
Keep going.
2022 midterms, the battle for Congress and the fight for control of State House.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds ahead of the midterms. We are talking elections. I'm in a battleground state.
Meet the Press Election Night special.
It is a big night.
Let's take a look at what else is making news around the world.
Our NBC News crew heard explosions in the capital city of Kyiv.
People here are terrified.
Russia is picking off Ukraine's military facilities.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We begin with the pandemic today.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
Raise your hand if you have had enough of COVID.
A piece of space junk is on a collision course with the moon.
It does matter. It is significant. Why?
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Making news right now, a 14-year-old Florida girl facing charges over a note on her phone that she labeled Kill List. Police say the teen listed the names of 8 other students from her high school. She was charged with 8 felony counts of written threats. Deputies also arrested her mother. She's accused of child neglect, among other charges. Teachers in Minneapolis are on strike after they failed to reach a deal with the city's school district. The teachers union is pushing for higher wages and starting salaries, as well as smaller class sizes. This week, more than 2,000 educators and supporters rallied outside the Minnesota state capitol. The school district says it can't afford the union's demands. And if you received a flu shot this year, it may not have been as effective as you think. A new report from the CDC says this season's flu vaccine offered poor protection against mild cases of flu. But the agency still recommends the shot to protect against severe illness and hospitalization.
Now we want to bring you up to date on the breaking developments out of Ukraine at this hour. Russia stepping up its offensive today, hitting targets farther to the west as it appears to accelerate its advance towards the capital of Kyiv.
Residents trapped by the fighting are growing desperate for basic necessities. Ukraine's defense minister says Russian forces have killed more Ukrainian civilians than soldiers. The UN also says the number of Ukrainians who have escaped to neighboring countries has now reached 2.5 million. Another 2 million people remain displaced inside Ukraine.
Our NBC News crews are covering every angle of this crisis there on the ground. We want to go ahead and begin with NBC's Jay Gray, who joins us now from Poland. Jay, these refugee numbers, they keep growing by the day. What are you seeing on the ground there today? I mean, how are Polish authorities even preparing for the Ukrainians who still have yet to arrive at that border?
Well, that's the big fear, Morgan, because the crowds have been growing. Over the last 48 hours, we've seen them really jump, and today has by far been the busiest. I want you to look down the line. This is the walking path in from Ukraine to Poland at the Medyka crossing, the most crowded crossing in Poland right now. And it just continues to be a stream of people walking in. The sun's going down, the temperature's dropping again, and we still see families making this trip across the border. Some of them, again, walking 2 and 3 days just to get here, carrying maybe a little backpack, a stuffed animal, anything that they can gather and bring with them as they make this trip. But here's where the crisis part of the humanitarian crisis comes in. As we make our way up, You can see the line here. The line, this may be the shortest, Morgan, to be real honest, that we've seen today. These are people who've made this trip and now are waiting in line to get on a bus to go to a train station. And they may get this bus, they may get the train, but they still aren't real sure where they're going to wind up and what they're going to do as they move forward. And you see the little babies and the young children. There are so many. Half of these refugees are children, according to the UN. And again, they have said overnight that they expect millions more to head this way. Along the way, you can see World Central Kitchen here supplying food. And so they're getting some nourishment here. They're getting some supplies. But overall, this is where we're going to have the problem. Where do all these people go? And so many more on the way.
NBC's Jay Gray for us there. Jay, as always, thank you for taking us to the front lines. Thank you for showing us what those people are facing every single day.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Now, as this crisis in Ukraine unfolds, video and images posted on social media are helping to tell the story. Here at NBC News, we have a team dedicated to verifying that material, parsing out fact from fiction. NBC News Now host anchor Savannah Sellers is joining us now. So, Savannah, let's pull the curtain back a little bit here. Help us understand how our teams are both sourcing and verifying some of these powerful images that we've seen coming out of Ukraine.
Yeah, Aaron, I'm so happy to get to show you this because it really is incredible work. So let's take an example. Let's take that Russian strike that hit a hospital in Mariupol. That's in the east of the country. It's an extremely violent part of the country right now. Our teams are not able to actually get to that part right now. So we're actually relying on social media, on social video that we are going to find in that part of the country. Video from TikTok, video from Twitter. So that's where these teams come in, where they're going to actually start to verify what's on the ground. But we have to make sure it's correct. So let's start with this one. This is a tweet. It's from Ukrainian President Zelensky. It's him claiming that there was this atrocity. It shows what he says is this strike on this hospital. Now, again, this is one of the first glimpses we were getting of this bombing event. So therefore, we need to rely on this, but we need to verify it. Again, this is from his social. Now, right here, you can see this glass, this debris within the hospital. But we need to make sure that we actually know where this is. So this video and this tweet shows all this right now. We are going to then rely on our social news gathering team. That's where they come in, and they are going to help us verify the location of this. And I'll show you in just a second how they're going to do that. We're going to take a still from the video. We can get to that still control room. If I could take back control of this board. Here's a still from this video right here. Now, here's what our team does. They are going to compare this right here to this. This is a 2018 press release. It's actually saying that they had done renovations on this hospital. In that video, you could hear a man even saying that this is the artillery shelling of that maternity hospital in Mariupol. So our team wants to make sure it actually is. We dig back, we find something like this. This is how our teams work all the time. We find something from 2018. Look, you can see right here, that's the same structure that was then shelled. Now, we're going to go ahead and show you a video again that NBC's Bianca Britton was able to verify. Now, this is going to show a street nearby. And in just a moment, I'm going to show you a map. So this is a street nearby that was impacted by the bombing in that same area. But again, it's going to help us confirm that that video is what we thought it was. So here I'm going to show you first on a map, Google Maps. This right here, this is that hospital that we've all seen. Right over here is where that video you just saw a moment ago took place. Now I'm going to show you how we're able to confirm that. See this right here, this photo. You can see these overhangs right here in this front part of the building. Our team is then able to use that same tool you have at home, Google Maps, show right there. That's the street view from Google Maps that's showing that this video, when you look at them side by side, is actually from this location that we believe it was, which enables us to be able to confirm what President Zelensky was saying there. Now, it's so important as our teams are not able to get into those areas. That's where our social news gathering team is so important. They're going to make sure that what you're seeing on your social feeds before you share it, and most certainly before we air it, that it actually is what we're looking for, Aaron.
All right, Savannah Sellers for us today. Some really valuable context, I think, for folks who are watching us needing to know how we do what we do to make sure they're getting factual information all the time. Savannah, thank you. Appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Now, Now, the numbers vary depending on who you ask, but we do know that hundreds of troops have been wounded during the fighting in Ukraine.
Doctors and nurses near the capital are now running a frontline medical facility. It's dedicated to treating wounded Ukrainian soldiers. Sky News correspondent Alex Crawford is near the capital city.
They arrive stuffed into car boots. And on the back seats, they're taking some terrible hits trying to stop the Russian troops entering the Ukrainian capital, laid out on already blood-soaked stretchers. The soldiers have just been shelled on a front line which is creeping ever closer to Kyiv. And it's the nearest hospital, now entirely turned over to dealing with the war wounded. These aren't army medics. They're the town's doctors and nurses who 2 weeks ago were dealing with births and bone breaks. Now they're plunged into a new world, spent trying to save the lives of soldiers and civilians torn apart by bombs and bullets.
It's World War III.
It's World War III.
It's World War III, and it could be stopped here, or it could move through the all the world. Please help us to stop this war.
They are shell-shocked and shaking. And so far, the politicians' peace talks have got nowhere. Hospitals are protected locations under international law, but no one here trusts that to be observed. Yet there's an astonishing resilience and perhaps a realization they have no option. It's not difficult for us to fight, he tells us. We're defending our land and will continue to protect it. But then he delivers a rousing call, not just to his fellow Ukrainian men and women, but also the rest of the world. Everyone has to stand together, he says. Glory to Ukraine. Our army will win. This is on the northwest edge of the capital, and we found multiple vehicles and homes which had been hit, apparently indiscriminately. There seems to be no shortage of lucky escapes. He was on duty as an emergency worker. So you just live close by?
His house, 5 houses from here.
Whoa. There are thousands of lives abruptly halted by this war. Pets abandoned in the rush to keep out of the way of the rockets and bombs. Families who've upped and left everything just to try to survive. There's a constant sound of artillery and shelling going on, and you can see the devastation that some of the attacks have already had. We know, according to the locals here, that the Russians are only a few kilometers down the road, and this is the constant backdrop. So those who can't or won't leave live in a shadowy underground world below the booming war sounds. About half of the capital's population has fled the city, according to the mayor. It smells good. Smells good. We're just waiting for victory, for everything to be good again, she says, and trying not to cry. These are the bravest of women, tending to some of the community's most vulnerable and most frightened. We've already learnt how to tell the difference between our side's shooting and the enemy's, Natalia tells us. We can identify everything, and we're just trying to keep everyone calm. They're already living under siege here, with sons and partners fighting and their homes bombed. For sure, this is a crime, and Putin has to be punished, she tells us. They're engaged in the fight of their lives to stop the Russian troops advancing any further. But their president's warning, much more of their blood will be spilt unless his nation gets international military support. Alex Crawford, Sky News, on the edge of the capital, Kyiv.
Russia says its forces are making progress towards Kyiv, but Ukrainian President Zelensky spoke today from the capital, claiming that Ukraine has reached a strategic turning point in the war. U.S.-based satellite company Maxar says the Russian military convoy that had been stationed outside of Kyiv has been dispersed and redeployed. Joining us now is Inna Sovsun, a member of the Ukrainian parliament. Inna, I want to thank you first off for making time for us today. We really appreciate you just sharing your experience with us. Can you describe first and foremost the current situation in and around Kyiv right now?
Well, it is extremely tense. We are all extremely terrified that the Russians are indeed planning to get into the very city of Kiev. And we did see what they did to the other cities around the capital. They are just devastating the land, and it's just terrifying that they can actually try to do the same to the city of Kiev. Despite all the fortifications that have been made, and those are huge here in Kiev, well, we see the tactics that they're using. They're throwing bombs from the air. They are shooting civilians. And that is, of course, something that we, well, seeing that in the city of at least 2 million people still are in the city, that would be just terrifying. We do have trust in our military. What you're seeing on the video right now is actually the Ukrainian army pushing Russians further from the northeast. They were trying to get to the city from the northeast, but that was the successful attack by the Ukrainian army, where they managed to push the Russians further from the capital. But they still can come in, and that is, of course, a terrifying prospect. And just about an hour ago, we did learn that the Russian plane, which took off from the territory of Belarus, it later flew to the Ukrainian territory and then got back to the Belarusian territory and did some airstrikes there on the Belarusian territory, claiming that this was the Ukraine attack in Belarus, which clearly would be just used as a pretext why Belarus would engage into this war as well, which adds about 60,000 more military from Belarus, which can come to the Ukrainian territory. This is the evil that we are dealing with, and this is for the whole world to understand that if they are not seen, if they don't have the real pretext, the real reason for attacking, they will make one up.
I'm glad to hear you talk about those pretexts, because we know that those pretexts and misinformation is making this even more difficult for you all there on the ground. Ina Sosun, thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Critics call it a child prison.
Still ahead, what a 4-month NBC News investigation uncovered at a Louisiana juvenile detention center that has state lawmakers calling for a change. Stay with us.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
A 4-month NBC News investigation uncovers troubling allegations at a Louisiana juvenile detention facility. According to first-hand accounts and incident reports from that facility, the young offenders are sometimes shackled, put in solitary confinement for 24 hours, and denied their right to an education. NBC News Now correspondent Zinklea Samoa shows us the never-before-seen video from inside the lockup.
4-month investigation by NBC News, ProPublica, and the Marshall Project found that a juvenile facility allegedly violated the rights of minors. A juvenile facility in Louisiana is accused of violating the civil rights of minors. Now, advocates and families are speaking out.
He's basically being housed like a death row inmate.
Right now, he's been in 24-hour solitary.
NBC News, ProPublica, and the Marshall Project conducted a 4-month-long investigation into the Acadiana Center for Youth in St. Martinville. What critics call a child prison run by Louisiana's Office of Juvenile Justice, or OJJ. We're told not many people have seen it, so we will see how this goes.
So we're not able to see or...
No, ma'am. I'm sorry.
We've never been inside, but obtained exclusive video from a former St. Martinville staff member. And what we've heard is disturbing.
His nose is bleeding. There's blood all over the floor. Being beat up right now.
According to OJJ incident reports and firsthand accounts, the 24-cell juvenile facility held minors in cells for 23 or at times 24 hours a day, subdued teens with police-style maneuvers, and at times held minors in shackles or what the facility calls leg irons outside their cells. According to the OJJ, most of the juveniles are black. St. Martinville also failed to provide education to minors for at least 3 months.
We were working to get that established the entire time. That was not something that we were just being negligent on. All of the things that we are providing them by law are on board now.
But those who've been inside say conditions are unacceptable. Rashad, a black 16-year-old, is one of them. This is his lawyer.
I believe that the conditions under which he was being confined violated his rights.
We're using Rashad's middle name to protect his identity. He was moved to St. Martinville last summer.
He was not receiving the substance abuse counseling that had been ordered by the court.
The judge immediately ordered he be removed from the facility. But today, there are still youth at St. Martinville, like 16-year-old Ben. This is his bedroom. He hasn't been in it for 2 years.
Do you have access to school right now?
No, ma'am.
Ben was sentenced to state custody in 2020 and moved to St. Martinville in December.
Even worksheets, nothing to do at all, no school at all?
Sometimes, like, I only got them once.
There are no teachers? You haven't seen any teachers there?
No.
The treatment of these youth violates widely accepted standards for juvenile detention. Ben's mother, Rebecca McDonald, says she wasn't informed her son had been moved to St. Martinville for 3 weeks. When she finally heard his voice,
And he would be crying. And my son is not that type of person, so I knew something was up. They treat them like dogs.
Louisiana's Juvenile Justice Reform Act Implementation Commission also says they were not formally notified about the facility.
It was opened in a shroud of secrecy
until advocates raised the issue. The OJJ declined multiple requests to tour the facility and denied a count of extended solitary confinement and use of shackles outside cells. The OJJ called the facility a, quote, temporary fix used for youth who are, quote, not therapy ready.
We don't have the facilities nor the manpower to hold them in those dormitory settings.
But a former St. Martinville staff member whose identity has been concealed disagrees and called out staff treatment of minors.
A lot of them lack basic respect. They treat those kids like crap. One guy got in trouble for pepper spraying one of those kids. I really think that this facility is the worst possible thing as it runs now.
There are at least 31 youth who have been through the facility. On at least 2 occasions, youth harmed themselves, with multiple instances of minors escaping. In the case of Rashad, his guardian remains concerned about his mental well-being since release. Ben remains in the facility, now facing new charges. His mother hoping for his release or transfer.
But does he have aspirations, beyond what he's got himself into?
I don't know if he still does.
And a lawyer for one of the minors says a lawsuit is not off the table. Rashad's lawyer says if he was to sue, it would be for a violation of Rashad's civil rights under state and federal law, and he would be suing the OJJ. So that's something for us to look out for. And in terms of legislation, we have heard from a Democratic representative in Louisiana. He has put forth legislation that would limit the amount of time minors can be in solitary confinement to 4 hours and would streamline the process for notifying the parents or guardians of minors when their children are moved to another facility. And beyond the legislation, beyond the lawsuits, ultimately, this is about life. And advocates say that juvenile justice is meant to prepare youth for life outside of these juvenile facilities. And they say these current circumstances are doing the opposite. Back to you.
Well, starting on Tuesday, applications open for New York's first recreational marijuana dispensaries. The first 100 permits are already earmarked in a move to right the wrongs of the past. NBC News correspondent Ron Allen joining us now with a closer look at this. Ron, who's getting those first permits?
Hey there, Aaron. The first licenses to run a business in this new industry will go to applicants with past marijuana convictions. New York is the first state trying to target and help a group so directly who advocates refer to as social equity entrepreneurs. Amnon Felipe, convicted nearly a decade ago for growing marijuana in a warehouse, is looking to move from the legacy business to the legal one.
I feel vindicated. Even though I did go to jail for it, I may not be the one to get a license, but somebody else in my same situation will be the one to get a license.
Today, state regulators approved new rules for licenses to open a marijuana business that give priority to people like Felipe with past marijuana convictions and who also have business experience. New York's governor called it building a fairer, more equitable New York. The latest state trying to ensure its new multi-billion-dollar legal marijuana industry creates opportunity in communities disproportionately impacted by the decades-long war on drugs. Studies show African Americans 4 times more likely to get arrested for possession of marijuana.
I think the equity programs are trying to figure it out, right? So a lot of them are not getting the outcomes that they hope for.
Cassandra Frederic says high startup costs remain the biggest challenge, for example, to lease space in New York's pricey real estate market. The state plans to address that by budgeting some $200 million to support equity entrepreneurs.
I think we have legislative champions that are pushing for more innovation and asking for the money up front.
Regulators expect the first dispensaries selling recreational marijuana to open before the end of the year. Ron Allen, NBC News, New York.
So, Ron, I understand the first 100 licenses are going to go to applicants with these prior convictions, but the state also has some additional social equity provisions built into this process, right? How is that going to work?
Well, the law says that half of the industry should provide opportunities to women, minorities, veterans, distressed farmers, people from communities negatively impacted by the war on drugs. We're talking about an industry that's expected to produce some 60,000 jobs up and down the supply chain. There's still a lot of details to be worked out, of course, about how that will all happen. And putting families and people first who have criminal justice histories was the first step, just the first step. And we're talking about, of course, a huge new multi-billion-dollar industry that's going to develop over the years. So a lot of details to come.
Yeah. All right, Ron Allen for us today. Ron, thank you. Well, it is a grand slam for baseball fans.
Coming up just after the break, the fine print of the new deal that saved the Major League Baseball season. Don't go anywhere.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
All right, so baseball fans rejoice because after a 99-day lockout, Major League Baseball players and team owners, they finally struck a deal.
Yeah, the new deal couldn't come at a better time as more games were in danger of being canceled, of course. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock joining us from Miami to break down this new deal for us. Sam, what do you know?
All right, Aaron Morgan, we know that Major League Baseball had officially canceled 90 games. Then all of a sudden it was a 5-alarm fire, worries they would cancel a whole second week. And here we are with a deal with a full season. In Florida, where I am right now, spring training officially starts in a couple of days with the new home opener on April 7th.
They're the magic words baseball fans had been waiting and hoping to hear. This morning, Major League Baseball's 99-day lockout is officially over. The league and players union reaching an agreement on a new labor deal, ending the sport's worst work stoppage in a quarter century. And now it's game on.
I'm a baseball fan, so I'm happy that's going to happen. I'm happy it's back.
Even fan bases that have been a little battered in recent years now feeling optimistic with a full slate of games miraculously in store.
Are we about to have a full 162-game season?
Amazingly, we are going to have a full 162-game season. They got it done just in the nick of time.
MLB Network insider John Heyman says the players hit a home run with a minimum salary bump from around $570,000 to $700,000 right away. And a new pot of millions for guys in their first couple years in the bigs.
The players definitely made some concessions. There's no question about it. But to me, this is still a very, very good deal, particularly monetarily for the players.
Some of those concessions to the owners include expanding the playoffs from 10 teams to 12, expected to bring in tens of millions in revenue and even advertising logos on player jerseys. Another change, the universal designated hitter, meaning that pitchers will no longer have to swing a bat in the National League. Overnight, reactions pouring in. Astros ace Justin Verlander posting this GIF, the Cubs' Marcus Stroman tweeting, "Time to go to work," and Hall of Famer Rod Carew sharing this message.
Baseball is back, and I'm ready. Are you?
Now it's back to business as the crack of bats and pops of gloves are about to permeate ballparks all over the country.
And one date to circle on your calendar is going to be April 15th. That is the 75th anniversary that Jackie Robinson broke the color barrier. One of the most important dates, not just in Major League Baseball history, but American history. Aaron and Morgan, back to you.
Indeed it is. Sam Brock for us in Miami today. Sam, thanks.
Breaking news first on NBC News Now, punishing Moscow. The White House announcing a new sanctions against Russia as military forces inch closer and closer to the capital city of Kyiv.
Driving change. Gas prices surge to a new high nationwide. Now more Americans are saying they're now being forced to shift the way and how often they drive.
And talk about a reboot. America's tech giants are bringing their employees back to work as America tries to live with COVID. What their plan could mean for companies coast to coast.
And a real-life super trooper. How a Florida law enforcement officer saved people's lives with a single heroic act, and the dashcam video that captured it all. And good Friday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Morgan Radford. Thank you so much for joining us this hour. We begin with breaking news. Russia is taking aim at new targets across Ukraine. An air attack this morning destroyed a factory just before sunrise. Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky wrote in a tweet that he spoke to President Biden today about, quote, crimes against civilians. Now, Russian forces are closer than ever to the capital city of Kyiv. A senior U.S. defense official says that troops could be around 10 miles just outside the city center as we speak right now.
We also have some new video to show you right now. This of Ukrainian troops at the ready. The same U.S. official also says Russian forces could encircle Kyiv within a week or two. And a short time ago, President Biden announcing new steps to cut off Russia's economy from the outside world.
Putin is an aggressor. He is the aggressor. And Putin must pay the price.
We have a lot of new developments for you to break down this hour. Let's go ahead and begin with NBC News senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell and that new plan we just heard from the president. Kelly, for people who are just tuning in, can you break down what President Biden just laid out for us?
Good afternoon, Morgan. So the president is putting together the latest in a series of steps to financially punish Vladimir Putin and Russia. And this is removing from Russia its favored nation status. If you were to think about it as an individual consumer, think about having good credit and all of the benefits that come with that. If you take it away from a country, there are penalties for them in international commerce, in their ability to borrow money, in the way that they would participate in international financial transactions and to be part of the global economic community. That's what it means, and it is an expensive proposition for Russia, further isolating Russia for its war in Ukraine. And this is something that the White House is doing along with European partners. So the U.S. would then be able to levy fines, tariffs, if you will, taxes on goods that would come in from Russia, imports. So because oil and gas are big parts of the Russian economy, that has already been banned. So we don't expect to see new imports of Russian oil and gas. But other products like vodka or caviar or diamonds could come into the U.S. and they would now face an additional penalty, a tariff that would make them more expensive, more costly for the Russian economy. And the president wanted to do this with allies, and he talked about that partnership a short time ago.
Each of our nations is going to take steps to deny most favored nation status to Russia. Going to make it harder for Russia to do business with the United States, and doing it in unison with other nations to make up half of the global economy will be another crushing blow. We're also taking a further step of banning imports of goods from several signature sectors of the Russian economy, including seafoods, vodka, and diamonds. The G7 will seek to deny Russia the ability to borrow from leading multinational institutions, such as the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank.
These are more ways that the White House and international partners in Europe and so forth are trying to make it harder for Russia, Vladimir Putin, to get access to his own country's wealth. And that wealth is what he's been able to use to wage the war against the people of Ukraine. Morgan?
I want to bring in Josh Letterman here, Kelly. Josh is joining us from Poland. Josh, Vice President Harris just left Poland and actually took off from Romania today. What did she have to say?
Well, Morgan, the vice president's mission on this trip was extremely straightforward. It was to reassure all of the NATO allies that the U.S. stands firmly in defense of all 30 countries that are in NATO. And to that end, the Vice President Harris succeeded by repeating over and over again, both in Poland and in Romania, that an attack on one is an attack on all, that the U.S. intends fully to stand behind its Article 5 commitments to defend not Ukraine, but any of the NATO countries were President Putin to move past Ukraine and start to threaten NATO allies. But we also heard from the vice president as she was holding a joint news conference with Romanian President Iohannis about the fact that the U.S. from the very beginning wanted to look for a diplomatic resolution to this, was hoping that diplomacy could be the answer with President Putin. Here's what she said is the reason that hasn't happened.
Putin shows no sign of engaging in serious diplomacy. As many of you know, I gave a speech in Munich 3 weeks ago before the re-invasion of Ukraine started. And I said then what we have maintained all along. We're witnessing a playbook, the Russian playbook. And it includes lies, misinformation, and the acts of aggression that we are now witnessing.
The vice president also showing support for U.S. and Polish troops who are training here in Poland, meeting with U.S. troops who are from California, Puerto Rico, as well as Fort Bragg in North Carolina, including some that arrived here in Poland just a week ago, Morgan, as the U.S. has been putting more troops into Europe to try to shore up the NATO alliance.
Speaking of that alliance, I want to turn now to NBC's Matt Bradley, who's in Lviv, Ukraine right now. Matt, you're where all of this is happening, everything we're talking about as Russia attempts to control even more of Ukraine. You have a closer look at this, of what's happening in one city. What can you tell us?
Yeah, I mean, we were talking earlier about these new bombardments that are happening far beyond the front lines, which is very threatening to a lot of Ukrainian civilians. It looks as though Russia is kind of softening the ground in places that had avoided the worst of the bombardments before this. That's kind of another phase of this fight as they move further into the country. But I wanted to look at a place where we're actually starting to see the invasion turning into an occupation. So I did a little close look at Kherson, a city in the south, and here's our report. Kherson, Ukraine offers the first glimpses of Russia's occupation. After 2 weeks, Kherson is the first and only major city to fall to Russian forces. Last week, its residents were proudly protesting against Russian troops. But that's all changed.
Not only they blockade us from food and medicine and basic necessities, but also they are preparing to imprison those who disagree, those who protest.
400 people were arrested, according to the Ukrainian military. One big difference, local residents tell us, the appearance of the Rosvagordia, Russia's National Guard. This paramilitary force was created in 2016 and answers directly to President Putin. They're mostly deployed in Russia as riot police. Now they're in Kherson, suppressing dissent the same way they do in Russia. In this video of a protest, Russia's version of a police wagon. The National Guard are checking social media, looking around for their apartments, Kherson's mayor said. They're even looking for the people who were fighting against the Russians in 2014. This city is being strangled. The mayor says they have only about a week of food left, and locals accuse the Russians of looting. In this video, soldiers appear to be pushing a shopping cart full of goods from a store. In another video, a person in a military uniform appears to shoot at the door of an electronics store. When it doesn't open, he busts a hole in the glass. The mayor warned that while Kherson is the first city to face occupation, it won't be the last. This war isn't between Russia and Ukraine, he said. That's just one of the steps for Russia. Russia's fighting right now with Europe and the U.S. An occupation that many here say is on the march. So, guys, it's worth noting that as grim as those pictures look like from Kherson, Russia's gains so far have been relatively modest compared to clearly what they thought they'd be doing. The fact that more than 2 weeks into this fight, Kherson is really the only major city in Ukraine, and it's pretty small as far as Ukrainian cities go, the only major city to have actually fallen and to be occupied by Russian forces. That must be very, very frustrating for Vladimir Putin and the Kremlin. Guys.
Matt Bradley there on the ground for us in Lviv. Matt Bradley, thank you.
Now, some Americans say they are preparing to change their driving habits because of the war's impact on their wallets. AAA saying gas prices hit another record, $4.33 a gallon. That's a small increase from yesterday, but we're up 50 cents from last Friday. NBC News reporter Gary Grumbach is on I-95 in Maryland for us today. So, Gary, what are the drivers you're talking to saying about dealing with more sticker shock at the pump?
Yeah, Aaron, I'll tell you, I've never had such an easy time getting people to talk to me out here today. Everybody is fired up, and they really have thoughts about these high gas prices because coronavirus cases across the country are now decreasing. Mask mandates across the country have gone away, and people are finally getting ready to take those trips and vacations they've been talking about for more than 2 years. But it's going to be more expensive than ever to do that. As you mentioned, we are at a rest stop here in Aberdeen, Maryland, right off I-95, and it is $4.53 a gallon for regular, more than $5 for a tank for a gallon of diesel. And this is not even the most expensive in the nation. If we go out west and look at California, we're looking at prices that are $5.72 a gallon, but the cheapest stuff is actually in Missouri. You're going to find $3.85 a gallon as the cheapest average gas price in the country there in the St. Louis area. Now, this is all adding up, and it's leading to a lot of frustration. Take a listen. Is this changing the way you're driving? You're planning to drive?
Yeah, I think I'm going to go to a bicycle pretty quick.
Well, you know what? I'm just trying to fill up as I see cheaper prices along the way. So if I see a cheaper price, I stop and fill up. So even if I have a quarter tank, I just still fill it up.
Can I ask how much you just spent for gas here today?
It was over $50.
What do you make of that?
Not happy. Yeah, it's tough.
Now, of course, it's really important to put this all into perspective. Many of the folks we talked to today said, of course, they're aware of what's happening overseas. Others said President Biden should be doing more about the gas prices.
All right, Gary Grumbach for us in Maryland today. Gary, thank you.
President Biden will address the Democratic retreat in Philadelphia this afternoon, and his remarks come at a perilous time in his presidency, with a war raging in Ukraine, inflation soaring, and Americans still bitterly politically divided. And with his legislative agenda stalled, congressional Democrats are hoping for some big wins to point to in the coming midterm elections. They're looking to the president for a messaging reset, hoping he'll offer a winning strategy with those midterms rapidly approaching. So our reporters are covering every angle of the story for us. NBC's Leanne Caldwell is live on Capitol Hill. NBC's Ali Vitale is with the Democratic lawmakers at their retreat in Philadelphia. Leanne, I want to start with you. The first midterm elections for a president's term typically, historically, have been pretty difficult for incumbents. So what is the Democrat strategy now going into November?
Morgan, it's especially difficult because Democrats have been unable to pass all of their big priorities and goals that they had set out at the beginning of this Congress. And despite that, they have come to an agreement. I reported a few weeks ago that they are going to empathize with voters, acknowledge that people are suffering, that it's been a tough couple years and inflation is hurting. But now our colleagues Sahil Kapoor and Scott Wong report that Democrats are divided on how exactly to move forward from that empathy message. Some Democrats say that they have a lot of accomplishments that they can run on, like the infrastructure bill, like the COVID relief legislation that they passed last year, while other Democrats think that Democrats can't give up, that they do need to pass some of these big ticket agenda items. And so this debate does not seem to be going away anytime soon, Morgan.
Leanne Caldwell, as always, for us live from Capitol Hill. We appreciate it, Leanne.
Yeah.
So let's bring in NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale. She's at the Democratic retreat in Philadelphia again for us today. Ali, what are Democrats looking to hear from President Biden when he speaks this afternoon?
Yeah, Aaron, it was on display here today, the story of Washington here in Philadelphia, of a split-screen moment, really, where lawmakers are looking to the international stage on what's going on in Ukraine and Russia, and then also looking at their own domestic agenda as they try to chart a path forward over the next 8 months before the midterms. The president coming here against that backdrop. And here's what Speaker Pelosi said she was hoping to hear from him just a few hours from now.
We need to meet the needs of the American people. We have to save our own democracy, which is under assault in our country. And at the same time, we can honor our responsibilities to peace on the world and helping all we can.
And of course, House Democrats making their own moves over the course of the last week or so to hold Russia accountable. They passed a bill banning Russian energy imports, as well as making sort of a half step on what President Biden did today in revoking the World Trade Organization status of Russia. The House made a move to say that that status should be reviewed. But of course, they'll now have to take that up now that the president has made that full step, saying that he wants to see their favored nation status changed.
And then, Ali, we still have these issues here at home as well. People are looking at inflation, these surging prices that Americans are paying on just about everything right now. How are Democrats sort of viewing that in terms of what they're going to do going forward?
And look, Aaron, that was already always the case. We know Republicans were already trying to make hay of the economic issues. Unemployment rates are lower, but we're still seeing women pushed out of the workforce. That was a trend from the pandemic that has certainly carried over. We've also seen inflation rising. That's something that Democrats here are keenly aware of. And I asked them, as Ukraine continues, as we continue to put an economic squeeze on Russia on the international stage, what they're doing from a strategy perspective to ensure that voters know heading into the midterms that the actions on the international stage aren't going to reflect on Democrats. They said that's a key priority for them. Listen to how they put it.
This starts with Putin because global inflation, for reasons beyond the gas price, global inflation is something that we have to deal with globally, but we have our responsibility to deal with it at home, and we have legislation that does just that.
So look, you had Gary on just a few minutes ago at the gas pumps around the country talking to voters, or would-be voters rather. That's something that they are keenly aware of here. Speaker Nancy Pelosi echoing what the White House has said and making sure that voters know it's Putin's gas tax, in her words. Guys.
All right, Ali Vitale for us in Philadelphia today. Ali, thanks.
U.S. intelligence agencies are calling it a serious escalation. North Korea just test launched 2 short-range missiles, and officials believe it may be testing a new system that could send missiles between continents. NBC News national security correspondent Ken Delaney has been following this for us. Ken, North Korea has test-fired missiles before, so why are U.S. intelligence officials so concerned now?
Morgan, North Korea has test-fired 11 short-range missiles since President Biden took office, in fact, but they haven't tested an intercontinental ballistic missile since 2017. Those are the more worrying kind because those are the kind that can reach the United States. And U.S. officials told us yesterday that what looked like 2 tests of short-range missiles recently were actually designed to secretly test parts of a new ICBM system. And the U.S. government, as you said, views that as a serious escalation, and they say they will impose new sanctions on North Korea today, Morgan. U.S. officials say the new ICBM is an 85-foot-long rocket that North Korea first showed off at a military parade in 2020, but has not yet launched. They say they expect the regime to test it soon and call it a satellite launch. Now, this disclosure came after we first reported this week that commercial satellite photos appear to show new construction at the facility where North Korea once tested nuclear bombs. So this is all very troubling to the Biden administration, Morgan, which has tried to engage the North in talks, but has gotten no response.
Ken Delaney for us there in D.C. Ken, thank you.
You bet.
Well, today marks 2 years since this moment from the World Health Organization.
We have therefore made the assessment that COVID-19 can be characterized as a pandemic. Pandemic is not a word to use lightly or carelessly.
2 years and multiple surges later, the COVID picture has changed dramatically now. Mask rules are being lifted in all 50 states, and little more than 60% of the U.S. population is fully vaccinated. But the toll of this virus, the toll it's taken has been staggering. Global deaths from COVID are now greater than 6 million. More than 970,000 people have died in the U.S. alone. We have a lot of COVID news to get to this hour. Let's begin with NBC News Justice correspondent Pete Williams. He is following the government's push to prosecute fraudsters who stole COVID relief money. Pete, just last week, the president told us the Justice Department would have a prosecutor who would be dedicated to pandemic-related fraud. So who is that prosecutor and how's he going to operate?
His name is Kevin Chambers. He's in the Deputy Attorney General's office. He's an experienced federal prosecutor, has a background, by the way, as a private lawyer and also a certified public accountant. He says he will build on the work the Justice Department has already done. More than 2,000 criminal and civil cases related to something like $7 billion worth of COVID fraud, stealing money from the Paycheck Protection Program and from state unemployment insurance. Here's how he described himself the work he'll be doing.
We're going to target large-scale criminal organizations who are committing some of the largest and far-ranging fraud. Many of them using identity theft to victimize Americans who so needed this relief.
He's already setting up strike forces to analyze this massive amount of data that the states have provided on potential COVID fraud. Those task forces will consist of agents, analysts, and prosecutors to build more cases, Aaron.
And Pete, you touched on it a little bit there, but the government spent $5 trillion on COVID relief. Can you go a little further with sort of how pervasive the fraud may be and how it got so bad so fast?
Well, the easy answer is nobody knows how pervasive it is. The Secret Service last week estimated that the total amount of fraud could be $100 billion, but we've seen estimates from industry groups saying it may be as high as $400 billion. So that's part of the challenge here. It was such a huge federal program that therefore was a lot of fraud. Now, I asked Mr. Chambers this week whether, in fact, this was some sort of different kind of fraud that made it more pervasive. He doesn't think so. He thinks it's just the mere fact that there was a lot of money for the taking.
All right, Pete Williams for us in Washington today. Pete, thank you.
So being in the office 5 days a week may soon be a thing of the past. Google and Twitter have announced their return to office plans for their employees in the Bay Area, and Google is offering a hybrid schedule where employees go into the office 3 days a week. Twitter, however, is giving their staff the option to go into the office whenever they want or to even work from home indefinitely. CNBC reporter Yasmin Quorum joins us now. Yasmin, I know a lot of people are going to watch this at home and wonder if they've got next. So some of the biggest companies there in the world are based, of course, in Silicon Valley, and there's a new survey out looking looking at how these businesses sort of feel about returning to the office. So what did they have to say, and what could this mean for all of us? I mean, companies across the U.S. or even around the world.
Right, Morgan. What's the new normal? In the early stages of the pandemic, Silicon Valley and some of the largest tech companies in the country were among the first to move to a fully work-from-home model. Now, as cities and states begin to fully reopen and ease mandates, big tech is once again taking the lead. A survey by the Bay Area Council out here in San Francisco says more than 70% of the businesses plan to start bringing workers back to the office by the middle of March. However, only 15% will ask workers to return for a full week, with most companies expecting their employees to commute in for just a few days. Both Google and Apple will embrace that hybrid approach, enforcing a 3 days in the office rule beginning in April. Microsoft, which reopened its offices about a week ago, anticipates that most workers will be able to split their time equally between the home and office, while Twitter is completely leaving it up to the employee to decide. On that note, Facebook parent company Meta is the next shoe to drop, set to reopen on March 28th, and asking its nearly 72,000 employees to submit where they want to work by the middle of next week. Although, Morgan, sources tell me that dorm rooms at Harvard, of course Mark Zuckerberg's alma mater, are still not an option.
Not an option. All right, CNBC's Yasmin Coram, thanks so much for being with us. We appreciate it.
Now, while COVID restrictions are almost completely gone here in the U.S., China is dealing with its worst outbreak since the pandemic started. The Chinese government's strict zero COVID policy has forced citizens indoors. Changchun, a city of 9 million people, is on lockdown right now. Here's NBC News foreign correspondent Janice Mackey-Frere.
The numbers being reported here are still relatively low compared to other countries, but in a world of zero COVID, numbers matter. And by that standard, in this refusal here in China to allow the virus to get a foothold, the numbers are concerning. Topping 1,000 for the first time in 2 years. 1,100 domestic cases today, most of them asymptomatic. There's already a city up in the north near the Russia border that's in lockdown, 9 million people. And the worry is that those lockdowns will extend to other cities like Shanghai, where schools are already closed, people are being told to work from home, and there are travel restrictions. The bigger problem for China, though, right now is Hong Kong. Tens of thousands of cases being reported there every day, and the population is only 7.5 million people. They're building a bridge from Shenzhen to Hong Kong to rush in COVID workers, and also building isolation units to give some relief to the healthcare system. How did it get so bad? Because the virus targeted seniors. The infection rate at nursing homes is around 80%. There is also vaccine hesitancy among seniors. A lot of them are unvaccinated. Public health experts say it's because there was mixed messaging from the government and also media hype about the side effects of vaccines. So these will be crucial weeks for Chinese officials to get these outbreaks under control, because as the rest of the world is finding ways to live with COVID, patience here is wearing thin with the zero COVID policy and no sign of any change to it.
Here at home, the TSA is extending its mask mandate on travel through April 18th, just ahead of the spring break travel rush.
Now, this all comes as travelers navigate rising costs on everything from tickets to gas to food. NBC News correspondent Vicki Nguyen has a closer look at how you can make the most of your next trip.
Hey there, spring break travelers are facing some unexpected challenges this year, but with some extra planning and precautions, your family should have no problem enjoying your time off.
This year, it's a new normal for spring break travel. Nearly 2 million people are passing through TSA checkpoints every day, with crowded airports and packed flights back to their pre-pandemic look. But now, everyone will still be wearing a mask.
In an airport, you never know where people are coming from. They may be from areas with higher case rates. It's really historically been an area where infectious diseases that pass through the air can be an issue.
TSA extending its mask mandate on planes and public transportation through Easter weekend. Despite the low COVID infection rates here in the U.S., disease experts say airports and other transport hubs still carry risks.
I encourage travelers to really think about their personal risk factors, their personal risk tolerance they will be visiting or coming home to, and then taking the appropriate levels of precautions to protect everyone.
Record gas prices, another hurdle facing spring travelers. Many road trippers now taking another look at their budget before heading out.
As much as I would love to
go in the truck.
Cassandra and her family plan to drive their truck from Wisconsin to Florida this month, but now they're reconsidering which car they'll bring.
It's like, is it really worth it though? Because that's an additional, from what we're looking at so far, $300–400. That's a lot of money.
Luckily for flyers, the rise in fuel prices won't affect your ticket price for at least another few weeks.
In general, we see a lag of a few weeks to a few months generally when fuel prices go up before flight prices go up. That's because airlines buy fuel in advance so they can afford to keep prices relatively low.
Still, domestic airfares are up 21% compared to last year. The average flight, $290 round trip. So what's the best way to score a last-minute spring break deal? Consider off-peak travel dates. Be aware, hotspots like Miami and Las Vegas will cost more.
Big cities are not quite back to where they were pre-pandemic. So if you want to do a city break in New York City, in San Francisco, in Chicago, you're going to find better hotel prices and you're going to find fantastic flight prices as well.
Now, if you're traveling with kids, Dr. Wu says choose your activities carefully. Stay outdoors when you can and avoid high-risk areas, especially if your kids are unvaccinated. And if you haven't booked your flight yet, consider an international destination. Those overseas flight prices still haven't come back to their pre-pandemic levels yet. Back to you.
Hundreds of thousands of people pouring over the border every single day from Ukraine to Poland.
Coming up, how people there are opening up their homes and businesses to welcome those in need.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What do you see right now with Putin, and do you think he's a rational actor? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? The sanctions did not deter. Can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Making news right now, a man is under arrest in connection with the deaths of a Florida couple. Police say they were returning home from a motorcycle event in Daytona Beach when they were stabbed to death. The suspect is identified as Gene Robert Massan, and he was taken into custody Thursday. The Daytona Beach police chief describes the killings as random. The State lawmakers in Georgia have introduced a bill that's drawing comparisons to Florida's new Don't Say Gay law. Now, the bill, co-sponsored by 10 Republican state senators, would make it illegal for some private schools to hold discussions about gender identity or even sexual orientation. Meanwhile, investigators in North Carolina are trying to determine what exactly sparked a fire that destroyed historic railroad cars. The abandoned cars once belonged to the Ringling Brothers Barnum and Bailey Circus, but now they belong to the state. Authorities say that they are looking into whether or not that fire was intentionally set.
Let's bring you up to speed now on the breaking developments out of Ukraine. Russia appears to be ramping up its offensive, launching new airstrikes today. In the embattled city of Kharkiv, the regional governor says Russian forces hit a care center for people with special needs. However, the state emergency service says there were no casualties.
Hundreds of residents of Kharkiv remain sheltered in the city's metro station. The destruction has left many in the country just struggling in some pretty dire conditions. Some 2 million Ukrainians are now displaced inside the country, according to the UN. Today, Ukraine's government says 12 evacuation routes would be open to help those trying to escape.
NBC News crews are covering every angle of this breaking story. I want to begin with NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiea. She is at the Ukrainian-Polish border, where the refugee crisis is growing by the hour. Kelly?
That's right, Aaron. And many of these refugees, if not most of these refugees, are now looking for shelter far from the border. In some cases, in other countries, nearly 300,000 have now gone to countries beyond Moldova, Romania, Hungary, and here in Poland, as these countries, these close neighbors to Ukraine, struggle to cope.
Relief as child cancer patients reach the border with Poland, evacuated from the war-ravaged city of Kharkiv, joining the exodus of more than 2 million, mostly women and children, fleeing Ukraine. 16-year-old Diana Prutska escaped Kyiv.
What was it like there?
There was not comfortable to stay there because every night we heard.
It's okay. It's okay.
Very horrible sounds every night.
Vice President Kamala Harris met with Ukrainian teens on the border Thursday. The Senate approving a spending bill overnight that includes $1.4 billion to support refugees. More than 100,000 arrive every day in Poland to open doors and hearts. Donations are flooding in, volunteers offering help. But countries bordering Ukraine are struggling to find enough beds as the numbers rise.
What was this before? Just a meeting room?
That was the office.
CEO Bartosz Skwarczek has turned his gaming company offices into a shelter for up to 50 refugees, with a kitchen and a playroom for kids.
So they are in terrible situation, and a little smile from them is like a sunrise.
Down the hall, 72-year-old grandmother Alla Devulak told me she didn't want to leave Ukraine, but feared she'd be killed.
Where are you going next?
Chicago.
To Chicago?
Chicago.
You have family in Chicago?
Yes, she tells me. Her grandchildren in the U.S. terrified for her.
Grandmother, we have to save because she can't fight. She's too old.
Like so many Ukrainian refugees, now in limbo, far from home.
Alla's grandkids obviously very relieved to find out that she is safe, and they're trying to get her a tourist visa so that she can go to the United States and spend some time with them for now. She would like to come back home. By the way, Aaron, the Polish president, in talking to Kamala Harris, vice president, yesterday, pressed her and the U.S. to do more about visas, saying that the U.S. should expedite visas for Ukrainian refugees who have family in the United States. Aaron?
We're watching to see if that happens. Kelly Kobiea for us in Poland today. Kelly, thanks.
The crisis in Ukraine is clearly hitting home, with so many Americans watching this unfold hour by hour. NBC News national political correspondent Steve Kornacki joins us now with a closer look at some of this new polling. Steve, how exactly are Americans feeling about this conflict?
Yeah, we've gotten a bunch of numbers coming out in the last week. Let's take you through them. I mean, first of all, just in terms of the overall posture of the U.S. here, there's certainly a sense here that the U.S. is doing
either enough, or I think there's a pretty significant appetite here for the U.S. to be doing even more, to be tougher in its posture towards Russia in defense of Ukraine. So when you break that down and say, OK, what steps would people potentially be comfortable for? Well, here's a range of options. This was an Economist YouGov poll this week, a range of options that was presented to Americans here. And you can see what garnered the strongest support, things like economic sanctions on Russia, supplying weapons to Ukraine, allowing Ukraine to join NATO, potentially sending troops to NATO allies in Eastern Europe. You see majority support, strong support from the public for ideas like that. Where it starts to get dicier is when you add in, and we can show you here, cyber attacks, a no-fly zone. There's a 40% support. It's plurality, but a lot of, I think, either folks who don't have an opinion there or some more opposition to that. And then when you get into the idea of actually sending soldiers over there directly to fight Russia, you see that's where you see majority opposition. That's the only one where you get more than 50% opposition. So there's sort of a range of where that public support's willing to go. The other thing that's interesting is we've been watching, obviously, the gas prices rise. Look, the average cost was $4.10 a gallon at the start of this week. I think I saw today it's up to $4.33 by the end of the week. Interestingly, though, Americans do show in polling that they had some level of understanding and acceptance of this when it's related to Russia here, in terms of like banning the purchase of Russian oil or gas, something that would certainly increase the cost. Overwhelming support for that you can see in the polling. Here's an interesting one. This is a Reuters poll this week. They basically asked folks, like, in defense of Ukraine, how much more would you be willing to shell out for gas here? And you can see basically this adds up to all these that I just kind of highlighted here, add up to 63% say they would be willing to pay more, some amount more. The ranges kind of vary here, but 63% do say they'd be willing to pay more at the pump to defend Ukraine from Russia. 37% say they don't want to pay more at all. So there does seem to be understanding among voters when it comes to some degree here of these increasing gas prices, at least as it's tied to Ukraine and Russia. But the other piece of this, too, we're seeing is it's not just gas that's getting more expensive these days. Inflation, obviously, has been taking center stage. Look at this almost universal agreement that inflation has become a serious problem here. And, folks, I think this is the interesting one. Folks expect the inflation situation to get worse over the next 6 months. So while people may understand some of the increase in the cost at the pump, there may be broader concerns here about how much everything else is going up in price, too.
All right. NBC's Steve Kornacki for us there. Steve, thank you so much.
You got it.
The U.S. and the UK are growing increasingly concerned that Russia may deploy chemical weapons in Ukraine.
British Prime Minister Boris Johnson spoke with Sky News political editor Beth Rigby about what Putin may be planning.
How are you doing?
A prime minister in war times trying to meet the moment and putting his navy on alert.
And we're going to need you out there doing a lot of stuff as fast as possible.
Camel Laird shipyard in Merseyside, a base that's been building military ships for hundreds of years.
If I just push this forward, nothing will happen.
Nothing will happen.
Nothing will happen on board here, perhaps, but grave warnings from this Prime Minister about what could happen next in Ukraine. As Russian officials today continue to dismiss military attacks on civilians. Lavrov said concerns over civilian casualties were, to quote him, pathetic shrieks.
You know, but I'm afraid that is just where they are, and that is what we're dealing with. And I'll make you one other prediction, by the way, which is that the stuff that you're hearing about chemical weapons, this is straight out of their playbook. They start saying that there are chemical weapons that have been stored by their opponents or by the Americans, and so when they themselves deploy chemical weapons, as I fear they may, they have a sort of a Maskirovka, a fake story ready to go.
The use of chemical weapons by the Syrian government, backed at the time by the Kremlin, devastated so many. But sadly, too, it became a powerful tool in the armoury of an aggressor.
I do share the Prime Minister's concerns in this area. It is very similar to what we've seen in Syria, and that is why I think we're all concerned of these irregular weapons. We've seen the vacuum bombs, the thermobaric bombs being used to devastating effect. And now we're hoping that we won't see chemical weapons, but they've been so successful in Syria. It's hard to see that Putin wouldn't do it.
2 weeks into the invasion of Ukraine, and this Prime Minister's not convinced there's much chance of de-escalation when it comes to President Putin.
You can't see a way out at the moment?
I can't see a way out that doesn't begin with the realization by the Kremlin that they made a catastrophic mistake. I think that Vladimir Putin has himself made it very difficult to find an off-ramp. And he has, I think, driven his tanks, so to speak, down a cul-de-sac from which it will be very hard to extricate himself.
Frank conversations only likely to get more difficult. These moments now are without precedence and with no end in sight. Beth Rigby, Sky News.
Now, since the war began, we've been closely monitoring the progress of Russian forces approaching Kyiv. NBC News military analyst and Medal of Honor recipient retired Colonel Jack Jacobs joining us now. Colonel, we see Russian troops moving again toward Kyiv, obviously. Ukraine's president, though, is claiming that Ukraine is now at a turning point in this war. What do you make of that assessment at this point?
Well, I think the turning point is a realization on the part of the Russians that they couldn't just walk in, that there is a defense among the Ukrainians along the main supply routes, in and around the cities and in the countryside, which is making it extremely difficult for the Russians to achieve their initial and intermediate objectives. But the Russians have an enormous force. They're single-minded in achieving their principal objective, which is to take over all of Ukraine. And they're willing to do just about anything, indeed anything, in order to achieve it. And so you see it now with the bombardment of cities, indirect fire, rockets, artillery, airstrikes, and that will continue, firing on civilians who are trying to escape, destroying buildings that the Russians initially would have preferred to keep, but they're destroying them anyway because that's the only way that they can achieve their objectives, because they've been stymied in just walking in. So the estimation that the Russians are willing to do anything, including using chemical weapons to achieve dominance over Ukraine, I think is probably well thought out, Aaron.
You know, there are reports now that Russia is planning to enlist recruits and soldiers from the Middle East, primarily from Syria. Does that say anything to you about the Russian war effort at this point?
Well, all of their people who are fighting, or almost all of them, are conscripts. Only the people at the higher echelons, senior non-commissioned officers and officers, are professionals. And so if you couple that with the fact that they've lost significant forces already, some estimates are as high as 5,000 killed in, 3 weeks of war, when they lost only 3 times that much in a decade of war in Afghanistan. All that points to a requirement to get fighters from elsewhere, and where else to get them but Syria. They need Syria desperately so they can have naval bases in the Mediterranean. They're very close to Syria. They supported them and prevented Assad from going under, so there's no reason to expect that they would not get a pledge of significant numbers of forces from Syria. Yeah, they're going to come from elsewhere because they can't do it with the forces they have already, Aaron.
All right, Medal of Honor recipient Jack Jacobs, we appreciate your time today. Thank you.
You're welcome.
We're following breaking news at the border of India and Pakistan right now, where Indian military officials say a technical malfunction caused a missile to launch into Pakistan. No one was killed, but it is unclear whether there were any injuries. India and Pakistan have been at odds over their border for decades, and both countries are armed with nuclear weapons. India's defense ministry says it is conducting an internal review into this incident. And coming up, the director of one of the most popular movies of the last decade detained in handcuffs.
Still ahead, the outrage after Black Panther's Ryan Coogler was wrongly accused of robbing a bank.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Students from Southlake caught on camera using racial slurs.
It's been covered up for a very long time.
We are strongly against critical race theory.
Racism in reverse is racism. Shame!
This is Southlake. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
New video shows Atlanta police detaining one of the biggest names in the film industry after he was mistaken for a bank robber. But Black Panther director Ryan Coogler was just trying to withdraw money from his own account. NBC News correspondent Emily Ikeda joins us now with the latest. Emily, I got to ask, how does something like this happen?
Yeah, a lot of questions around how this would happen. As you'll see in just a moment when it comes to this body camera video, Ryan Coogler explains that he was trying to take out money to pay a medical assistant, and it was a large chunk of money. So he passed a note to the bank teller asking her to be discreet. Well, that teller interpreted be discreet as something else and ultimately called 911.
But I just had guns drawn for taking money off my own account.
Tonight, growing outrage as newly released video shows famed director Ryan Coogler being handcuffed in January after he was wrongly assumed to be a bank robber.
Hey, sir. Hey, man. Do me a favor, man. Come this way. Put your hand behind your back.
The standout filmmaker in town for production of Black Panther's sequel, visibly shocked and confused when Atlanta police suddenly approached him and drew their guns.
What's going on, my man? I'm trying to put money on my arm.
Coogler had been trying to take out over $10,000, according to the police report, passing a withdrawal slip to a teller with a note written on the back to be discreet when handing him the cash. The Bank of America staffer, who police label a pregnant black female, told officers her computer flagged it as a high-risk transaction and that she was alarmed by the note provided here by TMZ.
And every time I ask him like a question, he's like, look at the note.
She called 911 despite Coogler presenting his debit card and ID.
So I said, do you have your ID? He did give me his ID. It was a California ID, but my stomach started turning. I'm like, okay, it just feels odd because you're making a withdrawal, but you hand me a note on the back of a deposit slip, and you keep telling me, look at the note, but you don't want to talk to me. So I'm already okay, you're just acting really it's just weird.
Coogler, along with two people waiting for him in the parking lot, briefly detained. He explained to police he was trying to avoid drawing attention when requesting such a large sum of money for his safety.
I don't write down on the note how much I went off, and then I don't went and ran through the money counter right there at the desk. The whole bank ends up looking at me.
Tonight, social media erupting in frustration. A tweet from Bernice King reading, I just don't think so many understand or are even trying to understand the trauma he was subjected to. Others pointing out how his directorial debut, Fruitvale Station, depicts a law enforcement incident that left a man dead.
Oh, wow. Come on, man. Like that, even real police, man.
Bank of America says it deeply regrets that this incident occurred. It never should have happened, and we have apologized to Mr. Coogler. Police, too, calling the incident a mistake by Bank of America, acknowledging Mr. Coogler was never in the wrong. Officers uncuffing the Wakanda legend roughly 15 minutes after talking with him.
Because of the seriousness of the call, we don't just come out, and unfortunately in a situation like that, you don't get the benefit of the doubt. We detain and then we ask questions later.
A lot to unpack there, Emily. I mean, have we heard from Coogler since that incident? What is he saying?
Well, we have, and in that body camera video, you could see Ryan Coogler was visibly shaken, but in a statement, he says that this never should have happened, though he acknowledges that the Bank of America addressed it to his satisfaction, adding, quote, we have moved on. Morgan?
All right, Emily Akeda for us there. An important story. Emily, thank you.
Two-time Olympic gold medalist and WNBA star Brittany Griner is still being held in Russia. Griner was detained at a Russian airport after customs agents say they found marijuana vape cartridges in her bag. Here's NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson.
Tonight, fans and friends of Brittany Griner calling for action as the two-time Olympic gold medalist remains detained in Russia.
We've got to do everything we can to make sure she gets back home safely.
I want my girl out.
She does not need to be over there in these times.
This as a new image of Brittany Griner released by Russian state media reportedly shows the WNBA star at a police station holding a sign with her last name on it. A petition calling for Griner's swift and safe return has garnered around 50,000 signatures. And fellow WNBA players have expressed their support, but some say that's not enough. Do you feel like her case has gotten enough attention?
No, I think the MLB lockout has gotten more attention than Brittany Griner.
Noah Torre is a senior at Baylor University, where Griner played basketball and led the team to a 2012 NCAA championship.
She's arguably the biggest name in WNBA.
And then there is Brittany Griner with the stuff.
News of Griner's arrest broke Saturday when Russian customs officials released video that they say shows Griner going through customs at an airport near Moscow in February, then having her luggage checked. The Customs Service says they found vape cartridges with hash oil, a crime punishable by up to 10 years in prison. The Phoenix Mercury Center has played in Russia during the off-season since 2014, common practice among many in the WNBA who get paid more playing overseas.
A whole nother conversation is why she has to go overseas to make enough money so that way she can come back and keep playing.
Now, with the war in Ukraine escalating and the U.S. banning Russian oil imports, something a Kremlin spokesperson has called, quote, economic war against Russia, fans of Griner say more should be done to get her out.
Russia is not the place for this young lady to be right now. Let's bring Brittany back home.
The White House and State Department haven't said much, citing privacy concerns, but confirm they are aware and working on Griner's case.
We obviously do everything we can when there are any reports of Americans who are detained.
Some black congressional leaders taking their concerns to the White House this week.
I will be demanding her release.
A Florida trooper is being credited with saving a crowd of people from a speeding car.
After the break, we'll introduce you to the woman who went above and beyond the call of duty.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Now to Florida's newest superhero, or you could say super trooper.
Right, dash cam video capturing an officer's selfless act, putting her own life at risk to save others. Senior national correspondent Carrie Sanders has the story.
This is absolutely a miracle that Trooper Tony Shuck
is alive. She used her Tahoe there. You can see the service vehicle that she has all smashed up. She used it to block a suspected drunk driver who is headed towards a group of runners. A heroic split-second decision caught on camera. Florida Highway Patrol Trooper Tony Shuck took a risk Sunday that could have cost her life. She crashed her patrol SUV into a suspected drunk driver who authorities believe was flying down a closed highway at more than 70 miles per hour. That road leading to the iconic Sunshine Skyway Bridge spanning Tampa Bay. The road and bridge had been shut down to make way for nearly 7,000 runners racing in the 5th annual Skyway 10K. A head-on collision, potentially saving hundreds of runners' lives. Was there any training for this, or did you just operate on instinct?
We don't have any type of training to go head-on with a vehicle like that. It was ultimately instinct because I knew that I was the last line of defense for those runners on that bridge.
The 26-year law enforcement veteran and mother of 2, who's now recovering from her injuries, spoke out for the first time Thursday.
I've never been in this position where I've had to put myself for somebody else.
Behind the wheel of the incoming BMW, 52-year-old Kristen K. Watts, now accused of driving under the influence. Authorities say her blood alcohol level, 6 hours after the crash, registered at .09. If not stopped, Watts' speeding car would likely have hit the runners, including James Judge.
I just can't thank you enough for what you did, because it's heroic in every aspect of the word.
Trooper Tony Shuck had a guardian angel with her, she says. It was her grandmother and the Bible her grandmother gave her. She's been carrying it with her for 26 years on patrol. She says that she needed to find that, so she came back here to the evidence impound area and searched through the wreckage, and she did find her Bible. Clearly, this is living up to that motto of to protect and serve.
Finally this hour, the new space race isn't all about rockets.
Yeah, the next generation of lunar rovers are here, and they're smarter, they're more useful, and cooler than ever. Here's NBC's Gotti Schwartz.
50 years after Apollo's moon bouncing buggies, NASA's kicking off a new lunar rover space race. And a startup in California is headed in a very different direction. Wow. This is Flex, a prototype from the company Astrolab, tested out by a former commander of the International Space Station, Chris Hadfield.
It's not only a little automated forklift, but it becomes a transport vehicle for astronauts on the surface of the moon.
And it can be operated from Earth, allowing lunar base building before humans even get there, prepping vital life support systems, and picking up and deploying cargo in Lego-like containers.
So you're not just designing a rover, you're designing an entire ecosystem.
We want to set the standard for lunar logistics. We want to be the UPS and the Uber of the moon, right?
But that'll mean making solar-powered rovers able to last 10 years through extreme temperatures, and along the way, maybe even breaking a lunar speed record.
You think you could beat 11 miles an hour on the moon with this?
I think so, yeah.
All right, so we're on max speed right here on Earth. Let's give it a go.
Yep.
Not exactly light speed. But Astrolab is convinced they've got a head start against aerospace giants like Northrop Grumman and Lockheed Martin, who have also released concepts. All of them hoping to be picked for NASA's planned Artemis missions to put humans back on the moon and one day maybe even Mars, where they will definitely need some very experienced drivers.
You're a natural.
Building my resume already.
Thank you so much for being with us this hour. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. The news continues right now.
Hey everyone, I'm Allison Morris. You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening this Friday. Ramping up the pressure. President Biden working to suspend normal trade relations with Russia. Will Congress get behind it? And what will that mean for the U.S.? COVID relief crackdown. The feds bringing on a new prosecutor to convict people who stole billions in benefits. The shocking amount of data that could bring new charges. And hero cop, a Florida state trooper throwing her car in front of a suspected drunk driver. How she likely saved hundreds of lives. We start with a new round of sweeping sanctions against Russia. NBC News correspondent Heidi Prisbilla joins me now from Washington. Heidi, President Biden saying the U.S. will remove Russia's most favored nation trade status. What does that do?
That's a preferential trade pact among nations, basically not to discriminate against each other. And once you remove that, you open up these countries to all kinds of very stiff tariffs. Take a listen to the president.
A most favored nation status designation means two countries have agreed to trade with each other under the best possible terms. Low tariffs, few barriers of trade, and the highest possible imports allowed. In the United States, we call this permanent normal trade relations, PNTR, but it's the same thing. Revoking PNTR for Russia is going to make it harder for Russia to do business with the United States.
Now, listen, this is just the latest in a menu of economic sanctions that the United States and our allies are trying to leverage against Russia.
Heidi, Congress needs to approve the president's plan to end normal trading relations with Russia. How much support does he have right now, and when are lawmakers expected to vote on this?
Yeah, this just announced this morning, Allison, but already we're seeing signs of broad support from both sides of the aisle. For instance, Senator Ron Wyden, a Democrat from Oregon, says, quote, President Biden is right to take every possible economic measure in concert with our allies to punish Putin. Senator Graham, a Republican from South Carolina, pretty much echoing the same point. He says, very much support President Biden and G7 leaders' decision to terminate MFN trading status with Russia. This is another step in the right direction.
Heidi, the president's saying the European Union and G7 countries also looking to end trade with Russia. What's the latest from them?
This is really part of a coordinated campaign here, Allison. This is not just the United States revoking MFN. This is the entire G7 doing this, as we saw in a statement this morning. But here's more of the president on that right now.
In unison with other nations, that make up half of the global economy, will be another crushing blow to the Russian economy. It's already suffering very badly from our sanctions. He is the aggressor, and Putin must pay the price.
And this morning, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi saying that Congress could vote, or the House could vote early next week on this. So looking like there's a lot of support on this revocation of most favored nation status, Allison.
Heidi, President Biden also unveiled some separate sanctions against Russia, including a ban on Russian vodka and seafood. Could you tell us about that?
Yeah, these are the items that are left that we could really leverage, right, after we go for the oil. And this is what you can expect to see more of, right? When you revoke that most favored nation status, you could levy high tariffs and taxes on pretty much anything that they send here. Part of a broader campaign to choke off economic oxygen to Russia, Allison. We already saw them target the banks, go after the oligarchs, roll out the stiffest possible economic sanctions. The question, though, at this hour, Allison, is what more do we have in our arsenal when it comes to economic punishment for Vladimir Putin? I spoke with the top Republican on the House Foreign Affairs Committee just moments ago, and he said, you know, the really big thing that could happen here would be the Europeans going for the oil, or saying they're not going to import any more Russian oil, and that's not going to happen, Allison.
All right, Heidi Prisbilla in Washington, thank you so much. So what do the American people think of the U.S. sanctions against Russia and our role in this conflict? If we've got polls, you know what else we've got. NBC News national political correspondent Steve Kornacki. He is live at the big board. So, Steve, we know Americans are not fans of the high gas prices we're paying to fill up right now. Could you take us through some of the other big numbers on this conflict?
Yeah, I mean, we could show you, again, the prices right now, at least at the start of the week, it was $4.10 a gallon. I think now AAA says by the end of the week, the average here up to $4.33 a gallon. So continuing to rise, obviously linked to what's going on over in Russia, Ukraine, in that conflict. I think what's interesting in the public opinion polling on this is there does seem to be a measure of understanding and acceptance on the part of Americans that as part of supporting Ukraine in this conflict, there may be a price to pay for the consumer at the pump. If you look at this polling question, for instance, the idea of just banning the purchase of Russian oil or gas, certainly something that would bring up the cost of fuel in the United States. Again, it's over 70%. If you average together the polling that's out there, it's over 70% who support that. Here's an interesting way of looking at it. Reuters Ipsos folks their pollsters asked folks, how much more would you be willing to pay at the pump in terms of supporting Ukraine over Russia. If it's going to mean paying more, how much more would you be willing to pay? And you see the range of things here, but basically these are all people who say to some degree or another they are fine with paying more if it means supporting Ukraine. That adds up to 63%. 63% of the public to some degree here is saying they are good with paying more. Some are saying, you can see here, as much as it takes. Some are a little bit more limited in terms of what they're willing to accept, but 63% are willing to accept more. There's 37% who say they are not willing to pay more in relation to this conflict. Now, the other thing, of course, though, is it's not just gas prices that are going up, and I think politically this is where things get a little bit more tricky here. There is broad consensus when you poll folks on inflation right now that this is becoming a serious problem. 85% now say it's somewhat of a serious problem or a serious problem. Very, very much near consensus on that. And then here's the thing. Where do people think things are going with inflation? They think it's going to get higher over the next 6 months. They are pessimistic about where inflation's going. So even if there is an acceptance of, hey, the cost at the pump may be going up, and that has to do with Russia and Ukraine, there are a lot of other costs that are going up right now, and the public seems very concerned about that as well, and that may have different political implications.
All right, Steve Kornacki, thanks.
You got it.
Russian forces striking airfields in western Ukraine, a sign that Russia's expanding its military offensive. Powerful missiles hitting the city of Dnipro today. Ukraine's emergency service says at least one person was killed. Meanwhile, Vladimir Putin saying there are positive developments in talks with Ukraine, but he didn't give any details. Putin also approving a plan to let thousands of volunteers from the Middle East fight with Russia. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley is in Lviv, Ukraine. Matt, tell us what you can about the airfields Russia hit today.
Yeah, well, one of them was a military target in Lutsk. That was sounds like a military airfield. The other was, Lutsk was just a regular airfield, and then there was another in a southwestern city that was a military airfield. Both of these caused very few casualties, but it was very concerning because these were places that, for the most part, had avoided some of the worst bombardments up until now. Then there was that shelling in Dnipro in the east. Those did not hit airfields. Instead, they hit more troubling targets, which we've been seeing increasingly as this war wears on. Those were apartment buildings and other civilian targets. So again, that's another city that was struck that wasn't necessarily on the menu until now. Allison?
Matt, President Zelensky talked about Putin's plan to send what he calls mercenaries into Ukraine. What did he say there?
Well, I mean, this is about the Middle Eastern soldiers, mostly Syrians who backed Russia when Russia intervened in the Syrian conflict on the side of President Assad then. So these are people who essentially were fighting for Assad. Now they're fighting for Russia. We've already seen Chechens involved in this conflict, but this is very troubling. And, President Zelensky was essentially saying that these are people who are foreigners and all they're doing is coming here to kill indiscriminately. And that was what he was warning. Now, President Putin has pointed to President Zelensky's calls for foreigners to come and support Ukraine. So in a way, President Putin is simply doing this as kind of a tit for tat, responding to President Zelensky's calls for foreign volunteers. So as far as Putin is concerned, as far as the Russian military is concerned, bringing foreigners into this conflict is fair game. Allison?
Matt, the White House, G7 countries announcing some new economic measures to punish Russia. How are Ukrainians reacting to those?
Well, we haven't heard much in the way of reaction from Ukrainians so far. This just happened, but we have heard that I think that what we're going to be hearing is that they're going to be pleased, of course, that there's more sanctions from the West. And these are, just pushing Russia off of that most favored list, throwing it in the lot as far as the U.S. is concerned with Cuba and North Korea, two pariah nations. So this will be welcomed by the Ukrainians. They always want more, especially in terms of sanctions, but they will be likely to once again repeat their constant requests. And this is a litany we're hearing over and over again from the president's office on down to random people in the street. They want a no-fly zone. And we hear this time and time again. They want the skies to be safe. They believe that that will be a game changer in the war. This request, of course, constantly refused by Western capitals. Allison?
All right, Matt Bradley in Ukraine. Thank you. Nurses and doctors in Kyiv caring for wounded Ukrainian soldiers and bracing for Russian forces to attack. Sky News special correspondent Alex Crawford takes us inside a medical facility right on the front line.
They arrive stuffed into car boots. And on the back seats, they're taking some terrible hits trying to stop the Russian troops entering the Ukrainian capital, laid out on already blood-soaked stretchers. The soldiers have just been shelled on a front line which is creeping ever closer to Kyiv. And it's the nearest hospital, now entirely turned over to dealing with the war wounded. These aren't army medics, they're the town's doctors and nurses who 2 weeks ago were dealing with births and bone breaks. Now they're plunged into a new world, spent trying to save the lives of soldiers and civilians torn apart by bombs and bullets.
It's World War III.
It's World War III.
It's World War III, and it could be stopped here, or it could move through the all the world. Please help us to stop this war.
They are shell-shocked and shaking, and so far the politicians' peace talks have got nowhere. Hospitals are protected locations under international law, but no one here trusts that to be observed. Yet there's an astonishing resilience and perhaps a realization they have no option. It's not difficult for us to fight, he tells us. We're defending our land and will continue to protect it. But then he delivers a rousing call, not just to his fellow Ukrainian men and women, but also the rest of the world. Everyone has to stand together, he says. Glory to Ukraine, our army will win. This is on the northwest edge of the capital, and we found multiple vehicles and homes which had been hit, apparently indiscriminately. There seems to be no shortage of lucky escapes. He was on duty as an emergency worker. So you just live close by?
His house 5 houses from here.
Whoa. There are thousands of lives abruptly halted by this war. Pets abandoned in the rush to keep out of the way of the rockets and bombs. Families who've upped and left everything just to try to survive. There's a constant sound of artillery and shelling going on, and you can see the devastation that some of the attacks have already had. We know, according to the locals here, that the Russians are only a few kilometers down the road, and this is the constant backdrop. So those who can't or won't leave live in a shadowy underground world below the booming war sounds. About half of the capital's population has fled the city, according to the mayor.
It smells good. Smells good.
We're just waiting for victory, for everything to be good again, she says, and trying not to cry. These are the bravest of women, tending to some of the community's most vulnerable and most frightened. We've already learned how to tell the difference between our side's shooting and the enemy's, Natalia tells us. We can identify everything, and we're just trying to keep everyone calm. They're already living under siege here, with sons and partners fighting and their homes bombed. For sure, this is a crime, and Putin has to be punished, she tells us. Hi, Dan.
Hi, how's it going?
That's good. How about you? Those fleeing include a former British soldier who'd been living in Bucha, had to pass through Russian troops to escape, and saw dozens of civilian targets had been attacked.
Through events, I saw a lot of vehicles, civilian vehicles, destroyed on the road. Dead bodies still inside, are thrown onto the road. Even vehicles, people have been marking their vehicles with the Ukrainian or the Russian word for child on their vehicles if they have children. A bunch of those vehicles were also destroyed with children markings.
They're engaged in the fight of their lives to stop the Russian troops advancing any further. But their president's warning, much more of their blood will be spilt unless his nation gets international military support.
Let's bring in NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Kuby. Courtney, the Pentagon briefing reporters in the last hour or so. What did they say about Russia's advance on Kyiv?
So for the past 14 days or so, 2 weeks since this military campaign began, we've been consistently hearing that the Russian military advance on Kyiv was largely stalled. That has changed in the last 48 hours or so. Now, there's really 3 areas of advance against Kyiv right now. The one we heard a lot about is the convoy that's been coming down. That hasn't really advanced towards the city yet. Some of the vehicles have moved off the street. We're hearing about according to a senior defense official, that they've actually moved among the tree tree lines to try to hide them from the Ukrainian military, who's been attacking them from the air and from the ground. But that hasn't actually moved closer. The advance from Cherniv, which is sort of the northeast, hasn't really moved closer either. But it's the one coming from the east that officials are now watching, Allison. And that's because it has moved somewhere in their neighborhood of 20 to 30 kilometers closer to Kyiv in just the past 2 days. It is still a ways outside of the city. It's somewhere about 10 miles outside of the city center. But it is advancing forward. It's what officials are watching. It's very clear, based off of this continued push towards the capital city, that Vladimir Putin has still decided he wants to isolate and take the capital city. Here's what Pentagon Press Secretary John Kirby had to say about this part of the offensive.
I'd say that people of Kyiv would tell you they're under assault right now. There's Russian bombardment and shelling going on quite violently as we speak. And we do assess that the Russians are beginning to make more momentum on the ground towards Kyiv, particularly from the east, not quite so much from the north.
And in addition to this moderate progress that the Russians seem to be making towards Kyiv, they continue to make some moderate progress in the south, Allison. They are continuing to just bombard Mariupol in the southeast with the ultimate goal, according to the U.S. officials, of creating this large land bridge all along that coastline in the south.
Courtney, a senior defense official called Russia's strikes on airfields unusual. Why? And what else did that official tell you about their expanding military strategy here?
So it's really just unusual because they haven't been striking in that area for the most part during this campaign. But there have been several in the West. These were attacks. They were long-range cruise missile attacks against a couple of military airfields. And what's really surprising to me about this is that we didn't see more of this earlier on. The Ukrainian military has some of their fixed-wing and rotary-wing helicopters based out in the western part of the country. And there was an assessment before this military invasion began that the Russians in the early hours would target military airfields, aircraft, and air defense systems, and we didn't see much of that. So what's not clear is, was this sort of a one-off? They attacked these places so that the Ukrainian military couldn't fly out of there? Or could this be the beginning of that effort, of that sort of part of a strategy where they go after the Ukrainian Air Force with the ultimate goal of keeping them from flying in the skies? I should say, the Ukrainian Air Force really isn't flying very much anyway. They're doing somewhere in the neighborhood of 3 to 5, maybe as many as 10 sorties a day. But that's really, for the most part, most of their fixed wing and their helicopter aircraft are just not flying because they just don't have the need to do so right now, Allison.
All right, Courtney, thank you for explaining that one to us. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
The letter Z, you might have seen it there before, taking on a pro-war meaning in Russia. It's invading forces, displaying that symbol on its tanks, capturing public attention and raising some questions on social media. NBC News Now anchor Savannah Sellers is at the big board with some of that verified social media to show us how this symbol is spreading among the Russians. Hey, Savannah.
Yeah, Allison, I was just going to point out it was actually just in that hit there. We're seeing it quite a bit. We're also going to explain to you how we confirm what that means. So we're using these images, of course, coming out of Ukraine to understand this true scale of devastation here. But a lot of what we're consuming is video from social media. And a lot of people have been talking about this Z, something they've seen quite a bit over the last few days. Check out this video and you'll see the letter Z. There it is right there on the door of this car on Russian military vehicles. But get this. It's actually not a letter that even exists. It doesn't exist in Russia's alphabet. But now it's this pro-war symbol supporting President Putin's invasion of Ukraine. Now, we don't know exactly when this video was shot, but it was posted on March 1st. So that's some clues we're looking for. Now let's look at some videos verified. That's the keyword by NBC News. You're going to see the Z on it right there. Our social news gathering team goes through to figure out what's going on with this symbol. So here it's on Russian vehicles on the street in Kharkiv, Ukraine. I'm going to show you a still of that video of that Z on the back of this tank right here. Here it is right here. So you can see painted on the side, but here's something important to note. It's actually being searched right now by men in Ukrainian military forms. So it's a really important question to ask yourself as you're seeing these videos. How do we know then that this is a Russian military vehicle in Ukraine? Well, that's where Sarah Mahidli on our social news gathering team comes in. So she's going to start by actually geolocating this, just using Google Maps, the same tool that you have at home, to coordinates in Kharkiv to confirm that this is, in fact, in that city. So here's the street view map. This, of course, is what I want you to look at here. This store, this orange roof, That's shown in that video right here. That's how our team, there it is, was able to confirm where it is. And we already know from Ukrainian officials that the Russian military entered Kharkiv. Plus, we've seen videos like this one in other parts of Ukraine with Russian tanks painted with that letter Z. There it is on the side. You'll often see it on the front as well. This one was verified by our teammate Bianca Britton. This video was in Melitopol, showing Ukrainian people pushing against the vehicles, in some cases even laying in front of these Russian vehicles. So again, those context clues that help us understand it's those Russian military vehicles. Now, it's not clear what the Z actually stands for exactly or how it came to mean what it does, but it's clear that it is a pro-Russia symbol. Part of the reason that we know that is because it's not just seen on these vehicles, we're also seeing it in Russia, painted in St. Petersburg, used in this Russian propaganda video that's going to come up right now. You'll see a still of it. See these Z's all on this T-shirt. This was broken down by a researcher at the Wilson Center, a nonpartisan think tank in Washington, D.C., to confirm exactly, who these people in this video would be supporting. So as our social news gathering team keeps verifying these videos, we'll be looking out for the symbol. We'll be bringing you more because it's so important that we do verify before we're sharing these things on the internet as individuals and, of course, before we're airing it here on NBC.
And thank you for sharing with us, Savannah. I know it's late on a Friday for you. You're very good to stick around to be with us. We really appreciate you. You're the best. Coming up, more than $8 billion in COVID relief fraud, how the DOJ plans to prosecute the people responsible next.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Let's go to NBC News Digital reporter Maya Eaglin. She's got the latest headlines from NBCnews.com. Hi, Maya.
Hey, Alison. We start with an update in the trial of Darrell Brooks Jr., the man who was accused of driving through that Christmas parade in Wisconsin. His attorneys are asking for either a venue change or to have jurors pulled from a different county. Prosecutors are planning on dropping a second-degree murder charge against a TV security guard who shot a pro-police demonstrator in Denver. His attorney says the Denver DA dropped the case because there wasn't enough evidence. ICE is confirming the death of its leader while also naming its new chief. The U.S. says the former leader died in February during a U.S. Special Forces raid in Syria. This is the second ISIS leader to die in 3 years. Indian officials say a technical error accidentally fired a missile into Pakistan this week, but Pakistan authorities warned the incident could have unpleasant consequences. No casualties have been reported. And South by Southwest Festival back in person for the first time in 3 years. The festival officially kicks off today in Austin and will still have an online component. Allison, back to you.
All right, Maya, thank you. A $1.5 trillion spending bill is now on its way to President Biden's desk. The Senate passed it last night with strong bipartisan support.
This is a big improvement for defense. It's a big improvement for Homeland Security.
This is how we protect our country. But it's also how we show our responsibility to a country, in this case, Ukraine, that's being attacked by a war criminal.
NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Leanne Caldwell is here. Leanne, Congress has been passing short-term fixes to keep the government funded for months now. What's in this long-term solution?
So, Allison, first, the government was supposed to shut down tonight at midnight if they did not pass this bill. The Congress did it last night, so they are giving themselves a big pat on the back because usually they are working until the very last minute. But they were able to fund the government for the remainder of the fiscal year, about 5.5 more months left, and it's $1.5 trillion. And I will say that Republicans are thrilled with this government funding bill, most of them anyway, because of the amount of the increase they got in defense spending. That is something that Democrats usually fight, but they got a major increase in that, so they're pleased. Now, the other important part of this funding bill, which really motivated Republicans and Democrats to get this done, is the nearly $14 billion in aid to Ukraine. Now, how that money is going to be spent, there's going to be money for defense for Ukraine. There's going to be money for NATO and allied partners over there. There's going to be American defense money as well. And there's going to be a lot of humanitarian assistance funds for Ukraine. But you can be sure that the administration is most likely going to ask for additional billions of dollars in the coming weeks and months, especially as this war continues to drag on, Allison.
Leanne, I want to play something Senate Majority Leader Schumer said on the floor before last night's vote on this funding bill.
From start to finish, it's been a very productive and very bipartisan week in the Senate. If we could boil down this week to 3 words in the Senate, they would be productive, bipartisan, successful.
Leanne, what really brought out the bipartisan spirit this week? I mean, nothing lights a fire under Congress like an approaching weekend, but is this a sign that we could see more in the future?
I would not go that far, Allison.
I had a feeling you might not.
But there are some pieces of legislation that the Congress has actually been working on for years that they were able to finally get passed today. One of those is this week, one of those was the postal reform bill that passed earlier this week that makes the Postal Service basically solvent and solidifies 6-day-a-week service. The other thing is anti-lynching bill. Finally, after years of negotiations, lynching is finally a federal crime. And then, of course, they were able to fund the government. And so those are some accomplishments that the Senate was able to come together and get things done. You know, Senator Schumer has had, even despite the fact that he has a 50-50 Senate, he's really tried to push a lot of partisan legislation. Most of that has not made it through, including things like Voting Rights Act and the president's Build Back Better plan. But he has been able to have some success at the bipartisan level, including this week, Allison.
Leanne, COVID funding was stripped from this budget bill, but they are trying to pass it separately. How's that looking?
Yeah, so that's probably not looking so good. The reason it was stripped from this funding bill is because when the House of Representatives took it up, there's a group of House Democrats who did not like how this funding was to be paid for. It was about $15 billion, and about $6 billion of that was going to take from state and local money. Some of those Democrats protested. So in order to get this government funding bill through Congress, they stripped that money that the administration wanted from the legislation. They're going to try and take it up next week. It'll likely pass the House, but when it gets to the Senate, there is zero chance that it's going to pass, because there is going to be, the way the House is setting it up is all fresh, all new money. Okay. And Republicans insist that it has to be paid for, and so there won't be the votes in the Senate. So they pretty much missed their chance.
Leanne, we will enjoy this bipartisan spirit this week, because it sounds like it might not stick around for long.
Nope.
Thank you. Have a really good weekend.
You too.
The department remains committed to using every available federal tool, including criminal, civil, and administrative actions, to combat and prevent COVID-19 related fraud.
The DOJ appointing a new prosecutor to convict criminals who stole billions in federal relief funds. NBC News Justice correspondent Pete Williams is in Washington. Pete, Kevin Chambers is the new chief prosecutor for COVID fraud. Could you tell us more about him in this new gig?
Sure, he's an experienced federal prosecutor. He now works in the Deputy Attorney General's office. This is his second time at the Justice Department. Before that, he was in private practice. And he also, one of his first jobs was as a certified public accountant before he went to law school. So that's a background that's going to help him as well. What he says he has done is to set up task forces that will go through an enormous amount of data, trying to find fraud against the Paycheck Protection Program, against state unemployment benefit programs, and then try to prosecute those cases. Obviously, they want to find the people who did this. Sometimes they got millions and millions of dollars by stealing people's identities. They also want to try to send a message that the government will crack down on this in the future. And then there's the question about how much of this money they'll get back. They will certainly try to seize assets whenever possible, but it's also very likely that in many of these cases, the people that did this have already spent the money.
Yeah. Pete, Chambers is saying that federal prosecutors have charged more than 1,000 defendants. They're linked to more than $1 billion in fraud losses. How has the DOJ tracked them down?
Well, and if you add the civil cases as well, you're talking at least 2,000 cases, probably looking at those cases related to almost $8 billion in fraud. Now, this was a $5 trillion program, and the total estimate of how much fraud was committed here, nobody really knows. The Secret Service estimates $100 billion, but we've seen estimates from industry groups going as high as $400 billion. And the big key to this, I think, for the Justice Department will be this enormous amount of data, what Kevin Chambers calls an almost shocking quantity of data from the states that the Justice Department will be mining through with data analysts, agents, and prosecutors trying to build more cases.
All right, Pete Williams, thank you.
You bet.
Black, Latino, and Indigenous people undercounted in the 2020 census, while whites and Asians were overcounted, according to estimates from a U.S. Census Bureau report. NBC News political reporter Tegan Finn here now. So, Tegan, counting underrepresented groups is a consistent problem for the Census Bureau. What happened in 2020, and how were white and Asian people overcounted?
So what happened, as we all know, in 2020, it was the height of the COVID pandemic. So something that happened with the Census Bureau, they stopped knocking on doors, and that will be a big detriment to their numbers. Also, people weren't answering their doors, and those minority communities live sometimes in rural areas and hard to reach areas. So again, we keep seeing this constant in these Census Bureaus where they're having trouble reaching these minority populations. And then for the white population, again, overcount is almost 2%. And then for the Asian population, their overcount is almost 3%, which is quite similar to 2010.
So, Tegan, you mentioned the pause on that door-to-door, those visits, that door knocking. The Supreme Court also let the Trump administration stop gathering census information early. How much did that factor in, and what other issues were at play here?
So, I mean, I think if you look at it, of any year for the Census Bureau to be collecting data, 2020 was a year that they needed more time, right? They needed more time to reach people, to go into nursing homes again. And I think it played into it broadly in terms of, you know, the Trump administration's attempt to shorten it. It really played, all of these factors are reasons why it seems there were shortcomings this time around.
So the census helps determine states' federal aid distribution, congressional seats, electoral college votes. Is there a way to fix this, or do we just have to wait another 10 years?
You know, I think there have been calls, you know, for the Census Bureau to become an independent agency, for someone to oversee it, where the president doesn't weigh in, other federal agencies don't get to weigh in, and is its own entity. And so I think once that happens, and also more resources and a bigger push to have people fill out the census, to answer their doors, I think those are some of the things we have to do for the next time.
All right, Tegan, thank you so much. We're going to turn now to North Korea. U.S. intelligence agencies believe the country is testing a new intercontinental missile system. A senior administration official calling North Korea's recent tests a serious escalation. NBC News intelligence and national security correspondent Ken Delaney in Washington. Ken, a senior administration official telling you the two latest tests happened in late February and then earlier this month. What else do you know about them?
Yeah, Allison, those were 2 of 11 what look like short-range missile tests that have happened in the Biden administration, and they didn't get a lot of attention because short-range missiles can't hit the United States. But now this official is telling us that what they were actually doing was secretly testing components of an ICBM system, the long-range intercontinental ballistic missile systems that can hit the continental United States. And they said that this is a system that they first rolled out at a military parade back in 2020, but they have not tested it yet, but they were secretly testing components of it in these missile launches. And the U.S. considers that incredibly escalatory. You got to remember that North Korea stopped testing ICBMs during the Trump administration. They also stopped testing nuclear bombs. Those were considered concessions while they were doing diplomacy with Trump. None of that diplomacy has worked out. Right now, the Biden administration has been trying to talk to the North, and they're getting no reply.
Ken, North Korea usually shows off its latest weapons, but they didn't this time. Do we know why not?
I asked that question, and the United States does not seem to have clarity on it. They say that it's possible that they are trying to avoid the kind of repercussions that would come from an escalatory move of testing an ICBM system. And in fact, the U.S. announced in response to this move that today they were going to announce new sanctions against North Korea. They didn't say exactly what those were, but you know, it's an interesting move here by the United States also to disclose this intelligence. That's a new thing as well, Allison.
Ken, you mentioned the sanctions. Is that the main thing the U.S. is doing right now to stop North Korea from advancing prohibited weapons programs like this one, or they work in a couple different angles here?
Well, it's the main thing they're willing to talk about publicly.
Yeah.
We always assume there are intelligence agency efforts designed to try to slow down North Korea's nuclear program. But look, I mean, the bottom line is they have more than 60 nuclear weapons. By some estimates, they are perfecting missiles that can deliver them to the United States. And it's a devilish problem for the American government. I can remember 5 years ago, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff saying it's unacceptable for North Korea to have a missile that can deliver a nuclear weapon to the United States. But that hasn't changed, and there's really very little the United States can do about it. And it looks like we're moving more and more towards accepting North Korea as a nuclear weapons power, Allison.
All right, Ken Delaney, thank you.
You bet.
Coming up, a heroic split-second decision caught on camera. A Florida state trooper who threw herself between a crowd of people and a drunk driver talks to Kerry Sanders next.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
What do you see right now with Putin, and do you think he's a rational actor? There's a Supreme Court nominee,
What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? The sanctions did not deter. Can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
New Yorkers with past marijuana convictions could soon be in the business of selling pot legally. The state okaying new rules for recreational marijuana dispensary licenses, giving priority to past offenders with business experience. Here's NBC News correspondent Ron Allen.
Amnon Felipe, convicted nearly a decade ago for growing marijuana in a warehouse, is looking to move from the legacy business to the legal one.
I feel vindicated. Even though I did go to jail for it, I may not be the one to get a license, but somebody else in my same situation will be the one to get a license.
State regulators approved new rules for licenses to open a marijuana business that give priority to people like Felipe with past marijuana convictions and who also have business experience. New York's governor called it building a fairer, more equitable New York. The latest state trying to ensure its new multi-billion-dollar legal marijuana industry creates opportunity in communities disproportionately impacted by the decades-long war on drugs. Studies show African Americans 4 times more likely to get arrested for possession of marijuana.
I think the equity programs are trying to figure it out, right? So a lot of them are not getting the outcomes that they hope for.
Cassandra Federic says high startup costs remain the biggest challenge, for example, to lease space in New York's pricey real estate market. The state plans to address that by budgeting some $200 million to support equity entrepreneurs.
I think we have legislative champions that are pushing for more innovation and asking for the money up front.
Regulators expect the first dispensaries selling recreational marijuana to open before the end of the year.
All right, and Ron is here live with us now. So, Ron, I got to ask about this $200 million coming from the state of New York. That sounds like it could really help, because we've heard how difficult it is to launch these businesses. But how do you get a piece of that? Do we know yet?
We don't know. The details are still being worked out by this Cannabis Control Board. This is a brand new business from this bottom up. Although there is an existing medical marijuana business, and there are huge conglomerates that run this business. And that's the challenge for these equity entrepreneurs who are just trying to get started, people who have passed criminal justice history, shall we say. The $200 million is unique to New York, and it's meant to help these people get over the initial startup hump of getting these businesses going and surviving the competition, which is going to be intense, not just from these new businesses, but from the so-called legacy industry, which is still booming in some places. And the hope is that this legal business will entice people from the legacy business to come on board. That's complicated too, because in a lot of states you can't start a business if you have a criminal record, or it's harder. And the other big complication, of course, is that a lot of banks won't loan you money if you have a criminal record.
Right.
But here, New York is trying to get over those hurdles, trying to encourage people to get involved. It's a really fascinating thing. And the bottom line is that there is a lot of money at stake. We're talking about billions of dollars over the years in revenue and taxes and so on and so forth.
So let's talk about that tax money, because obviously New York is willing to put some money in here because it could reap a whole lot in taxes.
Right.
Do we know specifically where the tax revenue from this recreational marijuana business will go?
Well, it's about a 13% tax. 9% or so goes to the state. 4% goes to communities that will allow these businesses to operate. Because remember, there are some cities and towns that don't want pot business, and so there's a 4% tax that's encouraging them to do that. Once they get that money, I presume they can spend it on anything. But the broader goal, of course, is that some of this tax money, 30, 40%, should go back to communities that were impacted by the war on drugs, education, health, drug treatment programs, things of that nature, because that's at the heart of everything that this is all about, is trying to correct those wrongs, trying to put this social equity piece into it.
Yeah.
And that's been challenging in places where, New York, I believe, is the 18th state to legalize marijuana, along with the District of Columbia. Most social equity programs haven't worked the way advocates want them to work. And it's largely about money. And again, back to that $200 million that New York is putting into this, the hope is that will help this program here, this business, get over the hump.
Yeah, if we can reinvest in communities that struggled in particular and help people get a fresh start who, as you said, may not have been able to start businesses because they have a record, this could be a win-win. I know you'll be tracking it because it's still so in the early stages, but thanks for coming on to tell us how it's going, at least so far.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ron. She put her life on the line to save thousands of runners. A Florida state trooper threw her vehicle right into a suspected drunk driver's path to keep it from crashing into a 10K race. NBC News correspondent Carrie Sanders has her incredible story and the dashcam video.
A heroic split-second decision caught on camera. Florida Highway Patrol trooper Tony Shuck took a risk Sunday that could have cost her life. She crashed her patrol SUV into a suspected drunk driver who authorities believe was flying down a closed highway at more than 70 miles per hour. That road leading to the iconic Sunshine Skyway Bridge spanning Tampa Bay. The road and bridge had been shut down to make way for nearly 7,000 runners racing in the 5th annual Skyway 10K. A head-on collision, potentially saving hundreds of runners' lives.
Was there any training for this, or did you just operate on instinct?
We don't have any type of training to go head-on with a vehicle like that. It was ultimately instinct because I knew that I was the last line of defense for those runners on that bridge.
The 26-year law enforcement veteran and mother of 2, who's now recovering from her injuries, spoke out for the first time Thursday.
I've never been in this position where I've had to put myself for somebody else.
Behind the wheel of the incoming BMW, 52-year-old Kristen K. Watts, now accused of driving under the influence. Authorities say her blood alcohol level 6 hours after the crash registered at .09. If not stopped, Watts' speeding car would likely have hit the runners, including James Judge.
I just can't thank you enough for what you did, because it's heroic in every aspect of the word.
Jussie Smollett doing time. A judge sentencing the ex-Empire star to 150 days. Smollett in protective custody at the Cook County Jail, according to the court. A jury convicted him in December of lying to police and staging his own hate crime attack. Here's NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch.
I am not suicidal, and I am innocent. I could have said that I was guilty a long time ago.
Even after a Cook County judge sentenced Jussie Smollett to 150 days in jail, the disgraced actor turned convicted felon sticking to his story.
If I did this, then it means that I stuck my fist in the fears of black Americans in this country for over 400 years.
The former Empire star's unwavering claim of innocence, ultimately his undoing.
You committed hour upon hour upon hour of pure perjury.
Judge James Lynn sentencing Smollett to 30 months felony probation, including that jail time, ordering he pay more than $120,000 in restitution to the city of Chicago and pay the maximum fine, $25,000.
You've turned your life upside down by your misconduct and shenanigans. You've destroyed your life as you knew it.
As a defiance, Smollett was taken into custody last night, his family blasting the judge's decision.
He's the reason why folks aren't going to report hate crimes. They're the reason why folks aren't going to report hate crimes.
The latest twist in a bizarre legal drama that goes back to 2019, when Smollett claimed he was the victim of a racist, homophobic attack. Police say it was a hoax, and late last year, a jury convicted Smollett of filing a false police report.
You put the noose around your own neck.
Smollett's attorney submitted over 80 letters pleading for leniency. The actor's older brother and 92-year-old grandmother speaking directly to the judge.
I ask you, the judge, not to send him to prison. If you do, send me along with him.
The judge weighing the statements and Smollett's good deeds, but still sentencing him to jail time.
You let that dark, narcissistic, selfish, and arrogant side come out, and you persisted with it for years on this case.
Coming up, show up and do the work. Kim Kardashian's advice for working women. Is it tough love or tone deaf? Next.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
NBC News, streaming free now.
I have the best advice for women in business. Get your up and work. It seems like nobody wants to work these days.
That's so true.
You have to surround yourself with people that want to work.
Kim Kardashian's comments offending some women, Variety publishing them as part of a profile on the Kardashian-Jenner women this week. NBC News Digital Trends reporter Morgan Sung joins me now. Morgan, I just want to be able to go to work in an outfit like that. I would not be able to get my job done in that situation, though I do appreciate it. Kardashian suggesting women in business should hustle more, and she's getting a lot of heat for it. One person claiming to be a former employee, writing on Twitter, "I was an editor on the Kardashian apps in 2015 in LA, worked days, nights, and weekends, could only afford groceries from the 99-cent only store, called out sick more than once because I couldn't put gas in my car to get to the office, and was reprimanded for freelancing on the side." What else are people saying about this on social media?
You know, people are really angry that Kim said
that, implied that people didn't have a work ethic just because they weren't monetarily successful when, although the Kardashians and Jenners do work very hard and have their own businesses, they did also come from a place of privilege. They did grow up wealthy. And that's not to say that their success hasn't been because of their work ethic, but it does come off as really insensitive considering where they started.
Yeah, so let's talk about that. I mean, Kardashian is worth $1 billion according to Forbes. She has several businesses. She's studying to become a lawyer. But as you said, she didn't exactly start from nothing. So what is she saying about this famous for being famous criticism?
A lot of criticism being lobbed at her really seems to stem from the fact that she made her name originally with her sex tape, and then Keeping Up with the Kardashians came out. And so a lot of people see that as, I guess, an unfair advantage. They were sort of handed this fame. And I think a lot of the famous for being famous comments also come from implying that she didn't deserve this wealth or that she didn't necessarily work for this wealth.
All right, Morgan, everybody's talking about it today. Thanks for coming to talk to us. Great to have you on. Could this be the next Uber or UPS on the moon? It is called Astrolab, one of the companies hoping to sell its rover prototype to NASA. NBC News correspondent Gotti Schwartz went to Astrolab's headquarters in California to test out the transport vehicles himself.
50 years after Apollo's moon bouncing buggies, NASA's kicking off a new lunar rover space race. And a startup in California is headed in a very different direction. Wow. This is Flex, a prototype from the company Astrolab, tested out by a former commander of the International Space Station, Chris Hadfield.
It's not only a little automated forklift, but it becomes a transport vehicle for astronauts on the surface of the moon.
And it can be operated from Earth, allowing lunar base building before humans even get there, prepping vital life support systems, and picking up and deploying cargo in Lego-like containers.
So you're not just designing a rover, you're designing an entire ecosystem. We want to set the standard for lunar logistics. We want to be the UPS and the Uber of the moon, right?
But that'll mean making solar-powered rovers able to last 10 years through extreme temperatures, and along the way, maybe even breaking a lunar speed record.
You think you could beat 11 miles an hour on the moon with this? I think so, yeah. All right, so we're on max speed right here on Earth. Let's give it a go. Yep.
Not exactly light speed. But Astrolab is convinced they've got a head start against aerospace giants like Northrop Grumman and Lockheed Martin, who have also released concepts. All of them hoping to be picked for NASA's planned Artemis missions to put humans back on the moon and one day maybe even Mars, where they will definitely need some very experienced drivers.
You're a natural. Building my resume already. Okay.
It is time to spring forward, but is it worth losing an hour of sleep to gain an hour of sunlight? NBC News Now anchor Joe Fryer takes a look at the daylight saving debate.
With spring just days away, it's a sign of the times. Daylight saving time, that is. On Sunday morning, clocks in 48 states will spring forward as millions lose an hour of sleep and abandon standard time, which has been the standard the past 4 months. The polarizing adjustment has many sounding off, aptly on the app TikTok.
It's only 6:30. Look how dark it is outside.
How do we cancel daylight savings?
Among those who don't want to move clocks forward, some sleep scientists who say standard time keeps sunrise and sunset more in line with our circadian rhythm. Researchers have even found a rise in the number of heart attacks, strokes, and car accidents in the days after the switch to daylight savings.
It can be very disruptive and abrupt. We're creating this mismatch between what's going on in our environment and what our clocks say.
Still, pro-daylight savers, who will get their ways starting next week, say more sunlight in the evening encourages physical activity in the afternoon and boosts the economy because more people are shopping after work.
I think it's time to change our clocks this weekend and never do it again.
Senator Patty Murray is a co-sponsor of the bipartisan Sunshine Protection Act, which would make daylight saving time permanent.
We would like the light in the evening, and we would like to say to everybody, don't make me change my clock again.
To dodge a drowsy start to the week, sleep specialists recommend slowly moving up your bedtime over the next couple days to avoid a shock to your system. And changing your clocks before bed on Saturday can also hack your brain for a smoother transition. Once the change is made on Sunday, expose yourself to daylight ASAP to quickly acclimate your body's internal clock. Because like it or not, times are changing.
You know what that clapping means? The closing bell on the New York Stock Exchange. Ooh, I'm into that hockey situation there, but not into what happened on the Dow. It was up for the bulk of the day. Closing things out about 200 points lighter. We'll explain what's been going on and dig into it a little bit more coming up in the next hour. Hey everyone, I'm Allison Morris. You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening. Closing in on Kyiv. Russian forces now just miles outside of Ukraine's capital city. How much longer can Ukrainian fighters hold them off? Besieged by stress. A new poll shows Americans are more anxious than ever. Dr. James is here with advice to help you find some calm. And we've got a new Friday series now reading some of our favorite colleagues' favorite books, the ones you've been seeing on their bookshelves at home, just in time for the weekend. We start this hour with a look inside the first Ukrainian city to fall to Russian forces. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley shows us what life is like under occupation.
Kherson, Ukraine offers the first glimpses of Russia's occupation. After 2 weeks, Kherson is the first and only major city to fall to Russian forces. Last week, its residents were proudly protesting against Russian troops. But that's all changed.
Not only they blockade us from food and medicine and basic necessities, but also they are preparing to imprison those who disagree, those who protest.
400 people were arrested, according to the Ukrainian military. One big difference, local residents tell us, the appearance of the Rosvagardya, Russia's National Guard. This paramilitary force was created in 2016 and answers directly to President Putin. They're mostly deployed in Russia as riot police. Now they're in Kherson, suppressing dissent the same way they do in Russia. In this video of a protest, Russia's version of a police wagon. The National Guard are checking social media, looking around for their apartments, Kherson's mayor said. They're even looking for the people who were fighting against the Russians in 2014. This city is being strangled. The mayor says they have only about a week of food left, and locals accuse the Russians of looting. In this video, soldiers appear to be pushing a shopping cart full of goods from a store. In another video, a person in a military uniform appears to shoot at the door of an electronics store. When it doesn't open, he busts a hole in the glass. The mayor warned that while Kherson is the first city to face occupation, it won't be the last. This war isn't between Russia and Ukraine, he said. That's just one of the steps for Russia. Russia's fighting right now with Europe and the U.S. An occupation that many here say is on the march.
And Matt joins me live now from Lviv, Ukraine. Matt, how are people in Kherson getting the basics like food and water? Is anyone trying to lift the blockade there?
Yeah, I mean, the short answer is they're not, and we've heard so many attempts to try to lift that blockade, and so far we're not hearing anything. And it's not just food and water, it's also electricity and heat, and as you can see, it's quite cold here. So this is a punishing situation. Also, medicines are not being able to get in there, and all of that is in addition to the pummeling of missiles that are coming down, raining onto the civilian areas of that city. So this is just a hellscape of a city right now. Allison?
Matt, President Zelensky says Ukraine's reached a strategic turning point in this fight, even as Russia expands its military attacks. Where is he getting that optimism from?
I really don't know, Allison. The fact is that he didn't explain, and that's kind of befuddled a lot of people. It's hard to see what the turning point is because, if anything, so far, everything has been going very optimistically for the Ukrainians. President Zelensky has a lot to be proud of in terms of rallying his people, and the Ukrainian people have surprised and impressed the world with the stalwart resistance they've been able to post up ahead or in front of an overwhelmingly superior military force. So if there's a turning point here, it should be in the opposite direction. The fact is that the Ukrainians don't want a turning point. They have the upper hand as of now, especially when you consider the amount of hardware and the number of troops that they're facing off against, one of the things he might be talking about, he might have been alluding to, is the diplomatic turning point that's been going on. And that is the enormous amount of bad will that's been coming from the West against Russia and the punishing sanctions that are now being imposed against not only the Russian government, but also against the Russian people, effectively, with the withdrawal of so many services, popular stores, social media outlets. All of this could start to really erode Vladimir Putin's support amongst the population unless he's able to leverage it and say that this is just the West arbitrarily punishing the Russian people. It's hard to know how far that's going to go. But as far as a turning point, I don't necessarily see one. And we're all wondering what President Zelensky sees.
Matt, it has been so hard to find uplifting news in this situation, but we do have a bit out of that horrible attack on the Mariupol Children's Hospital. This is a photo of an injured pregnant woman escaping the rubble on Wednesday. Today, we learned that she had a baby girl. How are they doing?
Well, it sounds like they're doing very well. We understand that mother and baby are doing fine. This is a beauty blogger. So, of course, in addition to the fact that she's at the center of one of the most horrific, what is being considered by many people, one of the most horrific war crimes so far in this 2-week war, she already had a lot of attention on her. And these pictures are going to be ricocheting all around the world. She could become very much a symbol of Mariupol and of the Ukrainian crisis so far. 3 people were killed in that attack, including 1 child. So this was a devastating attack, and one that really is something that the Ukrainian government has been touting and mentioning as an example of the Russians' arbitrary cruelty when it comes to their bombing campaign against the Ukrainian people.
All right, Matt Bradley in Lviv. Thank you not only for your reporting today, but all of your incredible work for us throughout the week. We are so very grateful.
Thank you.
Vice President Kamala Harris in Romania. It's the latest leg of her diplomatic trip to Europe to reassure America's NATO allies. In a joint press conference with the president of Romania earlier today, Harris reiterated the U.S. commitment to NATO, Ukraine sovereignty, and the eastern flank. NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman's in Warsaw, Poland.
Vice President Harris's mission on this trip to Poland and Romania was an extremely straightforward one. It was to assure NATO allies that the U.S. is fully prepared to defend every inch of NATO territory if President Putin were to move beyond Ukraine and start to threaten NATO allies like Poland, like Romania, and the others that are in the periphery of Russia. And by that standard, the vice president's trip was a success, according to Biden administration officials, who point out that she repeated over and over again in every stop that an attack on one is an attack on all, that the U.S. will abide by its Article 5 commitments to defend NATO territory if it were to come to that. Now, the vice president also held a meeting in Bucharest with Romanian President Iohannis, in which she said that the U.S. from the beginning has wanted to seek a diplomatic outcome to this, wanted to be able to talk with Russia to find a non-violent way to end this conflict. But she said that President Putin has fallen back on an age-old Russian strategy, a strategy she said relies on lies, misinformation, and aggression. She also spoke passionately about the humanitarian crisis that has been spurred by President Putin's war, including well over 1 million refugees here in Poland, tens of thousands in Romania, that are really pressing the ability of these European countries to absorb these refugees to the brink. Harris pledging there will be more U.S. humanitarian assistance, and now announcing another $53 million from USAID that will go in part to the UN World Food Program, also announcing that the U.S. will be stepping up militarily, not only to reassure NATO countries, including a set of 2 Patriot anti-missile batteries that have arrived here in Poland, but also to help the Ukrainians with additional military and security assistance, including lethal weaponry. The vice president returning now to Washington, where she will be in deep consultations with the Biden administration about what to do going forward, including whether to make a formal allegation that Russia has committed war crimes in Ukraine, as well as what to do if Russia were to use chemical weapons in Ukraine, something that U.S. officials have been warning in recent days. They have evidence Russia could be planning to do, potentially in an attempt to blame Ukrainians.
The number of Ukrainian refugees now topping 2.5 million, according to the United Nations. Volunteer groups stepping up to help, particularly in Poland, but they are worried about the days and weeks ahead with more and more refugees flooding their country. NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber is live in Krakow, Poland. Ellison, you spent time with a volunteer group there today. The founder saying he can manage right now, but he's concerned about what's to come, understandably so. How are they prepping? What are they trying to do to be ready when even more refugees come their way?
So the short answer is they're doing the best they can, but let me show you where I am right now so you can get a sense of kind of the immediate need here in Krakow. This is a train station. It is a place where a lot of people are coming after they have crossed into Poland. Most people, they're not staying in border towns. They're coming to bigger cities like this, but what they're running into is they're finding out that there are not any more available beds, that resources, they're incredibly strained. You look around here, it is after 10 o'clock, and you see so many young children who should be at home in bed. Instead, they are sitting here trying to stay awake, eat some food. Volunteers, a lot of them are here. And then also some people are just having to roll out mats and sleep in the train station here because they don't have anywhere to go. The mayor of Krakow, he said in a press conference this afternoon that the city is at the limit of their efficiency, that they simply do not have enough resources to deal with the influx of refugees here right now. They think at least 100,000 refugees are in this city alone. And what we're seeing here, what we're hearing from people, is that they are coming to try and get help, and then they are finding out that there aren't a lot of options here right now, or whatever options they are, they're very temporary because everything is just so strained. We spoke to a volunteer group, an NGO, earlier today, and he talked about how they are trying to do the best they can for people. But he said a lot of the efforts, they're volunteer-led, kind of ad hoc directives, and that really they need to see more organization from the top down if they're going to continue helping refugees. Listen. How much coordination has there been between groups like yours and the Polish government?
Unfortunately, I would say the Polish government stepped back. So they are doing a lot of PR job. They are going to the border and showing that they are doing some stuff, but they are not visible here in Krakow. We are on a very decisive moment as an organization, and I believe this is for many NGOs in Poland and whole European Union, because European Union and like USA, like Poland, we don't have consistent migration policy. We don't know what to do with 2 million refugees coming to Europe in just 2 weeks. And this is a consequence that politically migration was a hot potato. It was used by populist politicians, but nobody really taken care of. Like, we had this European and Donald Trumps building walls, but there were no real solutions.
You just look around in this train station, you see cribs, and you remember the people that are most impacted by this, the people that have fled Ukraine. It is largely women and children, over half of that 2.3 million people who have been forced to flee Ukraine, said to be children. And they are coming to places like this. Not only do they need a place to sleep, they also at some point will need some sort of educational option. And when we're talking about cities struggling to keep up with this massive influx of people, that's also what we're talking about. It's not just, is there a physical bed available? It's, can the entire system add all of these people and help them while also still caring for the people that live in the city to begin with? And what we're hearing from the mayor today is there are concerns that the healthcare system, for example, that it cannot care for the amount of people that are here now and also this large influx of refugees. And they're hoping there can be better communication, better coordination with other smaller cities that maybe have some available space. But the thing, Allison, is most refugees that we have spoken to, and the mayor of Krakow has talked about this as well, they really are hoping they can go home. So they don't want to move further into Poland because they want to be able to get home as quickly as possible. So they want to stay in cities like Krakow, but they don't have enough room. Allison?
Ellison, the New York Times reporting that Poland's tourism industry is helping refugees. A hotel chain setting up a 24-hour crisis team to try to find available rooms. Some employees even working as translators. I'm sure you are seeing so many incredible grassroots efforts there. What else is going on that you're aware of?
Yeah, I mean, almost every single hotel in this city is booked, and it's because many of them have opened up their hotels to refugees. There are people who are just opening their homes, giving rooms. You look around here, and just, I mean, look, even just behind us, every yellow vest you see, these are volunteers. It is Friday night in a city with a lot of young people, and instead, most of them, many of them, a lot of them have chosen instead to come here and try and help whatever they can, be it just translating, be it bringing food. There's legal service help here. A lot of people just on the ground trying to do whatever they can, even if it's something small. But again, big picture, there needs to be a bigger organized approach. The volunteer efforts, it's amazing and it's heartening to see. But what bigger groups are worried about, more organized NGOs, is that it's just not sustainable and that it won't be enough in 2, 3, 4 weeks. Allison.
Ellison, and all of this tragedy is just so heartwarming to see so many good people rushing in to help. Thanks so much for all of your reporting for us this week. Civilians in the southern Ukrainian port city of Odessa battling freezing conditions. They're trying to fortify local beaches there ahead of a potential attack by Russian forces. Here's Sky News correspondent Nick Martin.
The situation in Odessa is there is now, as we've seen across Ukraine, the most remarkable effort by civilians to try to protect their beloved city here on the southwest coast of Ukraine. It is a critical target for Vladimir Putin. If he is able to capture Odessa, he will be able to cut off Ukraine from the sea. It is a critical seaport, and it is the beaches that are now being fortified by civilians to protect themselves from the might of the Russian army. Just have a look at this. In the summer, by the way, there's sunbathing and fun on these beaches. Today they're digging and digging, filling sandbag after sandbag to try to protect these beaches. It is the most remarkable effort in the most terrible, chilling weather. Let's just have a look around here. The several beaches across the coast here on the southwest coast of Ukraine. 350,000 sandbags have been filled by these people in the last 2 weeks alone. Why are they doing that? Well, they fear that out there in the Black Sea there is a buildup of Russian military and navy that have plans to try and mount some kind of amphibious assault on the beaches of Odessa, and the Odessans are not going to have any of it, they say. And so these sandbags are going to be put out across the coast here to try to prevent that from happening. The president of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, said that he has information that the Russians plan to attack Odessa just within the next few days. And if he's right, then this might just be able to stave that off. But it's hard to see how that can be possible. In the town, they're building barricades almost on every street. The cafes, Odessa's famous for its really picturesque cafes. I was here about 5 years ago, sitting having tea in the square. Now it's completely deserted. Those big steel blockades, the hedgehogs, designed to stop tanks rolling through the city, they're almost on every corner, and there is a bit of a twitchiness in the air. But here on the coast, the sandbags are really the key. But it just makes you wonder just what and how effective they'll be against the might of the Russian military, who seem really dead set on taking Odessa. It really was the sort of jewel in the crown of the Soviet Union, and Vladimir Putin has big ideas about new Russia, and it would be hard to see Odessa not being a big part of that. And so they're doing all they can, and they're waiting for what might happen in the next few days. It's cold, it's windy, it's snowy, but it's not putting them off.
A growing list of American companies kissing Russia goodbye. They are suspending operations in the wake of Moscow's invasion of Ukraine. So how do Russians feel about the mass exodus? It all depends on who you ask. NBC News Digital senior writer Corky Shmashko here now. So Corky, iconic brands like McDonald's, Starbucks, Coke, they're all suspending operations in Russia. How does it affect the country, especially as it becomes more isolated?
Well, it's a matter of demographics, actually. I mean, people 55 and older are who for whom this is still a kind of a novelty. These brands are still kind of a novelty. Are sort of like, well, good riddance. You know, they're not really Russian anyway. But there's a whole generation of Russians that grew up eating McDonald's and drinking Coke and Pepsi, And for them, it's if there was ever any tangible evidence that their country is in the midst of a big war, it's the departure of these companies. I mean, the fact that these companies are exiting the way they are and in such a hurry is very off-putting to them.
A lot of Russians still remember what life was like before Moscow opened up to the West after the Cold War. What's their take on this corporate exodus compared with the younger generation?
Well, it's funny that you should ask. When I was a kid, I used to go to Poland a lot, and I remember when Coca-Cola first arrived in Poland in the 70s, and the Poles used to say it tasted like freedom. And a lot of these Western products sort of brands started arriving in Russia after the Berlin Wall fell. And for them, it's like a sort of a seminal moment in their history. So for older Russians, there's sort of like, wow, I remember this, and I remember that there was a promise of a better future ahead in some ways. But for the younger Russians, it's been something it's been a part of their lives all these years. And the fact that it's vanishing now is very alarming to a lot of younger Russians, because they grew up hearing about the old Soviet Union, and now they see their country sort of slipping back into that.
Some Russians are leaving the country. They're afraid a new Iron Curtain may be closing. Who's leaving in particular? And was there something like one identifiable moment that was a last straw for them?
I'm not sure. I mean, I could tell you that a lot of them are middle-class Russians who have gotten used to middle-class life, and the very fact that all these companies are vanishing, or they're going, they're shutting their doors and taking off. It's very alarming to them. I mean, they can see something is going on. It doesn't jive with what they're hearing from the Kremlin, and they're voting with their feet. Apparently, hotels in some of the major cities right outside of Russia are like jammed with middle-class Russian people who really don't know when they can go back home.
Yeah. Corky, thanks so much for being with us today and sharing this side of the story.
Sounds good. Thank you for taking the time.
Coming up, money, family, and now a war stressing Americans out, how we're coping, plus some advice from Dr. George James on how to deal with it better. Next.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
What do you see right now with Putin, and do you think he's a rational actor? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? The sanctions did not deter. Can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Let's go to NBC News Digital reporter Maya Eaglin. She has the latest headlines from NBCnews.com. Hey, Maya.
Hey, Allison. We start with Apple CEO Tim Cook weighing in on Florida's Don't Say Gay law passed this week. Cook tweeting that as a member of the LGBTQ+ community, he's deeply concerned about laws that will impact vulnerable youth. An Ohio State football player retiring from the sport due to his mental health. Offensive lineman Henry Miller says he had suicidal intentions before last season and thanked his coach for connecting him with doctors. The Supreme Court in Texas likely ending hope for the lawsuit against the abortion ban by clinics. The court, which is entirely controlled by Republicans, ruling that medical licensing officials do not have an enforcement role. The lawsuit is expected to be dismissed. China locking down the city of Changchun as the Omicron variant spikes there. The city's 9 million residents are required to stay home and all non-essential businesses are closed. And Emilio Delgado, the actor who played Luis on Sesame Street, has died at the age of 81 after a battle with blood cancer. Since 1971, Delgado brought Latino representation to children's programming. Allison, back to you.
Oh, my heartbreaker. He was one of my favorites.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Make no mistake, inflation is largely the fault of Putin. We have to talk about it because the American people think the reason for inflation is government spending more money. Simply not true.
President Biden speaking to House Democrats this afternoon in Philadelphia. They are plotting the party's path forward, including their response to the crisis in Ukraine and the impact it's having here in the U.S. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale is in Philly. Ali, the war in Ukraine, a major topic at the Democrats' retreat. How are they balancing the war with their domestic agenda?
Well, Allison, that's really the high wire act right now, not just for Democrats, but for everyone in Congress, everyone in Washington, the political world writ large, really. And it's that balancing act that we saw on display here, talking with Speaker Nancy Pelosi, others in leadership, and just rank and file lawmakers here. It's clear they've got one eye overseas and then one eye ahead on the midterm elections and what they need to do domestically in order to retain their majorities and, they hope, to grow them. This is how Pelosi said she was going to do it.
We have to be strong, and as the president has clearly prioritized, we need to meet the needs of the American people. We have to save our own democracy, which is under assault in our country. And at the same time, we can honor our responsibilities to peace on the world and helping all we can.
And look, Allison, you heard it today from the president as well. When he was here talking with lawmakers, he did focus a portion of his remarks on Ukraine, on Russia, but he also was able to focus on what they have already done as a caucus, what the Democrats have already done with their majorities. And that's really the split screen that we're going to see both from Democrats and Congress writ large over the course of the next few months. Republicans trying to hammer them on the economy, Democrats trying to prove what they've done domestically.
Ali, there's bipartisan support for sanctioning Russia, but people in the U.S. are seeing the effects of those sanctions at the grocery store, at the gas station. How are Democrats prepping for possible blowback?
You know, Allison, great minds, because this is exactly the question that I asked of House Democratic leadership today when they came to brief us, and this is what they told me.
We are completely mindful about how this impacts our communities and our country. We're thoughtful about it, but we are clear-eyed of what the best policy is going to be, supporting the best policy, supporting our president, and making sure that we do everything we can to deliver relief. And that is a continuing conversation about what we can do.
And look at what happened this week in Congress. We saw them vote on a Russian energy ban this week, things that included reviewing Russia's World Trade Organization status. That, of course, went half a step less than what President Biden said today, which he wants to see Russia's World Trade Organization status revoked as a favored nation. But we also then saw them vote on an omnibus budgetary funding package that actually will fund the government and create a budget for the coming fiscal year, albeit 5 months into it. They did finally get there, and that funds a litany of domestic programs and Democratic agenda items. And so, again, the balancing act that we were talking about, the House exemplifying it just this week alone.
Allie, Democrats are also debating their midterm strategy. What do you know about how they're trying to hold the House in November, at least the plan so far?
So, look, we've heard a lot of talk from the White House, from President Barack Obama, from key Democrats about the idea that Democrats need to showcase empathy when they're out there on the road. They need to level with American voters that even though Democrats have delivered for them, we're going to hear a lot of talk over the next few months about things like the American Rescue Plan, about charting a path out of COVID, kind of creating a new normal that's less pandemic and more endemic, about reopening schools. All of these things were talked about here at the Democratic retreat. They're going to be key to the Democratic agenda going forward. At the same time, though, there's still policy that they want to get done. And that's exactly what the man who is tasked with not just keeping this majority, but in his mind, hoping to expand it. That's exactly the plan that he laid out here. Listen.
You have to show up and be a human being in relationship with your voters. So I think what we need to do is we need to obviously communicate better about what we're doing because we know it's popular. But we also have to develop a better relationship with the voters that we need to win.
So look, Sean Patrick Maloney there, congressman from New York, the head of the Democratic campaign arm here. His job, it's a steep one, but the maps at this point look pretty equal. You and I think, were talking yesterday about the fact that this was a redistricting year. We were looking across the country at the ways that states would redraw their maps according to new census data. And this is now the maps that we have, mostly all of them in across the country at this point. And while the initial thinking had been that Republicans were really going to be able to craft an advantage there, that's not actually what ended up happening. And so when you look at the turf across the board, it is kind of a level playing field now. What's really going to be important as we go forward is looking at President Biden's approval ratings. He was pretty low there for a while, and then the State of the Union bounced him back. And then, of course, the situation in Ukraine remains unpredictable, and we continue to see the effects here. I know you've probably had in your show a lot of conversations about the inflation rates, supply chain issues, and now on top of that, gas prices rising. So all of that pretty much a wild card as we head into midterm season.
Yeah, for sure. Allie Vitale and Philly, thank you so much, my friend. Have a great weekend. A nonprofit lighting up new hope in Detroit, building solar-powered street lamps. Today's show co-host Craig Melvin visits a neighborhood there that's fighting for a brighter future.
In the light of day, it's plain to see that Highland Park has seen better days. The city within Detroit was home to a Ford plant and Chrysler's headquarters. Now, once grand homes are boarded up, others torn down, leaving empty lots. You'll also come across wooden boxes here where street lights once stood. In 2011, the local power company repossessed more than 1,000 lights because the struggling city owed more than $4 million. To settle that debt, the city agreed to have its street lights removed. I don't think a lot of people fully appreciate the role that light plays in neighborhoods until the light's gone.
Yes.
Shamika Nichols is the executive director of Solidarity, an environmental nonprofit started here when the lights were taken away. But what happens when you leave an entire neighborhood in the dark?
You definitely don't see children playing outside, a little later into the evening. You don't see community gathering in places like where we are now.
Rather than relying on the city or the utility, they've raised money to install solar-powered streetlights. In the last decade, they've put in 17. This idea of building like solar-powered street lamps in blighted communities, I think a lot of folks might hear that and think, why?
This gives us a unique opportunity to not only implement a solution to just have physical light in our community, but also to shed the light on some of the injustices that are going on in terms of equity.
It's about more than just light.
Of course.
Part of that larger solution is internet access. The newer model streetlights also serve as Wi-Fi hotspots.
A lack of internet access was something we noticed during COVID when children weren't able to get online for school and folks were not able to apply for jobs and some of the assistance programs.
Solidarity works with partners in the neighborhood, perhaps none more important than Shamayim Harris, known around here as Mama Shu. For years, she's been building her own little community called Avalon Village. It includes an after-school homework house for kids, even a basketball court. She also hosts a summer camp and a fair for women entrepreneurs. Mama Shu, you know what a lot of people do. They do well for themselves, they get an education, and they leave the hood. But you decided to not just stay, but to rebuild it. Why?
This is where I was born. This is where I was living. So I just decided to fix up where I was living. And
Mama Shu and Solidarity put their first solar streetlight right outside her house. This work has taken on special meaning for Mama Shu. In 2007, her 2-year-old son, Jacoby Ra, was killed by a hit-and-run driver. Then, this past January, her son, Chinyelu, was shot and killed. You know, most people, they lose one child, it breaks them. You lose 2 children.
I know.
And it seems as if it's almost had the opposite effect on you. How can that be?
I really think that I probably was just blessed with an extra dose of resiliency, changing grief into something glorious, you know, pain into power. It was a dying neighborhood. People were like, I'm getting away from here, I'm getting away from here. I'm like, this is a nurturing ground to me.
If it takes a village, that's what Mama Shu is hoping to give her community. And through this push for renewable energy, Shamika Nichols says they have learned a lot about how to foster independence. There also seems to be a lesson here in teaching kids that look like us about green energy, about this new frontier.
Yeah, my son actually has like play dates where he's pretending to organize, you know, folks to be able to fight against some injustice.
They're building something in Highland Park. They may have a long way to go, but now there is new light here, and with it, a new hope.
Sky-high prices, a Russian invasion, and COVID. No wonder so many Americans say they're besieged by stress. New polling finds concerns over nuclear war and inflation following 2 years of a pandemic have Americans more stressed now than ever. NBC News medical reporter Erica Edwards wrote that story. Erica, this is new polling from the American Psychological Association looking at how we're all doing 2 years after the World Health Organization declared COVID a pandemic. The second anniversary actually today, and the short answer is we're not doing so well. One psychologist told you the shared feeling of stress among so many Americans was startling. What else did this poll find? What is troubling people the most here?
Hey, Allison, you know what? It's finances that's troubling so many Americans right now. The overwhelming majority polled here said that rising prices of everyday items like gas and groceries are really leading to this. They are really significant sources of stress. Of course, the Russian invasion of Ukraine is only adding to that stress. But when you dig a little bit deeper, you find that, in fact, the worries related to finances has been rising for the past year. If you look at the numbers there, since February 2021, 57% said that they were stressed out about money. Fast forward a year later, now it's about 65%. Allison.
Wow. Erica, researchers originally conducted this poll in mid-February. Then Russia invaded Ukraine, so they did another one. What did they find then?
Right. This poll would have been useless related to mental health if they had not counted for the Russian invasion of Ukraine. A full 87% said that they're stressed out. They feel like there's been a constant stream of crises without a break over the past 2 years. 84% were just terrified of what they're watching on TV. Nearly 70% are afraid of nuclear war. And part of the problem here, Allison, is that, you know, Americans are still reeling from 2 years of pandemic, COVID-19 infections, hospitalizations, deaths, maybe among family members. It sort of left Americans raw overall when it comes to dealing with the next crisis.
Parents have been particularly stressed over the past year. What kinds of things are they saying they're worried about right now?
Yeah, parents have had a really special kind of stress over the past few years. They're not only worried about themselves, they're worried about the future for their kids. You can see there that just about 70% are worried about all these things, their social development, their physical development, their academics, as well as their cognitive development. Allison.
All right, Erica, thank you so much. So what can we do about all of this stress? Let's bring in Dr. George James. He's a couple and family therapist and chief innovation officer at the Council for Relationships. Dr. James, what do you make of the poll results we just heard, that Americans are more stressed right now than ever? Is there anything surprising about that to you, or does it line up with what you're hearing from people you work with?
You know, unfortunately, it is not surprising. It is something that I see and experience with my clients and the people that I work with. Just today, I was working with someone, and I had to just talk about 2 years of being in the pandemic, plus everything that's going on right now, gas prices, economics, racial injustice. It's a lot. People are overwhelmed and are struggling with where they are right now.
Dr. James, the war in Ukraine, a big concern. It is our job to cover it. But what's your advice for people who do want to hear and see what's going on, but find it just too stressful sometimes? How do they find a balance between being informed but not being overwhelmed?
First of all, we have to all do what we need to do to take care of ourselves. For some people, that means to be informed and to know everything that's up to date. It helps feel a little bit like they're in the know, while others need to take a step back. Whatever you need to do is your process, and that is okay. And so what I would say is be aware of your heart rate, the level of anxiety you feel. And if that is happening, maybe you need to dial it back a bit and maybe find other things that you can do that can soothe you and help you so that you don't feel overwhelmed by the anxiety.
So let's talk about how all this stress can affect our physical health. Nearly a quarter of the respondents in that American Psychological Association poll said they tried to cope with stress by drinking more alcohol. 58% said they either gained or lost more weight than they wanted. Both can be unhealthy if they get out of hand. Dr. James, I will be the first person to admit that at the start of this pandemic, I was reaching for the wine a whole lot. Lately, I've swapped the wine for a weighted blanket when I watch TV in the evenings, and it is lovely. Can you explain how those can help reduce stress? And do you have any other healthy stress reduction suggestions, maybe things that don't involve eating and drinking?
Yeah, you know what this just says for us is that we have some coping strategies that aren't the best, right? Food can feel great, alcohol can feel great, but it has consequences, especially when we use too much of it. And like you said, being able to shift, physical activity is a great thing for people to be able to do. Even if that is just a walk or a sit-up or push-up, something that allows you to be active. Weighted blanket is another great thing. One of the things that actually has been very helpful for people is finding ways to be generous to somebody else. Thinking about how you can help someone else that might be in need. Thinking about how you can serve someone else. Sometimes that can actually help you when you are overwhelmed and struggling. So there are lots of things that people can do, but it's important to shift from those things that can actually end up being negative for you down the road.
Yeah, sitting under a weighted blanket, maybe donating to charity, making a plan to volunteer to help someone else sounds like a real win-win. You specialize in relationships. I want to show you this stat. 58% of people in that poll said that they had a relationship that either became strained or ended as a result of conflicts related to the pandemic. We're talking about disagreements ranging from mask wearing to vaccines to canceled events. How can people try to repair those relationships instead of calling it quits? And on the flip side, are there situations where you'd say, no, that is not healthy and it's okay to quit it?
Yeah, I think like most people right now, what they're doing throughout the pandemic and everything we're experiencing, they're evaluating work, evaluating the relationship, evaluating even like how they parent. And so it's important to evaluate your relationship and to think about how you can invest in it. It's a good time to read a book, listen to a podcast, go to a therapist, do the relationship course, do all those things, invest in it. And at the end of the day, you might realize maybe you and your partner have polar opposites in ways that you can't agree and work together. That might be signs that you say, like, you know what, we've tried, we've done all the work, but maybe it is not enough. Maybe you recognize the person that you're connected to, you're so far from that person that it doesn't feel like a relationship. It feels like more of like an obligation, or feels more of like you don't have any other options. So if you can, invest in it, dig into the relationship, but if you have to, find ways to do it in the best way.
Dr. James, I know you hustled to get to the camera for us today, so I apologize if we caused you any stress, but thank you so much for being with us. We always love seeing you.
I'm going to do some breathing. I'm going to hang out with the kids, but I love being on with you, so thank you anytime.
Thanks so much. Have a great weekend. Coming up, profiting from war, how Goldman Sachs is using a legal loophole to cash in on Russian sanctions. Next.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What do you see right now with Putin, and do you think he's a rational actor? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? The sanctions did not deter. Can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
NBC News, streaming free now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Students from Southlake caught on camera using racial slurs.
It's been covered up for a very long time.
We are strongly against critical race theory.
Racism in reverse is racism. Shame!
This is Southlake. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
It is time for the bottom line, our daily look at what's going on in the business world and beyond. The Dow closing out this trading day down 229 points. It was up for most of the day, but couldn't hang on. The index locking in a 5-week losing streak today. Investopedia editor-in-chief Caleb Silver is here to talk us through the business week that was. First of all, I'm so excited to see you in person. It's been a little bit.
Good to be with you in person, as always.
Thanks for coming in. So the markets are not off to a terrific start to 2022. Where are we at this stage of the year?
Yeah, well, the NASDAQ, the big tech-heavy NASDAQ, actually fell into a bear market earlier this week, clawed its way back out. But some of these losses have been extreme. NASDAQ down 16% for the year, S&P 500 10%, Dow Jones Industrials 8 to 9%. Oil is up 40% this year. Oil's on an absolute tear for obvious reasons, but we've seen this downdraft and super volatile. Down 2% one day, up 2% the next day. That's not normal, Allison.
Yeah, let's talk about this. I mean, you mentioned oil's now up 40% for 2022, but a couple of days this week, oil backed off its highs a little bit. Now, our viewers might be thinking, well, nothing positive happened in Ukraine this week to cause that. Why did oil pull back a little bit?
Well, first of all, oil is traded on the futures market. It's always what the future delivery will be. And there was talk this week about ramped up production, potentially Iran coming back into the mix if they sign the nuclear deal, potentially Venezuela. Strange bedfellows when you need oil.
Yeah.
And now we're talking to those countries potentially, OPEC and OPEC Plus, who have been suppressing production, may raise production to stabilize prices a little bit, but they're all loving these high oil prices right now. But that's why you're seeing this extremely volatile trade in oil, and that's why you saw it slip off its highs.
This leads to our Investopedia term of the week. It is something that I bet our viewers have heard a whole lot, but I bet very few of them, if we gave them a pop quiz, could define it. What is it?
It's fracking, and we haven't talked about it in a very long time. And fracking is not some weird breakdance. Fracking is that hydraulic fracturing of rocks underground. Usually here in the U.S., we have a lot of fracking rock here, and that is to drill oil out of that gas. So you drill in a lot of liquid, a lot of chemicals, some water in there, and oil comes out. The problem, and we've been talking about fracking because when oil prices are high, we always say, hey, the U.S. is energy independent. We frack our own gas. The gas that comes out of fracking is not really suitable for gasoline. It requires a lot of refining. So you're going to hear people talking about it a lot as a potential solution. It's not the solution right now.
All right. Well, now our viewers at least know what fracking is in case they forgot, because you're right. It has been a little while since we're having the fracking chat. All right. We cannot skip inflation this week. CPI out yesterday, a fresh 40-year high. What else have we learned about American consumers this week, besides the fact that basically all of us are paying a whole lot more for basically everything.
Yeah, we're feeling it everywhere we go, every time we spend money.
Yeah.
But sentiment, which we got today, consumer sentiment at an 11-year low, that keeps falling month after month because high prices, a shaky stock market, people are feeling very insecure financially, given your last segment and others. They are feeling insecure. So sentiment is low, but U.S. household wealth is very high. $150 trillion it topped in the fourth quarter. That's an all-time high.
Yeah.
Why? Rising stock prices last year, rising home prices last year, but we're starting to spend a lot more and we're starting to deficit spend. So watch those credit card balances, watch those mortgage rates. We're starting to dig into our savings.
Yeah. Next week's headliner, the Fed meeting Tuesday and Wednesday. We're expecting a rate hike to come Wednesday. What are you watching for next week, not only with the Fed and DJ Jay-Z Powell, but just throughout the week otherwise?
Well, he's spinning, and he did tell us a couple of weeks ago he'd be very comfortable with a quarter-point rate hike, and the Fed never tells you what they're going to do in advance. He telegraphed that, so that's what I expect. But will the Fed be a little bit less aggressive in terms of tapering its asset purchases, in terms of helping the economy make its way through this uncertain period? That's what we're watching, along with producer prices, but also U.S. retail sales. As I said, U.S. consumers have been spending, even though their sentiment is weak, but we're seeing that those sales dropped off the last month. If that starts to fall month after month, look out below.
All right, we have a big week ahead, Caleb. I'm going to look forward to talking to you next week, too. In the meantime, though, have an awesome weekend.
You too.
Thanks. This week, Goldman Sachs announced it's winding down business in Russia, but the giant investment bank is still cashing in by selling Russian debt to U.S. hedge funds. And it's all thanks to a loophole in the White House sanctions. NBC News senior political analyst Jonathan Allen is in Washington. John, can you explain the loophole that makes that legal?
Yeah, absolutely, Allison. First, let's go with the sanction. The sanction itself says that U.S. persons can't do business with several Russian banks, and basically the main Russian banks. What the loophole is two parts here, really one main part here, which is that's for debt that was issued after March 1st. So for any debt that was issued by the Russian government through those banks before March 1st, that can still be traded. The stuff that's already on the books of individual investors and institutional investors.
So, John, what's Goldman saying about its Russian debt sales?
Well, what they're saying is that they're complying with the law, and of course, there's no indication that they are not. And they are, not only the law, but not just U.S. sanctions, but international sanctions. And what's going on here, and what some folks have been concerned about, is that Goldman is acting as a broker between secondary market entities, basically people who already own that Russian debt. And people want to buy that Russian debt. And not only that, but Goldman is offering it to its clients. They're calling up particularly hedge funds and saying, look, you can buy Russian debt low right now and eventually be able to sell high when Russia rebounds a little bit. So I think there's some, from sources that Stephanie Rule and I talked to yesterday, we did this story together, some concerns about the moral implications of that. However, from a legal standpoint, there really is not a problem here, Allison. I did talk to one congressman, Brad Sherman from California, yesterday, who said that it may be in the United States' interest to close this loophole and prevent the trading of these existing Russian assets going forward, depending on whether that can actually sink future Russian debt, basically the relationship between the value of old debt and new debt. If it makes the new debt even less valuable to cut off that old debt trading, Sherman said he would be in favor of that.
John, the Biden administration in a tough spot here. A former U.S. sanctions official told you, quote, they're in a damned if you do, damned if you don't position. What options does the White House have, even if they're lousy ones? And what are the pros and cons of banning this kind of trade?
I mean, here's the problem, Allison. There are so many people in the United States and so many institutional investors in the United States and really across the world who have pieces of Russian sovereign debt, basically the national debt that Russia issues so that it can raise money, and have had it for weeks or months or years before the invasion of Ukraine. And the concern on the part of the Biden White House is that if they try to close this off, and they're attempting to create a punishment for trading this debt, that what they end up doing is harming American citizens, American investors who have had this debt in the past. That's something you hear President Biden talk about in all sorts of venues with regard to sanctions and actions against Russia, that he really wants to make sure he does as little to harm Americans as possible in supporting Ukraine and opposing Russia.
A tough spot to be in, indeed. John Allen, thanks for being here, and have a great weekend.
You too, Allison.
We said it, the weekend is here. If you're planning on doing some reading, we are launching a new segment here at News Now, talking to our colleagues about their favorite books to help you make some great picks. Tremaine Lee's recommendations next.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Students from Southlake caught on camera using racial slurs.
It's been covered up for a very long time.
We are strongly against critical race theory.
Racism in reverse is racism. Shame.
This is Southlake. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
You heard Dr. James talk about it earlier this hour. We're all stressed. So we hope this weekend you get a moment for yourself to relax. And what better way than to curl up with a good book? We are launching a new segment here at News Now called Now Reading, where we check in with our colleagues to find out what books they're reading. You know, all those books behind them when they're live from home. So let's get started with NBC News correspondent Tremaine Lee.
Tremaine, we are so excited to have you here. You always have amazing books behind you when you're on our show. So we just wanted to know, what do you read when you've actually got a minute to just sit back and read?
This is W.E. Du Bois' Black Reconstruction in America. So I'm in the midst of this big 4-part series for work with, connects Reconstruction with today. And so reading through this and seeing how similar, our political process was, our race relations, how similar everything was from then until now, recently emancipated Black people trying to harness some power, all the forces pushing back against them. During Reconstruction, you had 1,500 Black elected officials across the country, members of the House of Representatives, mayors, it shook up America. And so reading this, which puts everything in perspective, that these forces of white supremacy and racism undid Reconstruction.
How much time do you spend researching and reading? I mean, I feel like you were doing it all the time.
Yeah, not as much as I used to, less in hard copy books and more online now. So I love the feel of a book. And I still, when I need to connect myself kinetically, holding a book, knowing that generations past had also held this book. There are a lot of books here, especially from the 60s and 70s. Like this, let me show you this right here. This is a paperback, so it's not super expensive, but this original paperback. You can imagine some kid in college had this in the backpack, going to the protests or, whatever. And so to hold these and smell them on another bookshelf, I just got this.
Oh, there are more.
Oh, there are two. Ida B. Wells, this cool Mattel Barbie is doing these very cool. So I had to grab one of these.
Have one.
Ida B. Wells is a pioneering journalist who got her career start after some friends of hers were lynched. She went on this crusade to really uncover the truth about what was happening.
But I have to ask, you do so much serious reading, so much intense reporting. Do you have like a guilty pleasure?
So I wouldn't call it a guilty pleasure, but one of my favorite writers who is like not a serious nonfiction historical kind of writer is Walter Mosley. He wrote a book called Devil in a Blue Dress. It's just enthralling. It's salacious. It's like crime, but it also is layered and textured with culture, right? Because he's this black detective dealing with, white mobsters and black numbers runners. And it's just this amazing universe. There's a big stack over there on the wall too. So there's this bookshelf, these two, that, and then there's like a stack there, which does include, this isn't a guilty pleasure, but one that I think is pretty good, Will Smith's book. I was reading through it and I was like, this is actually pretty good.
Is it?
It's interesting because I always have just liked Will Smith. He's wrestled with a lot. Like he's talked openly about how the way he presents in the world as kind of a clown kind of guy, it masks a lot of hurt and pain. It's about like our motivations in life and how it shapes us and how we present into the world. So
I do have to ask, you have done such incredible work. Is there something that you have written, worked on, that you say, this is just my absolute proudest moment so far?
I happen to love writing about systems. I love writing about Black people, talking to Black people, all kinds of people and all kinds of stories. So for me, it's like that I've been able to make a career out of telling the stories. I think that's my proudest moment. It's just me being able to do it.
It was so cool of you to take the time on a Friday to do this with us. We're so grateful.
Allison, anytime for you. Thank you for always having me.
You can find all of Tremaine's book recommendations online. Check out our Twitter. It's NBC News Now. Our Instagram as well. My Twitter and Instagram, Allison Morris Now. You just saw some of Tremaine's bookshelves there. He's surrounded by them. That guy has a lot of book recommendations. I have a couple too. So we're just hoping to help you find some great stuff to read. Hallie Jackson starts now. Have a great weekend.
We are coming on the air with a new assessment for troops that are closing in on Kyiv, why the Pentagon now says the Russians have momentum as they start to make this circle around the Ukrainian capital. Ahead, why President Biden is warning that Russia will pay a severe price if it uses chemical weapons as he hits them on trade. Plus, a new court filing shows Alec Baldwin trying to avoid any financial responsibility for that deadly shooting of a cinematographer on a movie set last year. Why lawyers for the actor say his contract makes him, quote, untouchable. And spring may be coming, but it's not here yet, with nearly a third of the country expected to get wicked winter weather this weekend. Al Roker's got the forecast in your neck of the woods coming right up. Plus, tens of thousands of people who use meth are now meeting online on everyday social media platforms. NBC's frightening look at how members of these communities are opening up. That's in tonight's Backstory. And the banks better have Rihanna's money because she may be on the verge of seeing a lot more dollar signs. Why the pop star's fashion brand might be worth billions when it goes public. That's later in our show. Good Friday, everyone. I'm Kristen Welker in for my friend Hallie Jackson. And we start tonight with Russian troops circling Kyiv, preparing for a potential full-scale attack in the next couple of weeks. Here's what it looks like from these satellite images. The Pentagon saying Russian forces aren't necessarily closer to the Ukrainian capital, but they are gaining momentum, making moves that suggest a potential attack from multiple sides. And new video today shows Ukrainian soldiers in the middle of a fight with the Russians, who are advancing by foot just outside Kyiv. In almost every other major city, though, it's a bombing campaign from the air, from the north, south, east, and west. They're hitting factories, schools, and in one city, a care center for people with special needs. Vladimir Putin so far seems to be undeterred. At his meeting today with Belarus's President Putin saying sanctions are not going to stop him. But Putin's defiance isn't stopping President Biden from issuing new trade rules that will target $1 billion worth of Russian imports, including seafood, vodka, and diamonds. And he's urging Congress to take action, too. We'll have more on that and the growing humanitarian crisis later in the show. But we do want to begin with Matt Bradley, who is live for us in Ukraine. And Matt, we are getting our first glimpse out in Kherson of what a Russian occupation of Ukraine might look like. What are you seeing in that city now?
Yeah, I mean, that was the first city that was actually taken and occupied. I should say the first major city that was occupied by the Russians. And it's a city that's still in crisis. You know, it was just a week ago that we were seeing these Khersonians, if you can call them, triumphantly protesting in front of the Russians, standing, waving Ukrainian flags on tanks, shouting curse words in the faces of Russian soldiers. Now that's all changed. The situation there is very much muted compared to what it was just a week ago. Part of the problem is that the Russian National Guard has since been deployed into Kherson, and we're seeing reports of that in the environs around Kherson. Now, why is that so threatening? The reason is because the soldiers who were there were not interested in shooting these protesters. But these are sort of paramilitary. These are a unit of kind of the internal police within Russia that were created by direct order by Vladimir Putin back in 2016. They are directly answerable to Vladimir Putin, to the president. And now they're in Kherson, and they're going about their business of suppressing dissent in the same way they would in Moscow or any other major Russian city. And I spoke with someone in Kherson. Here's what he had to say.
Not only they blockade us from food and medicine and basic necessities, but also they are preparing to imprison those who disagree, those who protest.
So we've also heard from the mayor and from the Ukrainian military. They said that about a couple days ago, 400 people were arrested en masse by the Russians in Kherson. So that's a chilling reminder that this isn't just a military offensive. This is rapidly turning into an occupation that's on the march.
It is chilling indeed. That's the exact right word for it. Matt, I want to talk about Kyiv. And of course, we've seen these images increasingly encircled by the Russians. The city's mayor saying they've got a couple weeks of supplies left. Tell us how bad the situation is on the ground there for people who are still in Kyiv and who are trapped, frankly.
To be honest, when I speak with people who are in Kyiv, they say that the situation isn't quite so dire. It's not as though they're actually running out of food right now. These are estimates. These are, prognostications of what could be happening in the coming days or weeks. But when you look at a situation like Mariupol in the southeast, it is the situation in Kyiv is hanging precariously on falling into that situation where people are without food, without water, without electricity or heat or medicine for days or weeks at a time. Now, Mariupol is a much, much smaller situation, much, much smaller city than Kyiv. So when we're talking about the capital city succumbing to that kind of pressure and that kind of humanitarian disaster, it could really be a horrible situation. And that could allow for the Russian military, who are now surrounding the capital, to move in very easily and subdue the population. Kristen?
Yeah, and that is, of course, the big concern, Matt. Let's talk about President Zelensky. Day after day, he's giving these defiant speeches, continuing to say Ukraine is going to fight and beat back these Russian forces. He's really stunned the entire world, and frankly, so have all of the people of Ukraine. He's calling this moment a strategic turning point. What does he mean by that, Matt?
Yeah, I got to tell you, Kristen, I didn't know what that meant. And I think a lot of people don't know what that means. The fact is that the President Zelensky has a lot to be proud of. The Ukrainian military and the Ukrainian public have a lot to be proud of. So if he wants a turning point, we're hoping it turns in an even better direction than it has been. And it's not that things have been necessarily been going all that well. But as you mentioned, the Ukrainian military has surprised and impressed the world in 2 weeks of fighting against a far more overwhelming military power. So it's hard to know exactly what he means by a strategic turning point. I think he might mean the diplomacy and the sanctions that are coming to bear against Russia amongst the international community. Kristen?
Yeah, and we are about to delve more deeply into all of that. Matt, your reporting continues to be extraordinary. Please stay safe. Thank you. Now to the international response, where today's UN Security Council meeting focused on Russia's allegations that the U.S. is supporting a so-called biological weapons program in Ukraine. It's a claim the Kremlin is making without any evidence. The U.S. ambassador to the UN, Linda Thomas-Greenfield, says it's Russia making those weapons and that Russia is lying to the world.
Russia has a track record of falsely accusing other countries of the very violations that Russia itself is perpetrating.
A rep for the United Nations saying there's no evidence of biological weapons programs being set up on either side. Andrea Mitchell is here to talk more about all of this and all of the developments today. Andrea, thank you so much for being here in person. Great to see you. Let's start with some of what we heard from President Biden today. He, of course, made that big announcement ending regular trade relations with Russia, but he got a question at the end, and I want to start there. He said there would be severe consequences if Russia uses chemical weapons. What did you make of that? What's the significance?
He has to make that a red line. And there's controversy in the past, of course, with the Obama administration making that a red line in Syria and then not following up adequately, according to a lot of the allies. But in this case, this has to be a red line. This is not, it is a war crime. It is hideous. We've seen what happened in Syria when Syria, with Russia's help and support, hit the resistance groups and the rebel groups with, these horrible weapons, these killing weapons. Now, Russia has used those weapons in its own case against Alexei Navalny. It's used nerve gas, as you know, in the Skripal case in the UK, and they've used them in support in Syria. So the Ned Price at the State Department this afternoon telling us that they have profound concern. They're not saying they have hard evidence. But they say in the past, when Russia has pointed to others, asking for this Security Council meeting today, saying that we are doing it, the U.S. is doing it, helping Ukraine with these labs, which is just flatly not true. Well, this in the past has been Russia's way of projecting something that they are likely next to do. And if Vladimir Putin gets, cornered, what is he likely to do? This would be one of the real fears.
That is one of the real fears. And Andrea, I guess the challenge for the president, for the administration, is they continue to insist, and you heard the president today lay out arguably one of his most forceful arguments yet for not escalating this crisis, saying this could lead to World War III if we involve the U.S. military in any way, shape, or form.
He's getting so much pressure from the Hill, from Republicans as well as Democrats. Zelensky gave that speech to 300 members of Congress and staff over the weekend, a virtual speech, and he sold them on it. And you've heard the Pentagon and the president say this would not only expand the war, but this would not be effective. They have their own jets that they're not even flying because that airspace is so contested. It's a suicide mission that we're giving them what they need, which is, the surface-to-air weapons to try to hit these helicopters. They're shooting down helicopters and planes. They're being very successful at that. That said, I don't know if he can resist the pressure. As the CIA director and others testified this week, they're going to begin to grind down the Russians as they move and encircle Kyiv and these other cities. They're going to grind down the resistance. The civilian death, the humanitarian disaster is going to be, just horrible for all of the people of Ukraine. And can he resist the pressure to do more?
That is going to be the question, because, of course, the images that we're seeing every day are just heartbreaking. Andrea, let's talk about the announcement that the president made on trade to end regular trade relations with Russia. He needs Congress's approval to do it, but there's bipartisan support. Let's play a little piece of what he said, and I'll get your reaction.
Going to make it harder for Russia to do business with the United States, and doing it in unison with other nations that make up half of the global economy will be another crushing blow. Putin is an aggressor. He is the aggressor, and Putin must pay the price.
How big of an impact does a move like this have, given that the U.S. did it in concert with its allies?
Well, that's what makes it more effective, because Europe and other countries take a lot. Japan, a lot from Russia, the vodka and some of the other exports. It's not as big a deal as the central bank sanctions. They were dramatically important. Those central bank sanctions came out of the blue. Putin clearly did not expect it. They hadn't moved their money outside of the country. And, the ruble is now, 1 ruble is worth something, as the president said, like $200. The ruble is worth almost nothing. And the president also said today that the reason why they haven't reopened their stock market is it's going to blow up when it reopens. It's going to fall apart.
Another step in the pressure campaign. We'll have to see if it works. Andrea, thank you so much. This is complicated stuff, and thank you for helping us to understand it.
It's important stuff, right?
It is. Thanks for being here. Well, the crisis in Ukraine is one of the big reasons gas prices are going up so much. And now states are looking for solutions for Americans feeling the pain. According to AAA, gas prices hit another record $4.33 a gallon. That's a small increase from yesterday, but it's a big difference if you look at the number just last week, up 50 cents from last Friday. In Maryland, Governor Larry Hogan plans to suspend the state's 36 cents a gallon gas tax. And moves like that are coming at a good time because according to a survey, more people are saying they will be forced to change their driving habits if prices keep going up. Gary Grumbach has been out talking to drivers today, and he's joining us from Maryland. Gary, thanks for being here. What are drivers telling you? Are they losing patience with these gas prices?
Hey there, Kristen. Yeah, file this under can't catch a break. Just as coronavirus case numbers are decreasing across the country and mask mandates are going away in all 50 states, we are seeing that the trips and vacations that people have been talking about for more than 2 years now are going to be more expensive than ever, way more expensive than ever. We're here at a rest stop off I-95 in Maryland. I want to take a look at these gas prices here. It's $4.53 for regular, $5.49 for a gallon of diesel, and this isn't even the most expensive gas in the nation. If you're looking for that, you can go to California, where we're seeing gas at $5.72 a gallon. Now, if you're looking for the cheapest gas in the nation, that's going to be in the St. Louis area of Missouri, where it's at $3.85 a gallon. But this is all adding up, and it's adding to a lot of frustration. Take a listen. Stand by. So the high prices are, changing the way people are certainly traveling. Some people told me they're opting for those more fuel-efficient cars that maybe goes more per gallon. And they're also saying that they are maybe going to go and take the trip that they were on today, but stay at home for a while until these prices become lower. Kristen?
Gary, it's just extraordinary to hear how people are changing their behaviors because of these gas prices. And I appreciate your characterizing what the people you interviewed said. That was really helpful. We did obviously have a little technical glitch there. Gary, let's talk about some of the actions that we're seeing. Governors like Larry Hogan are getting rid of suspending the gas tax. This is a big debate on Capitol Hill right now. Not clear that that's going to happen nationwide. Talk about some of the conversations that are happening all across the country about that.
Yeah, they're just that, conversations right now. Senators Maggie Hassan and Mark Kelly are both supporting legislation that would eliminate the federal gas tax, which is 18 cents. It would make things a little bit cheaper all over the country. And actually, Republican House Leader Kevin McCarthy is open to this idea as well, but he says it's not going to be a permanent solution. Now, those in favor of the gas tax say cutting it would really be detrimental to the environment. It would certainly also damage infrastructure budgets around the country, and it would also, they view, as a handout to the rich. Kristen?
Gary Grumbach, thanks for breaking it all down, and thanks for your great reporting. Really appreciate it. Good to see you. Tonight, there is a new development in the fallout from the Rust movie shooting. In a legal filing out today, actor Alec Baldwin says his contract makes him, quote, untouchable in any lawsuit against him for the shooting that killed cinematographer Halyna Hutchins on the set of the film. Baldwin also goes on to blame the shooting on whoever loaded the gun with a live round. The actor's lawyers filed an arbitration demand against other producers on the film, claiming Baldwin is protected from financial responsibility for Hutchins' death and asking his fellow producers to cover Baldwin's legal fees. Baldwin, who was holding the gun when it went off, goes on to say in the filing that it was Hutchins who told him how to point the gun, writing, quote, she directed Baldwin to hold the gun higher to a point where it was directed toward her. Katie Beck joins me now with all of the late-breaking details. So, Katie, break this down. Alec Baldwin has given interviews about the shooting, but this is really the most detailed account that we are getting from his legal team. What did you find really stood out to you in the filing?
Well, I think the most interesting part, Kristen, is that we've seen him deny accountability on this before, but this is really the first time that he's assigning blame very directly to others, saying an actor is not responsible and not even possible to determine whether or not a gun is deemed safe or it's in fact a cold gun, as they like to say on the set. In this filing, he spells it out. If everybody else had done their job that day, this horrific tragedy would not have happened. In fact, he remarks on the fact that he is haunted by this tragedy, almost making himself seem sort of victimized, if you will, and putting the blame squarely on the other people whose job it was to ensure that this gun did not have a live round on it. He's saying someone else is culpable for putting that fatal live round in the chamber, and that someone else isn't Alec Baldwin. So it's very clear in this latest filing that not only is he denying responsibility, he's placing blame squarely at the feet of others.
It really is an extraordinary development. And of course, we know that Alec Baldwin is named in several other lawsuits over this shooting, including one by Hutchins' husband. And of course, he was interviewed just last month by Hoda. Take a look at this.
I just felt so angry, just so angry to see him talk about her death so publicly in such a detailed way, and then to not accept any responsibility after having just described killing her.
Such an emotional interview. And of course, the new filing shows text messages between the two and details their relationship before it soured. What have you learned there, Katie?
Well, Baldwin also included in that filing, Kristen, that up until that Today Show interview, the interactions had been polite, friendly, cordial, that these two men had had a pretty good relationship, even saying we're going to have to share this grieving process together initially after it had happened. Baldwin also points out that there was initially some discussion of a settlement and that her husband felt somewhat open to that in their early conversations. In their later conversations closer to that Today Show interview, he didn't seem as open to that possibility. So it does seem like time had passed, but you also have to take into account Alec Baldwin had done some interviews in between that time. So there was an initial grieving period right after the shooting happened where it seemed the two of them were coming together. And then Alec Baldwin did go on a number of national outlets saying he didn't feel responsible for this. So hearing that out loud, could have really changed. And according to the interview done with Hoda, it seems it really did change the tone of that relationship.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely right. And of course, we all remember those early images of Alec Baldwin with her husband, and clearly something very significant changed in the wake of those interviews. Katie Beck, thank you for staying on top of this developing story for us. We really appreciate it. Coming up, more reports of families investigated in Texas for providing gender-affirming care for their kids. The latest on the fight playing out in court. And 2 years to the day after COVID was declared a pandemic, are we putting enough into preparing for what might be coming next? Stay with us. We're back after a quick break.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
NBC News, streaming free now.
130 million people are under alerts for a wicked weekend winter storm that's already bringing high wind, heavy rain, and snow to parts of the country. The biggest threat right now are storms expected to bring damaging winds of up to 75 miles per hour across the southeast and Gulf Coast. There's also the risk throughout the night for tornadoes. Adding to the mix, snow and cold temperatures made roads slick in Arkansas today, causing several accidents along Interstate 49. It was the same story in Tulsa, Oklahoma, where at least one person died when their truck slid off the road. And that snow is headed east now as the storm intensifies and heads up the I-95 corridor. Al Roker is tracking the storm for us in Austin. Al, great to see you. Thanks for being here. A lot of people are surprised by this. We are well into March and winter doesn't seem to be going away. What are you tracking?
Yeah, including, right now, Kristen, I'm in Austin. Yesterday it was 76 degrees and sunny. Right now, it's a wind chill of 32 and wind gust of 33 miles per hour. This is the tail end of a 2,000-mile long system. You can see right now we've got 130 million people under some sort of winter weather advisory, winter storm warning, wind advisory. Plus, we have, as you mentioned, severe weather to talk about. Down through the southeast, an enhanced risk of dangerous weather. We're talking about 17 million people at risk. These are the tornadoes that could happen, Kristen. We're talking nocturnal tornadoes. They are twice as deadly as the daytime variety. So we're going to be watching that very closely. Here's what we're looking at. This system, as you can see, radar showing strong storms firing up already. To the north of this, from Cincinnati all the way down into the southeast, we're looking at snow. So overnight tonight, rain, wind, heavy snow battering the east, and then this low intensifies. You've heard us talk about a bomb cyclone going through bombogenesis. It has the pressure in this system has to drop 24 millibars in 24 hours. In the next 48 hours, Kristen, this is going to probably drop about 80 millibars, and that's going to bring in temperatures, much colder air behind it. So as that pushes through, we are going to be watching snow developing along the I-95 corridor with a rain-snow mix depending on where that rain-snow line sets up, but also strong storms along the southeastern coast. And then once that system moves through, we're going to be talking about in northern New England upwards of a foot of snow or more, but generally 3 to 6 inches. Pennsylvania all the way down to the Appalachians. And rainfall amounts as we slide to the south. Kristen, we are talking about some places picking up to 3 to 4 inches of rain. So there could be some flooding, especially in the panhandle areas of Florida, Kristen.
Wow. Oh, my goodness. All right. Well, we will brace for it. Al Roker, I know you're very busy. Thank you for joining us from Texas. Appreciate it. Good to see you.
Good to see you. You bet.
All right, we now want to get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, Jussie Smollett has been sentenced to 150 days in jail and 30 months probation for lying to police about being the victim of a racist hate crime in 2019. The former Empire actor was found guilty of 5 counts of felony disorderly conduct in December. Smollett still claims he's innocent and says if anything happens to him in jail, he didn't do it to himself. Number 2, the Department of Justice says it uncovered more than $8 billion in COVID aid fraud. A new director has been appointed specifically to prevent these crimes. The DOJ says hundreds of people have been charged with aid fraud since the start of the pandemic. Number 3, the IRS is hiring 10,000 workers to help clear a tax return backlog. The hiring spree is meant to tackle more than 20 million unprocessed returns. The Revenue Service hopes new employees will help with staff shortages in what's being called the most challenging tax season in history. Number 4, Better.com is making headlines again for firing more employees. We told you a few months ago the CEO caught a lot of heat for laying off 900 people over a Zoom call. Well, now the company has sacked another 3,000 workers, according to the New York Times. Some were sent severance checks before they even heard they were fired. Number 5, a series of original NASA photographs from the Apollo mission sold for 1.6 million Danish crowns at an auction in Copenhagen. That's around $171,000 US. One of the photos includes the iconic image of Buzz Aldrin's 1969 moonwalk. Just incredible. That was actually taken by Neil Armstrong, and you can even see him in the reflection of Aldrin's visor. That is pretty cool stuff there. Well, it's been 2 years since the World Health Organization Organization declared a pandemic as the coronavirus surge was just getting started. Hard to believe, right? Well, today there's a dramatic decline in new COVID infections in 48 states, thankfully. A totally different view from what we saw in 2020. Back then, the U.S. only had 1,200 cases nationwide, but the WHO warned the virus was spreading out of control. 6 million people have died across the globe, more than 970,000 of those deaths right here in the U.S. With the developments of tests and vaccines, some experts think we have turned the tide, and now the focus has shifted to learning to live with the virus. But to do that, the federal government says it needs $1.5 trillion to pay for key tools to get ahead of new viruses and variants. But right now, Congress hasn't approved that money. Dr. John Torres is here to discuss all that and more. Dr. John, good to see you. Hard to believe it has been 2 years. So where are we now right now? Have we turned the tide?
And Kristen, you're right. It's been 2 years since the declaration of a pandemic, but even more so, it's been longer since they declared what they call a public health emergency of international concern. And that's when the mechanisms, the legal mechanisms are set in place for countries to start cooperating, start giving more information to everybody else, and to really try and get it under control. That didn't work. A month and a half later, they declared the pandemic. And since then, we've made some good strides. We've had some stumbles along the way. And I think we're getting to the point where we are about to say, we're heading into that endemic phase. But one thing that the World Health Organization is very adamant about, and I agree with them, is unless this is controlled around the world, it's not going to be controlled anywhere. So we could be in an endemic phase here in the U.S., having pandemics in other parts of the world that we really need to be careful of, because this is a very small world. And one thing we have found out in this pandemic versus other ones is the importance of realizing that public health measures don't just take into account the science behind, masking, social distancing, isolating, but also the public health measures of, people needing to work, to get food, people needing to have a shelter, people needing to be able to socialize, other things. And with social media being out there, this became an even bigger issue, a lot more pressure put on politicians to try and end these things sooner rather than later. And so there is that worry that the other shoe could drop and we could get back to where we were before. Hopefully not, Kristen, but it's a possibility.
Do you think the country is prepared to deal with new variants, Dr. John? I mean, we saw with Omicron, the administration, public health officials were caught off guard to some extent. Do you think that the country will be better prepared next time?
I think we learned lesson both from Delta and Omicron, because both those variants caught us off guard to a certain extent. And now they're doing more surveillance. They're looking at it harder to make sure they can keep on top of it. And I think they've understood better the messaging they need to get out there as far as, hey, let's go ahead and mask up again. Let's go ahead and have remote school, remote work type things again to try and keep it under control. So I think they're going to be less hesitant to do that early on and keep those variants under control if they do happen. Hopefully they won't, because we have a high vaccination rate. But if they do, I think we're more prepared for it, Kristen.
And as I said at the top, funding for more COVID aid is held up in Congress right now. There's a big back and forth over this. How much is that possibly hampering the country's readiness for that next variant or that next curveball that we might get?
It's interesting, Kristen. Every expert I talk to says exactly the same thing. Funding is the key to making sure this doesn't happen again. And if you look at pandemics in the past, everything from the 1918 flu, 1968 flu pandemic, the 2009 H1N1 pandemic, and now we were caught off guard every single time, because typically what happens as people, we tend to have short memories. So for the next couple of years, there's going to be a lot of emphasis on funding the research and everything needed to prevent the next pandemic. But over time, that's going to go away, and hopefully we don't get caught off guard again like we have in the past.
And just very quickly, we learned yesterday that the TSA still wants people to be masked when they are traveling on planes, on trains, on buses through mid-April at least. What do you make of that? And do you have concerns about taking off masks in such close quarters?
I do have concerns about taking off masks in close quarters, but I think one thing they did that is very good is they extended it another month to April 18th. We'll have a better understanding of where we are with the virus and whether there are any variants out there that we need to be worried about, and can make a decision at that point. I think they're being very judicious about how they make these decisions and getting people to remove them on transportation, mainly because, as well, you remember, we live in a globe, we live in a world, and so people coming from other nations could be causing issues here as far as bringing variants in. We just need to be very careful with that, Kristen.
All right, great information as always. Dr. John Torres, thanks so much for being here tonight. Really appreciate it.
You bet.
Well, also tonight, a judge in Texas is deciding whether to stop state officials from investigating reports of gender-affirming care for trans kids as child abuse. This after she heard arguments from lawyers for the ACLU and Lambda Legal. Last month, Governor Greg Abbott called on licensed professionals and members of the general public to report parents letting their kids undergo what he calls, quote, abusive procedures. Texas's Family and Protective Services Department says it has 9 open investigations right now. Some of the biggest medical groups have come out against Republican-backed restrictions like this one. Last year, the American Medical Association wrote a letter saying every major medical association in the U.S. recognizes the medical necessity of transition-related care for transgender people. Brooke Sapelsa from NBC Out is following this really important story. Brooke, thanks so much for being here. What stood out to you from today's hearing?
So from today's hearing, which is still going on, I believe, this morning we heard from a supervisor at that Texas department that is investigating those child abuse cases, and she revealed that she just stepped down because of this policy. She said that she and the people in her department are not equipped to come between medical providers and families of transgender youth. She also noted that Texas officials had told her and her colleagues to prioritize these cases of transgender youth getting gender-affirming care. So toward the end of her testimony, from what I heard, she said that she had always felt that her department had the best interest of Texas children, and that she started to feel like they no longer did, so she stepped down.
That's pretty powerful. Look, earlier this week, a bill passed in Idaho's House that would make medical treatments for transgender kids a felony punishable by life in prison. And obviously, these types of measures put parents in an awful position. Either they support their kids or they get embroiled in legal issues. Can you talk about the broader implications of these types of laws and developments?
Sure. And just for some national context, we've seen over a dozen states introduce, I think, 25 or more bills just so far this year that would try to limit transgender affirming health care. So these bills would have impacts on parents, healthcare providers, and the trans youth themselves. You could see parents and healthcare providers get prison sentences, and then experts have said that denying transgender youth gender-affirming health care could have serious both physical and mental harm. We've seen studies saying that when youth are able to access gender-affirming care, they have less instances of anxiety, depression, and even suicidal thoughts. So definitely the stakes are high when it comes to these bills. The Idaho bill in particular is one of the more extreme bills in that it would actually punish parents who take their children out of state to get gender-affirming care.
And one of the things that I find so interesting is that the corporate community is actually applying pressure. Major companies like Apple and Google published a full-page ad today in the Dallas Morning News supporting the families with this headline, quote, "Discrimination is bad for business." What kind of reaction is this getting, Brooke?
So we're seeing a lot of advocates applaud companies stepping up in this way, but we've also seen people call out some companies that have not been on that were not on that ad. One company in particular that's gotten called out has been Texas-based Dell. So, a mix of reactions.
All right, Brooke Sapelsa, thank you for your reporting on this really important issue. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Coming up, tens of thousands of Ukrainian refugees are flooding into Poland each and every day, and the country is struggling to manage the influx. Why some local officials say they feel abandoned by world leaders, and the invasion's being felt far beyond just Eastern Europe. We'll take a look at how it's even impacting international space exploration in The Original. That's next.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Students from Southlake caught on camera using racial slurs.
It's been covered up for a very long time.
We are strongly against critical race theory. Racism in reverse is racism. Shame.
This is Southlake. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
There are now 100,000 people coming from Ukraine into Poland every day, with more than 1.5 million in just 2 weeks. Tonight, Warsaw's mayor is begging for help, as he told my colleague Chuck Todd earlier today.
We need to relocate. We need a system. We need the United Nations and the European Union in here in Poland, setting up reception centers, and we need a real relocation program in Europe and in the world. This is a huge logistics enterprise.
Wow.
We cannot improvise anymore.
And you can see the crowds in Warsaw. Take a look. A city of 2 million that's gotten 230,000 more people. Or at the border checkpoints where children are holding on to whatever they have as they stand out in the cold. Or at the train station in Krakow, where crowds are setting up sleeping areas on the ground, even with cribs, as they try to find a place to stay. And that is where Ellison Barber is reporting from right now. Ellison, thank you for being with us. So just let us know what you are seeing and hearing there at that train station.
So this is one of the main train hubs here in Krakow. The mayor of Krakow has warned, similar to the mayor of Warsaw, saying that the city is sort of at their limit when it comes to what the system can handle. About 1,000 refugees are said to be in this city alone, and you can see some of the sleeping quarters. We're trying to kind of stay a little bit back to give people some space here, but it's almost midnight here. You can see this train station still quite full. All of the people you see here, they are refugees from Ukraine. This is one of the areas where people come first, and then there is an information center where we have seen people in the last day or so waiting in line for hours trying to get to the front of it just so they can ask someone, hey, is there some sort of accommodation in the city available? What we are seeing here, what we are being told, the answer is no. They are running really low on options. We've seen so many different volunteer efforts. You see all of them here in the yellow vest, people showing up just to help people. But then you see this, children, families sleeping in the train station because they have nowhere else to go. One thing the mayor has said here is that a lot of the people have come to big cities like Krakow, like Warsaw, because they hope they can go back to Ukraine soon. So they don't want to go further into the country. But the city, they are overwhelmed right now with people, and they are very worried about what things will look like in a week, 2, 3 weeks. If, for instance, you have a medical healthcare hospital system that is strained because they have their residents here already, they need to help in addition to just this growing number of refugees. Over 2.3 million people have fled Ukraine, the majority of them coming here to Poland. Kristen.
It's just heartbreaking, those images that you are showing us, and to imagine being there with your family and with your children. Ellison, what are the people who were there with you in that train station telling you about what the toughest part of this all is? So many of them have said they really struggled to leave their home.
Yeah, I mean, no one wants to be a refugee, and that's true of this situation. That's true of Syria, Venezuela, any sort of crisis you have. What we hear again and again is everyone here, they want to go home. They want to be with their families. What makes this particular situation different than some others is that men who are considered fighting age, between the ages of 18 and 60, they cannot leave the country. So when we're talking to people crossing into this country, most of them women and children, there is this immediate resolve. I don't have any children, Kristen, but I think it is a very much a mom focus of where when they cross into Poland, the mothers that we're meeting, there's this immediate sense of relief that they know they and their children are safe. You can see in their eyes the trauma, the devastation of what they've been through, what they're going through with their children right now. But then there is this immediate mom gear of where they're just so focused on what they need to do next to make sure their children are safe. And for a lot of people, when we first started covering this 2 weeks ago, we were meeting refugees who were coming to Poland because they had families, they had friends here. Now we're meeting people who they don't know anyone in the country. They've left because they have no other choice, and they are just trying to figure out minute by minute where they go from here, how they make sure their children are fed, and most importantly, have some sort of safe shelter option. And unfortunately, for some people, the safest option seems to be the train station, because at least it's warm and there's some level of law enforcement and security here, because families are being told there are not any more rooms, any more hotels left in this city for them to stay.
I can't imagine the horror and the fear that those families, that those mothers that you detail so clearly are going through. And just very quickly, I know you interviewed the man who runs one of the centers there, and he says he needs more help from the government there.
Yeah, I'll let you just listen to what he said, but basically we have seen these kind of minute-by-minute ad hoc volunteer efforts to provide aid. He's saying that there is not enough organization beyond the border from the federal government, and that if that does not change, there are going to be some really big issues here in the coming days and weeks. Listen to what he has to say.
I can give safe aid to 1,000 people per day, but we have like 120,000 people in Krakow right now. Yeah, so I cannot create the system. I'm not a prime minister or president of the European Union. I'm just a small NGO here in Krakow.
I mean, I'll have a quick wrap. And when you look at these faces, Kristen, this little boy, these are the images that we keep seeing. And the thing that I will leave you with is it is the most vulnerable, the youngest people that have been impacted by this war. And every single one of them, they want to go home. Most importantly, they want to be reunited with their dads, who they are afraid they may never see again. Kristen?
Yeah. Thank you for being there to tell their stories, Ellison. We really appreciate it. We appreciate your reporting. Thank you. Now we want to bring you today's original with in-depth reporting on a topic we've been tracking. Russia's role in the International Space Station hangs in the balance as they refuse to sell rocket engines, something they make a lot of, to the U.S. It's yet another consequence of the ongoing fallout from Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And a key player is inflaming the dialogue. The director of Russia's space program sent a tweet suggesting if the U.S. were to block Russian cooperation in the International Space Station, it could have dire consequences for the spacecraft itself. Vaughn Hilliard has more on the future of the international space exploration.
Russia's deadly war on land is now impacting international efforts far beyond, in space.
It'll degrade their aerospace industry, including their space program.
Pointed words from President Biden announcing sanctions on Russia after the first days of the invasion. Now Russia symbolically removing other countries' flags from its rockets, including the United States. Russia's space director in a tweet saying the rockets were now, quote, more beautiful, prompting former NASA astronaut Scott Kelly to respond, without those flags and the foreign exchange they bring in, your space program won't be worth a damn. Maybe you can find a job at McDonald's if McDonald's still exists in Russia.
The space program has always risen above, geopolitical issues here on the ground, if you will. And this really puts a huge impact and hampers the international relations on the space station. So it's very concerning.
Relief. The structural ramifications of this wedge, consequential. In retaliation, Russia says it will no longer supply the U.S. with the RD-180, a major engine used in several American rockets. Russia's space director saying on Russian state TV, quote, let them fly on something else. They're broomsticks.
How does Russia's refusal to supply additional engines for these rockets impact U.S. efforts?
There's several companies all throughout the country that are developing new engines and new launch vehicles. I think we're going to be fine. And I think it's going to hurt Russia then far more than it'll hurt the United States.
The European Space Agency is also distancing itself, saying it is, quote, very unlikely it will go forward with a joint mission this year to launch and land a robot on Mars. Russia even suggesting they'd allow the International Space Station to crash. Their space director tweeting, who will save the ISS from an uncontrolled deorbit and fall into the United States or Europe?
I think that relationship may be changed forever. I'm not sure that it could ever go back to what it was.
The International Space Station, though, currently occupied by 7 astronauts, including 4 Americans and 2 Russians.
How tied together are each nation's efforts in space?
So for the space station, it's highly coordinated. Like, we're talking about a facility the size of a football field that is in orbit, and that takes a lot of energy and highly coordinated efforts.
What an absolutely fascinating report. And Vaughn Hilliard joins me now live in person. Thanks for being here, Vaughn. This is one of the fallouts from this tragedy that I think a lot of people don't think of. So how is NASA responding to everything that you just laid out there?
I think the immediate concern is what's happening at the International Space Station. And I just want everybody to take a look at NASA's statement, what they said, because they are insisting they are still cooperating with Russia, at least when it comes to the station, saying, quote, NASA continues working with all our international partners, including the State Space Corporation, Roscosmos, for the ongoing safe operations of the International Space Station. The new export control measures will continue to allow U.S.-Russia civil space cooperation. No changes are planned to the agency's support for ongoing in-orbit and ground station operations.
Okay, so pretty firm statement there from NASA. Obviously, you talked about the fact that there are still astronauts at the International Space Station. Talk a little bit about the logistics moving forward at this point.
In fact, this is all in real time. We're talking about on March 30th, just about 2.5 weeks from now, 1 American and 2 Russians are slated to leave the International Space Station together on a rocket landing on a Russian base in Kazakhstan. Now, again, as you just heard from NASA, the plan is that that will continue and proceed. But at the same time, of course, we're looking at about 3 weeks until that point comes.
Just extraordinary. And I think you really hit the nail on the head. This is minute by minute, so it could be changing at any time. Great reporting, Vaughn Hilliard. Great to see you. Thank you for being here. And still to come, Florida's moving forward with yet another bill, the second this week, limiting what can be discussed in schools. This time, what teachers can say when it comes to race. And Rihanna's fashion company is reportedly weighing a multi-billion, yes, that's billion with a B, IPO. We take a look at why some major banks believe the brand is worth so much after a quick break.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
What do you see right now with Putin, and do you think he's a rational actor? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? The sanctions did not deter. Can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
NBC News covers hundreds of stories each day, and because you couldn't possibly read, watch, or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done that for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we like to call The Local. From our West Coast bureau, thousands of Sacramento teachers and staff voted to authorize a strike. They say the school district has been bargaining with them in, quote, bad faith, and are frustrated over things like staff shortages and low pay. A date for the strike has not been set. From our Southeast bureau, Florida Senate has passed a bill that would limit how teachers talk about race in classrooms. Republicans in the state have been pushing for legislation to prevent critical race theory from being taught in schools. But opponents say the bill would create racial divisions. It's now headed to Governor Ron DeSantis' desk. This comes just days, of course, after the Don't Say Gay bill passed in the state, also headed to the governor's desk. And from our D.C. bureau, Maryland lawmakers voted to ban cat declawing unless it's necessary for medical reasons. It's now the second state trying to ban the practice. Advocates say declawing is inhumane and hurts cats. The bill still needs to go through a couple of more rounds of votes before it gets sent over to the governor's desk. Well, it's time to get the backstory, our behind-the-scenes look at how a story comes together and how it fits into our bigger picture. We all got used to, of course, connecting over Zoom during the pandemic. But an NBC News report uncovered a really frightening reality, a massive community of meth users using Zoom and other platforms to connect with each other. We're talking groups of tens of thousands of people, according to this report. Now, it found many were joining around-the-clock Zoom rooms of people meeting to use meth for weeks at a time, with anywhere from 50 to 150 people on video using together. And it's not just Zoom. NBC also uncovered Reddit groups of people posting photos and videos of themselves using and looking for meth connections, Facebook groups with people selling the drug, as well as Twitter, Tumblr, YouTube, and Instagram profiles, all devoted to meth content in varying degrees. The growth of these communities is coinciding with a meth boom in the U.S., up 66% in the last 4 years. These tech companies we mentioned have responded forcefully, saying illegal activity is not allowed on their platforms. Representatives for Zoom saying this type of activity is not welcome, and we take action whenever we become aware of it. But even though companies say they're trying to intervene, these groups continue to pop up. Ben Gogman, who reported on this, joins me now. Ben, thank you so much for being here. Really appreciate it. So this was just a horrifying read. I could barely get through it, frankly, because you have these drug users hiding out in plain sight. What made you want to tell this story, and how did you get to these groups?
Yeah, so to find this sort of content on social media, you actually don't even need to look for it. Oftentimes algorithms will sweep up some of this content and serve it to people sort of interested maybe in tangentially related things. So for instance, this meth content seems to be tied to LGBT populations. So oftentimes this content will pop up in LGBT people's feeds and become memes. So I'd seen this type of content a few times just in my feed, and in the last few months I decided to go digging and actually looking, where is this coming from?
You actually spoke to about 10 current and former meth users, and some of the accounts were just tragic. Some of them were horrifying. What did they tell you about using on social media, and why is there such a pull? And you also uncovered that it makes it hard to actually quit, right? It makes it that much harder.
Yeah, so everyone's experience differed a lot based on how they use social media and what platforms they're using. One person described to me how they felt like Zoom actually pushed them further into isolation because they weren't using with other real people. They were using virtually, so they were doing it alone. Some people said that Zoom actually was, it provided a community for them in their darkest point. But other people more darkly said that Zoom became another addiction alongside of meth use. So one person told me that when he got the craving to use, when he was trying to quit, he wouldn't buy drugs first. He would go buy a webcam because those two things were so strongly associated with each other. So people are really dealing with addiction in new ways in this technological age, and that's a big part of why I wanted to tell this story.
One of the people you interviewed said at the end of it, you're just left sitting alone in a room. That really struck me. Ben, what struck you? What surprised you most in your reporting?
Yeah, I think the biggest surprise to me was that the platforms are aware that this exists, and oftentimes they're not really taking the strongest stance. So Reddit, for instance, only bans the sale of drugs on their platform, but they let this meth group that has over 40,000 members thrive, where people are posting videos of injecting, encouraging other people to use drugs. So really, I think that this is a platform responsibility, and they're choosing how to respond.
Well, it's a really important story and a really important read. Ben Gogman, thank you so much for being here to break it all down for us. And if you or someone you know is struggling with addiction, you can call this number you see on your screen. Well, coming up, according to a new Bloomberg report, Rihanna's lingerie brand, Savage X, is gearing up for an IPO later this year. The brand's in the early stages of working with major banks like Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley to make this happen. And if it does, her company could be valued at $3 billion or more. An IPO, or an initial public offering, basically makes it possible for the public to own stocks of a company, allowing it to grow its footprint. But Savage X is already a global leader in inclusive underwear. It's known for selling underwear for men and women in a range of sizes, targeting customers who might not have been represented by a major brand before. Pop culture expert Brian Balthazar joins me now to break this down. So why is this brand so valuable? Why is Rihanna doing so well at this?
Well, Rihanna saw something, and that was an untapped market. You know, you think back 2 years ago, people thought of Victoria's Secret as the leader in lingerie and underwear. But you look at those fashion shows, and they were all skinny girls, right? And so Rihanna saw the market for women and men also of all shapes and sizes and colors and said, there's a market there, and it has proven to be very correct and very successful.
Was this expected? I mean, when we first learned that she was thinking about going public, was this expected to happen?
Well, you know, it's already been a pretty busy year for them. They've raised some capital to open 5 stores just this past 2 months. So it's not surprising when you think about the fact that their primary customer is online. So now an increasingly popular marketing tool. It's actually a marketing tool to have a brick and mortar store now, to see that branding out there. It's kind of funny. It used to be that people went to malls. Now they're going online, and the fact that they're expanding into malls and brick and mortar, that it looks like they're going to have as many as 10 stores open by the end of the year. So I'm not surprised, because she's an entrepreneur, and you could see this coming with the fundraising that they were already doing.
I want to go back to, I think, an important point that you made about the inclusivity. I mean, what does this say about the value, the fact that she saw, look, there's a real need for this? What's the message there when it comes to making products inclusive?
Well, I think it's interesting. As an entertainer, she herself, you know, she had success with her beauty and makeup line. And that's another example where women of color, Black women, could go into a store and not find a shade that matched their skin tone. And, you know, people used to refer to flesh-colored makeup, and it would just be white. And so she saw that market, and it was enormously successful, Fenty Beauty, making $550 million in its first year. So it stands to reason, expand that brand, form a new company that encompasses fashion as well. So, and I don't think you can underestimate how much entrepreneurship it takes to succeed in show business. You know, it takes a lot of maneuvering, decision making, and she has proven to be successful at all of these 3 different categories.
Well, I think you raise a really important point. For so many women of color, for years they have gone in to buy makeup and felt like there was nothing that quite fit them. So I think I'm glad you highlighted that point, Brian. Finally, let's just talk about the power of celebrity writ large. You have celebrities like Kim Kardashian, George Clooney, Jessica Alba. They all have big brands now that are worth billions of dollars. What does it say about the power of celebrity?
I think what it really speaks to is reach. You know, there's so many places to see people and content and brands. So if you have a following of several million people and you have an entrepreneurship, a business brain, a brain for business, I think it's going to go a long way. You look at these people, they have huge followings from their origins in show business, and it really has translated to success for this handful of people right here.
It sure has. Well, we'll have to watch and see what happens. All right, Brian Balthazar, thanks so much. Appreciate you joining us on this Friday. Hope you have a great weekend. And that's a wrap for this hour. Hallie Jackson will be back in the seat for you on Monday. Same time, same place. I'm Kristen Welker. Have a wonderful weekend. Coverage picks up right now. We are coming on the air with a new assessment for troops that are closing in on Kyiv, why the Pentagon now says the Russians have momentum as they start to make this